The protagonist of this narrative is Yuan Qingzhou, accompanied by the supporting character in Shaokai. Occupation: freelance. Symptoms: discovered by family members in a sudden state of unconsciousness and subsequently transported to the hospital, where numerous attempts to revive her proved futile. Medical examinations revealed no abnormalities, and blood samples yielded no irregularities. 5 hours post-admission, the patient succumbed. Additional notes: an autopsy revealed ruptured liver and gallbladder. Alongside compromised cardiac function, the cause of death was determined to be excessive fright. Recommendations: suspected nightmare phenomenon consolidated with 1,270 similar cases and transferred to the Anomaly Bureau. File number 0874. Forum screenshot no 011. It has been 5 days now, and he continues to follow me. No matter what I do, he lurks in the shadows, watching. I reported it to the authorities and reviewed the surveillance footage, yet nothing was captured on camera. Why am I the only one who could see him? He is undeniably present. He is drawing closer to me. Last night, I awoke in the dead of night, and there he stood just outside my bedroom door, peering through the crack with a chilling smile. What should I do? He is in my home. There are sounds beneath my bed. I am terrified. He is about to emerge. He is tugging at my blanket. I have finally devised a plan. I shall never have to see him again. I am on the verge of liberation. Additional notes: the victim was located following a report from a neighbor upon discovery. Her eyes were already blind, and no irregularities were found at the scene. Recommendations: suspected wandering nightmare. Similar 29 posts were suppressed and transferred to the Anomaly Bureau. File number 1135. Video file. Hello, newcomers. Welcome to my live stream. First, let's gather some attention with a double tap of 666, and then I will show you an unexpected situation. Come, take a look at the fog outside my house. Goodness, the visibility is less than 1 meter. In a moment, I will step into the yard to give you a first-hand experience. Click. Wow, look at this silky smoothness. I can't believe it. You see my hand? Even in broad daylight, I can hardly make it out. Bang! What was that noise? Let me check. Goodness. What on earth has collapsed my chicken coop? Where have all the chickens gone? Look at this ground covered in feathers and blood. What is this? It looks disgusting, like a big snot. The live content is suspected of violating regulations and is undergoing rectification. Action taken urgent. Transfer to the local authorities for immediate handling. File number 1429. Screenshot from Weibo. Influencer spicy hot pot check-in. Today, Xiaomi visited this restaurant for spicy hot pot again. It is truly delicious. After trying it once, Xiaomi found it unforgettable. Most importantly, they offer limited supplies, so act quickly if you're tempted. You might even run into Xiaomi. Influencer spicy hot pot check-in. How disappointing. I finally made a trip only to find it closed due to a lack of stock. Why can't the owner prepare a little more? Frustration. Influencer spicy hot pot check-in. Influencer spicy hot pot check-in yesterday. For those who missed out, behold, the owner has restocked with a limited quantity of 10 servings. I was fortunate enough to secure the very first one. Are you envious? Breaking news. The proprietor of the trendy spicy hot pot establishment has been implicated in the horrifying murder of family members, draining their blood and discovering a significant amount of the dish at home. The individual is currently on the run. So, what exactly were you consuming before this revelation? Recommended action. Suspected of malevolence. Block related topics. Shut down the establishment. Issue a wanted notice marked as extremely dangerous, and transfer to the appropriate authorities. Chapter 2. She emerges from the rain. Unusual foggy weather, mysterious animal death surge in narcolepsy cases, individuals scared to death while asleep. Is it a virus or something more sinister? Increase in urban legends. Authorities demand immediate rectification. The legend of the urban slit-mouthed woman intensifies. A blossoming young girl lifts a car to save a septuagenarian in the Kangwu Federation. At the 7th High School in Jiuan City, the grade director, Wang Sufan, briefly scanned an article about a girl who lifted a car with one hand before setting her mouse aside and leaning back in her chair to sip water. Teacher Ma. Have you seen the news lately? It's either bizarre incidents or virus outbreaks. When we finally get a positive story, it's about a girl lifting a car. How ridiculous. I hardly know what to say, she remarked. In the office, only she and the physical education teacher, Ma Jiangwo, remained. As the other teachers were outside supervising the morning reading session, Ma Jiangwo poked his head out from behind the computer. Yes, I've been keeping up with it as well. Strange occurrences have been on the rise, especially this year. It feels as though the world is approaching its end, he replied. Teacher Ma, we are educators, not purveyors of superstitious beliefs, Wang Sufan countered. You must have had one too many drinks, Teacher Ma, with your tolerance, she teased. That's a bit perplexing. Perhaps it truly is some sort of virus, he mused. Just then, a knock echoed through the office, interrupting their conversation. Come in. A frail, pale hand slowly pushed open the office door, and the howling wind outside rushed in. Thunder rumbled ominously, followed by a torrential downpour. A girl clad in a tattered school uniform entered with an air of dampness surrounding her, gently placing a brown paper bag before Wang Sufan. Teacher, I have come to report, she stated. Wang Sufan, seated, picked up the file and remarked, Yuan Qingzhou, the school year has commenced for a week already. Why have you only just arrived? The girl remained silent as Wang Sufan scrutinized her from head to toe while unfastening the file. Her old, waterlogged sneakers displayed peeling edges, and her mismatched socks contrasted starkly with her frayed trousers that barely reached her ankles. She possessed long, slender legs and was notably taller than most 16-year-old girls. The faded blue and white tracksuit hung loosely on her frame, while her left arm was suspended in a bandage across her chest. In that moment, Wang Sufan discerned the girl as challenging home circumstances. Her delayed arrival was undoubtedly linked to her injured arm. Upon glancing at her face, Wang Sufan was taken aback by the girl's striking beauty. Her long, glossy black hair was gathered into a high ponytail, revealing a graceful swan-like neck. Beneath her tousled bangs, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with an intense, dark brightness, and her skin was tender and flawless, exuding a refreshing allure. However, perhaps due to malnutrition, her complexion was exceedingly pale, and as she stood there, nervously rubbing her foot against the ground, she emitted a sense of fragile vulnerability that instinctively invoked a protective instinct in others. Wang Sufan could not help but soften her tone, saying, if you were injured, you could have informed the school in advance. We are not so unfeeling. Now that you are a week late, reporting may prove somewhat challenging. Let me first review your file, and then consult with the principal. Do not fret. Thank you, teacher. Yuan Qingzhou spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, bowing gently once more, exuding an aura of delicate softness. Wang Sufan opened the file, her eyes widening in surprise. Your exam results for the high school entrance examination would surely place you among the top 3 in Jiuan City. Truly, you are a diligent and hard-working child. Upon glancing at the section regarding parents, Wang Sufan paused, her heart swelling with compassion for Yuan Qingzhou. With her father already deceased and her mother residing in a nursing home, it suggested a frail constitution. The emergency contact listed was the phone number of a doctor from a mental health center. Flipping to the next page, a psychiatric evaluation report caught her eye. What is this? Did you inadvertently include your mother's medical records? Wang Sufan was taken aback as she recognized the name on the document, Yuan Qingzhou. What does this mean? Why would a child of such tender years require a psychiatric evaluation for school enrollment? Suspected emotional indifference? Alien hand syndrome? What do these terms imply? A severe apocalyptic complex? No tendencies toward violence. Wait, the note on the absence of violent tendencies doesn't seem necessary. Especially with the underlining and 3 exclamation marks. It almost feels like it's underscoring her propensity for violence. Outside, a ferocious wind howled, producing a sound akin to wailing spirits, sending chills down one's spine. Teacher, do you believe in the apocalypse? Yuan Qingzhou suddenly posed the question, glancing at the torrential rain outside. Wang Sufan furrowed her brow, feeling a slight headache. Perhaps it is today, Yuan Qingzhou murmured softly to herself. A shiver ran down Wang Sufan's spine as she discerned a hint of excitement in Yuan Qingzhou's tone, her gaze involuntarily drawn to the young girl's suspended left hand. The condition known as alien hand syndrome manifests as a phenomenon wherein Yuan Qingzhou is unable to exert control over her left hand's actions. For instance, if she intends to open a door, her left hand may, inexplicably, close it instead. This peculiar affliction does not impede her ordinary hand functions, nor does it follow any discernible pattern. Wang Sufan harbors concerns about whether Yuan Qingzhou's left hand might, without cause, strike her classmates, despite the girl's seemingly frail appearance. The potential for violence remains troubling. Yuan Qingzhou glanced down at her left hand, reassured, stating, "It's fine. I've managed to break it." "You broke it?" Wang Sufan swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down her spine. "Yuan Qingzhou, your situation is rather unique." Just then, a voice from the back, that of Teacher Ma, interjected, "Hey, Teacher Wang, isn't she the one from the news?" Teacher Ma had been discreetly observing Yuan Qingzhou. "What?" Wang Sufan casually glanced at her computer, where the web page remained open, displaying an image captured by a witness, a young girl effortlessly lifting a car with one hand. The same blue and white sports attire, the identical high ponytail, and that profile. She lifted a car, Teacher Ma exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement as she pointed at Yuan Qingzhou. "Is that you?" At that moment, the office telephone rang. Wang Sufan answered, and it appeared to be the principal relaying some instructions. "No, principal, this child's mental state." Suddenly, Wang Sufan covered the mouthpiece and turned to Yuan Qingzhou. "Could you please wait in the corridor for a moment?" Yuan Qingzhou nodded, performed a slight bow, and slowly exited the office, closing the door behind her as she awaited further instructions. A hushed debate echoed from within, prompting Yuan Qingzhou to approach the corridor's edge. She extended her right hand to catch the falling raindrops, her porcelain face devoid of any expression, her gaze remaining tranquil and undisturbed. The September morning was rendered particularly oppressive by the heavy downpour. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, and a thin layer of mist gradually accumulated on the ground, exuding an eerie aura. She had faced rejection 6 times already, from the 1st to the 7th school. Attending school proved challenging. Perhaps remaining in the hospital was far more comfortable. Before long, Wang Sufan emerged from the office, gazing at Yuan Qingzhou for a prolonged moment before sighing. "The principal has consented to your enrollment. But you must ensure that you do not cause any trouble during your time here. Otherwise, expulsion is inevitable." "I assure you," Yuan Qingzhou replied, a faint smile finally surfacing in her calm eyes, rendering her even more radiant. Wang Sufan guided Yuan Qingzhou to class 1 of the first year, introducing her before assigning her a seat at the back by the window. This arrangement was unavoidable, as Yuan Qingzhou's height would obstruct the view of her classmates if she sat in front. As Yuan Qingzhou made her way to the empty seat in the last row, the diverse gazes of her classmates followed her. Beside her sat a girl with 2 braided pigtails, seemingly petite, yet inexplicably relegated to the back row, currently engrossed in slumber. Upon placing her backpack down, Yuan Qingzhou inadvertently roused the girl, who sprang up in alarm, scanning her surroundings warily. Upon noticing Yuan Qingzhou standing beside her, an expression of utter astonishment washed over her face. "Yuan Qingzhou, what are you doing here?" "You are not." In the next moment, the girl's expression underwent a series of complex transformations, her eyes beginning to redden, and she excitedly opened her arms to lunge towards Yuan Qingzhou. The esteemed Yuan Qingzhou furrowed his brow, instinctively preparing to kick, but suddenly recalled his prior promise, forcibly suppressing his impulse. However, her left hand struck with lightning speed. Bang! The girl was knocked to the ground, motionless. The classmates exclaimed, "Is this new student a Valkyrie? How violent! How terrifying!" "Teacher," she struck first. Yuan Qingzhou's countenance remained serene, with a strong sense of justification. Chapter 3. The mysterious fog approaches in the end. Wang Sufan, after confirming that the girl merely fainted from emotional distress and bore no serious injuries, sent someone to escort her to the school infirmary for rest. She then made a call to the principal. "You said her arm was broken, but I see her arm is perfectly fine," Wang Sufan muttered under her breath. Yuan Qingzhou detached the ineffective strap from around her neck, her expression impassive as she opened her backpack to retrieve a pencil case and some writing paper. At that moment, A wrench clattered to the ground. Wang Sufin's eyelid twitched. The wrench bore traces of dark red substance. Could it be blood? The principal claimed she was a good girl? What kind of well-behaved girl carries a wrench in her backpack to school? Hand it over. Yuan Qingzhou tightened her grip on the wrench, pursing her lips. Hesitating for a long while before slowly relinquishing it, gazing longingly as Wang Sufin placed the wrench into her drawer. Teacher, can you return it to me after school? I need it. Need it? For what purpose? To harm others? First, write a reflection. In the future, such items are prohibited on school premises. Yuan Qingzhou lowered his head, set down his pencil case and handwritten paper, and took a chair to sit beside Wang Sufin, beginning to write his self-criticism. Upon seeing the dilapidated paint-chipped pencil case inscribed with a commemorative gift from the Jiuan City Mental Health Center to the young friend Yuan Qingzhou, Wang Sufin felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Yuan Qingzhou, a young friend? What had he endured? How many years had he spent in a psychiatric hospital? Her hands trembled slightly as she rummaged through the drawer, searching for her emergency heart medication. After taking in this child, had she essentially bid farewell to her bonuses? At that moment, Wang Sufin caught a glimpse of Yuan Qingzhou's left hand moving, causing her to leap up in alarm and knock over the chair. Fortunately, Yuan Qingzhou's left hand was not raised in aggression. Instead, he reached for paper and a pen to write a letter of assurance. Wang Sufin was astonished. Observing Yuan Qingzhou write a self-criticism with his right hand while simultaneously drafting an assurance letter with his left, each task distinct yet unaffected by the other. As if it were an ordinary occurrence for him. Could it truly be so remarkable? This rare condition known as cross-lateralism, with fewer than 50 known cases worldwide? Would that necessitate assigning him double the homework? After the morning reading session, 3 boys, captivated by Yuan Qingzhou's delicate and charming appearance, approached him with playful nudges. Classmate, which middle school did you come from? I don't recall seeing you before, one inquired, while the others chuckled behind him. Yuan Qingzhou lifted his gaze to appraise the trio and quietly placed his pencil case on the table. Upon noticing the inscription, the boy's expression shifted dramatically. And recalling the earlier incident where he had effortlessly knocked a female classmate down with a single punch, they hastily retreated, pushing one another in their haste to escape. After this, everyone cautiously circled around Yuan Qingzhou. From morning till afternoon, Yuan Qingzhou remained engrossed in her examination papers, only stepping away for restroom breaks, morning exercises, and lunch at the student cafeteria. She sat there, absorbed in her work, as silent as if she were non-existent. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, while heavy rain poured down and strong winds threatened to uproot the towering trees. The sky was overcast, resembling the depths of night, imparting an eerie chill to the air. Consequently, outdoor physical education classes were relocated to the indoor gymnasium, where they were joined by a class of second-year students. The second-year physical education teacher was absent, leaving Ma Jiangwo to supervise both classes. After running a couple of laps, he allowed the students to engage in free activities. The classmates paired off to play, while Yuan Qingzhou, carrying her backpack, seated herself on the ground in front of the adjacent bleachers, continuing her work on the Huanggang question bank. She aspired to participate in the college entrance examination next year and gain admission to her father's alma mater, the prestigious martial arts academy of the Kangwu Federation. This institution was renowned as the most challenging to enter, specializing in the study of the evolution of martial arts from ancient to modern times. It required not only exceptional academic performance but also a solid foundation in martial arts. In the brief moments between writing, Yuan Qingzhou occasionally glanced at the group of boys playing basketball and the girls chattering animatedly together. Amidst their discussions, she caught snippets of her own name, intertwined with words like mental illness, danger, and others. After a while, they began to speak of group fog, monsters, narcolepsy, and apocalypse. Apocalypse? Yuan Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she perked up her ears. If the apocalypse were to arrive, would that mean the college entrance examination would be canceled? At that moment, a girl approached and sat down beside Yuan Qingzhou. Yuan Qingzhou glanced up and beheld a petite girl with 2 braided pigtails, her nose adorned with a constellation of freckles, exuding an aura of vitality. At that moment, she was smiling brightly at him. She was none other than his desk mate. whom he had sent flying with a single punch earlier that morning. "Hello," the girl greeted. "I am not well," Yuan Qingzhou replied, lowering his head to continue working on his exam paper, unwilling to eavesdrop further. An awkward silence enveloped the air momentarily. "My name isn't Xiaokai. What is yours? Did you not already know?" And Xiaokai recalled how she had woken up that morning and shouted, "Yuan Qingzhou, what are you doing here?" Yuan Qingzhou, "I mean no harm. I simply wish to befriend you." "I do not make friends," he declared, marking a large cross on the fifth true or false question. "You are quite odd." And Xiaokai retorted without offense, her audacity shining through. "In fact, rather amusing." Yuan Qingzhou furrowed his brow, casting a glance her way. "You are also peculiar, rather bothersome. Are you not curious how I came to know you?" And Xiaokai pressed, her expression flustered, resembling a pufferfish in her indignation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar interrupted their conversation as a branch crashed through the left window of the gymnasium, allowing a chilling gust of wind to sweep inside. The girl's shriek echoed as everyone turned to witness the commotion. Yuan Qingzhou's left hand, previously restrained by bandages, moved unexpectedly as he raised his arm and pointed a finger towards the shattered window. He stood up to gaze outside, the wind tousling his bangs, his dark, bright eyes narrowing with intensity. The torrential rain has ceased, and amidst the ferocious winds, wisps of white mist swirl like the tentacles of a specter, swiftly enveloping the gymnasium. A peculiar flickering emanates from the lights within. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the lights extinguish, plunging the gym into an abyss of darkness, as a chilling atmosphere creeps in. "Teacher, Mr. Ma, the circuit is tripped." Mr. Ma had already stepped out for a smoke, and the power supply room lies in that direction. "Who will accompany me to investigate?" "I have a flashlight. I will fetch it. Please wait a moment." Yuan Qingzhou instinctively reached for his backpack, only to remember halfway that the wrench had been confiscated by the teacher. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing that the mist had completely enveloped the gymnasium. Through the windows, the dense white fog could be seen flowing like milk. "It's over. We can't get out," murmured Xiaokai beside him. Yuan Qingzhou cast her a glance, sensing something peculiar in her reaction. Although the day had not yet fully succumbed to darkness, the absence of light rendered the interior dim, yet faint outlines remained discernible. Those unable to continue moving gathered in small groups, sharing idle chatter as the end of school approached in a mere 10 minutes. Others, with bags slung over their shoulders, prepared to make an early exit. "Mr. Ma." A few individuals attempting to slip away at the entrance of the gymnasium spotted their physical education teacher, Ma Jiangwell. He ambled towards them, head bowed, swaying unsteadily through the thick mist, with something dripping from his body. Suddenly, he stumbled forward, and a warm liquid splattered across the faces of several students. It was only then that they were horrified to discover a gaping wound at the back of Mr. Ma's head, from which a bloodied, ghastly-faced spider leapt forth, vanishing swiftly into the fog. Once again, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Yuan Qingzhou faintly perceived an ethereal shadow, drifting like a wisp of gray smoke within the gymnasium. In its wake, students fell one after another to the ground, succumbing to an unseen force. Its speed was astonishing. In mere moments, it stood before Yuan Qingzhou. It was a nightmare. Focus your mind. Do not succumb to slumber. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Yuan Qingzhou heard the voice of Xiaokai. It was as if she had plummeted into a pit while dreaming, jolting her awake to a world drenched in crimson hues. A blood moon loomed overhead, shrouded by ominous clouds. In the depths of the forest, a scarlet mist was gradually dispersed by the wind. Gnarled trees cast grotesque shadows, each one bearing the lifeless form of a figure draped in a red robe. Surrounding her from all directions, the cawing of crows pierced the eerie stillness. The corpses swayed ominously, the wind howling like the lamentations of the damned. Suddenly, all the corpses opened their eyes wide, emitting a chilling sound, their hands reaching out towards Yuan Qingzhou in desperate struggle. As the bodies writhed violently, the ropes binding them threatened to snap. Yet, Yuan Qingzhou remained unperturbed, her gaze fixed upon the ghastly figures. Her left hand instinctively rose, and with a deliberate motion, she flicked her fingers against her forehead. A jolt surged through her mind, awakening her once more. This time, she beheld the ceiling of the gymnasium. A slender hand reached out towards her, and in a flash, Yuan Qingzhou drew the dagger tied to her calf. swiftly and precisely pressing it against the throat of the intruder. It was I, and Xiaokai. Chapter 4. Invasion of the Otherworldly Beings. Yuan Qingzhou rose and surveyed the gymnasium, where her classmates lay scattered on the floor, though some were gradually awakening with startled cries. Only those with considerable mental fortitude can extricate themselves from nightmares. At the age of 16, one is at the zenith of mental vigor. The nascent nightmare remains feeble. Once it has consumed enough souls, it will become a formidable adversary. Yuan Qingzhou squinted into the distance as Xiaokai raised her hands in a gesture of honesty, proclaiming, "I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I understand the reasons behind this. Familial circumstances. May I elucidate later?" Yuan Qingzhou, though skeptical, silently distanced himself from Xiaokai. "Ghosts. There are ghosts." A cry erupted. "It's the somnolent virus. Everyone, flee." Those who had awakened, alongside those yet to succumb to slumber, were thrown into disarray, frantically surging towards the gymnasium's entrance. The shadow that had previously haunted them now eluded pursuit. A dozen students, who had planned to escape class early, had already dashed out of the gymnasium and into the thickening fog outside. Within the gymnasium, the bizarre virus rampaged, and escaping had become their sole hope. Yet, at that moment, a cacophony of anguished screams resonated from beyond. "Stay away. Ah, what is that? Get back." Accompanying these screams were unsettling coos and the chilling sounds of flesh being torn asunder, mingled with the overpowering scent of blood. A few individuals, just rising to their feet, beheld a spiked appendage shoot forth from the mist, piercing a boyish chest with brutal immediacy, hot blood spraying onto those in proximity. "Help!" A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as the boy uttered a single syllable before being engulfed by the fog. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled as a colossal shadow, reminiscent of a towering edifice, gradually vanished into the distance shrouded in mist. The sound of rustling grew increasingly dense, akin to an approaching tide, drawing near the gymnasium. Bang, bang. The windows were incessantly assaulted, and Yuan Qingzhou beheld a multitude of black spiders, their faces smeared with blood. The smallest were the size of a fist, while the largest had legs as thick as a human's. The noises suggested that an immense number of entities lurked in the dense fog outside. Yet they remained outside the gym, as if an invisible barrier prevented them from entering. Yuan Qingzhou's gaze fell upon the fire safety equipment on the opposite wall, and a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. She adeptly descended from the stands, rushing towards the fire apparatus. "Yuan Qingzhou," and Xiaokai called out from behind. Ignoring the call, Yuan Qingzhou navigated the panicked crowd with grace, her movements lithe and agile, deftly evading anyone who might collide with her. She shattered the glass encasing the fire equipment with her elbow and retrieved the fire axe within. "Behind you. Get out of the way." Bang. The seemingly delicate girl wielded in astonishing force, yet her strike merely cleaved through the air, striking the ground with a resounding thud, creating a gaping crack. Ordinary weapons cannot harm nightmares. "Evade it," and Xiaokai shouted, urging her to escape. The shadow, intimidated by Yuan Qingzhou's formidable aura, refrained from attacking her and instead surged past her towards the exit. Over 40 students huddled at the doorway, trembling like lambs awaiting slaughter, paralyzed by fear, unsure whether to flee or remain. Each clutched their phones, desperately attempting to dial for help, only to receive the perpetual sound of a busy signal. As the shadow charged through, 3 or 4 classmates immediately collapsed, and the crowd erupted into screams, scattering chaotically in every direction. At that moment, a sophomore girl suddenly pulled a classmate beside her, precisely shielding herself from the approaching phantom. The girl used as a shield collapsed to the ground, and the phantom rose from her form. The girl retrieved a slingshot from her pocket, trembling as she extracted a stone wrapped in yellow paper from another pocket. Drawing the slingshot taut and aiming it at the oncoming specter. "Die," she exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety. However, the stone veered off course, grazing the phantom's side. Yet, in that very instant of contact with the yellow paper, the phantom erupted into flames, consumed by a fierce inferno, losing a significant portion of its form and leaving only a severed remnant to survive. It seemed as if vengeful eyes glared from the phantom's remaining essence, filled with loathing directed at the girl. Both Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaocai's eyes widened in realization as they hastened toward the girl. their focus fixated on the slingshot she wielded. "Get away." Everyone stepped back. The girl, stricken with fear as the phantom charged, desperately pushed aside those standing in her way and plunged into the fog. And Xiaokai stomped her foot in frustration, cursing under her breath, hesitating for only a moment before gritting her teeth and pursuing. Yuan Qingzhou dashed to the window, preparing to leap through the shattered glass, when suddenly, a hand yanked at her pant leg. "You cannot leave. You must stay and protect us." Several classmates huddled together behind the clutter beneath the window, having witnessed Yuan Qingzhou's fierce stance against the phantom, viewing her as their beacon of hope for survival. A male classmate held onto her tightly, but Yuan Qingzhou cast him a fleeting glance, her hands gripping the axe resolutely as she swung it towards that intrusive hand without a moment's hesitation. The young man, horrified, released his grip, and the axe fell heavily to the ground. As his screams faded, Yuan Qingzhou had already leaped through the window. A madman. Simply a lunatic. The dense fog enveloped him like a gaping maw, instantly swallowing Yuan Qingzhou, while the screams within the gymnasium were silenced entirely. It was as if he had plunged into another realm, one rife with chaos and decay. Apart from the eerie, fragmented sounds surrounding him, an unsettling silence prevailed. Beneath his feet lay sticky strands of spider silk, some of which used with blood from wrapped remnants of corpses, the stark crimson glaring against the extensive white. Among the withered branches, even rotting, putrid bodies lay concealed, their origins a mystery. The spiders swarmed around him, incessantly spewing corrosive webs, their bodies impossibly tough and impervious to the fire axe. Yuan Qingzhou could only swat them aside, deftly evading their advances. Visibility in the thick fog was less than 3 meters, and the rustling sounds followed him closely, instilling a deep sense of dread. Yet, these factors did not daunt Yuan Qingzhou. She instinctively detected the monstrous beings and nimbly dodged their grasp. Like a nimble assassin, she wielded the fire axe with a serene expression, unwavering and calm. Before long, it seemed as though she had crossed an unseen threshold. The tide of pursuing spiders receded like a crashing wave. Charred burn marks began to appear on the ground, remnants left by stones wrapped in yellow paper. A chilling scream erupted from a distance, prompting Yuan Qingzhou to rush towards the source. There, the massive shadow that had loomed earlier vanished into the fog, leaving only vague clusters of tentacle-like forms writhing in the air. The air was thick with a ghastly stench of blood, accompanied by the chilling sounds of flesh being chewed. Over here, and Xiaokai concealed herself behind a cluster of flowers, waving her hand vigorously. Yuan Qingzhou stealthily approached and joined her in hiding. The fabric of Yuan Qingzhou's clothing was marred by corrosive spider silk, yet fortunately, the garment provided a barrier, leaving her skin unscathed. She observed that the dense fog in the vicinity had been dispersed and could not coalesce, revealing the slingshot and the scattered bullets on the ground. The creature was feasting, and any attempt to retrieve the slingshot would surely alert it. However, without it, there was no means to vanquish these monsters. The two of them observed for a moment. The creature remained stationary, engrossed in its meal, seemingly hoarding a considerable amount of food. Now was the opportune moment. "Stay here and do not move. I will fetch the slingshot." "Very well, great leader." And Xiaokai replied without hesitation, displaying unwavering confidence in Yuan Qingzhou. Yuan Qingzhou cast her a sidelong glance, then brandished her fire axe and charged forward. Ever since her father had mysteriously vanished, her mother's health had deteriorated. And after enduring a bizarre accident at the age of 6, Yuan Qingzhou had devoted herself to martial arts, training diligently every day without respite, even in sickness. Winter training in the freezing cold and summer training in the sweltering heat had transformed her over the course of 10 years into someone far beyond a mere fragile girl. Holding her breath, Yuan Qingzhou approached the slingshot cautiously, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. As she prepared to leap forward, the dense fog to her left suddenly surged. Chapter 5. The Fog Lifts. Yuan Qingzhou instantly halted her advance and rolled to the side. A tentacle, as thick as a man's arm and bristling with vicious barbs, plunged violently into the earth, smeared with repugnant slime and bits of flesh. From afar, the anguished and furious cries of the beast echoed, and Yuan Qingzhou, disregarding everything else, exerted all her strength to leap forward and retrieve her slingshot. not daring to linger as she rolled ahead with fervor. Yet again, 3 tentacles launched a fierce assault. Caught off guard, her calf was swiftly grazed by the barbs, leaving a crimson streak. It appeared that without the enhancement of the slingshot, the bullets merely ignited spontaneously, failing to incinerate the phantom as they had before. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled as the colossal creature roared in fury, its piercing voice sending ripples through the dense fog. Drawing ever closer to Yuan Qingzhou while relentlessly striking with its tentacles. Bang, bang, bang. Each tentacle crashed into the earth, creating deep craters as Yuan Qingzhou clutched her dagger, dodging and desperately attempting to gather the scarce bullets scattered around her. However, the monster's onslaught grew increasingly fierce and relentless, forcing her to retreat further. Numerous gashes appeared on her body from the barbs, and the hair tie that bound her hair snapped, allowing her dark locks to billow freely in the wind. The fire axe had long been sent flying, leaving her with only the makeshift dagger fashioned from a fruit knife. Yet, each time she attempted to slash at the creature's tentacles, she felt an unusual force repelling her blade. "You ugly beast, I'm right here," came the distant shout of Xiaokai. The fog obscured Yuan Qingzhou's view of her actions, but she could hear the beast's enraged roars. The sound waves stirred a tempest, and suddenly the creature altered its course, ceasing its attack on Yuan Qingzhou. She hurriedly rose and rushed to the spot where the bullet had fallen, searching meticulously, only to find a solitary intact one remaining. There were not merely one, but multiple colossal creatures outside. Just moments ago, she had witnessed 7 or 8 shadows flitting past from various directions. Whether it was the vastness of the fog or its influence on her sense of direction and spatial awareness, Yuan Qingzhou felt a profound sense of insecurity within the mist. Fortunately, she had not strayed too far. It seemed she was still on the playground. After considerable effort, she finally managed to shake off the swarm of spiders and caught sight of the gymnasium's entrance. "Wait for me," and Xiaokai dashed out from the opposite side. Clutching her abdomen and hunched over, her body smeared with spider silk and bits of grass. Yuan Qingzhou noticed that her shirt was torn around her midsection, seemingly concealing an injury beneath her arms. Strangely, however, there was no scent of blood emanating from her. Instead, an indescribable, peculiar odor lingered. "Hurry inside. It's far more perilous out here." And Xiaokai was the first to dart into the gymnasium, her clothing also torn with a significant gash, causing Yuan Qingzhou's pupils to constrict involuntarily. The gymnasium was shrouded in darkness, with only a few dozen classmates lying unconscious on the ground, eerily still like corpses. Yuan Qingzhou stepped in and exchanged a glance with Xiaokai. "Are they all unconscious?" "Ah, it's the equipment room." The two raced to the entrance of the equipment room, where at the dim end of the corridor, the remaining few students were wielding badminton rackets. Retreating into the equipment room, the phantom loomed before them, now considerably more corporeal, its chilling aura pulsating outward in waves, akin to a cat toying with its prey, slowly driving the last remaining individuals toward the abyss. It was evident that its power was steadily intensifying. Perceiving the presence of Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai, the phantom abruptly twisted around, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes amidst the swirling gray mist, lunging fiercely towards the two. And Xiaokai, having anticipated this, smiled and stepped in front of Yuan Qingzhou, concealing the object in his hand from the phantom's notice. Yuan Qingzhou, with a swift flick of his dark hair, gripped the slingshot, his gaze transforming into one of fierce determination. He raised his arm, drew the string, and released it. The motion was fluid and seamless, executed without a trace of hesitation or retreat. Bang! The stone struck the phantom directly in the center of its eyes, producing a shrill, piercing sound that grated against the scalp. In an instant, the entire phantom ignited in roaring flames, reduced to ashes within a breath, showering Xiaokai with remnants of gray. Such was the prowess of a master, a single, decisive strike. And Xiaokai turned to shake off the black ashes clinging to her. Yuan Qingzhou instinctively glanced at her abdomen. Her clothing was torn, yet there were no signs of injury upon her skin. At that moment, a much smaller phantom darted into view like a flash of lightning. Before Yuan Qingzhou could react, he saw Xiaokai on the verge of being ensnared by it. However, the phantom halted abruptly outside Xiaokai's form. Veering towards Yuan Qingzhou, His left hand instinctively rose, capturing the phantom within his grasp. A powerful suction emanated from his palm, causing the phantom to writhe and struggle as if it were a living entity, ultimately being drawn into the depths of his left hand. An intensely frigid aura surged upward from his palm, encasing his arm in a chilling grip, sending piercing pain coursing through him. Yet, this icy sensation only reached his upper arm before it encountered a wave of warmth, akin to the gentle thaw of spring, dispelling the cold and infusing Yuan Qingzhou's body with a soothing energy. Yuan Qingzhou pressed against her left upper arm through the tattered sleeve. She faintly discerned a circle of golden runes illuminating her skin. Suddenly, her mind buzzed, and darkness enveloped her vision as peculiar characters materialized in her consciousness. 5. Spirit. Incantation. A piercing headache ensued, accompanied by a relentless ringing in her ears, causing Yuan Qingzhou to kneel upon the ground, clutching her head and groaning softly. To feed the spirit with one's body, to command the spirit with one's mind, to drive the spirit with the spirit, transform spirit into essence, essence into force, and force into the severing of spirits. An array of ancient and arcane symbols penetrated her mind like nails, increasing in speed and number. And Xiaokai, witnessing this, hurried to assist, yet Yuan Qingzhou once more pressed the dagger against her neck with her left hand. And Xiaocai's lips quivered as she raised her hands in surrender, retreating cautiously, unwilling to approach Yuan Qingzhou any closer. After approximately 5 minutes, Yuan Qingzhou's countenance was ashen, her hair drenched in sweat, cascading down her back as she sat on the ground, gasping for breath. "Are you all right?" And Xiaokai inquired from a distance. "Not well," Yuan Qingzhou replied weakly. And Xiaokai stealthily edged closer, her heart aching at the sight of Yuan Qingzhou's pallid face devoid of color. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" "No," Yuan Qingzhou responded. And Xiaokai opened her mouth, then closed it, turning to knock on the equipment room door. "Open up. It's time to check the water meter." "Go away. Don't kill us. Go away." The survivors inside shouted in terror, none daring to approach the door. "I am in Xiaokai from class 1 of the first year." Sounds of movement echoed from within as the group barricaded the door with objects. And Xiaokai relinquished her knocking and sighed in resignation. "Very well. As long as you are happy." The mist began to dissipate, and moonlight poured down upon the earth. The rustling sounds seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Were it not for the lingering spiderwebs in the surroundings, one might almost be convinced they had awoken from a nightmare. It turned out, the apocalypse had not come. Yuan Qingzhou whispered, and Xiaokai tugged at her 2 braids, questioning, "Are you disappointed that there is no apocalypse?" Yuan Qingzhou cast her eyes downward and turned to leave. "No apocalypse, yet we must still strive for the college entrance examination." "What are you going to do?" "Over there. The ground is strewn with unconscious bodies, resembling corpses." "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid." Yuan Qingzhou continued walking, responding calmly. "That's why I wish to write a couple of test papers to collect my thoughts." And Xiaokai was rendered speechless, taking out her old mobile phone from her backpack. Yuan Qingzhou discovered that there was still no signal to contact her mother or Dr. Gu. The sound of Xiaocai's footsteps reached her ears, prompting Yuan Qingzhou to discreetly put away her phone and take out the test papers to write, seeking solace in the act. At 8 o'clock that evening, the rescuers finally burst into the gymnasium, only to be met with a sight that made them gasp in horror. The floor was littered with bodies. They quickly formed a defensive formation, remaining vigilant. Meanwhile, rolling 2 dice, the probability of their sum equaling 5 was choose B, 1 in 9, Yuan Qingzhou thought, surprised that she could still calculate such odds. Hearing the noise, 8 rescue team members turned in unison to observe 2 female students seated in the stands. One girl, with her long hair cascading down, was sitting upright, diligently writing and sketching, seemingly undisturbed. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle, tranquil glow upon her. Another girl leaned against the wall at an angle, twirling a pin and crossing her legs, raising an eyebrow as she called out to the rescuers, "Rescue uncle, why did you take so long to arrive? I've already finished my homework and completed 3 sets of exercises." The rescuers remained silent. Chapter 6. Tricks and Troubles. The aftermath was best handled by professionals. As in Xiaokai remarked, the youth, brimming with vitality, despite having fallen into a deep slumber for over an hour. Still had a chance to awaken since the nightmare had passed. Though they might awaken feeling fatigued and with diminished memory, they had ultimately preserved their lives. Nearly 100 students from 2 classes and 1 teacher were left, with only 17 remaining unharmed, including Yuan Qingzhou and Inshaokai. Yuan Qingzhou and Inshaokai were certainly not included in the list of those who needed psychological counseling. They could focus on their exam papers in a gymnasium filled with bodies, after tending to their injuries and changing into fresh school uniforms. Yuan Qingzhou and Inshaokai were taken to a separate office, where they were informed that relevant personnel would soon arrive to take their statements and required their cooperation. In the office, it was just Yuan Qingzhou and Inshaokai, momentarily left unattended. Once the signal returned to normal, Yuan Qingzhou called her mother and Dr. Guyu, confirming that they were both safe. With her heart finally at ease, she resumed her quiet writing at the desk. Meanwhile, the 2 guards outside began discussing the day's events. Inshaokai tiptoed to the door to eavesdrop, while Yuan Qingzhou also set down her pen to listen. They learned that this incident was a global phenomenon, not limited to the Kangwu Federation alone. Before arriving, I had already perused the documents, and indeed, it is a global-scale incident of otherworldly invasion. In our Jiwan city alone, 5 locations simultaneously encountered mist this evening, with the 7th middle school being the least affected. The inner layer harbored merely a secondary nightmare, and the outer anomalies were not formidable. The situation in other areas, however, is utterly distressing. The Federation intends to make an announcement tomorrow, does it not? In truth, they have long been preparing for a public disclosure, yet today's events necessitated an expedited approach, leading to a press conference to candidly reveal the truth of the otherworldly incursion to all citizens. Other federations will follow suit. It has been a decade, and the incidents of otherworldly invasions have intensified. The public is not naive, and the truth can no longer be concealed. I wondered why I had not seen any hypnotists brainwashing those children today. It appears they were planning to go public. Does that mean the Federation's military enhancement plan will also be accelerated? It likely will, as preliminary preparations have already been completed. I surmise that they aim to initiate a pilot program at a certain high school for selection and enrollment, which will certainly keep us busy in the future. Alas, I ponder how our Earth was suddenly struck by an incursion from an alien material plane, producing so many black holes that unleashed these wretched entities upon humanity. Let us refrain from complaints. We are currently dealing with the least dangerous black holes. They typically manifest for only 1 to 2 hours, after which the otherworldly beings vanish on their own. Apart from rare instances where nightmares escape and require pursuit, there is little danger or trouble to contend with. We should count our blessings. I am stepping out to the restroom for a smoke. Would you care to join me? 2 students remained, so I chose not to join. You may switch with me shortly. The 2 ceased their conversation, having revealed quite a bit, yet somehow failing to touch upon the crux of the matter, leaving an insatiable curiosity lingering in the air. Yuan Qingzhou lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, obscuring her thoughts. She was aware of the pattern. Her father had stumbled upon a mysterious incident, rescuing many before becoming ensnared and subsequently disappearing. Moreover, Yuan Qingzhou was certain her father was still alive. Taking a deep breath, she picked up her pen and resumed writing her exam. Why do you enjoy writing exams so much? What else should I do if not write exams? You could chat with me. I do not relish chatting. Well, that conversation died once again. Yuan Qingzhou extended her left index finger, observing the minuscule gray mist hovering above it. She touched the table with this faint energy, slicing through it as effortlessly as one would cut tofu. This 5-spirit spell might be the secret her parents had long concealed from her, the very reason her father vanished and her mother fell ill. Where is she? A man's voice, strained with suppressed fury, echoed from outside, prompting Inshaokai to glance over in confusion. Lao Lu, please remain calm. How can I be calm when it is not your daughter who has perished? Step aside. The door to the office was forcefully kicked open, and Inshaokai dropped the book she held, rushing to Yuan Qingzhou's side at once. Yuan Qingzhou stood up unhurriedly, her gaze meeting that of a burly man, muscles rippling. his bloodshot eyes locking onto her with the ferocity of an enraged lion. Slap. An object was thrown onto the table. It was the slingshot previously used by Yuan Qingzhou, which she later entrusted to the rescue team. Why does Tongtong's slingshot rest in your possession? Why did she perish while you survived? Did you seize her belongings and bring about her demise? Speak. She possessed the weapon I provided. She was merely a nightmare, incapable of dying. Yet, among so many who survived, she alone fell. It must be your doing. It must be you. And Xiaokai instinctively shielded Yuan Qingzhou. Sir, let's reason this out. At that moment, it was she who, get away from me. The man advanced, forcefully pushing Xiaokai aside as he reached for Yuan Qingzhou. The disparity in strength left Xiaokai defenseless, sending her crashing against the table, pain welling up tears in her eyes. Old Liu, if you continue like this, I will lodge a complaint. Two individuals who had entered rushed to restrain the man, but he shook them off with brute force, his hand reaching directly for Yuan Qingzhou. With a swift motion, Yuan Qingzhou deflected the man's grasp, her eyes betraying no hint of turmoil, her body remaining utterly still. I do not know her, she stated flatly. The man staggered, his body tilting as he felt a searing pain where her blow had struck his wrist. Hearing Yuan Qingzhou's tone devoid of fear or reverence ignited the man's suppressed fury. He reached behind his waist, drawing a gun, aiming it at Yuan Qingzhou. I'll put you down. Old Liu, what are you doing? Shouted the two guards in alarm. Boss, get out of the way. The pitch-black muzzle of a gun was aimed at Yuan Qingzhou's head. A flicker of brilliance shone in Yuan Qingzhou's eyes as he swiftly raised his left hand to grasp the gun thrust towards him. The onlookers were unable to discern his movements. They merely perceived a flash before their eyes, accompanied by the horrifying sound of a bone snapping. In the next instant, Yuan Qingzhou twisted the man's arm behind his back with one hand and pressed a foot against his back. The man knelt on the ground, his other arm hanging limply at his side, completely disarmed and drenched in sweat, utterly subdued by Yuan Qingzhou, unable to move an inch. Yuan Qingzhou lowered the gun. The two guards finally reacted, drawing their sidearms and aiming them at Yuan Qingzhou, their foreheads slick with perspiration. Yuan Qingzhou appeared unfazed, his expression impassive as he disengaged the safety. The slow, metallic sound of friction echoed ominously, reminiscent of a death knell, causing the man beneath him to tremble uncontrollably, his face a mask of terror. Chapter 7. A Sleepless Night. What are you trying to do? Yuan Qingzhou, I'll say it again. Lower the gun, the guard warned. His gun raised. Bang. Yuan Qingzhou's lips parted slightly, mimicking the sound of a gunshot. The man's body jolted violently, his eyes widening in sheer terror before rolling back as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The two guards, startled, nearly discharged their weapons, their throats tightening as sweat trickled down their temples. Yuan Qingzhou continued to hold the gun, examining it closely as if he were a curious child, caressing the peculiar golden patterns on its surface, completely unconcerned by the firearms aimed at him. And unnoticed, Xiaokai discreetly wiped the sweat from her brow, subtly positioning herself to shield the guard's weapons with her body. Is this the key to vanquishing monsters? Is it merely superficial? The astonishing speed left the two guards utterly speechless. Even their most skilled veteran could not possibly disassemble a firearm so swiftly. It was indeed a marvel of precision. Exchanging furtive glances, neither guard dared to approach and reclaim the weapon. The young woman appeared delicate and harmless, yet exuded an aura of profound danger. Observing this, Xiaokai let out a cold chuckle, returning the firearm to the two men. I sincerely apologize. It was an oversight on our part that allowed him to breach our defenses. We will certainly report this matter to the higher-ups for proper handling, Old Liu. You need not worry. Xiaokai's expression remained grim, and she said nothing further. The two men exchanged anxious glances before taking the unconscious man and exiting, closing the door behind them. After another half hour, two individuals arrived to inquire about the circumstances involving Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai, as well as the process of vanquishing the nightmares. Yuan Qingzhou, who was not particularly loquacious, let Xiaokai do most of the talking, occasionally nodding in affirmation. The two men had already reviewed detailed files on Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai, so they did not seem overly surprised by Yuan Qingzhou's extraordinary skills. Once the routine documentation was completed, The men gathered their belongings in preparation to depart, and Xiaokai was somewhat taken aback by their swift exit. While Yuan Qingzhou maintained a serene expression, revealing no discernible emotion. Tomorrow marks the weekend. You both should take a well-deserved 2-day respite. Please return to class punctually on Monday. And keep your phones on. We will contact you should any issues arise. Yuan Qingzhou hesitated for a moment before placing her belongings into her backpack. Noticing the questions in Yuan Qingzhou's eyes, and Xiaokai pressed for clarification. Tomorrow, pay close attention to the news, as it will contain everything you wish to know. Furthermore, on Monday, there will be a dedicated session at school to address all your inquiries. My dear girl, do not be overly anxious. As the two departed together, a voice of reprimand echoed from the entrance, and they left accompanied by a guard. At this moment, in the Kangwu Federation and indeed across the globe, the online realm had erupted. An evening filled with such occurrences had led to an avalanche of videos and photos circulating widely. Panic, confusion, inquiries, and outrage, the cacophony of voices reverberated through the internet, and the discourse surrounding the apocalypse reached unprecedented heights. However, this time, the Federation refrained from excessive suppression or censorship, merely issuing a preview of tomorrow's news. They regarded today's events as a prelude and buffer, enabling the public to mentally prepare for the revelation of the truth. In fact, this approach of gradual revelation had been ongoing for years, whether through films, games, or certain novels, all bearing the subtle influence of the Federation's manipulation. Elements such as the resurgence of spiritual energy, the invasion of underground realms, the rise of ancient martial arts, and extraterrestrial life have frequently appeared in online literature, serving as a covert effort to educate the populace about certain phenomena. Thus, the discourse surrounding the apocalypse has proliferated over the years. As midnight approached, construction activities continued throughout the city. Yuan Qingzhou pulled out her old mobile phone to check the time. Without a smartphone, the explosion of information online held no relevance for her, and Xiaokai positioned herself in front of Yuan Qingzhou's vehicle, proudly declaring herself a novice, feeling no shame, but rather a sense of pride. Yuan Qingzhou, resembling a sloth, tilted her head slowly in contemplation before extending her hand. 100. And Xiaokai was momentarily stunned as she retrieved her phone. Scan the code? Yuan Qingzhou fiddled with the old mobile phone in his pocket. Cash. And Xiaokai raised her hands in exasperation, declaring, I have no cash. Only a fool would use cash nowadays. It's so inconvenient. I will use cash. With that, Yuan Qingzhou rode off on her slightly noisy electric scooter, leaving her alone in a whirlwind of confusion amidst the wind. Due to the incident, the midnight road was now filled with numerous cars rushing out of the city, their destinations unknown as they sought refuge. City management vehicles patrolled the streets, while the 24-hour convenience stores and pharmacies were bustling with people. Delivery workers hurried back and forth, tirelessly engaged in their duties. As Yuan Qingzhou passed by the municipal gymnasium, she noticed that half of it had collapsed, surrounded by cordoned-off barriers. Emergency lights flashed, ambulances wailed, and news vans obstructed the road. While the incessant flashes of cameras captured the chaos, accompanied by the anguished cries of those present. This too must have been a site of the otherworldly invasion, with recovery efforts still incomplete. For some, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. However, on the whole, a sense of stability prevailed. The casualties were but a small fraction, and the majority remained in a state of observation, thus preventing a nationwide turmoil. Upon entering the elevator and pressing the button for the 24th floor, Yuan Qingzhou retreated to the farthest corner of the lift. The small television inside the elevator silently broadcasted reports of the day's sudden calamity in the aftermath, along with various experts offering analyses that served more to placate the public than to inform. Panic had not yet erupted, yet it loomed like dark clouds, permeating across the nation. However, there were exceptions. Wait. As the elevator doors were about to close, a hand abruptly halted them, allowing a strikingly aloof woman to step inside. Her cascades of golden waves shimmered brilliantly. While some battled between life and death this night, others languished in the depths of inebriation. During the ascent, the woman retrieved a lipstick from her bag and began to meticulously apply it before the mirror within the elevator. The vivid, pristine red glided across her full lips. exuding an irresistible allure against her porcelain skin and enigmatic gaze. Yuan Qingzhou observed her, finding the brightness of her lips somewhat blinding. Noticing Yuan Qingzhou's gaze in the mirror, the woman momentarily paused her application and graciously extended the lipstick toward him, inviting, "Care to try?" Yuan Qingzhou glanced at the lipstick she offered. Encased in a sleek black square with gilded embellishments, a brand unfamiliar to him, as he had never seen such an item on Gu Yu's vanity. He subtly shook his head, remaining silent. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the woman tucked away her lipstick, tossing her golden locks behind her as she exited. Upon entering his home, Yuan Qingzhou was surprised to find Gu Yu there, clad in a sensual silk camisole, holding a glass of red wine, seated gracefully on a bar stool, exuding an enchanting charm with every gesture. The parrot he cared for flapped its wings in greeting. "Are you planning to report to Hogwarts?" Gu Yu teased. Nodding toward the luggage and the birdcage Yuan Qingzhou had left at the door, her fair legs elegantly crossed, her big toe playfully nudging her slippers. This 200-square-meter residence is adorned with exquisite decor, reflecting the refined taste of Gu Yu, the youngest chief psychiatrist at the hospital. Today, her presence at home is undoubtedly influenced by the recent incident of spiritual intrusion. Chapter 8. The unworthy Dr. Gu Yuan Qingzhou quietly changed her shoes and placed her backpack in the dining area. Upon seeing her enter the kitchen and reach for a knife, Gu was startled, causing a wine glass to topple over. She rushed in to seize the kitchen knife from her hands. "If you're hungry, there are sandwiches in the fridge. Let's avoid using the knife if we can," she urged. Yuan Qingzhou nodded and proceeded to take a sandwich from the refrigerator, savoring it slowly. Gu Yu then fetched a box of milk and placed it beside Yuan Qingzhou, tying her long hair up with a rubber band. At her age, it was excusable to struggle with cooking, but failing to manage her own hair was concerning. If she were to move out, who would take care of her? If you wish to leave, just say so. There is no need for secrecy. "Do you truly believe I would be heartbroken and beg you to stay?" Gu Yu remarked. Even if she were not accepted into the prestigious 7th high school, she could no longer burden Gu Yu. Her mother had been residing in a sanatorium, and their family home had long been sold to cover her medical expenses. Thus, Yuan Qingzhou spent her time either with her mother at the sanatorium or living with Gu Yu. Now that her mother had stabilized, it was time for her to focus on her studies and earn money, aiming to take the college entrance examination a year early. Reducing 2 years of high school would lessen her expenses, and she could pursue scholarships and student loans in college. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Lost in thought again?" Gu Yu sat across from Yuan Qingzhou, smoking a cigarette and blowing a puff of smoke in her direction. Yuan Qingzhou leaned back, dispersing the smoke before responding. "I will be leaving tomorrow morning. I've found a place near 7th High. You remain unattached due to your own shortcomings, a matter that bears no relation to me," Yuan Qingzhou stated languidly, finishing the remaining sandwich. "How dare you accuse me of being unworthy? If one desires, let them indulge. If not, let them depart. I embrace my freedom, unlike you, a mere burden." Yuan Qingzhou grasped a carton of milk and rose, declaring that should any man come weeping at the door in the future, she would handle it herself. "You heartless wretch," Gu Yu exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. "Wretched woman, wretched woman." The parrot in its cage emitted a merciless caw of laughter. Gu Yu shot a dagger-like glare, threatening. "Do you believe I won't pluck your feathers clean?" Feigning death, the parrot suddenly collapsed, its claws twitching sporadically. The following morning, the city, which had been tumultuous throughout the night, returned to its tranquil state. In the community square, elderly couples engaged in their exercises, dog walkers led their pets, and parents attended to their children, all the while exchanging trivialities and sharing wellness tips. It was as if the events of the previous day had never transpired. Their retirement lives untouched by any disturbance. "Call me daddy, call me daddy." "Silence, you hideous and foolish bird." "Call me daddy, call me daddy." "Watch me seal your beak with tape." "Call me daddy, call me daddy." With just a single phrase, the parrot managed to infuriate Gu Yu considerably. Though her morning irritability was more pronounced than usual, Yuan Qingzhou entered carrying breakfast, and Gu Yu merely cast a glance her way without uttering a word, instead retrieving her yoga mat to practice on the balcony. After finishing her meal, Yuan Qingzhou tidied up her remaining belongings. Having resided there for no less than 6 or 7 years, she departed with nothing but a backpack, a suitcase, and a birdcage. Gu leaned against the wall, harboring resentment. You left me, a woman as delicate as a flower, all alone at home. Aren't you afraid of encountering an intruder? Yuan Qingzhou, busy organizing her backpack, did not lift her gaze. You hold a black belt in judo, and our home security system is state-of-the-art. No intruder can breach it. This remark triggered a memory for Yuan Qingzhou, recalling the day she first met Guyu. Her mother had changed her attending physician. And when Guyu went to greet her, she found Guyu grappling with a deranged patient in the resident physician's office. Guyu swiftly subdued the patient. But when the family of the patient arrived, they immediately attempted to assault her. At that moment, Guyu retaliated, effortlessly toppling both assailants. Although she faced disciplinary action afterward, it seemed her connections were substantial, and she faced no serious consequences. Are you referring to the intruder? Guyu stamped her foot, and Yuan Qingzhou looked over, puzzled. You're infuriating me. Let us just leave. I no longer wish to converse with you. Guyu turned to have breakfast, preferring to avoid the turmoil. Then I shall take my leave. Yuan Qingzhou slung her backpack over her shoulder, grasping the birdcage and suitcase. Without waiting for Guyu to say anything, she pulled open the door and stepped outside. At the moment the door closed, she heard Guyu's desperate scream echoing from within. Excuse me. Do you know which unit Dr. Guyu resides in? I only know she is in this building. But I have searched from the first floor to the 24th and still have not found her. Yuan Qingzhou wore an indifferent expression, instantly recognizing this individual as yet another unfortunate soul discarded by Guyu. All right, I suppose I shall assist her once more. Who are you to her? The man's face flushed, for I am her boyfriend, and will eventually become her husband. Today, I have come to propose. Yuan Qingzhou expressionlessly placed the birdcage atop the box. Although she ought to have portrayed a countenance filled with bittersweet sorrow and hope amidst despair, she simply lacked the capacity for such emotion. She had tragically passed away last night, burdened with overwhelming debts, and her home had been seized. I am her illegitimate daughter, now cast out, and I suffer from a chronic heart condition that necessitates surgery. Might you assist in settling her debts and provide for me until I reach the age of 18? The young man, startled, dropped the flowers he held onto the ground. I think I've come to the wrong place. I'll take my leave. He fled from the elevator as if it were a plague. Upon realizing it would not arrive promptly, Yuan Qingzhou continued to gaze at him placidly. The man managed a wry smile at her before dashing down the stairs. A loud bang. What is she causing such a ruckus for? When we are to meet again tomorrow? Yuan Qingzhou shook her head, perplexed by the sentiments of this beautiful woman. At Guyu's residence, she tugged at her hair in frustration, unconsciously gravitating towards Yuan Qingzhou's room. Opening the wardrobe, she found all the clothes and shoes she had purchased for Yuan Qingzhou meticulously arranged within, with even the tags left intact. They were not valuable items. Yet she always insisted on wearing those old garments. That wretched girl knows just how to stab one in the heart. The more she pondered, the more irritated she became, prompting Guyu to retrieve her phone and make a call. On the other end of the line, the man paused in surprise, then exclaimed joyfully, "Has that anchor gone from your home?" Hearing the term anchor, Guyu clenched the phone tightly. In truth, you should have dismissed her long ago. She is neither kin nor friend, and with her mental instability, who knows when she might develop antisocial tendencies. What then would you do if she caused you harm? It is akin to the fable of the farmer and the snake. Depart from my life at once. Guyu suddenly roared. I hereby officially notify you that you are dismissed. Director Gu, what do you mean? What have I said wrong? Is it not my concern for you? I do not require your concern. And let me make it clear, that child is not a burden. She is doing quite well. As for you, lacking in ability, yet attempting to ascend through me, be gone. With a resounding crash, Guyu hurled the phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Much like her heart wounded by Yuan Qingzhou. After much effort, Yuan Qingzhou, aboard her increasingly dilapidated electric scooter, managed to reach the Li family village in the urban area where she rented a place. The 7th middle school is the most remote institution in Jiuan City. Thus it is fortunate to find such a village nearby. It is only a 10-minute journey to the school, and this small urban village is replete with conveniences. Her rented accommodation is situated at the innermost part of Li family village, a rare small courtyard that has not been subject to any additions. Surrounded by towering buildings that obscure the sunlight, rendering the space rather cold and dreary. This area is expected to be demolished within a year or two. The original owner of the courtyard has passed away, and their children reside abroad, showing little interest in the property, which has thus become affordable for Yuan Qingzhou. Although the courtyard is aged, it is impeccably tidy, exuding both vitality and a sense of history. The premises consist of 3 simple rooms, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, and a third used for storage. The house may be modest in size, yet the garden is expansive, featuring a grand banyan tree at its center, with grapevines and an array of flowers entwined along the garden wall. Beginning today, she must embark on the journey of living alone, determined to learn the tasks she previously deemed insurmountable. As Yuan Qingzhou entered the house with her luggage, a thick envelope tumbled out upon opening. The typically stoic Yuan Qingzhou suddenly broke into a smile, radiant like the sun, dispelling the chill that lingered in the room. The curious doctor. Gu seemed to linger in her thoughts. Scoundrel, scoundrel, echoed the words in her mind, while the parrot hanging from the eaves squawked noisily in its cage. Chapter 9. The Federal Press Conference on the outskirts of Jiuan City lies a vibrant amusement park. The previous day's incident had somewhat impacted today's visitor turnout, as the once crowded attractions now appeared sparse. However, the weekly Saturday afternoon circus performance continued to draw a multitude of children. The clown precariously traversed the tightrope, juggling 3 balls in the air, with a pool of water awaiting below. In addition to tightrope walking, the show featured magic tricks and knife throwing, captivating the audience for an hour. The clown, as always, garnered the most laughter from the children. After the performance, little ones eagerly inquired of their parents, "Can we see Uncle Clown again tomorrow?" "That isn't Uncle Clown, it's a clown's sister." Backstage, Yuan Qingzhou removed her clown makeup, attempting to tie her hair up. But her left hand seemed to have a mind of its own, creating a chaotic mess. Ultimately, she abandoned the effort, letting her hair cascade over her shoulders. Her hair was a lustrous, deep black, abundant in volume, cascading down to her waist, a length that could fetch at least $1,000. Otherwise, she would have long since severed this bothersome mane. "Xiao, thank you for your patience. Here is your payment," the kindly ringmaster of the circus said as he entered, handing Yuan Qingzhou an envelope containing her hourly wage of 500 yuan. Yuan Qingzhou seemed oblivious to the ringmaster's praise, carefully tucking the envelope into her backpack. "Thank you, boss." "Goodbye, boss." With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Yuan Qingzhou departed from the circus, for she still had leaflets to distribute. As she left, the ringmaster couldn't help but muse. Despite being a quiet girl with little expression, she is the one who brings the greatest joy to the children, a curious paradox. Amidst the lively music, the amusement park buzzed with families, laughter echoing in the air. The September sun shone brightly, prompting Yuan Qingzhou to treat herself to a chocolate ice cream cone. She settled onto a bench opposite the carousel, relishing a moment of tranquility. Once, she too had been a child, accompanied by her parents to the amusement park, where her father would always buy her a chocolate cone. Her mother would scold her father, insisting, "Jojo is still so young. Giving her too much chocolate will ruin her teeth." The sweet, chocolatey flavor enveloped her senses, infusing her with an inexplicable joy, causing the corners of her lips to curve into a barely perceptible smile. Just then, the music throughout the amusement park abruptly ceased, and all the large screens shifted from advertisements to the scene of a press conference. A spokesperson for the Kangwu Federation ascended the podium, clutching a press release, and commenced their address. The long-anticipated press conference finally commenced at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. All individuals within the amusement park paused, attentively listening to the voice emanating from the loudspeaker. "Dear citizens of the Kangwu Federation, first and foremost, I extend our condolences on behalf of the Federation to the victims of yesterday's otherworldly incursion. Next, you shall uncover the truth you have long sought. Today's conference may extend for a while, so I kindly ask everyone to settle down, remain with your loved ones, and listen attentively. Before proceeding, allow me to reiterate on behalf of the Federation that the apocalypse has neither arrived nor will it ever come. The Earth is poised to enter a new era, brimming with challenges and unknown opportunities. The Federation pledges to safeguard the Earth at the cost of our very lives, and we ask for your faith in us. The phenomenon of otherworldly incursions was first distinctly noted a decade ago, however, through the collaborative investigations of various nations. It has become evident that this phenomenon can be traced back to even earlier periods. The press conference is far from dull. In order to elucidate the sequence of events, they have prepared a presentation video in advance, which is the reason for the delay in the conference's commencement. Currently, the global conjecture regarding the cause of these incursions points to dimensional collisions, with more specific inquiries being actively pursued by scientists worldwide, though no definitive conclusions have yet been reached. Nevertheless, what truly concerns everyone is not the cause itself, but the magnitude of the threat posed by these otherworldly incursions. The Federation spokesperson assured that such a global catastrophe as witnessed yesterday will not recur, likening it to a rare cosmic phenomenon with an extensive cycle. During this period, humanity is destined to acquire the strength necessary to combat the next large-scale invasion. A specific intelligence report regarding the alien incursions has been released, accompanied by a data table. Each invasion is heralded by a dense fog that randomly manifests in various locations on Earth. Within 5 minutes of its appearance, a unique field is established, obscuring signals and impairing the ability of beings within the fog to perceive spatial orientation, resulting in disorientation. The fog itself poses no harm to the human body. However, two types of entities emerge within it. One is formless, referred to as the nightmare spirit. Nightmare spirits are classified according to their danger level. The first level, known as the Wandering Nightmare, possesses no lethal capabilities and can only bewilder individuals with illusions. It is not until the second level, the Dream Nightmare, that they inflict actual harm. The widespread sleep disorder that has caused widespread anxiety in recent years is attributed to the rampant presence of dream nightmares. Although the Federation has already devised a solution, the tangible monsters are too numerous to enumerate individually, each exhibiting distinct offensive abilities, collectively referred to as aberrations. Nightmare spirits and aberrations appear simultaneously but do not intrude upon each other's domains. The majority of the fog dissipates within 1 to 2 hours, along with the accompanying nightmare spirits and aberrations. Currently, none of humanity's conventional or advanced weaponry can harm nightmare spirits or aberrations. The former cannot be attacked due to their formless nature, while the latter is protected by a unique force field that deflects weaponry. Only specially designed weapons can inflict damage. Additionally, the Qingzhou Federation has established an Alien Event Investigation Bureau a decade ago, and now possesses sufficient capability to safeguard its citizens. 3 years prior, the Qingzhou Federation commenced the deployment of intelligent streetlights across all its cities, forming a network capable of detecting the onset of dense fog. These lights can alert the Anomaly Control Bureau before the signals are obscured, using the most rudimentary alarm sounds to facilitate the evacuation of the populace. Furthermore, every citizen of the Qingzhou Federation may obtain a safety card and a manual for responding to supernatural invasions from their local community. The safety card serves to deter phantoms, with its efficacy varying according to the level of the specter, yet adherence to the safety manual enables individuals to endure until the Anomaly Control Bureau can provide assistance. Additionally, a dedicated app, the Supernatural Incident Log, has been developed to disseminate the information currently possessed by the Qingzhou Federation, allowing citizens easy access to pertinent data. The implementation of the Qingzhou Plan has been accelerated, initiating the cultivation of reserve forces within schools, introducing 2 primary systems of strength, warriors and talismancers, with the ambition of fostering a society wherein all individuals possess the means of self-defense. Numerous similar measures have been adopted, with the Qingzhou Federation meticulously organizing comprehensive arrangements that have been communicated to every community, ensuring that each individual understands the necessary actions to take. However, Yuan Qingzhou harbored suspicions that they were not entirely forthcoming, having concealed a significant portion of the truth. She distinctly recalled that the 2 guards mentioned yesterday that phantoms could escape from the fog. Where, then, do the fleeing phantoms go? If mere nightmares can induce such extensive somnolence, what of the more formidable and advanced malevolent spirits? Moreover, while 90% of the fog dissipates on its own, what becomes of the remaining 10%? What consequences ensue if the fog does not vanish? Yuan Qingzhou, disinterested in the trivialities that followed, resolved to seize the moment before anyone could react. She hurried to collect the safety card for Guyu and her mother. Upon reaching the community designated by her identification, she exerted considerable effort before finally obtaining the safety card. However, the regulations stipulated that one could only receive a single card per identifications. Even if family members were unable to come in person, the identification was still required for collection. The so-called safety card resembled a standard bank card. One side emblazoned with the emblem of the Anomaly Bureau, and the reverse bearing the emergency contact number along with the cautionary phrase, "Do not linger in the fog." Yuan Qingzhou carefully examined it, sensing a hidden compartment within the card, which she surmised contained something of paramount importance. Yet, the community staff had sternly warned that tampering with the card would render it void, and any resultant mishap would be her sole responsibility. Moreover, the news had repeatedly emphasized that the Kangwu Federation had enacted legislation imposing the death penalty for anyone found guilty of counterfeiting safety cards for profit. If the safety card were damaged or depleted, one was required to file a report outlining the circumstances before a representative from the Anomaly Regulation Bureau could verify and issue a replacement. Indeed, only one card was allotted per individual, with no surplus available. Contemplating the situation, Yuan Qingzhou decided to prioritize Guyu. Knowing her disposition would prevent her from retrieving the card herself, she could always use Guyu's identification for a subsequent visit. As for her mother, Yuan Qingzhou mused that her mother likely harbored no fears regarding such matters. Like her father, she possessed the capability to confront these challenges. Tomorrow, she intended to inquire further about the Five Spirits Charm, a powerful entity that held vital significance for survival in this chaotic world. However, without clarifying whether it is related to her mother's illness, she cannot continue her cultivation, as she is now the only one left in the family. If anything were to happen to her, her mother would lose her last support. Chapter 10. Lipstick as she waited for the elevator. Yuan Qingzhou perused the response manual she had collected from the street office. When the elevator doors opened, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted out unexpectedly. Yuan Qingzhou's left hand suddenly emerged from her pocket, forcefully swinging back, causing her to step back slightly. A woman stepped out of the elevator, her face concealed behind a large mask. Yet her cascading golden waves allowed Yuan Qingzhou to recognize her instantly. She was the aloof lady from last night who had given her lipstick in the elevator. The woman glanced down at Yuan Qingzhou and then hurriedly dashed out as if being pursued. Upon entering the elevator, the odor lingered, barely perceptible. Yuan Qingzhou retrieved the safety card from her pocket, finding no alterations. Had she been overly cautious? However, the fact that her left hand had pulled her back indicated danger, as it had always been. Guyu had also mentioned that her intuition was sharper than her perception. Her left-hand actions were largely subconscious self-protective behaviors, not governed by her mind, but influenced by intuition and subconsciousness. Therefore, that woman must indeed be suspicious, and she needed to warn Guyu to be careful. Arriving at Guyu's doorstep, Yuan Qingzhou pressed the fingerprint lock to enter, just in time to see Guyu dressed in a seductive black dress, already prepared to go out and have fun. Upon seeing Yuan Qingzhou enter, Guyu appeared somewhat surprised, her hand holding the lipstick frozen in midair. Yuan Qingzhou's gaze swiftly landed on the lipstick in her hand, recognizing the familiar black square case adorned with gilded patterns. Yuan Qingzhou, disregarding even the need to change her shoes, strode over and swiftly snatched the lipstick from Guyu's hands, forcefully pressing it against the bar counter. Guyu watched in horror as her newly purchased lipstick transformed into a grotesque blob, feeling an immediate sense of suffocation. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to acquire this limited edition from the counter? It cost me 500 yuan. I haven't even used it yet. Are you harboring a grudge against me? Is the heavens sending you to infuriate me? The only person capable of encountering Yuan Qingzhou without being flung aside was her mother. And now, Guyu. Yuan Qingzhou regarded Guyu with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why a mere lipstick could provoke such ire. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her freshly earned salary from her backpack, placing it along with a safety card before Guyu. I'll buy you a new one. Be cautious of that woman on the 17th floor. I'm leaving. With a graceful nonchalance, Yuan Qingzhou departed from Gu Yu's home without a backward glance. Gu Yu opened the envelope to reveal the cash inside, nearly toppling from her bar stool in her fury, and shouted at the already closed door, "Yuan Qingzhou, you foul girl." Initially intending to exclaim, "I never want to see you again," she suppressed the words, knowing Yuan Qingzhou's single-minded nature would compel her to ignore such sentiments. Leaving her on the brink of explosion, Yuan Qingzhou began to prepare her living space for the coming year. She had noticed an abundance of usable wood in the storage room yesterday, perfect for constructing her training ground. She toiled until 11 o'clock, managing to complete only half of the setup, with the remainder awaiting her attention the following day. She intended to prepare instant noodles. But upon entering the kitchen and encountering the array of bottles, jars, and utensils, her left hand instinctively began to fidget with an eager anticipation. Yuan Qingzhou furrowed her delicate brows and tore open the noodle packet, directly devouring its contents. After finishing her meal and freshening up, she changed into her pajamas, hung the parrot's cage at the entrance, and then took out her doll, Xiaoman, to meticulously style its hair. Her doll was remarkably lifelike and exquisitely crafted, with a pair of deep green eyes that sparkled with vitality. It was roughly the size of an infant, with a soft body clad in a somewhat soiled white lace dress. The doll's long, lustrous black hair bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Qingzhou's own, exuding a palpable texture. Untying the uneven ponytail she had fashioned the previous night, Yuan Qingzhou frowned as she twisted a braid, which, despite its slightly unruly appearance, could barely be classified as such. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she sensed a hint of resignation and dissatisfaction reflected in Xiaoman's verdant eyes. Having completed her tasks, she cradled Xiaoman and retrieved her laptop to browse the internet. The ongoing invasion of otherworldly beings continued to dominate the headlines, igniting a global fervor and intense discussions. Yuan Qingzhou casually opened the most popular thread, titled "What are everyone's thoughts on the invasion of otherworldly beings?" Post 1. If they invade our realm, they shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Post 2. Go ahead and seek vengeance. I shall scatter your ashes, and I will care for your wife and children. Fear not. Post 3. Timidly raising my hand, I wish to inquire, can the otherworldly beings consume their heads? What level of protection is suitable for them as a species? The threat of otherworldly invasion to humanity is far more severe than what is reported in the news. If we do not take this matter seriously, the apocalypse is inevitable, and humanity shall face extinction. I have resigned from my job and returned to the countryside to commence the construction of a bunker, while simultaneously stockpiling a substantial amount of essential supplies. Those interested may contact me privately. Is there no one who has noticed that the news states a 90% chance of the mist dissipating, not 100%? I am curious if the frequent emergence of strange tales over the years is related to the otherworldly invasion. I believe there must be a connection. Is anyone concerned about the Xingwu project mentioned in the news? As a primary school student, I wonder if after training in martial arts, I could take on 10 opponents at once. I long to defeat those high schoolers who do not include me in their games. I can understand martial artists, but what is a talisman master? Is it akin to a zombie Taoist who uses yellow talismans to summon otherworldly beings? I am a disciple of the Maoshan and my Taoist. I am now preparing to leave the deep mountains to save humanity from peril. However, I find myself lacking funds for travel. I would be immensely grateful for any heroic support. How strong is the signal in your remote mountain area? Help? I have suddenly discovered that inserting my fingers into an electrical socket yields an exhilarating sensation. Am I destined to become the Flash? The Jiuan City Mental Health Center welcomes you. Post 151. Allow me to share with you the photographs from yesterday's scene. You still have not grasped the terror of the otherworldly. Photo, 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 photo. Post 152. I feel nauseated. Are those body fragments genuine? The news does not depict such horror. Post 153. Fake. That nightmare spirit in our Jiuan City no. 7 middle school was vanquished by a first-year girl with a slingshot. It cannot be that terrifying. Post 154. I seek the contact information of that first-year girl. I wish to ally myself with her. Post 155. Step aside, she is mine. I shall fly to Jiuan City tomorrow. Humph. Post 177. Post 151 has vanished. Let us all wash up and rest. Since the Federation dares to disclose this, it signifies that the situation remains within manageable bounds. So there is no need for us to fret. Each of you, earning the wages of laborers, harbors the concerns of high officials. Instead of fretting, you would do better to ponder whether your ancestral chromosomes can continue to flourish. Post 178. You, Ginseng Rooster. I shall report you. The thread contains over 100 pages, yet Yuan Qingzhou could only manage to read a few before losing interest. It seems that many do not take this matter too seriously. The primary focus of other posts is predominantly on the Xingwu plan, discussing the potential achievements of martial artists and talismans, questioning whether they can attain the power to shatter mountains and rivers with a single blow as depicted in novels. In summary, the collective anticipation for a martial populace outweighs the concern regarding the invasion of the otherworldly. Setting aside his notebook, Yuan Qingzhou turned off the light and retired for the night, for he must visit the sanatorium to see his mother tomorrow. Good night, good night. Good night, brother. Good night, little man. The doll cradled in Yuan Qingzhou's arms seemed to blink, yet the night was too deep for anyone to discern it clearly. Chapter 11. The Five Spirits Spell in the outskirts of Jiuan City. At the Spiritual Spring Sanatorium, Yuan Qingzhou entered a luxurious hospital room, holding a bouquet of resplendent lilies. The layout of the one-bedroom space exuded warmth and nostalgia, reminiscent of the era of his mother, from the throw on the sofa to the cover on the television. The room was empty. As usual, Yuan Qingzhou placed the groceries in the kitchen. Outside in the small courtyard, he noticed a slender woman busily tending to the flowers with a spade. It was in this moment that a rare gentle smile graced Yuan Qingzhou's face. Qi Jinshu, with a towel draped around her neck and dirt smudged on her clothes, looked affectionately at Yuan Qingzhou. Even the passage of time had been unable to leave a mark on her beautiful visage. Simply standing there, she resembled a stunning painting. Yuan Qingzhou had inherited his mother's grace and beauty, though he had wholly adopted his father's somber disposition. Upon seeing the bouquet, a blush crept onto Qi Jinshu's cheeks as she smiled shyly. Your father truly is something else. He remembers to bring me flowers every weekend. The promises he made to win my heart in his youth have endured to this day. Noticing Yuan Qingzhou's tousled ponytail, Qi Jinshu shook her head and approached him to tidy his hair. By the way, where is your father? Yuan Qingzhou gazed at his now neatly arranged reflection in the mirror and replied, I haven't seen him. Qi Jinshu turned her head to survey the surroundings. He is probably in the bathroom reading the newspaper. Wait here, I will go fetch him. Qi Jinshu entered the restroom, a muddy flower shovel in hand. While Yuan Qingzhou gazed at her retreating figure, his eyes betraying a hint of profound sorrow, a heavy voice echoed, prompting Yuan Qingzhou to compose himself and adopt a cheerful demeanor as a figure emerged from the restroom, clutching a newspaper and a cigarette. But the tone of the voice, the gait, and even the manner of smoking were strikingly reminiscent of his father. Yet it was still his mother's visage. Have you eaten? Qi Jinshu nodded, setting down the newspaper. How is school? Very well. That is good. I will ask your mother to buy you some of your favorite treats soon. Come. Let us practice in the yard and see how much progress you've made lately. Qi Jinshu extinguished the cigarette and made her way to the small courtyard, with Yuan Qingzhou trailing slowly behind. The second year following his father's disappearance, the authorities had declared his father deceased, a reality his mother could not bear, leading her to develop severe dissociative identity disorder. In those initial years, she oscillated between identities, often unable to discern who she was. While her primary physician had no effective remedy, the sanatorium was located through Gu Yu's assistance, who suggested that his mother's condition was unique and a valuable case for study, offering to fund her stay as long as Yuan Qingzhou consented to allow her research on his mother's ailment. Yuan Qingzhou resolutely refused Gu Yu's financial help, opting instead to sell their family home and work diligently to cover all expenses, ensuring his mother could remain in comfort. His mother cherished that secluded courtyard, a tranquil refuge where she could tend to her beloved plants. It was the only place where she found joy, and for that, Yuan Qingzhou would willingly invest any amount. Qi Jinshu stood in the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a seasoned elder, as he observed the vibrant flowers and lush willows that began to chatter once more. Your mother adores planting flowers. What purpose does it serve? It is a waste of land that yields no nourishment and requires tender care, fearing both wind and rain. It would be far better for me to cultivate some scallions and chives. At least I could make a pancake, he mused. Yuan Qingzhou approached, warning. Dare to touch my mother's flowers, and she will have you sleeping in the living room. In the past, when mother forbade father from smoking, he would sneak outside to indulge, extinguishing his cigarettes in her flower pots, leading to the demise of the orchids she nurtured with such devotion. For a month thereafter, father remained in the living room. Every time he encountered Yuan Qingzhou, he would chuckle and claim it was too hot inside, preferring the coolness outside. Qingzhou appeared to recall this episode, a fleeting look of guilt crossing his face, before clearing his throat and saying, "All right, enough talk, let us get started." Yuan Qingzhou took a deep breath, forgoing further words, and launched her attack. The exchange was spirited, yet it was predominantly Yuan Qingzhou on the offensive, while Qingzhou remained steadfast in his defensive stance. Approximately 10 minutes later, with a forceful push, Qingzhou sent Yuan Qingzhou tumbling to the ground. Not bad, Zhou. You've been diligent lately. Your bagua and footwork have indeed improved. After we finish our meal, let us see how your knife techniques and dagger combat have fared. Yuan Qingzhou rose from the ground, brushing off the blades of grass from her rear. She did not concede an inch. Her mother was genuinely formidable. However, the curious matter was that mother had initially possessed no martial prowess whatsoever, yet ever since she embraced father's persona, it was as though she had inherited all of his skills. Over the years, she has been diligently taught martial arts, including baguazhang, the family knife technique, dagger combat skills, and various firearms knowledge, all imparted by her mother in the spirit of her father's persona. This peculiar connection is what Guyu referred to, and at times, Yuan Qingzhou even finds herself questioning whether her father's soul has been steadfastly guarding her mother. Yet, she is profoundly reluctant to accept the painful truth that her father is no longer present. Casting a glance towards the kitchen, she announced, "I will assist my mother with the cooking." Alarmed, Qingzhou hurriedly interjected, "Zhou, you should practice your knife techniques here. Our kitchen does not require renovation. It's sufficient for Dad to lend a hand. You focus on your practice, Before long, the sound of chopping vegetables resonated from the kitchen. Yuan Qingzhou refrained from interrupting, instead picking up a wooden sword from the courtyard to commence her father's ancestral knife training. After the midday meal, Qingzhou took Yuan Qingzhou by the hand to watch television, inquiring tenderly about her life at school. "Mother, what is the Five Spirits incantation?" Without any preamble or subtlety, Yuan Qingzhou asked directly. Qingzhou's hand visibly trembled. "Where did you hear about that?" Guyu had mentioned that aside from her inability to accept her father's absence, her mother's cognitive abilities and memories remained largely intact. It was likely that she had seen yesterday's news. In fact, 2 days prior, Yuan Qingzhou had found herself ensnared in a fog, and after vanquishing the night spirit, a chilling aura had seeped into her palm, leading to the emergence of the Five Spirits incantation in her mind. Qingzhou's eyes flickered with panic as she suddenly clutched her head in anguish. No. Yuan Qingzhou, you must come forth. You promised me that you would not allow Zhou to be exposed to these matters. You promised me, Yuan Qingzhou. Qingzhou appeared to be in a frenzied state. As Yuan Qingzhou approached, Qingzhou abruptly pushed her away, inadvertently lifting the sleeve of her left arm. A circle of black tattoos became visible on her upper arm. After absorbing the nightmare spirit with her left hand that day, a scorching golden pattern had emerged, which inexplicably transformed into black, resembling a tattooed armlet. With a firm grip, Qingzhou pulled her arm closer, gazing at the intricate patterns. Her voice trembling. "How can it be complete? It truly is complete. The complete 3-yang true fire spell. How wonderful! How wonderful! Our Zhou is saved." At that moment, Yuan Qingzhou could not discern whether her mother was lucid or deranged. "Zhou, my time is limited. I may soon forget much. I shall be brief. Our family harbors a secret, the Five Spirit spell, a remarkable technique passed down through our bloodline. This world is not inhabited solely by the nightmare spirits recognized by the Federation. Throughout history, numerous malevolent entities have existed. The Five Spirit spell is potent. It can confine and command these evil spirits, as well as absorb their power for cultivation. However, the cost is steep. If you were to examine my files, you would discover that our family has a history of schizophrenia. This is the price of the 5-spirit spell. The only solution to this dilemma is the 3-yang true fire spell. It can dispel the malevolent thoughts of the evil spirits, purging the darkness from their essence, leaving only the pure and usable yin energy and spiritual power. For centuries, my family has sought the complete 3-yang true fire spell, yet here with me, a single rune remains elusive, though it remains a mystery how you suddenly became complete. This is indeed a fortunate turn of events, signifying that you can cultivate the 5-spirit incantation. In these tumultuous times, possessing the 5-spirit incantation renders you impervious to malevolent spirits. However, you must safeguard the true fire of the 3 yangs and ensure it remains undisclosed. Its significance is profound. Should it be revealed, dire consequences will surely follow. Qingzhou clutched his head, enduring excruciating pain. If ever you encounter descendants of the Ma family, known for their exorcist lineage, you must entrust them with the latter part of the 5-spirit incantation, and convey to them that the C family bears no grudge against them. Qingzhou, in agony, knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Mother? Yuan Qingzhou turned to press the emergency button within the room. Chapter 12. Cultivation. Yuan Qingzhou stood quietly in the corridor, his fists clenched tightly, his dark pupils filled with remorse. Moments later, Guyu emerged from within, and Yuan Qingzhou anxiously cast his gaze her way. Guyu had several VIP clients at this rehabilitation center, attending to them for follow-ups every weekend, and coincidentally, she had encountered Yuan Qingzhou's plea for help. As Qingzhou's attending physician, her involvement was inevitable. What did you tell her? Guyu inquired with a stern expression. Has your mother's condition worsened? Yuan Qingzhou gazed at the tightly shut door, his face etched with guilt. Pfft, I was only teasing you. Your mother is well, and, in fact, she has shown the first signs of improvement. Yuan Qingzhou's eyes brightened slightly. Really? Yes, in truth. I had hesitated to inform you earlier. Your mother does not possess 2 personalities, but rather 3. What you usually encounter is merely another facet of her personality, a persona that has entirely forgotten all pain and its origins, while her true self lies dormant. This presents a significant turning point in her recovery, and I will soon devise a new rehabilitation plan for her. Regardless of what you have discussed with her, you may continue to engage her in those topics, stimulating her primary personality. This should be a joyous occasion. However, Yuan Qingzhou suddenly hesitated. If her mother awakens, will she not suffer as before? At the very least, she is currently happy. Guyu gazed at Yuan Qingzhou for a moment, then sighed. Do you not yearn for maternal love? Even if reality is fraught with pain, it is at least genuine, something that can be overcome through effort. Drowning oneself in a fabricated dreamscape only leads to true despair when the dream eventually shatters. Guyu gently reached out to stroke Yuan Qingzhou's head. The situation with your father is beyond the control of both you and your mother. Neither of you should bear guilt. You have done remarkably well, Zhou. You are the finest child I have ever known, bar none. Yuan Qingzhou felt a lump in her throat, with mist gathering in her eyes. Now then, it is time for your follow-up examination. Come with me. In her professional demeanor, Guyu donned her glasses, exuding seriousness, focus, and meticulousness. Every word and gesture radiated the expertise of an elite in the field of psychology. She was utterly different from the person at home, leading Yuan Qingzhou to occasionally question whether she might also be suffering from a form of dissociation. Your emotional detachment has shown signs of improvement. However, the condition of your alien hand syndrome remains a challenge. You might consider the prospect of forging friendships, for there is no need to lead such a reclusive existence. Making friends is quite troublesome, Guyu replied, shaking her head. Do you still yearn for the arrival of the apocalypse? Well, I still feel that when the end comes, something long-awaited may finally occur. All right. These are not grave issues. They do not interfere with your daily life. Guyu began to gather her belongings. Aunt Gu, Yuan Qingzhou gently called out. Could you assist me with hypnosis once again? Guyu paused in her task. Was it still the matter of amnesia? I believe this time I might recall some details. After a moment's contemplation, Guyu agreed. Very well, I shall step out to make arrangements. Please wait a moment. On her birthday, her father embarked on a mission and was reported missing 6 months later. Her mother secluded herself within their home, the muffled sounds of suppressed sobs echoing from within. The resolute Yuan Qingzhou clutched her piggy bank and dashed out, determined to find her father. Subsequently, she vanished without a trace for an entire month. Yuan Qingzhou could scarcely fathom how her disappearance compounded her mother-esque grief. Eventually, she was found. Aside from malnutrition, her physical state appeared largely unremarkable. Yet, her brain seemed to have suffered some degree of impairment, resulting in the loss of memories from that month. She became emotionally numb, desensitized to feelings, with an almost complete absence of fear, leading to her diagnosis of emotional detachment syndrome. Additionally, her left hand began to act uncontrollably, although predominantly protective in nature. It also caused considerable inconvenience in her daily life. Every evening, the act of combing Xiaoman's hair had become an unshakable habit for her, akin to the instinctual belief that good fortune would arise amidst impending doom. She felt, with an unsettling certainty, that neglecting to groom Xiaoman for a single day would precipitate some frightful occurrence. Eventually, upon encountering Guyu, she found assistance that gradually alleviated her emotional detachment, transforming it into a mere semblance of emotional apathy, allowing her to perceive the subtleties of the world around her. Guyu meticulously orchestrated everything and commenced the process of hypnotizing Yuan Qingzhou. As Guyu's soothing voice enveloped her, Yuan Qingzhou felt her body descend into a serene abyss of darkness. Observing the slumbering Yuan Qingzhou, Guyu was unexpectedly amused by her own thoughts. This child, from the moment she had known her, had been exceedingly guarded, refusing to allow anyone to touch her. Should anyone dare to make contact, even if she herself remained unresponsive, her left hand would retaliate with fierce intensity. Yet, at this moment, Yuan Qingzhou had allowed Guyu to delve into the depths of her consciousness with such vulnerability, a testament to the profound trust this child placed in her. With this realization, Guyu finally relinquished her annoyance regarding Yuan Qingzhou's departure. Despite the hypnotic attempt yielding no results, Guyu consoled Yuan Qingzhou, urging her not to dwell on matters unduly. Before departing, Yuan Qingzhou gently pushed open her mother's bedroom door, intending to catch a fleeting glimpse of her sleeping mother. However, she was met with the sight of Qi Jinshu seated on the edge of the bed, her back turned towards her. A single glance was all it took for Yuan Qingzhou to recognize him as father. Qi Jinshu beckoned her to sit beside him, taking her hand and solemnly placing a dagger within her grasp, pressing it down with an air of gravity. Your mother has confided in me. Although your father seems to have forgotten many things, rest assured, he will exert every effort to protect your mother. Yuan Qingzhou felt a twinge of emotion at the tip of her nose and nodded gently. Qi Jinshu patted Yuan Qingzhou's head, reminding her that diligent practice is essential to safeguard one's life in critical moments. This dagger was once wielded by your father, and it shall now accompany you as a token from your parents. Yuan Qingzhou lowered her head, drawing the dagger from its unadorned sheath. The blade, gleaming coldly, was of a length comparable to her forearm. With a mere glance, she sensed that this was a weapon steeped in the blood of past encounters. Particularly striking was the crimson talisman engraved upon it, imbuing the dagger with an aura of profound mystery. Could it vanquish the peculiar and the malevolent spirits? Qi Jinshu affirmed, explaining that it was originally an object of exorcism, a relic passed down from your mother's ancestors, seemingly a family heirloom. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Qingzhou noted the character etched at the hilt's apex, indicating her mother's lineage of the Xi family. After bidding farewell to her mother, Yuan Qingzhou quietly departed. As she still had work to attend to after the Grain Rain Festival, she headed straight to her workplace, donned her mascot costume, and began distributing flyers. It wasn't that she desired to do otherwise. Rather, she had been blacklisted by most restaurants and convenience stores due to the mischief caused by her left hand. Sighing, she purchased pancakes and milk, and after finishing her meal, she styled Xiaoman's hair before stepping into the yard to commence her first formal practice of the Five Spirits Incantation. The Five Spirits Incantation is a cultivation technique, yet its method resembles a form of grappling martial arts. As Yuan Qingzhou practiced for the first time, her efforts were marked by stumbles and hesitations. By the second round, she began to find her rhythm, and by the third, a sense of fluidity emerged, imparting a distinctly different sensation. It was as if a chilling breath permeated the air, seeping through the palm of her left hand. However, the quantity was so meager that by the time it reached her left forearm, it was entirely consumed by the 3 young true fire spell, leaving no trace behind. It appeared that directly refining the nightmare spirit was a more expeditious method. After 5 rounds of practice, Yuan Qingzhou settled down, wielding a twig, and once more summoned the wispy gray mist residing in her left hand. According to the records of the 5 spirits incantation, the malevolent spirits, once refined, would transform into pure yin energy. While malevolent spirits are difficult to vanquish with ordinary weapons, the very yin energy originating from them can turn upon its source. When yin energy is insufficient, it may be affixed to weapons for use. If abundant, it can even be utilized to forge weapons, granting them myriad forms and formidable strength. Currently, Yuan Qingzhou possessed only a minuscule grain-sized amount of this energy, which did not yet embody the authentic black hue described in the texts. She endeavored to attach the gray mist to the twig, but upon contact, the twig crumbled to ash. She then opted for her self-crafted dagger, which resulted in the gray mist easily corroding a mark into its surface. The exorcism dagger gifted by her father proved incompatible with the gray mist, rendering further attempts futile. Yuan Qingzhou found herself in a quandary, uncertain of what material could withstand the intensity of the gray mist's energy, beyond its capacity to refine malevolent spirits and nightmare spirits. The 5 spirits incantation also possesses the ability to bind and control, with a maximum limit of 5. Furthermore, upon gathering 5, one could concoct new spells and formations. Merely by examining the description, one can discern that the spirits capable of being confined and manipulated are, at the very least, of the 3rd-tier nightmare classification. Moreover, the confinement necessitates a certain strength of the soul, alongside a specialized meditation technique for soul cultivation, which her mother intended to pass on to the exorcist Ma family in the form of the lower section of the 5-spirit incantation. Yuan Qingzhou, upon reviewing the description, perceived it akin to what contemporary society often refers to as mental fortitude. However, without a clear standard or benchmark to gauge the requisite strength for confinement, she found herself at a loss. To expedite her mastery of the 5-spirit incantation, she required an environment conducive to frequent interactions with these nightmare spirits. There was no place more suitable than the Anomaly Bureau. The question remained, how could she initiate such contact? Chapter 13. A midnight plea for help. Yuan Qingzhou was unaware of when she had succumbed to slumber. She found herself enveloped in a realm of darkness, where wisps of mist danced before her eyes. As she approached, the fog gradually parted, revealing glimmers of light. "Little Zhou, do not be afraid. This will sting a bit, but you must endure and remain still," spoke a man, his visage obscured by a mask, leaving only a sense of familiarity and comfort in his voice. A sharp pain shot through her left arm, causing Yuan Qingzhou to instinctively flinch. "Hold on, little Zhou, it will soon pass. With this, you will grow immensely powerful in the days to come." Yuan Qingzhou endeavored to lean closer, striving to discern the identity of the individual inscribing the 3 young true fire spell upon her left arm. Yet, an intangible barrier thwarted her efforts, allowing her only to glimpse a vague silhouette. The man's voice and his affectionate address did not resemble her father's, yet it bore the same gentle quality. Who could he possibly be? "Very well, little Zhou, you have done splendidly. This doll shall be your reward. However, you must promise me that you will remember to comb Xiaoman's hair before midnight every day. Only then will she protect you. If you forget one day, something truly terrifying may occur." Yuan Qingzhou involuntarily nodded, as if recalling a time when she too had been dazed, clutching that somewhat eerie doll, her wide eyes affirming the moment. "Chief, the fog tide is approaching. We must evacuate immediately," came the voice of another man. And the scene before Yuan Qingzhou began to fade away. "Don't go, don't go." A surge of intense unease welled up within her, and she desperately tried to catch up. "Don't go. You will die. You all will die." Yuan Qingzhou shouted, awakening in a cold sweat, her heart racing violently. In her arms, Xiaoman placed a hand upon her chest, gazing up at her with a reassuring expression. Yuan Qingzhou held Xiaoman tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Although she could not recall any specifics, the overwhelming sensation of dread was undeniably real. Thud, 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 hee, thud. The phone rang abruptly, and Yuan Qingzhou's emotions settled, returning her expression to one of neutrality. She picked up her old mobile, noting that it was already past 2 in the morning. Why would you be calling her at this hour? Hello. Zhou, help me. You must come save me. The frantic, trembling voice of Guyu echoed from the other end, causing Yuan Qingzhou to grip the phone tightly, throw off the covers, and leap from the bed, hastily gathering her clothes while inquiring, "Where are you? Give me the exact address. What has happened? I am uncertain. They are devouring people. They are all monsters. I am hiding in the wardrobe of the bedroom on the 2nd floor. From that direction, I can hear Guyu's erratic breaths." After a moment, she lowered her voice and said, Yes, I remember now. I came to my best friend's place for her lipstick tasting event this evening. Lipstick? A chill ran through Yuan Qingzhou's heart. I know that place. Take the safety talisman I gave you and hide. If there's fog outside, do not venture out. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Yuan Qingzhou swiftly donned her school uniform, neglecting to tie up her hair, and armed herself with a talisman dagger and an iron rod placed by the door before stepping out. Caution, caution. Interestingly, Guyu's friend's residence was quite near. She had accompanied Guyu there numerous times before. It was a villa district. Yuan Qingzhou rode her electric bike at a rapid pace, and upon reaching the villa area, she chose not to engage with the security guards, instead opting to scale the side wall. She observed from a distance that the villa was engulfed in darkness, an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings, yet there was no fog in sight. 3 vehicles were haphazardly parked in front of the villa, their drivers' side doors ajar, with the drivers conspicuously absent and 2 of the vehicles still running. At that moment, another car screeched to a halt. A young man with blonde hair hurriedly alighting while speaking on his phone. Xiaya, do not be afraid. I have arrived at the villa entrance and will enter now. As she watched the blonde man rush inside, Yuan Qingzhou hesitated, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. She pulled out her old mobile phone and dialed Guyu's number once more. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to reach her, Yuan Qingzhou dialed her office number once more, but still received no response. Hesitating for a moment, she resolved to enter the premises. Passing by an intelligent lamppost, she delivered a swift kick, provoking an ear-piercing alarm that reverberated throughout the entire neighborhood. Simultaneously, a red alert illuminated the system at the Anomaly Bureau. Rather than using the front entrance, Yuan Qingzhou circled the villa, ultimately scaling the wall into the backyard. The villa was expansive, boasting a sizable garden and a swimming pool, adorned with decorations for a party, suggesting that many guests were expected that evening. Yet, the courtyard lay shrouded in silence, and the interior of the villa was eerily quiet. The recent intruder had vanished without a trace, creating an unsettling stillness. Gripping a metal rod, Yuan Qingzhou cautiously approached the door opposite the pool. The interior was cloaked in darkness, and as she pushed open the ajar door, she stepped into the villa's depths. Upon crossing the threshold, she felt as though she had entered another realm. Her dark, penetrating eyes possessed remarkable night vision, allowing her to discern the pervasive decay and disorder within the villa. The wallpaper hung in tatters, stained and water-damaged, while the floorboards creaked ominously beneath her weight. Cobwebs adorned all the furniture and corners, alongside the grotesque sight of decomposing animal corpses. A chilling draft swept down the dim corridor, as if shadowy figures lurked, instilling a sense of dread. Before her lay the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Lacking any curiosity that might compel her to explore, she ascended the stairs with the stealth of a cat. The upper level remained equally silent, illuminated solely by the moonlight casting the shadows of the trees onto the walls, undulating like phantoms in the cold wind. Yet, these occurrences had no effect on Yuan Qingzhou. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, her step steady and her demeanor calm as she searched room by room. Finally, upon pushing open the door to the 3rd chamber, she beheld a familiar silhouette seated at the vanity, facing the mirror, methodically combing her hair in an unsettling manner. The mirror of the vanity reflected nothing but darkness, offering no glimpse of Guyu's visage, and she seemed oblivious to the commotion behind her. The black square casing, adorned with golden patterns, was the very lipstick Yuan Qingzhou had previously encountered. At that moment, her old mobile phone vibrated in her pocket, having silenced the ringer before entering. Gripping the iron rod tightly, she focused her gaze on Guyu as she answered the call. "What do you want at this late hour, you little wretch?" Guyu's voice echoed from the phone, while the figure before the mirror continued to apply lipstick. "I called to see if you were home. If not, I'll hang up. You dare to check on my whereabouts?" Yuan Qingzhou abruptly ended the call, just as the woman before her set down the lipstick and stood up. "Do you think I am beautiful?" The face slowly turned towards her, revealing blood-red lips stretching unnaturally to the ears, exposing a ghastly grin lined with menacing sharp teeth, the jaw seemingly precarious, as if it could fall at any moment. Before the woman could advance, Yuan Qingzhou lunged at her, catching her momentarily off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Qingzhou swung the iron rod down upon the woman's head. Thud. The rod struck the vanity with a resounding crash, causing it to splinter instantly. The woman's body dispersed like smoke, only to coalesce once more behind Yuan Qingzhou, her lips cracked to the extreme, revealing a mocking smile. "Ah, how unexpectedly fearless." However, she was unprepared for the fact that Yuan Qingzhou would not grant her any opportunity to react. With swift determination, she surged forward, her left hand executing a capture gesture that pierced through the woman's form, seizing hold of her very core. A powerful suction ensued, and amidst the woman's terror-stricken screams, she was wholly drawn into Yuan Qingzhou's left arm. This time, it was more potent than before, akin to a cluster the size of a mung bean, albeit still shrouded in gray. Utterly worthless. A bland declaration, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chapter 14. The Nightmare Bang. The door slammed shut on its own. "Help us. Save me." Layer upon layer of moans echoed from the bedroom. Yuan Qingzhou surveyed her surroundings, discovering myriad faces struggling to escape from the walls. Moreover, blood began to seep from the floor in waves. She carefully sidestepped the crimson stains beneath her feet, for these were her only pair of shoes. And she still had to attend school the following day. At that moment, she felt no inclination to regard the faces on the walls, performing their desperate pantomime. Instead, she pondered the nature of the threat she faced. According to the intelligence released by the Federation, a Level 1 nightmare could only conjure illusions, while a Level 2 could induce sleep and unleash nightmares. Both posed no threat to her. Rather, they could serve as nourishment for the five-spirit spell. Yet upon entering the villa, she sensed she had crossed into another realm, where the decaying walls and floor felt palpably real. This indicated that she was confronting a Level 3 nightmare, capable of creating a localized realm of nightmares that could alter the environment within. Moreover, the nightmare possesses a peculiar trait, allowing it to inhabit either individuals or objects, and akin to the nightmare, it can fragment itself, splitting its form. The entity she had just slain was likely one of the nightmare's avatars, merely at the level of a wandering nightmare. What, then, is the true power of this nightmare? The intelligence released by the Federation specifically categorizes nightmares into 5 tiers: white, azure, blue, black, and sanguine, based on their terror level and the appearance of their corporeal form. Should it be a white nightmare, Yuan Qingzhou might stand a chance, armed with her exorcising dagger and the 5-spirit incantation. However, if it were an azure nightmare or higher, she feared she would not escape unscathed. Bang, bang, bang. Corpses began to tumble out from the walls, one after another, crashing to the ground. Yuan Qingzhou cast a glance and recognized that these bodies were clad in swimsuits, belonging to the attendees of the party that very night. Numbering no less than 20 or 30, she deftly maneuvered past the bodies, retreating towards the door, which was locked tight. Gripping the exorcising dagger in her left hand, she struck the lock with force, feeling something give way with a pop, and the next moment, she propelled the door open with a resounding crash. With the corpses confined behind the door, Yuan Qingzhou resumed her search for Guyu on the 2nd floor. She found herself uncertain about which phone call was genuine and which was merely an illusion. The recent call could very well have been a ploy to heighten her sense of dread. The moment she glimpsed that woman, the thought that Guyu might call at that instant had crossed her mind, and lo and behold, the phone had indeed rung. She resolved to scour every room on the 2nd floor, If she failed to uncover any trace of Guyu, she would take her leave. Bang! Enku. Yuan Qingzhou forcefully kicked open door after door, calling out for Guyu, as a horde of corpses once again squeezed out from the walls, clogging the passageway behind her in relentless pursuit. Upon reaching the final master bedroom, she unhesitatingly kicked the door open. The cool moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating 5 women huddled in a circle within the room, their feet resting upon the grotesque and repugnant remains of dismembered bodies. Scattered around the remains were numerous open lipsticks, gradually absorbing the blood from the floor, transforming into an increasingly vivid crimson hue. At the moment Yuan Qingzhou burst through the door, the heads of the 5 women suddenly twisted in her direction, their mouths grotesquely stretched to their ears, faces contorted in a horrifying grimace. Among them, one with cascading golden waves was the very woman Yuan Qingzhou had encountered on the 17th floor of Ruishiwei. Do you think I am beautiful? The 5 women turned to face Yuan Qingzhou, asking in unison. No sooner had the question left their lips than 3 of the women's jaws plummeted to the ground. Writhing like worms, Yuan Qingzhou maintained a stoic expression, her gaze as tranquil as a deep well, devoid of any emotion. Despite the obstruction posed by the 5 women, she caught a glimpse of a faint light emanating from the crack in the wardrobe, reminiscent of a phone screen's glow. Additionally, the blood on the floor formed a neat arc along the edge of the wardrobe, evidently separated by some unseen force. Yet, the blood seemed almost sentient, continuously surging towards the wardrobe, gradually eroding that barrier. Guyu is inside. Having confirmed this, Yuan Qingzhou calmly grasped a metal rod and stepped into the room, using her foot to close the door, temporarily blocking the corpses outside. Aren't you afraid? The 2 women with chins questioned in unison. Yuan Qingzhou, wielding an iron rod in her right hand and an exorcising dagger in her left, with her hair cascading over her shoulders, calmly replied, I apologize, but I suffer from emotional detachment. As her words faded, she suddenly exerted force beneath her feet. Her raven hair billowed wildly as she darted towards the nearest woman like a bolt of lightning, plunging the dagger mercilessly into her flesh. The sensation of the blade piercing meat surprised Yuan Qingzhou, for it was unexpectedly corporeal. However, having assessed all possibilities before her strike, she remained composed, swiftly changing her position and gradually approaching the wardrobe within. The woman who had been stabbed let out a chilling scream, her wounds burning as if seared by fire, emitting wisps of white smoke while blackened remnants fell away. The remaining 4 women roared with fury, their limbs elongating inch by inch with the tearing sound, reminiscent of spiders dispersing across the ceiling and walls. A tongue, resembling a crimson whip, lashed towards Yuan Qingzhou, dripping with viscous fluid. Maintaining her serene demeanor, she raised the iron rod to defend herself, but it became ensnared. In response, she swung her dagger, severing the tongue with a decisive strike. The woman held in agony, while 2 more tongues lunged at her from opposite sides, and another woman swiftly descended from the ceiling, leaping down towards Yuan Qingzhou. As she fought and retreated, the relentless onslaught of the 5 women made it increasingly difficult for Yuan Qingzhou to withstand their assault, obscuring her ability to discern which of them was the true manifestation of the nightmare. Though her dagger could inflict harm upon the 5, its effectiveness was limited, unable to deliver a significant blow. As 5 tongues surged towards her simultaneously, the iron rod was flung from her grasp. She managed to sever 2 with a swift motion. Yet one slipped through the gaps, piercing towards her vulnerable abdomen like a rapier. At that moment, the little creature that had been quietly nestled in the backpack suddenly appeared before Yuan Qingzhou, embracing her with fervor. The powerful tongue, capable of piercing through walls, collided heavily against the little creature but failed to penetrate its soft form. Only a fraction of its force was transmitted to Yuan Qingzhou. Bang! She was sent flying, crashing against the wardrobe, which immediately emitted a low gasp. It was me. Yuan Qingzhou pressed against her ribs, her face pale as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Yet her voice remained steady, devoid of any emotion. A rustling sound emerged from within the wardrobe as Guyu opened the door slightly, gazing at Yuan Qingzhou in astonishment. What are you doing here? Yuan Qingzhou squinted, noticing the phone clutched in Guyu's hand. Thus, she had not called for help. And perhaps those who had come to rescue her were in the same predicament. 5 women ceased their assault, their limbs splayed out in a semicircle surrounding the wardrobe. Amidst the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn, 2 elongated legs emerged from their torsos, continuously screeching in defiance. The blood pooling at their feet surged forth, incessantly brushing against the invisible barriers surrounding the wardrobe. It was then that Yuan Qingzhou discerned that it was not mere blood, but rather layers upon layers of crimson worms. Their rustling noise sending chills down her spine. Indeed, those lipsticks were merely encased worms, writhing and crawling towards them. Ah! Guyu let out a startled cry, casting the safety card she had clutched in her hand onto the ground. One corner of the card ignited, quickly engulfed in flames. The 5 women turned their venomous gazes upon them, cackling malevolently. You shall all become our sustenance. None shall escape. Zhou, you must flee. As the season of Guyu arrived, Guyu could not afford to hide any longer. Emerging from the wardrobe, she averted her gaze from the terrifying visages of the 5 women, yet she resolutely shielded Yuan Qingzhou behind her. Stay hidden and do not look. Be obedient. Despite being in her 30s, Guyu found herself pushed into the wardrobe like a child by the 16-year-old Yuan Qingzhou, who even patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. In that fleeting moment, the formidable aura and expressionless face, along with her slender yet remarkably resilient physique, bestowed upon Guyu an unprecedented sense of security. Yuan Qingzhou would not allow Guyu to argue. She wiped the blood from her face, her eyes brimming with lethal intent, and surged forward just as the last flicker of safety dissipated. Just as the 2 sides were on the brink of confrontation, the bedroom door burst open with a resounding crash. A man, impeccably dressed in a tailored charcoal suit, stood resolutely at the threshold, raising his short-barreled shotgun, a glimmer of cold light reflecting off his gold-rimmed glasses. Bang! A shot rang out, and one of the women lunging at Yuan Qingzhou had her head violently exploded, collapsing heavily at Yuan Qingzhou's feet, reducing to a heap of black ash. Chapter 15. Captivity of Nightmares. Upon hearing the gunfire, the other 4 women scattered in a panic. Their sights immediately trained on the doorway. The man stood erect, clad in a well-fitted charcoal suit, a white dress shirt beneath a waistcoat, with a refined tie clip and cufflinks glinting in the darkness. His handsome features exuded an air of coldness, and his meticulously styled retro slicked-back hair was as immaculate as his attire, starkly contrasting with the bloody ambience of the villa. Calmly, he swung the shotgun, retrieved fresh ammunition from his pocket, and leisurely began to load it, hardly casting a glance at the 4 women who were now poised to attack him. As 4 women approached him, his bullets were still not loaded. Step aside. A voice rang out from behind him, and the man graciously yielded the entrance. A woman with short hair, clad in a blue bear onesie and wielding a pair of double-headed axes, burst forth with sparkling eyes. She swiftly kicked one woman aside, her axes sweeping through the air with magnificent force as she engaged the remaining 3 in fierce combat. Click. The man had finally loaded his bullets and raised his arm to aim. Don't shoot. Let me enjoy this for a moment. The woman with the double axes, caught up in the fray, hurriedly interjected. The other 4 women found themselves at a complete disadvantage against her. Not only was she immensely strong, but the 2 axes she wielded also rendered them ineffective. One by one, the women suffered severed limbs and retreated in 4 different directions, all emitting a collective cry of despair. With numerous bodies strewn about, the relentless onslaught left her overwhelmed in the center of the room, where blood and flesh flew chaotically. Yet, her iron rod could only send bodies flying rather than inflict significant harm, rendering her efforts largely futile. The woman with the double axes observed how Yuan Qingzhou managed to guard the wardrobe behind him while clearing a small area before him from intrusion, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Goodness, you possess quite the skill. Sheeman Daxian, I could use your blade. The man referred to as Sheeman Daxian shot her an irritated glance, slowly drawing his tang knife from behind him and tossing it to Yuan Qingzhou in a manner reminiscent of a throwing pot. The tang knife pierced through several corpses, advancing towards Yuan Qingzhou. With a flicker of her eyes, Yuan Qingzhou discarded the iron rod and expertly grasped the hilt of the tang knife. She deftly redirected the force with a spin and then swiftly swung the blade down. Sheeman Shou, intrigued, observed Yuan Qingzhou more closely, noting the school uniform she wore and quietly committing it to memory. With the Tang knife in her possession, Yuan Qingzhou immediately turned the tide. Employing her family's ancestral blade technique to dispatch the corpses with the ease of slicing through vegetables, her efficiency markedly increased. With Yuan Qingzhou's assistance, the number of corpses dwindled, prompting the 4 women to rejoin the fray, 3 confronting the woman wielding dual axes, while 1 faced Yuan Qingzhou. However, they clearly underestimated her strength. In a single exchange, Yuan Qingzhou severed the head of 1 woman with a single stroke. "Good girl, how about joining me?" the woman with dual axes exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Yuan Qingzhou. Surprised by the sharpness of the Tang knife in her hand, Yuan Qingzhou felt a surge of affection swell within her. Having trained in her family's blade technique for 10 years under her father's guidance, she had never wielded a real sword, only wooden ones for practice. Yet, the moment she grasped the true blade, a wave of excitement surged through her, igniting her fighting spirit and leaving her yearning to abandon the wooden sword forever. Another woman fell beneath Long Huan's axe. Long Huan approached Yuan Qingzhou, standing back to back with her, and asked, "Good girl, I am Long Huan. What is your name?" Yuan Qingzhou averted her gaze and replied softly, "Yuan Qingzhou, like the kanji with simple dishes?" Long Huan swung her axe, sending 4 or 5 approaching corpses flying. Yuan Qingzhou swept her knife across, envisioning serene mountains and rivers, a solitary boat. "Do not remain a solitary boat. Join my ranks as a battleship." Long Huan charged back into the throng of corpses. The once formidable aura of Long Huan suddenly diminished. As if venting his frustrations, he kicked a corpse aside. "No. Oh, esteemed Shimin, how could one find pleasure in such slaughter during a meeting? I refuse." Shimin Shou took off his glasses to wipe them, declaring, "I have summoned the brothers from Class A to take over. No, no, no. I shall end this battle forthwith. It is rather inconsiderate to summon my brothers for overtime at such a late hour," he retorted. At that moment, a brilliant crimson glow erupted from Long Huan, reminiscent of fierce flames, engulfing the entire room in a blazing wave of heat. In an instant, all the corpses caught in the fiery torrent disintegrated into black ash, while the 2 remaining women, sensing imminent danger, fled in opposite directions. "Halt! Where do you think you're running, demon? Taste my axe." With a swift leap, Long Huan cleaved one of the women midair, bringing her crashing down and creating a substantial crater upon impact on the first floor. The red aura enveloped the axe, igniting the woman's body as she writhed in excruciating agony, ultimately reduced to ashes. "Pathetic," Long Huan scoffed, hoisting the axe onto his shoulder. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The gathering black ashes suddenly surged upwards, from which emerged a shadow as crimson as blood, violently colliding with Long Huan. His pupils constricted as he crossed his axes defensively over his chest, only to be struck by the blood shadow with tremendous force, propelling him like a cannonball into the rear wall. The wall crumbled, burying Long Huan beneath the debris. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Shimin Shou's shotgun discharged at the blood shadow, but the bullets vanished without a trace, inflicting no harm whatsoever. However, the blood shadow showed no intention of engaging further. It darted away, vanishing into the night. "It is a half-royal level nightmare. I shall pursue it. You must promptly inform the headquarters to elevate the status of the lady in the split-mouth incident to the highest level." Long Huan emerged from the ruins, giving a command before dashing off. His blade was stained with blood and remnants of flesh, which caused Shimin Shou to wrinkle his nose in disdain. "I will convert today's merits into commendation points from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau for you. Ensure that the knife is cleaned and sterilized, as I shall retrieve it tomorrow." With that, Shimin Shou departed with a leisurely stride. Meanwhile, Yuan Qingzhou paid him no heed, for she was currently apprehending the essence of this white nightmare. Binding it within her left hand, the blonde woman picked up a lipstick from the display and meticulously applied it before the mirror. In the reflection, her alluring red lips appeared enticing. However, to Yuan Qingzhou, what she clutched was nothing but a writhing crimson worm ensconced within the lipstick casing. After purchasing the lipstick, the blonde woman smiled, her lips gradually splitting apart. Amidst the compliments, her fondness for the lipstick flourished, and she generously lent it to others. Subsequently, she began to lose her sanity, using the lipstick to siphon the blood of others, her lips becoming increasingly crimson, with the blood of more beautiful women yielding more remarkable effects. Ultimately, she succumbed entirely, transforming into a new nightmare servant of that half-royal level nightmare. Possessing a nightmare servant signifies a nightmare's ascension towards royal nightmare spirit status. Royal nightmare spirits can devastate an entire city. They are exceedingly terrifying entities. Fragmented memories began to fade, and Yuan Qingzhou did not experience the excruciating headache or the sensation of soul resistance mentioned in the Five Spirits incantation while binding the nightmare spirit. Observing her left pinky nail turn white, Yuan Qingzhou furrowed her brows, apprehensive that she would once again face reprimand from Director Wang upon returning to school tomorrow. The decay and rot within the villa receded like the ebbing tide, revealing the exquisite decor beneath. Except for the damaged areas and the truly lifeless corpse, everything else had vanished, restored to its former glory. The horror and bloodshed, along with the incessant stream of bodies, were largely illusions conjured by nightmares. Come out and go. It is safe now. Just as they departed, numerous vehicles from the Anomaly Bureau began to encircle the villa, erecting caution tape and commencing their cleanup operations. Chapter 16. Martial Arts Class. Though Guyu was an elite in the field of psychology, adept at navigating the complexities of various mental disorders and a black belt in judo, she remained an ordinary person at heart. Having never encountered such a gruesome scene in her life, it was entirely natural for her to feel fear. After all, she was not devoid of trepidation like Yuan Qingzhou. By morning, Guyu felt considerably better upon waking, able to jest with Yuan Qingzhou, assist her in styling her hair. And together they meticulously cleaned and disinfected the tang sword. Seeing this, Yuan Qingzhou felt a sense of relief. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Qingzhou noted that the blade was neither steel nor iron, possessing remarkable hardness and resilience. The intricate golden patterns etched upon it were reminiscent of those she had seen on the handgun previously, yet far more elaborate and exquisite. Yuan Qingzhou cautiously tested whether the Yin energy from the Five Spirits incantation could adhere to the Tang sword without causing any damage. She pondered where one might acquire such a weapon. From their conversation the previous day, it became apparent that Long Huan was the head of the Anomalous Regulation Bureau's branch in Jiuan City, wielding power second only to the city lord. Shimin Shou was undoubtedly her partner and secretary, and both possessed formidable strength. Today is Monday, and Yuan Qingzhou is on her way to school. Lacking a change of clothes, she reluctantly dons the sports outfit purchased by Guyu, who kindly drives her to school. Throughout the journey, Yuan Qingzhou closes her eyes, feigning sleep, while Guyu remains quietly attentive, refraining from disturbing her. With Guyu present, Yuan Qingzhou feels unable to unleash the recently subdued Bai Yin, and instead, she inspects the Yin energy within her body. The previous day's battle had proven fruitful, aside from capturing a Bai Yin. She had also vanquished a doppelganger and collected numerous corpses summoned by the Bai Yin. The malevolent Yin energy emanating from these entities was discreetly absorbed by her left hand. After converting yesterday's Yin energy, she successfully opened 10 acupoints from the lesser marsh at her little finger to the Yang Valley at her wrist, significantly enhancing the strength of her hands. Although invisible, Yuan Qingzhou can faintly sense several cavities extending from her little fingers to her wrists, filled with Yin energy. When gathered, they approximate the size of a soccer ball. This accumulation is sufficient to entirely envelop a Tang knife or, according to her will, to form a dagger forged entirely of condensed Yin energy. However, this Yin energy remains inadequately refined, still manifesting a gray hue rather than a deep black. They arrive at their destination. The car halts along the roadside opposite the 7th middle school, where the entrance is bustling with students clad in uniforms, and teachers conducting inspections greet them. Jojo. This is for you, Guyu says, placing a box in Yuan Qingzhou's hands. Upon inspection, she discovers it to be the latest dual-screen smartphone. A flip-fold model in cherry blossom pink. When folded, it is sleek and compact, resembling a small mirror, and is highly coveted by the youth, often sold out. It is excessively expensive. Before Yuan Qingzhou could decline, Guyu pressed the phone into her hand. Jojo, allow me to explain. I understand your reluctance to feel indebted to me, considering how much I have assisted you. However, have you pondered how much you have aided me in return? Take yesterday's life-saving favor, for instance. Had it not been for you, I would surely have perished. If you wish to ease your conscience, I share that sentiment as well. It would deeply sadden me if I could not offer you something in return. Moreover, you truly ought to replace your old phone. This device was also a gift from a client, and I have already registered you on a food delivery platform using my identification. I know your time is limited, and you need to earn a substantial income, and given your condition, some tasks are beyond your capability. Thus, delivering food is the most suitable option for you. Most importantly, this phone includes navigation, which will alleviate your fears of getting lost in unfamiliar places. Had you not become familiar with the routes to the few locations you frequent, I would have hesitated to let you venture out. To soothe my conscience and ensure you do not feel indebted, please accept it. Yuan Qingzhou involuntarily tightened her grip on the phone. Guyu was correct. She had long desired to upgrade to a smart device, but had refrained due to the expense. She had been postponing the purchase. Guyu was aware of her pride, which made her reluctant to accept unsolicited charity, hence the chosen method of gifting. Delivering food was indeed an excellent option. Yuan Qingzhou, being a straightforward person, ultimately accepted the phone, prompting Guyu to smile and affectionately ruffle her hair. Go on. I must head to the police station shortly to report and obtain a new safety card. From now on, I dare not part with it. Yuan Qingzhou alighted from the vehicle, watching as Guyu drove away in her flamboyant sports car. Just then, her gaze met that of a sharp-eyed girl across the street. There stood two girls clad in the uniforms of the third high school, one of whom, tall and slender, glared at Yuan Qingzhou with disdain and animosity. It was unclear how long she had been observing from that spot, but as their eyes met, she let out a cold huff and, pulling her companion along, turned to enter the 7th high school. Yuan Qingzhou remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought, puzzled by Zhang Luden's presence at the 7th high school. Zhang's father was a subordinate to her own, one of the 5 who had mysteriously vanished years ago. As the team leader, her father bore a certain responsibility. Although the morning sun shone brightly, Yuan Qingzhou felt no warmth. The memories of the Jiang family's relentless coercion, scorn, and torment haunted her still. Yet, her mother insisted it was their fault and urged her not to harbor resentment. Even now, she could not comprehend why, after a one-time compensation for her father's loss, the authorities had abandoned her and her mother to the mercies of those tormentors, as if her father had truly erred in some profound way. Yuan Qingzhou, in Shaokai, clutching a pancake and radiating warmth, rushed to her side. What on earth are you carrying on your back? That long thing, could it possibly be a knife? Yuan Qingzhou cast her a fleeting glance, then turned her attention to the flow of traffic, preparing to cross the street. And Shaokai stood beside her with a smile, observing as students from other schools intermittently entered the 7th high school. Did you know that our 7th middle school has become a pilot institution for the Xingwu Plan in Jiuan City? Today, the first round of selection tests will be conducted in our gymnasium. Yuan Qingzhou paused momentarily, wondering if passing the selection would grant him extra points for the college entrance examination. Perhaps it wouldn't, he mused. Oh, seizing the opportunity. Yuan Qingzhou crossed the road, his newfound enthusiasm dissipating at the thought of no additional points. And Shaokai, seemingly perceiving Yuan Qingzhou's thoughts, pursued him and remarked, however, I've heard that upon passing the selection, 2 specialized classes will be established, the martial arts class and the talismans class. And students from these classes will receive varying degrees of living subsidies based on their ranking. Subsidies? Yuan Qingzhou halted in the middle of the street, and Shaokai stifled a laugh, feeling as if Yuan Qingzhou had transformed into a rabbit, his drooping ears suddenly perking up. Indeed. The top student receives a monthly subsidy of 5,000 yuan. Hurry, the car is coming. How do I register? Yuan Qingzhou inquired as he walked. There is no need to register. Remember when we had our physical examination upon entering the first year? The one where they drew 10 tubes of blood and conducted a series of EEGs and psychological tests? Yuan Qingzhou nodded, recalling that peculiar and free examination. That very examination automatically qualifies you if you pass, and you'll certainly be included, so don't worry. Just as they reached the school gate, an unexpected figure emerged. Wang Sufan, the head of the first-year department, with a stern expression, stood before Yuan Qingzhou, her gaze piercing towards something behind him. Yuan Qingzhou, what dangerous item have you brought to school this time? Yuan Qingzhou took a step back and whispered, it's a tang knife. Wang Sufan's scalp tingled. Last time it was a wrench, and now he had brought a knife directly. This was intolerable. How many times must I reiterate that dangerous items are prohibited in school? Why do you persist in your defiance? However, this is. Teacher, look over there. Those two students are fighting. And Xiaokai suddenly shouted in Wang Sufan's ear. Instinctively, Wang Sufan glared in the direction and Xiaokai pointed. Noticing that Yuan Qingzhou was still standing there in a daze, and Xiaokai hurriedly winked at her, urging her to run. The usually obedient Yuan Qingzhou finally realized and swiftly dashed into the campus, blending into the crowd, employing his martial arts agility to weave through the throngs like a specter. And Xiaokai found herself yanked by the ear by Wang Sufan. How dare you deceive me, teacher? It seems you have not completed enough assignments. Ouch, teacher, be gentler. My pancake is about to drop. If I skip breakfast, I might faint. Chapter 17. The file in the office of the Special Investigations Bureau stationed at Qizhou. Long Huan had a pen stuck in her hair, slumped over a pile of documents, soundly asleep, her drool soaking a considerable area. After returning home feeling dejected and unwilling to work, Long Huan had hidden in this office at Qizhou to catch up on sleep. The door swung open, and Shimin Shou, clad in a white shirt and a fitted black waistcoat, approached with a file folder in hand, the golden chain of a pocket watch glinting at his chest. He gently removed the pen from Long Huan's hair using a handkerchief. With a thud, he placed the file folder heavily on Long Huan's desk. Dragon Huan did not open her eyes and said, let us go, let us go. I want to be working today, and neither will Sir Shimin. Coughing lightly, Shimin Shou placed his fist near his mouth and cleared his throat twice. Dragon Huan sat up straight like a spring, her sleep-laden eyes and disheveled hair betraying her state. What is the matter? Is it urgent? Shimin Shou's gaze was fixed on a puddle of drool. Embarrassed, Dragon Huan chuckled sheepishly, pressing the documents firmly under her arm. Only then did Shimin Shou lay the file before her, handing her a clean pen. The first batch of seeds for the Xingwu plan has passed the physical examination and will undergo selection testing at the gymnasium of the 7th Middle School. However, there are 5 individuals in this batch who are rather exceptional and require your signature. With one hand rubbing her cheek that bore the imprint of her arm, Dragon Huan perused the profiles of the 5 candidates. These 3 are the offspring of the 3 wealthiest merchants in Jiuan City. Are they all unfit in their tests? Just look at how frail the children of these affluent families have become. TSK, let them through. She swiftly signed the documents, and Shimin Shou raised no objections. Though the Xingwu plan was currently the Federation's most prioritized initiative, allocated with enormous funding, by the time it reached their remote Jiuan City, little remained. Furthermore, Dragon Huan was intent on increasing the subsidies for martial arts classes. Thus, the inclusion of such wealthy merchants' offspring became a necessity. Who is this? And Xiaokai? The name sounds unappetizing. Which merchantess child? My goodness, her brainwaves are remarkably active. She is indeed a promising candidate. What is the matter with her? Shimin Shou stood upright, slightly nodding as he cast a glance at the family background. Long Huan turned her gaze towards the family lineage, her brow furrowing at the mention of the Ma surname. Surely you do not suspect her family to be a hidden aristocracy? It is not merely suspicion. They are the descendants of the long-fallen exorcist Ma clan. The Ma clan's exorcism secrets are passed down exclusively through females. And Xiaokai's mother was an only child and tragically perished in a car accident when Xiaokai was merely 3 years old. She represents the last of the Ma bloodline, yet perhaps there lies some hidden reason for her not adopting the Ma surname, which led to her initial oversight. According to the agreements established between the Federation and these hidden families, should we wish to recruit her, we must first secure the consent of her maternal grandmother. Otherwise, we may encounter disputes. Long Huan twirled her pen, contemplating for a moment. Let us feign ignorance for now and address any issues that may arise later. After all, our available personnel are exceedingly limited. The exorcist Ma clan? A fallen family of little consequence. Ximinshou nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Ah, is that not the solitary boat from yesterday? Longhuan flipped open the final dossier. Recognizing Yuan Qingzhou from the photograph, her interest piqued. She had high hopes for this young woman. Yet, apart from the basic details, the rest of the file was succinctly labeled unknown, including the details of her parents, which were also classified. Furthermore, her psychological assessment revealed numerous concerns. Her father, Yuan Qingzhou, was one of the core members of our Bureau of Anomalous Affairs a decade ago. Thus, his family information has been kept confidential. When Yuan Qingzhou was 6 years old, Yuan Qingzhou mysteriously disappeared. That same year, she experienced a peculiar event that led to certain psychological issues. However, these matters are classified as high-level secrets within the Special Bureau and are inaccessible for inquiry. Furthermore, the Bureau's attitude towards her family has been somewhat peculiar. Yuan Qingzhou's mother has persistently struggled with her mental health, and the Bureau has exhibited an unsettling indifference towards the mother-daughter duo. Longhuan cast a teasing glance at Ximinshou, suggesting that his rank was insufficient for any meaningful investigation. You could have mentioned that sooner. Just use my account to look it up. There's no need for embarrassment. Although you were just half a rank below me, the disparity in permissions is quite significant. Ximinshou adjusted his glasses, replying, I am indeed using your account. Longhuan's smile froze momentarily, and he forced a couple of dry laughs, pretending nothing had occurred. He pointed to Yuan Qingzhou's file and asked, What is your opinion of her? Ximinshou responded, Yuan Qingzhou was 6 years old at the time of that incident 10 years ago. I have indirectly discovered her mother's police report, which indicated that she had previously gone missing, with the timeline coinciding with the occurrence of that event. You mean? Longhuan exchanged a knowing glance with Ximinshou. Indeed, I suspect she was one of those involved, though it remains unclear why she was not taken to the Imperial Martial City for covert training. Moreover, she seems entirely unaware of the details surrounding that incident. Over the years, aside from training in martial arts with her mother, her life has been rather uneventful, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. Longhuan gazed down at the expressionless photograph of Yuan Qingzhou. A decade ago, an event had ushered in a global confrontation against the invasion of otherworldly entities. Those who participated back then, regardless of their youth or age, had now ascended to the upper echelons of power in their respective nations. Her own understanding of the matter was limited. She was merely aware of its existence, without knowledge of the intricate details. Yuan Qingzhou carried a secret, and such secrets signified instability, trouble, and even peril. In comparison to this secret, her psychological issues seemed trivial and inconsequential. Yet, the thought of relinquishing such a promising individual left her feeling reluctant. Moreover, prior to my arrival, your father instructed me to inform you that Yuan Qingzhou cannot be included in the Xingwu project. Why? Longhuan erupted in fury. This old man had stepped down to become the principal of the 7th high school, yet still dared to interfere with matters of my Bureau of Anomalies. I shall confront him. Ximinshou intervened, stating that he had inquired, and your father was a former superior of Yuan Qingzhou's father. He had promised Yuan Qingzhou's father that should anything happen to him, your father would ensure that Yuan Qingzhou could live a quiet and safe life. On what grounds? He had been autocratic his entire life, managing his own daughter's affairs, and now he dares to meddle in another's daughter's life. Longhuan, agitated, shouted towards the window, directly beneath the office of the 7th high school principal. Did he even consult her about whether she was willing? I tell you, today, I shall approve Yuan Qingzhou's inclusion without fail. With that, Longhuan firmly signed her name with a flourish. At the window of his office on the upper floor, a portly old gentleman, his round face reminiscent of a benevolent figure, bore a kind smile. He gently blew the froth atop his teacup before taking a sip. Qingzhou. This is now the domain of the youth. We have grown old and can no longer govern them. Let them make their own choices. This is all I can offer you. After another sip of tea, the elderly man set down his cup and exited the office. Inside the gymnasium of No. 7 Middle School, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. All individuals aged 16 and above, yet under 18, who had passed their health examinations, had congregated here from throughout the entire city of Jiuan. In total, there were barely 500 participants. and not all would successfully pass the forthcoming tests to become the inaugural members of the Xingwu program. At that moment, the test had yet to commence, and people clustered together with familiar faces. On the grand stage within the gymnasium, a promotional video played on a loop, educating the attendees about the martial artist system within the Department of Anomaly Regulation. After listening to the class supervisor briefly outline the selection process, Yuan Qingzhou, with his examination permit hanging from his neck, entered the gym just in time to see 4 names displayed on the screen: Martial Artist, Talisman Master, Extraordinary Individual, and Anomaly Specialist. With the invasion of otherworldly beings, the energies from beyond the black hole had permeated every corner of Earth. Those who passed the health exam, provided their vital energies met the standards, could become martial artists. They would then train in various martial techniques to absorb these energies, thereby enhancing their realms. With the aid of specially crafted weapons, they could vanquish anomalies and phantoms. Once a martial artist transcended the first 4 realms and entered the 5th stage, the essence refinement realm, they could integrate the wondrous entities of heaven and earth into their bodies, forging unique elemental power, thus acquiring the ability to directly eliminate anomalies and phantoms. This reminded Yuan Qingzhou of the crimson glow emanating from Long Huan, which perfectly aligned with the characteristics of the marrow-refining realm. Yuan Qingzhou couldn't help but exclaim. It appeared that the seemingly youthful Long Huan, merely in her late 20s, had attained such remarkable prowess. Meanwhile, she herself had only just begun to enter the 2nd tier of the Enlightenment realm. Chapter 18. Selection. The number of talismans masters was relatively scarce compared to martial artists, as a mental power threshold of 20 points was requisite for entry. There were no unit markers, only a numerical standard. Yuan Qingzhou was uncertain how one would measure mental power at 20 points. Yet she noticed that to one side of the gymnasium, 3 small rooms had been cordoned off, where personnel from the Anomaly Regulation Bureau were busy transporting large boxes inside. As Yuan Qingzhou continued to observe, she learned that talisman masters could create and activate talismans and inscriptions, which bore lethal force against aberrations and phantoms. Martial artists below the 5th tier were required to employ inscribed weapons. However, the study and production of talismans and inscriptions were exceedingly taxing on mental energy and demanded acute comprehension. Thus, practitioners had to focus diligently on their cultivation without distraction. The practice of talisman masters paralleled that of martial artists, yet it followed an opposing path. The 9 tiers of martial artists included vitality, enlightenment, meridian linking, bone tempering, marrow refining, organs, 6 senses, purple mansion, and martial seed. For a talisman master to cultivate, one must first engrave the talisman seed within the ocean of mental energy using visualization techniques, subsequently absorbing mental energy through the talisman seed to develop a reservoir akin to the purple mansion within their body. Next, they would hone their 6 senses with mental energy, enhancing their perceptual faculties to increase the success rate of talisman crafting. Ultimately, by channeling mental energy to refine the organs and store anomalous energy, one could, upon reaching the marrow refining realm, directly draw upon the anomalous energy within their body to inscribe talismans without the need for external tools or materials. Before reaching the 5th tier, martial artists possess formidable strength but lack the capacity to annihilate otherworldly beings directly. Likewise, before attaining the 5th tier, talisman's masters excel in the art of talisman crafting yet are devoid of self-defense capabilities. Thus, the 5th tier serves as a watershed moment. Prior to this juncture, martial artists and talisman's masters must rely on one another for survival. Inquiries have been made to instructors regarding the feasibility of concurrently cultivating martial arts and talisman arts, considering one begins from the foundation while the other commences from the pinnacle. The instructor did not dismiss this notion but remarked on its formidable difficulty. Some have attempted it without success, resulting in a significant waste of time and rendering their capabilities as both martial artists and talisman's masters exceedingly feeble. Moreover, extraordinary individuals and otherworldly beings are even scarcer than talisman's masters. Upon reviewing the explanations, Yuan Qingzhou realized that she belonged to the realm of extraordinary individuals, inherently endowed with a peculiar skill inscribed within her bloodline, which would be activated upon meeting certain conditions. Individuals of her ilk are exceptionally rare, and even within secluded families, not all descendants inherit the ancestral bloodline's peculiar abilities. However, these families have developed numerous secret techniques based on their ancestors' unique skills, which they regard as the core of their existence, ensuring such knowledge remains within the family. Otherworldly beings represent a distinctive category. Historically, there have been individuals who, through the possession of malevolent spirits, bestowed ordinary people with extraordinary abilities. Presently, some ordinary individuals forge soul contracts with haunting spirits, thereby acquiring special powers. Yet, throughout history, all otherworldly beings have met with tragic fates, often suffering from frail bodies and early demise. After all, engaging in pacts with entities of pure malevolence and darkness seldom leads to favorable outcomes. As she pondered this, Yuan Qingzhou could not help but reflect upon her doll, Xiaoman. Pondering whether it could be classified as an otherworldly entity, she and Xiaoman shared a peculiar contract, albeit one that merely entailed daily hair grooming. Without the necessity of sacrificing her soul, which path do you intend to pursue, the warrior or the talisman master? And Xiaokai inquired as she approached. Yuan Qingzhou glanced at the testing regulations posted behind, noting that the Bureau of Anomalies primarily nurtured warriors and talisman masters. The first prize for both categories was a substantial 50,000, with a monthly stipend of 5,000. I desire it all, Yuan Qingzhou declared, her spirits soaring at the sight of those enticing figures. At the sound of a whistle, the auditorium fell silent, marking the commencement of the test. Yuan Qingzhou was closest to one of the small testing chambers designated for talisman masters. With her remarkable agility, she swiftly positioned herself third in the middle row, while Xiaokai stood beside her in the same rank. The three individuals leading the line had already entered, leaving those behind craning their necks in vain, unable to see or hear anything. They were aware that a special instrument would assess their mental prowess, but the specifics of the operation remained a mystery. While the nature of warriors was somewhat discernible, knowledge regarding talisman masters was scant, shrouded in enigma. Consequently, nearly everyone gravitated towards this area, eager to ascertain their eligibility for becoming a talisman master. Should they find themselves lacking, they could always opt for the warrior path, which bore a lower threshold for entry. Yuan Qingzhou, I shall take your position, a haughty voice interjected. Yuan Qingzhou froze momentarily, turning to find Jiang Luden standing nearby, hands on her hips, casting a frosty glare in her direction. What are you staring at? Step aside, Jiang Luden threatened, her eyes ablaze with menace. Yuan Qingzhou remained still, diverting her gaze as if she had neither seen nor heard anything. After her father's unfortunate incident, Jiang Luden's mother had caused quite a commotion at their home, bringing along several others, but it was the intervention from above that ultimately resolved the issue. Subsequently, she learned that Jiang's mother had long desired a divorce, hindered only by her husband's military status. Seizing the opportunity after obtaining her husband's pension, she abandoned Jiang Luden and left. Yuan Qingzhou understood that Jiang, like herself, lacked parental protection and led a challenging life, which prompted her to disregard her. However, Jiang Luden seemed to have taken a liking to comparison, often attempting to overshadow Yuan Qingzhou, perhaps due to their similar backgrounds. The surrounding classmates, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "Excuse me, would you mind queuing properly? It's disgraceful to cut in line. Indeed, one earns their place in line through merit, so why should they concede to you? If you continue this way, I shall summon the teacher." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luden's face flushed crimson as she shot Yuan Qingzhou a fierce glare. "Yuan Qingzhou, you wait for me," she huffed, retreating to the end of the line. And Xiaokai turned her head to cast a profound glance at her, her expression inscrutable. The boy standing next to Yuan Qingzhou observed her quietly. At 16, she possessed a tall and slender figure, exuding an air of tranquil beauty simply by standing there. Bowing her head, she revealed her long, fair neck, and her delicate eyelashes fluttered gently, striking a chord within. Sensing his gaze, Yuan Qingzhou suddenly turned to look, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. The boy hastily averted his gaze, adopting an air of nonchalance as he feigned interest in his surroundings. In truth, it was not only him who was fixated on Yuan Qingzhou. Several male classmates within the queue were also casting glances her way, and upon meeting her gaze, they all flushed crimson. Positioned further back, Jiang Luden let out a cold snort, exclaiming, "Vixen, I shall expose your true colors as a green tea bitch sooner or later." At that moment, a series of piercing screams erupted from within the small house, resembling the cries of those who had encountered something horrifically terrifying, sending the entire group recoiling in shock. What was happening? Confused, everyone swallowed nervously, a sense of unease beginning to settle in. Only Yuan Qingzhou remained unfazed. Feeling the monotony of waiting was an utter waste of time, she retrieved her vocabulary flashcards from the side pocket of her backpack and commenced her silent memorization. After approximately 10 minutes of uninterrupted, harrowing screams, the first group emerged, their faces pale and slick with cold sweat, assisted by staff members as they sat down to recuperate. Immediately, inquiries arose about the situation, but the three individuals merely shook their heads in taciturnity. Second group, enter. With a gulp, Yuan Qingzhou distinctly heard her male classmate in front of her swallow hard, before turning to her and saying, "Classmate, you seem rather anxious. Why don't you go ahead? Ambulance?" "I'm not in a hurry, ambulance." The boy appeared on the verge of tears, but ultimately, staff members forcibly ushered him inside. Moments later, the sound of his anguished wails pierced through, even more agonizing and resonant than those of the previous two, echoing relentlessly. 10 minutes later, the second group of test participants finally emerged, assisted to the side to rest. Upon meeting the earlier trio, tears welled up in their eyes as they clasped hands, conveying a profound understanding between them. This heightened the tension among those waiting, causing them to instinctively distance themselves from the yellow line on the ground. Third group, enter. Yuan Qingzhou tucked away his vocabulary cards, placed his backpack and the wrapped Tang Dao at the door, and calmly stepped into the small room. Inside, two male staff members were present, one seated behind a display screen while the other handed Yuan Qingzhou a pair of VR goggles. "Put these on, endure for 10 minutes. And please try to refrain from screaming or assaulting the staff." Yuan Qingzhou paused, noticing the faint scratches on the staff member's face, evidently inflicted by a previous male participant. Once he donned the VR goggles, the staff member immediately retreated to a corner. After a ringing silence, the scenery before Yuan Qingzhou transformed, revealing a pitch-black jungle. The moon shrouded in clouds, thunder roared, and the howling wind swayed the trees, accompanied by the cawing of crows echoing in his ears. A castle, exuding an eerie aura, flickered into view amidst the lightning. Under the influence of this state-of-the-art VR headset, everything felt extraordinarily lifelike. Enter the castle and uncover its hidden secrets. A message appeared before him, and Yuan Qingzhou, expressionless, scanned his surroundings before proceeding along the path towards the castle. Chapter 19. Mental Fortitude Test. The atmosphere of the mental fortitude test grew strangely tense after the third group entered, particularly this time, with two women and one man entering. Everyone hunched their shoulders and covered their ears, fearing that the enchanting voices of the two women would pierce their eardrums. However, 3 minutes elapsed without a sound from the women, while the man wailed like a slaughtered pig. 5 minutes passed, and still, the women remained silent, leading to the man being ejected. 8 minutes in, the eerie stillness persisted, igniting curiosity among the crowd. Even the 6 men from the previous 2 groups helped each other to their feet, craning their necks towards the small room. Recalling that intense 10 minutes, the 6 men swallowed hard, not wishing to endure such an experience again. Inside the small room where Yuan Qingzhou was located, she stood there idly, rubbing her feet against the floor. 2 staff members leaned closely over the display screen, glancing at Yuan Qingzhou and then back at the screen, their faces etched with astonishment. It was inconceivable. How could the graph be so flat? It was flatter than the electrocardiogram of a deceased person. One staff member fiddled with the VR goggles, confirming they were functioning well and the content was normal. They then jointly retrieved Yuan Qingzhou's file for further examination. During the 10-minute horror expedition, Yuan Qingzhou had located her own corpse deep within the castle in merely 5 minutes. The remainder of the time was spent by the 2 staff members in shock, checking the equipment. Within that realm, Yuan Qingzhou seemed impervious to the terror that abruptly manifested before her, she exhibited no reaction whatsoever, occasionally uttering polite phrases such as "excuse me," "coming through," or "apologies," "I'm in a hurry," or even "I'm sorry, but I must obliterate you." That monotone delivery, coupled with an air of lethal intent, sent involuntary shivers through the staff members. This test was originally designed to measure the peaks of mental fluctuations in a terrifying environment, with the peak representing the subject's current mental capacity. Generally, an average individual maintains a mental stability around 10, while adolescents aged 16 or 17 often reach the zenith of their mental power, making it an optimal time for testing. As one ages and accumulates experiences, an untrained individual's mental capacity tends to decline. To become a talisman master, however, one must transcend the normal range and unlock their potential to reach a score of 20 in order to embark on the path of mastery. Yet, Yuan Qingzhou's mental capacity remained a steady 19, forming an unyielding line devoid of fluctuation, leaving the two staff members perplexed. After failing to ascertain the cause, they exchanged a glance. Perhaps they should utilize the mental capacity testing card, as her case might be deemed exceptional. However, only 3 cards were allocated for those extraordinary individuals whose limits could not be measured. Who knows, she might indeed be a prodigy. The machine's upper limit is set at 50. Exceeding this threshold necessitates the use of a testing card, yet such individuals are exceedingly rare. Both staff members stole a glance at Yuan Qingzhou, contemplating that her fearlessness in such a daunting scenario already made her one in a million. What if she truly was a genius? Reaching a consensus, they cautiously retrieved a square card from a small box on the table and presented it to Yuan Qingzhou. The white card featured a central black dot, surrounded by concentric indentations, with numbers marked around it ranging from 0 to 100. Fix your gaze upon this dark dot. Concentrate your attention and envision a serene lake into which a stone gracefully descends. Then, endeavor to propel the resulting ripples outward as far as possible. Yuan Qingzhou nodded. Seated upon the chair brought by the staff, her hands clasping the card as she fixed her eyes upon the diminutive black point, it felt as though an invisible essence infused her mind, and Yuan Qingzhou truly saw a tranquil lake, into which a stone plummeted with a soft splash. The surface of the water rippled, gradually expanding outward. However, the lake possessed a remarkably viscous quality, causing the ripples to spread at an excruciatingly slow pace, compelling Yuan Qingzhou to concentrate intently on that delicate disturbance, striving to push it forward. Simultaneously, the black dot on the card began to radiate outward in concentric circles. The circle representing 5 was filled, followed by the one for 10, and then 15. Upon witnessing Yuan Qingzhou's mental strength surpass the black circle of 20, the staff members breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that not a single card had gone to waste. They could now only anticipate how high her peak could ascend. 100. My goodness. Just then, a sudden gasp emanated from the adjacent room. The two staff members exchanged glances towards the neighboring space, yet the door obstructed their view, revealing nothing. Do not concern yourselves with that. Maintain your focus, the two staff members urged Yuan Qingzhou, anxious that she might be distracted by the commotion next door. Inside the room, the staff exchanged jubilant expressions, realizing that in merely the third batch, they had discovered a prodigy with a mental strength ceiling of 100. The breakthrough and enhancement of mental strength surpassed the challenges faced by martial artists by 100-fold. It requires not only diligence, but also a considerable degree of insight and a touch of fortune. At level 20, one becomes a novice talisman master, and with every subsequent breakthrough of 20, one ascends another tier. Reaching 100 signifies a preordained attainment of the 5th tier, an outcome devoid of uncertainty. The upper limit of 100 designates the 5th realm, and a stable reading of 40 indicates that in Shaokai has already achieved the proficiency of a 2nd-tier talisman master. The staff within the room rejoiced, celebrating and Xiaocai's accomplishment. However, a sudden anomaly emerged with Yuan Qingzhou. To enhance the rippling effect, she focused her mind and employed the meditative techniques from the 5 spirits incantation. In an instant, the once viscous lake water transformed into a silky fluid, and the black circle on the card surged to its upper limit of 100, exhibiting a tendency to extend outward. Yet, at that moment, her left pinky finger inexplicably rose. and the white nightmare within threatened to break free as if it had lost control. Yuan Qingzhou swiftly released the card, concentrating on the confined nightmare to stabilize it. In that instant, she gained a vague understanding of the application of spiritual energy and recognized her high threshold for it. However, after practicing the 5 spirits incantation, she realized that she was unable to allocate her spiritual energy elsewhere. Should her spiritual force diminish below that of the confined nightmare spirit, it would lead to a loss of control. With escape being the least of her concerns, most alarming would be the possibility of it seizing the opportunity to possess her. What was this? They had never encountered such a situation before. One of the staff members picked up the card, noting that the black circle lingered within the 20-line boundary, failing to reach 20. Although the upper limit had surpassed 100, it had not maintained that status for even a second, rendering it ineffective. The 2 staff members exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. At that moment, Yuan Qingzhou rose and softly addressed them. I must be inadequate. I apologize for causing you trouble. She was certain that her mental capacity exceeded 100. However, in order to confine the white nightmare, she was unable to complete this test. Yet, one must accept that gain comes with loss. Possessing the extraordinary art of the 5-spirit incantation, she could directly harm the aberrations and nightmares, and indeed, the 5-spirit incantation was more formidable and simpler than talismans. As a practitioner, she was adequately prepared. The staff, albeit somewhat helpless, encouraged Yuan Qingzhou to try her luck with the martial artists. Amidst the myriad of inquisitive gazes, Yuan Qingzhou was the first to step out of the small room. Silently, she donned her backpack and grasped her Tang Dao, making her way toward the martial artist testing area. Having relinquished the title of the foremost talisman master, the title of the foremost martial artist must be hers. Chapter 20. Smoke Rising. The gymnasium was divided into 2 sections, one for talisman testing and the other for martial artist testing. Within the martial artist section, 2 distinct areas were further delineated. One area was meticulously arranged with 10 technologically advanced capsule-like pillars, each perfectly accommodating a single individual. At that moment, 10 long queues were forming in front of these pillars. The pillars were transparent, allowing onlookers to observe the individuals inside as they soon began to breathe heavily, their faces flushed. Above the pillars, screens flickered with varying numerical values. Once the final number stabilized, the staff would record the results. Yuan Qingzhou had previously familiarized herself with the purpose of these pillars, which were designed to assess the vitality of one's blood. During their enrollment medical examinations, aside from evaluating brainwave activity, the primary focus was on physical health, including organs, bones, fascia, and so forth. Among these assessments, the most critical was the activity of blood within the presence of anomalous energy. Only with sufficient vitality could one become a martial artist, for without it, one could not harness the power of anomalous energy for cultivation. Upon reaching the required standards, one must assess the vitality and strength of one's qi and blood. For an average individual of 18 years, this strength typically hovers around 100, while those who engage in prolonged training may exceed 120. The threshold for martial artists is set at 120, with no upper limit. It is merely noted that a more robust vitality facilitates the swift and easy unblocking of acupoints in the 2nd stage of mastery. Thus, for a 1st-stage martial artist, the primary task is to cultivate their vitality, with a minimum strength of 200 necessary to progress to the 2nd stage. Yuan Qingzhou has already begun to unblock acupoints and advance to the 2nd stage. For her, testing vitality holds little significance. However, martial artists must possess a qualified certificate of vitality strength assessment to pass the 2nd level, compelling Yuan Qingzhou to patiently await her turn while diligently reviewing her vocabulary flashcards. Occasionally, she glances towards the 2nd stage, where instructors from the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau set up 3 combat platforms for the successful candidates to test their strength and agility. Predominantly, the instructors adopt a defensive stance, allowing the testers to launch their attacks, after which the instructors provide evaluations categorized into 4 levels. As the distance gradually diminishes, sporadic gasps of astonishment can be heard from the front, yet these sounds fail to penetrate Yuan Qingzhou's concentration as she immerses herself in her studies. Why are you still memorizing vocabulary? You're on the verge of becoming a martial artist. Perhaps you won't even need to take the college entrance examination. A girl behind her remarked. Yuan Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. How had she overlooked this? Just then, the individual ahead of her stepped up to the pillar, and a nearby staff member chuckled upon hearing the girl's words. My dear students, do you truly understand what it means to be a martial artist or to belong to the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau? The Bureau seeks martial artists who are both cultured and knowledgeable, not mere brutes with unbridled strength. Thus, the notion of abolishing the college entrance examination is simply unfathomable. Not only will it remain, but the difficulty level is also poised to escalate. What a predicament! Why am I even striving to become a warrior? Refund, please. Oh, teachers, I implore you to exhibit some humanity. The air around was filled with lamentations, which only incited a wave of laughter. Yuan Qingzhou, influenced by this atmosphere, felt a light smile emerge in his eyes as he put away his vocabulary cards and began to pay attention to the discussions around him. The pass rate for the warrior test is significantly higher than that of the talisman masters. Thus far, over 300 individuals have been tested, with around 200 achieving a vitality level of 120, predominantly hovering between 120 and 130, with very few surpassing that. However, there is one exceptional case. A boy named Jiabu from number 5 high school. It is said that his family runs a martial arts gym, and he has been practicing martial arts since childhood, developing a physique of pure muscle. He even once bravely confronted 3 assailants during a robbery and received commendation from the city lord's office for his valor. His vitality level is an impressive 180, just shy of reaching the second tier's intensity, and everyone is convinced he is destined to clinch the first place without a doubt. Goodness, Jiabu is exceptionally formidable. A gasp arose from beneath the fighting stage, capturing everyone's attention as a muscular, bald youth clad in a black tank top engaged in a fierce exchange with the instructor, their combat seemingly interminable. Jiabu's powerful punches resonated against the instructor's protective gear, each strike sending droplets of sweat flying, an explosion of male hormones igniting the audience's fervor. Typically, others would only step onto the stage to throw a couple of punches at the instructor to test their strength, before being pursued and struck a few times to gauge their reaction, ultimately being decisively brought down to assess their resilience. At this moment, Jiabu was evenly matched with the instructor, igniting a fierce determination within the latter as they engaged in earnest practice. Yuan Qingzhou, having removed her shoes, stood barefoot on the cold surface of the pillar's base, the chill prompting her to instinctively curl her toes. The air was suffused with an unusual fragrance, a single inhalation igniting a rush of fervor within her. As the glass door closed, Yuan Qingzhou stood quietly within. The atmosphere gradually filled with a ringing sound akin to tinnitus, while the scent intensified. She raised her hand to perceive that an extraordinary force lingered in the air, intertwining with the aroma, stirring her blood and energy. It was as if water in a kettle was heated rapidly until it reached a full boil. A delicate flush graced her fair cheeks, imparting an air of enchanting charm. Her heart raced, her entire being restless, prompting her to close her eyes and regulate her breathing. Having practiced martial arts since the tender age of 6, she had not truly grasped the concept of blood essence intensity until now. Yet, in conjunction with the current sensation of boiling vitality and her knowledge of martial arts, Yuan Qingzhou realized that the family knife techniques and bagua palm her father had imparted possessed the inherent ability to refine one's vitality. Thus, after a decade of practice, could her blood essence intensity surpass that of Jiabu, who had trained since childhood? In the distance, the combat arena showcased Jiabu and the instructor engaged in a spirited exchange, though the instructor possessed significantly more practical experience. Initially, he had been drawing Jiabu out, testing his limits. Now aware of Jiabu's threshold, the instructor shifted from defense to offense, his momentum surging dramatically. Beep, beep, beep. An alarming sound pierced the air. Smoke. Smoke. The instructor was engulfed in smoke. Bang. The instructor on the fighting stage struck Jiabai to the ground, and simultaneously, the pillar beside the staff erupted with a thunderous sound. Sparks and smoke filled the air as Yuan Qingzhou kicked open the glass door and emerged, her her face flushed crimson. The staff member stared at the smoking testing device, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? With her face still red, Yuan Qingzhou anxiously gazed at the machine, contemplating the expense of potential damages. What if she couldn't afford it? Who had witnessed the final number displayed? The staff member, still slightly dazed, hesitated to confirm the figure he had seen and inquired with the students waiting in line. One boy timidly raised his hand, saying, I'm not sure if I'm seeing things, but I think I saw 3 numbers. The first was a 3. Several others nodded in agreement, affirming that they too had seen it. 3. The staff member was momentarily stunned. It seemed he hadn't misread the results. The testing device was a cast-off from higher authorities, with a maximum limit of 300. Exceeding the threshold would undoubtedly cause a malfunction, rendering it incapable of providing an accurate reading. However, 300 was already the minimum standard for a third-tier warrior. How could any of these children possibly possess such strength? In an instant, all eyes converged upon Yuan Qingzhou as disbelief washed over the crowd. It was simply inconceivable that this delicate young girl could possess a vitality exceeding 300. Chapter 21. One move in the face of the staff member's incredulous gaze, Yuan Qingzhou ultimately received her qualification certificate, although the strength of her vitality was recorded as merely 300. The substance administered for testing would take over 24 hours to be fully metabolized, leaving no opportunity for a second assessment at this time. The staff speculated that if her vitality were not robust enough, she would undoubtedly be exposed during the combat trials. Hence, they decided to allow her to proceed to the second round of testing. After receiving her token for the combat arena, Yuan Qingzhou fanned her face to dissipate the heat and sought a place to rest in the nearby stands. She found it exceedingly difficult to calm herself, yearning for an exhilarating bout to vent her pent-up energy, lest she truly combust. It occurred to her that the medicine was intended to incite such restlessness, enabling participants to unleash their full potential in the arena. The stands were filled with individuals taking a respite, save for an elderly gentleman who had a vacant spot beside him. The kindly, rotund old man sipped from his teacup, occasionally chuckling at the antics of the testing children, his double chin quivering with mirth at the amusing occurrences. Yuan Qingzhou approached, nodded in acknowledgement, and settled beside him, taking a deep breath before retrieving her vocabulary cards to continue her studies. Initially, she struggled to concentrate, yet under her formidable willpower, the scorching sensations gradually faded from her awareness, her heart wholly devoted to her words. Suddenly, a hearty laughter erupted nearby, shattering Yuan Qingzhou's focus, prompting her to frown and glance over. She beheld the jovial old man nearly spilling his tea with laughter, observing a group of boys who, in their quest to pass the test, were brazenly consuming the medicinal pills typically reserved for girls, such as the Blackbone White Phoenix pill. Following his gaze, Yuan Qingzhou noticed several boys huddled together, conspiratorially sharing the remedies in their hands, which included not only the aforementioned pill but also herbs like motherwort and ajiao. Yuan Qingzhou smirked slightly, continuing to focus on memorizing vocabulary. However, before she could finish 2 words, the elderly gentleman beside her extended his teacup. "Dear girl, my age has rendered me somewhat unsteady on my feet. There is hot water over there. Could you kindly refill my cup?" Without a hint of impatience, Yuan Qingzhou accepted the teacup and went to assist the elderly man. "I apologize, Grandpa. I accidentally broke your teacup. I have some milk. Would you like some?" Long Xinghu's lips twitched, a bit taken aback, yet he decided to let it go. After all, if something is broken, it is broken. One must make room for the new. "I am truly sorry. It was not my intention." Yuan Qingzhou reiterated her apology. Long Xinghu gazed at her with kindness and suddenly recalled something his roaring beast had said. "Dear girl, do you aspire to become a martial artist?" Without hesitation, Yuan Qingzhou nodded. "Why? Are you not afraid of danger?" As she flipped through her vocabulary cards, her eyes revealed a serious determination. "It is precisely because I fear that I wish to become a formidable martial artist. Rather than entrusting my life to others for protection, I would prefer to rely on my own efforts." Furthermore, this pause prompted Long Xinghu to sit up straighter, sensing that what she was about to say was of utmost significance. Yuan Qingzhou glanced at the screen on the podium, her eyes sparkling. "The rewards are simply too enticing. I cannot refuse." Long Qingzhou studied her for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter, his entire being shaking with mirth. He was suddenly reminded of that year when he personally negotiated special admission conditions for Yuan Qingzhou, who had immediately agreed. When he inquired about the reason behind such promptness, Yuan Qingzhou had shared a profound sentiment. Defending the homeland has always been my aspiration. By safeguarding my country, it ensures the protection of my beloved wife and children. Moreover, the remuneration is simply too enticing for me to decline. Truly, she is the daughter of Yuan Qingzhou. Her temperament mirrors his to a remarkable degree. Fortunately, she has not inherited his robust physique. It is far more delightful for a girl to embody her mother's gentle and charming nature. With this thought, Long Qingzhou recalled his own roaring beast, and a smile faltered on his lips. The mere image of that girl brandishing dual axes and shouting, "Take this, I strike," caused a pang in his heart. Such a fine young lady, yet instead of learning the art of the sword, she insists on wielding those crude axes. How infuriating. Number 398. Step onto the stage. Upon hearing her number, Yuan Qingzhou turned to Long Qingzhou and said, "Grandpa, please keep an eye on my belongings. I shall return shortly." Long Qingzhou nodded, encouraging her, "Fear not. Unleash your potential, and I shall be watching over you." The recent test of vitality had left a lasting impression on many, who were now eager to witness whether her performance on stage could match the impressive vitality score of over 300. Yuan Qingzhou ascended the combat platform. Facing the multitude of expectant gazes, the instructor, who had just practiced with Jiabu, was the one to assess her. Jiabu stood below, his bald head contrasting with his caterpillar-like eyebrows, arms crossed, skepticism etched across his face as he scrutinized Yuan Qingzhou, unable to believe that her slender limbs could possess such high vitality. It is well known that vitality is directly correlated with strength. The higher the vitality, the greater the explosive power of a punch. "Go, Yuan Qingzhou." And Xiaokai stood off stage, cheering for Yuan Qingzhou like an ardent fan. "What is the point? If she can withstand 3 moves under the instructor's command, I shall kneel and call him father," remarked Jiabu with an air of arrogance. And Xiaokai shot him a look of disbelief, retorting, "I think it's the instructor who won T last 3 moves against her." Jiabu gazed at her in astonishment, clearly thinking she had lost her mind. "Begin." The command rang out from the fighting platform. The instructor patted his protective gear and said to Yuan Qingzhou, "Come on. Unleash your strongest moves. Feel free to strike." Yuan Qingzhou stood still, confirming, "You mean my strongest move? Are you sure?" The instructor, slightly impatient, replied, "Why all the nonsense? Hurry up. There are many more behind you waiting. Don't dawdle." "Very well, as you wish," Yuan Qingzhou murmured, her hands immediately forming a claw at her side. Suddenly, before the instructor could finish his words, Yuan Qingzhou vanished, appearing before him with an astonishing speed. However, instead of striking down with her right palm, she transformed her hand into a claw, gripping his arm and pivoting to his side, raising her left palm, which was already charged with power, and striking fiercely at the back of his neck. A resounding thud echoed, causing a painful shiver to run through the audience. The instructor's eyes widened in shock, and then he rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the arena, where even a falling needle could be heard. Indeed, she was not one to hesitate, just as the instructor had desired. Every individual gazed at Yuan Qingzhou with mouths agape, their astonishment palpable. The high ponytail danced behind her, and the fierce intent in her eyes gradually dissipated, reverting to a semblance of her previous frail and delicate demeanor. It was as though the vision of her effortlessly incapacitating the instructor with a single strike had been a mere illusion. Only Long Qingzhou, seated at a distance, observed with an air of indifference, remarking, "The girl has mastered her father's battlefield techniques. They are beyond the capabilities of mere showpieces like yourselves. Had she not restrained her strength, your neck would have been severed." Chapter 22. The Quest for Vengeance in the Audience, and Xiaokai prodded the gaping mouth of Jiabu, who was at a loss for words. Before she could utter a sound, Jiabu suddenly knelt, bellowing towards Yuan Qingzhou, "Daddy." Laughter erupted throughout the hall, with the crowd joining in the revelry, particularly those who had previously suffered under the instructor's harsh methods, relishing in his humiliation. "This instructor is incompetent. He cannot even defeat a young girl. Indeed, what a pathetic instructor. Boo. A poor evaluation. Return him. Their taunts suggested they could do any better. Yet Yuan Qingzhou remained unparalleled. Yuan Qingzhou, I declare you the victor. The cacophony of cheers swelled, rendering Yuan Qingzhou somewhat uneasy upon the combat stage. Vulgar green TBTCH. Dissenting voices were drowned out by the thunderous applause. Cough, cough, quiet. The chief instructor, Luo Shou, who had been grading from the sidelines, ascended the stage to restore order, commanding that the embarrassing spectacle be swiftly removed. He was tall and imposing, exuding an aura of authority, his countenance stern and formidable. As he spoke in a resonant voice, what just transpired was an unforeseen incident. The previous instructor had already assessed over 100 students, and fatigue had rendered him momentarily careless. Thus, the earlier assessment is deemed void. This evaluation primarily aims to gauge the student's diverse capabilities and qualities. While the ability to conclude a fight with a single move is impressive, it renders accurate scoring impossible, necessitating a subsequent test. Now, a different individual will assess her. Luo Shou personally selected a staff member from the Anomaly Bureau to take the stage, and then turned his gaze toward Yuan Qingzhou. Classmate Yuan Qingzhou. The instructor you previously battled was merely a first-tier martial artist with a vitality of 190. The individual you are to face now, he foamed, is a second-tier martial artist who has already opened 68 meridians. Should you feel overwhelmed, concede promptly. I will be there to protect you. Yuan Qingzhou nodded politely, expressing her gratitude. Following that, she gracefully stepped forward, spreading her hands in a preparatory stance. Those with discerning eyes in the audience immediately recognized her technique. She practiced Bagua Zhang. The philosophy behind her style is to endure 10 punches rather than suffer a single palm strike. As punches graze the surface while palm strikes penetrate deeper. Given the vigor of her previous palm wind, it is evident she has cultivated her palm strength. In terms of vitality, Yuan Qingzhou stands evenly matched with Yifeng. On stage, the robust Yifeng discarded his jacket, his demeanor now exuding heightened confidence. Without further ado, he assumed a stance and launched an attack dubbed the Fierce Tiger, descends the mountain towards Yuan Qingzhou. His punches were powerful and unyielding, leaving Yuan Qingzhou no choice but to avoid a direct confrontation. With fists that surged like the wind, he pressed forward relentlessly, offering her no respite. Such earnestness is truly daunting, murmured a spectator. Jiabu also displayed concern, sensing a complete lack of restraint, akin to a fierce battle. This could spell disaster. Father might face a setback. The two engaged on stage, one attacking while the other defended. Those observant would note that despite Yuan Qingzhou's passive stance, she consistently maneuvered within a designated circle, never stepping outside its bounds. On the grand platform of the gymnasium, Long Huan had changed clothes and styled her hair. Forcibly brought by Ximin Shou for inspection, he held a sheath, intending to retrieve a sword from Yuan Qingzhou. Upon entering, they beheld the fierce confrontation between Yuan Qingzhou and Yifeng. TSK, little Zhou is quite impressive, reminiscent of my own youthful prowess. Long Huan remarked with unreserved admiration, having held a favorable view of her since their first encounter. Ximin Shou observed Yuan Qingzhou's pitch-black, glistening eyes, calm as a still lake, exuding a profound aura, moving with measured grace and displaying no fear, nodding in approval. Long Huan nudged Ximin Shou with his elbow, inquiring whether he possessed the same youthful spirit. Ximin Shou accepted the folder handed by the staff, stating, in your youth, you certainly did not exhibit the composure of Yuan Qingzhou. Had it been you, you would have long since knocked your opponent down, trampling upon their face in triumph. The assessment was nearing its conclusion, with the current pass rate falling below 70%. After reviewing the documents, Ximin Shou handed them to Long Huan. Is it truly this low? Long Huan exclaimed upon receiving the folder. Only 353 martial artists and talismans have passed thus far? What is this? Am I being toyed with? The numbers for talismans are even more disheartening, only 20, and that's it? Ximin Shou's brow furrowed, acknowledging that the physical fitness of the children in Jiuan City still lagged significantly behind. Opportunities are not entirely absent. What opportunities? Long Huan's eyes sparkled, She had been demoted here due to her mistakes. It was absurd that the higher-ups entrusted a belligerent like her with overseeing the division of Anomaly in Jiuan City. Managing the division was one thing, but this was utterly nonsensical, as if her mind had been kicked by a mule. Fortunately, Ximing-Shou had volunteered to accompany her. Otherwise, her situation would have been dire. Ah, the Xingwu League. How could I have forgotten? As long as the children under my command perform admirably in the Xingwu League, I will have made significant contributions to the Xingwu plan. Long Huan patted Ximing-Shou and retrieved the folder. Thankfully, with you, Sir Ximing, I am not left in solitude. Let me see him on the Talisman Master side. And Xiao Kai and this Mu Yuan with a mental capacity of 80 are quite promising. On the martial artist side, Xiao Zhou must certainly be included. And there's also Jia Bu who can be nurtured. The Xingwu League is still some time away. There's no need to rush, Ximing-Shou reminded her. Yes, there is still ample time to train these little ones properly. Upon hearing this, Ximing-Shou produced a pre-prepared list from his suit pocket and handed it to Long Huan. After reviewing it, Long Huan was overwhelmed with gratitude and affectionately rubbed against Ximing-Shou's chest. The kindness of Sir Ximing is beyond my ability to repay. I can only offer myself in return. Seeing Long Huan's greasy hair against his pristine, tailored suit, Ximing-Shou's face turned pale, and he clenched his fists. However, he restrained himself from pushing her away, remaining stiff as she frolicked about. Thankfully, he had anticipated this and brought an extra suit with him when he left. Chapter 23. The blade named forged 100 times on the combat stage, Yifeng emanated an overwhelming aura. Channeling his strength through his waist to unleash a formidable punch aimed directly at Yuan Qingzhou's temple. The moment his fist struck, beads of sweat exploded from his arm, a testament to the ferocity of his blow. The spectators fell silent, and Luo Shou, who was guarding Yuan Qingzhou, felt an urge to rush forward. Yet, Yuan Qingzhou remained composed, effortlessly leaning back to evade the fierce wind of the punch, and then positioned her palms defensively. Yifeng's expression shifted dramatically as Yuan Qingzhou's gentle palm force surged into his arms, causing a numbing tremor in his bones. Seizing this moment, she transitioned from palms to claws, the Bagua style morphing into a rapid grappling maneuver, her movements fluid and swift as a wraith. She grasped Yifeng's arm, pulling him toward her while propelling her body backward, executing a powerful shoulder throw. Bang! Yifeng, whose physique was more than twice as robust as Yuan Qingzhou's, crashed to the ground like a sack, leaving the surroundings in stunned silence. This was soon followed by thunderous applause. Well done, Yuan Qingzhou, you are magnificent. Ah, my legs might just break from how stunning you are. Having been on the defensive for so long, Yuan Qingzhou's decisive strike transformed the tide of the battle. Truly, a father's prowess is unmatched. Jiabu gazed in admiration, feeling as if the serene Yuan Qingzhou standing on the stage radiated brilliance, stirring waves of excitement within him. He turned to find Xiaokai beside him, who remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed from the beginning, as though she had anticipated Yuan Qingzhou's ability to turn the situation around. Xiaokai gazed up at Yuan Qingzhou, her eyes filled with a reverence akin to faith. After all, it was Yuan Qingzhou, the very person she had long admired and pursued. On the arena, Yifeng lay there, panting heavily, struggling to rise. At this moment, it was impossible for him not to comprehend that Yuan Qingzhou had not been intimidated by his imposing presence from the outset. Rather, he had been deliberately lured into making a move, exhausting his strength, and allowing her to identify his weaknesses for a decisive strike. Upon this realization, Yifeng stood up and addressed Yuan Qingzhou, saying, "You are truly accomplished at such a young age, I concede." As soon as the words left his lips, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below, and the instructors around the fighting stage bestowed nearly perfect evaluations. "Well done, my dear, you have indeed exceeded my expectations," Dragon Huan remarked, approaching Yuan Qingzhou alongside Ximing-Shou. Just as Ximing-Shou had stated, with such a promising talent, she was bound to clinch the championship in the Xingwu League. "Thank you," Yuan Qingzhou replied softly to Dragon Huan. Upon seeing Ximing-Shou, she was reminded of his tang knife. "I have already cleaned and sterilized your knife. I will go fetch it." At that moment, Dragon Huan intercepted Yuan Qingzhou, saying, "What are you going to get?" A fine knife deserves a fine girl. I think it would be better to gift it to her. It suits her well. Ximenshou's breath hitched, his eyes widening in disbelief at Dragon Huan. That knife was quite expensive, and he had only just acquired it, having barely enjoyed it. However, Dragon Huan seemed oblivious to his unspoken hints. Oh, it's just a knife, right? You have a whole collection at home. Don't think I don't know. How about I buy it? Consider it a gift for Xiaoshou. You can keep a record of the transaction. Ximenshou inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, and with a forced smile that did not reach his eyes, addressed Long Huan. Very well, esteemed minister, I shall ensure to keep a meticulous account of this. Suddenly, upon receiving the coveted Tang Dao, Yuan Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant and enchanting. It was a rare moment where she distinctly felt the joy coursing through her. The sword, named by Lian, was an A-grade renowned weapon. May you not bring disgrace upon it. Yuan Qingzhou nodded with a smile as she gracefully accepted the scabbard presented by Ximenshou. Indeed, young ladies should smile often, for it enhances their beauty. They ought not to carry themselves like old curmudgeons. In the midst of her musings, Long Huan's gaze inadvertently wandered, and from her elevated vantage point, she spotted her own father in the distance, observing Yuan Qingzhou with a benevolent smile. Their eyes met, and the smiles of Long Huan and Long Xinghu froze in place. That old rascal, Long Huan huffed, tilting her head away. Grumpy old man. Long Xinghu similarly turned his head. Their synchronized movements and expressions were not merely alike, they were indistinguishable. Chapter 24. Worthy of the title. By the time all tests were completed, it was already past noon, and only 360 individuals who had passed remained in the arena. Yuan Qingzhou achieved her long-desired position as the top martial artist, a title that faced no dissent. She was truly deserving. Her poise and ferocity on the combat stage left an indelible impression, instilling both admiration and trepidation in the onlookers. Meanwhile, the title of top talisman master was claimed by Xiaokai. However, this elicited little reaction from the crowd, as only 20 talisman masters were ultimately selected. With Yuan Qingzhou captivating everyone's attention, and Xiaokai felt somewhat overshadowed, merely receiving her accolades as a compliment to Yuan Qingzhou's triumph. Yuan Qingzhou's eyes were solely fixated on the string of zeros following the monetary reward. It was only upon receiving the prize that she discovered. In addition to the 50,000 yuan, there lay a small box containing a vial of medicine, an opportunity to select a C-grade martial technique or weapon, and 100 merit points from the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau. The vial was nestled within a petite wooden box, housing 10 blue vials reminiscent of the calcium syrup Yuan Qingzhou had consumed in her youth. The individual distributing the rewards informed her that the medicine was named Blood Boil Inducer, a diluted version of the substance used in the vitality strength testing apparatus. Upon consumption and subsequent practice of the martial arts methods provided by the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau, it could significantly enhance her vitality strength, yielding results tenfold compared to practicing without the medicine. However, Yuan Qingzhou's vitality strength had already surpassed 300, while her realm remained at the second tier of martial artists, having only unlocked 10 acupoints. Thus, it would be more prudent for her to refine the purity of her vitality and consolidate the latent energies within her acupoints. Recklessly augmenting her vitality strength at this juncture would be counterproductive. Therefore, she resolved to temporarily store the Blood Boil Inducer, planning to later sell it through the internal trading platform of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau once she had a clearer understanding of its workings. Grateful for the reward, Yuan Qingzhou opted for storage rather than an immediate sale. The prize for the top talisman master was akin to this: a potion capable of enhancing the efficiency of mental cultivation. Yuan Qingzhou, I'm treating for lunch to celebrate. Will you join? And Xiaokai approached, waving a check in her hand. Before Yuan Qingzhou could respond, and Xiaokai tugged at Jiabu's clothing, along with the second-place contender, the endearing yet simple-minded Tai Han Han, asserting that they would wait at the school gate. After their meal, it would soon be time for afternoon classes. Yuan Qingzhou instinctively wished to refuse, but suddenly recalled what Guyu had suggested. One should endeavor to make friends and not live in solitude. Why not give it a try? With her affirmative response, and Xiaokai was momentarily taken aback, Yet she quickly regained her composure and pulled Jia Buxian outside. The trio dined at a quaint little restaurant across from the school, where Jia Bu and Shaokai filled the air with laughter and joviality, while Yuan Qingzhou silently bit on her milk straw, observing them. Surprisingly, she felt less out of place than she had anticipated. Neither of them overlooked her silence. And Shaokai eagerly dragged her into various selfies, while Jia Bu, in his endearing clumsiness, incessantly called her dad, only to be playfully mocked by Shaokai. By the end of the meal, they had seemingly forged a genuine friendship. As it turned out, Shaotsai's persona was quite different. She was a ghost story streamer, maintaining a low profile and eschewing makeup during the day, yet transforming into a seeker of the supernatural by night, exploring the eerie tales of Jiuan City. Moreover, due to familial circumstances, she possessed some remarkable skills, ensuring her live broadcasts garnered considerable attention on streaming platforms. During a brief intermission in their meal, Shaokai inquired if Yuan Qingzhou would be interested in joining her on ghost hunts in the future, with compensation. As the meal drew to a close, Shaokai and Jia Bu playfully competed over the bill, nearly coming to blows, while Yuan Qingzhou quietly set aside her share and stepped outside. The two shared a chuckle, ultimately deciding to split the cost evenly. "Dad, are you selling that boiling blood inducement?" Jia Bu asked, rubbing his hands together on their way back to school. At that moment, Yuan Qingzhou found herself less averse to Jia Bu and nodded. "Yes, but I am yet to determine the price." Jia Bu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. After we register at the Anomaly Bureau this afternoon and review their internal pricing, I shall raise the price by 30%. Would you sell it to me then?" Yuan Qingzhou shook her head, and Jia Bu's thick eyebrows instantly formed a frown, resembling a pitiful salted egg. "There is no need to raise the price. I will sell it to you at the original price." Suddenly, Jia Bu broke into a smile, feeling so moved that he wished to grasp Yuan Qingzhou's hand, only to have it firmly pushed away by her left hand. Embarrassed, he rubbed his bald head and said, my apologies. From now on, Yuan Qingzhou, you shall be like my dear father. Although I may not possess your talents, I can certainly run errands for you. Just call upon me whenever you need assistance." Yuan Qingzhou, perhaps buoyed by the bonus she had received along with a splendid new blade, felt unusually lighthearted. Observing Jia Bu's demeanor, she couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that forging friendships genuinely had the power to alleviate her emotional detachment, and it brought her a measure of joy. The classroom buzzed with excitement as everyone engaged in animated discussions about martial artists and talismancers. Their curiosity and anticipation for the upcoming course is palpable. As the main lecture had yet to commence, Yuan Qingzhou declined Shaokai's offer to accompany her and went to the restroom alone. She had always been perplexed by why so many girls preferred to hold hands while visiting the restroom, a private affair. Did they partake in some mysterious ritual while squatting in the stalls? Just as she finished her business and had not yet exited, Yuan Qingzhou overheard a somewhat familiar voice outside, filled with tears. Why did Yuan Qingzhou secure the top spot in the martial artist assessment, while I am left to face elimination? Enough, Dandan, do not weep any longer. Perhaps there will be another opportunity for selection. While we cannot alter our mental fortitude, I have heard that replenishing one's vitality can indeed restore strength. With a bit more effort, you shall surely succeed next time. If you had achieved admission, you could say such things, but leave me be. I do not require your consolation. Upon hearing someone depart, Yuan Qingzhou noticed Jiang Luden still sobbing outside. Why is it that Yuan Qingzhou can succeed while I cannot? Why must it be so? She lamented. Yuan Qingzhou, just you wait. It is all because of your father that mine perished, leaving me in such a wretched state. It is all his fault. After shedding a few more tears, she hastily wiped her eyes and exited when someone entered the restroom. Yuan Qingzhou, upon realizing that her voice had faded, emerged from her secluded spot with a heavy sigh. Chapter 25. Strange Tales. Returning to the lecture hall, Yuan Qingzhou's despondent demeanor caused Shaokai to furrow her brow. What troubles you? Is it not enough to be the top scorer? Yuan Qingzhou gently shook her head, unwilling to engage in conversation. Shaokai pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of someone, a chill passing over her. Clear his throat. A light cough resonated from the podium as the morning's chief instructor, Luo Shou, clad in a black uniform from the Bureau of Anomalies, signaled for the accompanying staff to bring in the boxes from outside. A black box, a thick manual, and a new set of uniforms were distributed to each student. The box bears the names of each individual. Within lies a specially designed smartwatch. Its circular dial is adorned with enigmatic and intricate patterns, while the black strap is engraved with a unique series of numbers and the emblematic insignia of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, mirroring that of its personnel. Furthermore, Guardians are required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Any breach of this pact will be met with rigorous scrutiny, potentially resulting in job loss and forfeiture of all federal benefits, or, in severe cases, imprisonment. The attire provided is to be the uniform for these individuals, distinguishing itself from the attire of the 7th high school. The boys will don blue and white athletic wear, while the girls will wear red and white. They will subsequently transition to classes at 7th high school, with their academic records directly entered into the Bureau's files. Yuan Qingzhou briefly perused the manual before donning the watch and following the instructions to press his fingerprint upon the screen. The watch established a connection to the internal network of the Bureau. Once his fingerprint was registered, it was entered into the records, ensuring that only his fingerprint could unlock the device. The number inscribed on the strap serves as their identification number and account within the Bureau's network. Beyond monitoring their health and location, the watch allows for the tracking of others within a 5-kilometer radius once paired with their devices. It also features a walkie-talkie function, transforming spoken words into text displayed on the surface, thus preserving anonymity and preventing location exposure. Notably, the watch's signal remains impervious to the obscuring mists that accompany supernatural invasions, though it may experience certain levels of interference and attenuation. Additionally, this remarkable device boasts holographic projection capabilities, enabling connection to the Bureau's vast database to access a plethora of information, including classifications of anomalies, trading platforms, martial arts rankings, and personal merit points, among others. In summary, this is a product of the latest technology from the Kangwu Federation, which has yet to be authorized for civilian use. Thus, a series of confidentiality agreements must be signed. The Catalog of Strange Tales? Yuan Qingzhou discovered something peculiar within the database, and with a mere tap of his finger on the small luminous screen in the air, he beheld a list of file titles: The Invisible Hymn, Deadly Express, Internet Celebrity Spicy Hot Pot, Haunted House Horror, and so forth. Additionally, each file was accompanied by a claim button and a corresponding sequence of numbers. A moment of silence, please. Luo Shou cleared his throat at the podium, stating that the specific functionalities of the watch could be explored at your leisure. My only requirement during your time in the martial arts and talismans classes is that you must not remove the watch, even while bathing. The Anomaly Regulation Bureau will not infringe upon your privacy. On the contrary, we are deeply concerned for your safety, as each of you has been meticulously selected to be the backbone of the Kangwu Federation's future. The watch is equipped with an automatic alert system. Should it detect any abnormalities in your physical condition, it will activate, summoning the nearest individual to provide assistance. The number on the watch, as well as the watch itself, serves as your identification. With it, you are permitted to carry cold weapons and access certain areas sealed by the Anomaly Regulation Bureau. What I am about to discuss pertains to the matter of the Catalog of Strange Tales. The Federation does not require brash individuals, nor does it need the incompetent. I trust that each of you has experienced the terror of the mental acuity tests every morning. To speak candidly, you are the most disappointing group I have ever encountered. A mere horror game has rendered you quaking in your boots, akin to spineless shrimp. How do you expect to confront entities and phantoms that are tenfold more terrifying? Thus, this compendium of eerie tales is designed to fortify your courage. Most of the entries pertain to low-level specters that pose little danger. You may choose which tales to tackle based on your own circumstances, and multiple individuals can engage with the same narrative, with credit awarded to the first to submit. Alternatively, teams may collaborate and share the accolades. As for the utility of these credits, those familiar with the trading platform will understand. The Anomaly Bureau is not a naive benefactor. There are no free lunches. Aside from fundamental cultivation techniques, all martial skills, talismans, potions, and weapons must be exchanged for credits. The more effort you invest, the more formidable you shall become. A strong youth begets a strong nation. The future of the Kangwu Federation lies within your grasp. In a succinct phrase, this declaration ignited fervor among the students in the lecture hall. Chapter 26. The Strange Resurgence Instructor. I have a question. A student in the front row raised his hand, and Luo Shou gestured for him to stand and speak. Didn't the Federation state that during an otherworldly invasion, the mist along with the anomalies and phantoms would dissipate within 1 to 2 hours? Why then do we still witness phantoms outside forming eerie tales? Luo Shou regarded him with a look of incredulity. My dear student, next time you watch the news, remember to bring your ears and mind along. The broadcast indicated a 90% likelihood, not 100. As for your following inquiries, I shall leave that to Professor Tang Bowen to elucidate. It was only then that everyone noticed a scholar, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and with graying hair, standing beside Luo Shou. At this moment, he approached the podium and began to write on the small screen there. Instantly, 4 words, eerie revival, appeared on the large screen in the lecture hall. Tang Bowen spoke in a deliberate manner. Students, since the inception of the first spirit invasion by the Federation a decade ago, Earth has been progressing towards a new epoch. A process we refer to as eerie revival. I trust many of you are familiar with online novels, where the concept of spiritual energy revival is frequently mentioned. The eerie revival bears similarities to this notion, as it signifies the incursion of anomalous energy alongside the spirits. After a decade of fermentation, the concentration of this anomalous energy on Earth has reached remarkably high levels. According to folklore, this anomalous energy might be referred to as yin qi, possessing characteristics akin to the spiritual energy you are aware of, which can be absorbed to enhance physical strength. However, due to the dark matter it harbors, it also fosters numerous negative emotions. The nightmare spirits represent a confluence of these negative emotions and anomalous energy. Here, I must particularly emphasize that there currently exists no method worldwide to directly absorb nightmare spirits for cultivation, as humanity is unable to extricate and eradicate the core negative emotions of these spirits. Once one becomes tainted by such negativity, it can lead to terrifying hallucinations, ultimately resulting in uncontrollable transformation into a monster. Therefore, students must refrain from attempting this. Furthermore, the cultivation methods provided by the Anomalous Regulation Bureau have been validated over many years by the prestigious Martial Arts Institute, ensuring the utmost safety. Absorbing the anomalous energies present in the atmosphere, while dark matter does exist, poses no threat as long as one's emotions remain stable. This is why regular psychological assessments are mandated each month to facilitate the timely alleviation of negative emotions. Is this not akin to the sanity value system in games? A low murmur of discussion ensued, expressing curiosity about whether the watch possesses such monitoring capabilities, pondering the benefits of quantifying these aspects. Do you think this is a gain? Pay attention. Tang Bowen resumed his explanation on the subject of nightmare spirits. In addition to the invasion of nightmare spirits, humanity also generates negative emotions, such as various forms of hatred and resentment. Once these emotions reach a critical threshold, they can erupt, subsequently attracting dark matter from anomalous energies, leading to the emergence of new nightmare spirits, which we refer to as indigenous nightmare spirits. Indigenous nightmare spirits exhibit greater diversity and distinct characteristics compared to their invasive counterparts. Their methods of harming humanity extend beyond mere illusions and possession. For instance, I believe everyone is familiar with the slit-mouthed woman incident from online discourse. According to my research, this is an example of an indigenous nightmare spirit. Its target is not a human being but rather lipstick. The room erupted in astonishment as Tang Bowen continued, explaining how the spirit exploits the victim's use of lipstick, gradually eroding their will until they transform into a monstrous existence. In addition, I encountered a particularly striking case where a malevolent entity possessed a mobile phone, masquerading as an intelligent AI through a chat application to engage in dialogue with the victim. Gradually, it led the individual to a tragic act of self-sacrifice, and numerous similar instances abound. Tang Bowen provided an insightful exposition on the origins and composition of such malevolent spirits, citing various examples that illuminated the minds of the audience within a mere hour, imparting an understanding of the challenges they were about to confront. These malevolent spirits not only escape from the mists, but are also drawn to humanity's negative emotions, thereby inflicting harm upon people. Conversely, humans, overwhelmed by concentrated anomalous energy, generate even more negative emotions, giving rise to indigenous malevolent spirits. Both types of these entities conjure bewildering tales that leave the public perplexed, creating considerable turmoil for the Bureau of Anomalies. Entities of a more dangerous nature are managed by professionals within the Bureau, while the bothersome, yet less lethal wandering spirits are entrusted to the laborers. This engagement serves to bolster courage, earn merit, and maintain local order. Furthermore, beginning with these simple ghost stories allows individuals to gradually build confidence, or, in a sense, elevate their mental fortitude. When ultimately confronted with true brutality and bloodshed, they will not be so easily overwhelmed by fear and chaos, achieving multiple benefits in one endeavor. Research indicates that females exhibit a greater affinity for this shadowy energy, resulting in a swifter progression in their mastery of anomalous powers compared to their male counterparts. Thus, the future of the Federation may very well belong to women. Therefore, young men should cherish the girls in their midst. Amidst a chorus of laughter and applause, Tang Bowen meticulously gathered his lesson plans and gradually departed from the lecture hall. The subsequent hours were dedicated to the martial arts class and the talismanic studies class. Yuan Qingzhou, distinguished as the top student of the martial arts class, was assigned to the first martial arts group, where they would henceforth attend classes in the repurposed old school buildings of the 7th Middle School. The morning sessions were devoted to conventional subjects such as language, mathematics, and foreign languages, aimed at preparing for the college entrance examination. In the afternoons, the talismanic studies class engaged in meditation to refine mental strength and practice the manipulation of spiritual energy. Conversely, the martial arts class underwent rigorous training designed to enhance physical vitality and strength. Upon achieving a mental capacity exceeding 40 and a physical vitality surpassing 200, students would be afforded the opportunity to learn privately from professional instructors or venture out to confront supernatural phenomena independently. Both the martial arts and talismanic studies classes offered exceptional benefits, even influencing the employment conditions of their parents. In an effort to ensure these children could focus on their education and development, the Federation exerted considerable effort to implement a series of policies. Therefore, being accepted into either class was a matter of great honor and promising prospects. However, this prestigious future was not easily attained. It was not a one-time achievement through testing. Henceforth, both classes would undergo monthly evaluations and psychological assessments. Rewards would be given to the top 3 performers, while failing an assessment would result in a deduction of 10 merit points for the first failure, 50 for the second, and expulsion upon a third failure. Yuan Qingzhou had perused the trading platform, discovering that the price for a blood-boiling elixir was 10 points, while the most affordable weapons and martial techniques were priced around 50 points. Yuan Qingzhou examined her account, noting that in addition to the 100 points awarded for her first place in the martial arts class, she had also received a reward of 300 points from Shimin Shou for resolving the nightmare, likely due to the involvement of a semi-king level nightmare, which warranted a particularly generous reward. Consequently, she had ascended to the top of the merit list across both classes. This achievement had drawn skepticism from some, but Luo Shou had provided an explanation. Envy from others was of little consequence, as Yuan Qingzhou's prowess was undeniable. Despite not yet being a formal martial artist, she had managed to single-handedly vanquish a nightmare and infiltrate the lair of a semi-king level nightmare. Truly formidable. After all, from morning until now, everyone had expended considerable mental and physical energy, inundated with new knowledge, and having their worldviews reshaped, requiring time to digest and accept these changes. The classroom boasted excellent soundproofing, rendering the outside world silent. Jiabu, drenched in sweat, approached hurriedly. I consulted the instructor, and I can exchange merit points for blood-boiling elixir with you. But I currently possess only 50 points from my second-place reward. Merit points can be converted to currency, yet currency cannot procure merit. I inquired further, and the instructor confirmed that a blood-boiling elixir can be exchanged for 10 merit points at the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau. 10 merit points are roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Would you accept cash in exchange? Merit points are both precious and rare. Thus, acquiring the blood-boiling elixir for cash would indeed be a prudent transaction. Yuan Qingzhou found herself in urgent need of funds, and the elixir held little value for her. Rather than diminishing the price on the trading platform in exchange for merit points, it was far more beneficial to procure the cash she required most. Resolving her mother's exorbitant nursing home fees would afford her more time for self-improvement. That works. Yuan Qingzhou agreed. Yuan Qingzhou nodded and provided Jiabuli with her account information. Previously, during their time in class, many had sought to purchase the potions in Yuan Qingzhou's possession, offering substantial sums. However, she had declined all offers, asserting that she had already sold them to Jiabuli, which deeply touched him and solidified their friendship. In Chapter 27, the considerate delivery person, Jiabuli, transferred 150,000 to her and sent a message insisting that she must accept it, lest he feel uneasy. Yuan Qingzhou then made another trip to the bank, transferring the entire 200,000 she had just received to Guyu, requesting her assistance in covering her mother's nursing home expenses for the upcoming year, as well as settling last year's outstanding debts. She took care to clarify the source of the funds in a message, ensuring Guyu did not suspect any illicit activities. Before long, Yuan Qingzhou received a text from Guyu. "You are truly amazing." Upon returning to her small courtyard, she changed into her new school uniform and washed away the bloodstains from her previous attire. Yuan Qingzhou sat down to familiarize herself with the new phone Guyu had given her, downloading and registering various applications, transitioning from the old world to the new era. She used her phone number to connect with her friends on WeChat. After becoming acquainted with the delivery platform's operations and ensuring she understood everything, she linked her phone to her watch and logged into the trading platform of the Anomaly Bureau to review the items available. The items on the trading platform were clearly categorized into martial arts techniques, talismans, weapons, potions, and miscellaneous goods. The operational method resembled that of an online shopping platform, allowing for both purchases and listings of items for sale, with the option to trade using merit points or cash, with the Anomaly Bureau acting as an intermediary guarantor. Yuan Qingzhou initially browsed the weapons section and was taken aback to discover that the prices for Class A weapons exceeded 30,000 merit points, truly not anticipating such exorbitance. Moreover, Shimen Shou once remarked that the Balian knife is an A-grade renowned blade, transcending mere A-grade weaponry. Yuan Qingzhou bypassed the potions and talismans, perusing the martial techniques, which were still categorized into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. In truth, there exists an S-grade, yet it is exceedingly rare, beyond their current reach. The martial techniques correspond to the detailed classification of a warrior's realm. The second-tier techniques vary in their grading from A to D, with the number of acupoints that can be opened differing accordingly. The Bagua Palm that Yuan Qingzhou previously studied is actually a Bagua Palm first tier, classified as D-grade martial art. As its name suggests, it is a common martial art, easily accessible, and among the D-grade techniques, it is the least expensive. However, upon reaching the Bagua Palm second tier, its rating elevates to C-grade, capable of unblocking half of the 6 meridians in both arms, making it a commendable choice within the C-grade category. Additionally, it can seamlessly integrate with all talismans, irrespective of the talisman master's attributes, which is one of the reasons for its C-grade classification. Yuan Qingzhou already possessed an opportunity to exchange for a C-grade martial technique. Thus, she opted to acquire the Bagua Palm's second-tier content, believing that mastering what one learns is paramount. That which is suitable is the best. Furthermore, the 5-spirit spell second tier can unlock all acupoints throughout the body. She does not need to rely on the acupoint unlocking effects of martial techniques, but rather seeks its deeper strategies and skills. The Bagua Palm second tier enhances both the power of palm strikes and the variability of techniques, also introducing a set of defensive maneuvers and 32 linking palm forms. thus balancing both offense and defense. The remaining techniques were not a source of urgency for Yuan Qingzhou to exchange. Her ancestral knife techniques, when combined with the Balian knife, were presently sufficient. Moreover, she indicated her intention to acquire a bow and arrow to compensate for her inadequacies in ranged combat, and she would need to exchange for bow-related items in the future. In truth, firearms would be preferable, yet they were currently prohibited from possessing any lethal weapons. She had spent years learning about firearms from her mother, yet had never truly wielded one. Ultimately, Yuan Qingzhou perused the miscellaneous section and discovered an employee from the Imperial Martial City's Anomaly Regulation Bureau selling 2 exquisite bracelets made of small-leaf rosewood, classified as Class C extraordinary items. The description claimed they had been blessed by a high monk, serving as a semi-exorcism tool, capable of deterring anomalies and phantoms of Class 3 and below, and that prolonged wear could nurture one's mental strength, granting clarity and protection from malevolent forces. The pair was priced at 300 merit points, and with certification from the Anomaly Regulation Bureau ensuring authenticity, Yuan Qingzhou did not hesitate to make the exchange, providing her address as Guyu's home and leaving a note to have one sent to her mother. This way, she could feel a measure of relief regarding the safety of her mother and Guyu, especially since she had already paid for a year's worth of expenses at the nursing home. The remaining time could then be devoted to her own pursuits. Stretching languidly, Yuan Qingzhou felt the weight on her shoulders lighten significantly, and she was filled with anticipation and motivation for the future, as the previous worries no longer held sway over her. She also needed to check on the White Phantom. Yuan Qingzhou recalled her left pinky finger's white nail, reminding her that she had confined a White Phantom, and now that she was alone at home, it was the perfect opportunity to release it for observation. According to the descriptions in the 5 Spirits incantation, phantoms are meant to be confined within the body, occasionally influencing one's consciousness, necessitating careful attention. However, due to the 3 Yang True Fire curse on her arm, Bai Yin could only retreat to her left hand, daring not to overstep her bounds. Dead. Suddenly, the parrot in the cage collapsed, feigning death, its claws twitching. Yuan Qingzhou shook her head, only to discover that the doll, Xiaoman, who had been beside her pillow moments ago, had quietly taken a seat beside her, gazing with unfocused eyes at Bai Yin, cradling Xiaoman in her arms. Yuan Qingzhou beheld wisps of ethereal white smoke gradually coalescing before her into the form of a woman. The woman stood with her back to Yuan Qingzhou. If one refrained from touching, she could easily be mistaken for a corporeal being. She donned a white strapless top paired with black tailored trousers, draped with a matching casual black blazer, her slender waist accentuating an alluring figure. Cascading golden waves framed her shoulders, exuding both sensuality and an air of cold detachment. Yuan Qingzhou urged her to turn around, and beneath those indifferent eyes lay a mouth stretched to her ears, adorned with an unsettlingly eerie smile. If only her mouth could be concealed, it would at least spare others from fright. Just as this thought crossed her mind, mist enveloped the woman's face, morphing into a large mask that obscured half of her visage, instantly enhancing her aloof demeanor. Thus, as long as she was not physically touched, she appeared like any ordinary woman. Yuan Qingzhou further experimented with various movements for the woman. Under her control and restraint, the woman exhibited no signs of consciousness or speech, yet otherwise behaved like any typical individual. The realm of Bai Yin was confined in this manner, expanding only as she advanced in power. Reflecting on the past, Yuan Qingzhou recalled that the entire villa had been shrouded in the realm of nightmares, indicating that the beings within were of a far superior level compared to Bai Yin. At that time, she suffered the consequences of ignorance. Had it not been for Long Huan and Shi Min Shou, she might have perished within. After testing Bai Yan's various abilities, as she witnessed a woman defy gravity and the principles of physics to traverse the ceiling and teleport to a distant location, a splendid idea suddenly blossomed in Yuan Qingzhou's mind. Although I do not know your name, I have a vague understanding of your residence. I shall assist in reporting your death to the authorities, alleviating your family's endless search and concern. From now on, you shall be called Tail. I will take good care of you. Tiancheng Jiayuan, Building 4, Apartment 401. Ever since the Federation disclosed the invasion of the otherworldly beings, Eerie tales proliferated online like mushrooms after rain, with no administrators to suppress them any longer. In fact, an option to report to the Anomaly Investigation Bureau was added. Xiaozhang casually perused a few, feeling a chill run down his spine, as if something was lurking in the emptiness of his home, observing him. Shivering, he closed the web page and opened a game, calling a few friends to join him in a round of PUBG. The first match went remarkably well, with luck on their side, but just as they located the last enemy, poised to claim victory, all four were unexpectedly shot in the head. Enraged, Xiaozhang and his teammates slammed the table, cursing the cheaters. The second match commenced swiftly, starting off favorably, upon landing at the airport. Xiaozhang found a gun and swiftly eliminated 3 opponents. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Xiaozhang, who typically had no visitors, deduced it must be a food delivery. With a cigarette between his lips, he anxiously gazed at the screen. Unable to leave, please hang it on the door. Thank you. Goodness. You nearly caught me off guard like Voldemort. 3 minutes later, Xiaozhang successfully delivered a batch of express parcels, his frustration evident as he extinguished a cigarette. I'm off to dine, my brothers, let us strive to enjoy some chicken together. As Xiaozhang went to fetch his meal, he stood up to find the Huangmin chicken he ordered hanging on the doorknob inside. He casually grabbed it and brought it to his computer desk to begin eating. After a while, Xiaozhang suddenly sensed something was amiss. Had he opened the door just now? It seemed not. The takeaway was hanging inside, after all. Did he hear the sound of the door opening? It seemed not either. How then did the takeaway enter the room? Xiaozhang's chewing gradually faltered, an eerie chill rushing from his soles to his brain. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Meanwhile, outside Tianqing Yuan community, Yuan Qingzhou rode her electric scooter, navigating with her GPS, determinately heading towards her next delivery. Chapter 28. The Trial Sleeper of the Haunted House. At that moment, she received a call from Xiaokai. I'm in dire need of assistance. Xiaocai's voice pierced through the air, prompting Yuan Qingzhou to frown and hold the phone away, lowering the volume. Could you do me a favor tonight? I need to go live in a haunted house at midnight. I had arranged for someone to act as the trial sleeper, but they bailed last minute. The broadcast is about to start, and if I can't find someone, it will be a disaster. Could you be more specific? Yuan Qingzhou replied softly, her mind clouded with confusion. Xiaokai paused momentarily before speaking. The situation is as follows. I have been investigating a peculiar haunted house tale, which initially seemed unresolvable. However, today I discovered that our Bureau of Anomalies has a catalog entry for this fairy tale, prompting me to take it on directly. Yuan Qingzhou pondered for a moment and inquired, what exactly needs to be done? Upon hearing the opportunity, Xiaokai cheerfully replied, actually, there's not much for you to do. You simply need to stay here from midnight to 6 in the morning. The only caveat is that the house is equipped with surveillance cameras, which might feel a bit uncomfortable. I will be live streaming continuously for a week, and if we can uncover the source of the haunting sooner, we can conclude the investigation early. The remuneration is 5,000, and if it is you, we can split the 10 merit points from the Bureau once the haunting is resolved. Given that this haunted house is only rated at 10 points, it should pose no significant danger. With such a generous offer presented, Yuan Qingzhou found it difficult to decline. Coincidentally, this haunted house was located in Tianqing Jiayuan, where she had previously delivered takeout, specifically in Unit 1802 of Building 8. Wow! Xiaokai exclaimed, moved by Yuan Qingzhou's presence, and attempted to embrace her. However, Yuan Qingzhou promptly pressed the handle of a knife against her neck. Previously, at school, Xiaokai, with her sun-kissed skin and freckled face, sported 2 braided pigtails that made her resemble a rustic girl when clad in her uniform. Yet, the person before Yuan Qingzhou now was adorned in a finely crafted black Lolita dress, complete with a lace headband and curly hair, her face graced by exquisite makeup, and her large, sparkling eyes exuding an adorable charm, akin to a character that had stepped out from a manga. As the unremarkable Xiaokai stepped onto the street, Yuan Qingzhou certainly could not associate her with the Xiaokai from school. Xiaokai led Yuan Qingzhou into the residence, a modest 3-bedroom apartment, dimly lit by a few small night lamps, which imparted an eerily strange ambience. The living room was equipped with numerous devices. and cameras were installed throughout the space for constant surveillance. "I know you prefer solitude," she remarked, "so I've sent everyone away. Your room is over there, and I will be live streaming from the master bedroom for a while. You need not concern yourself with me. Feel free to do as you please here. Just a word of caution. While there are no cameras in the bathroom, there are audio recording devices. Should you feel uncomfortable, I have also rented this floor's 1801. The key is just by the door, allowing you to freshen up over there." And Xiaokai meticulously arranged everything, even personally informing Yuan Qingzhou of the camera placements. With a decent following on her streaming platform, she had access to advanced interactive features, enabling viewers to select which camera they wished to observe. "Well then, it's almost midnight. I shall not disturb your rest. The information regarding the eerie house can be found in the archives of the Anomaly Bureau. You can look it up yourself. Good night." After assisting Yuan Qingzhou in closing the door, and Xiaokai exited, Yuan Qingzhou surveyed the room, noting its simple decor, just a wardrobe, a double bed, and a desk, utterly unremarkable. Restless, she turned her back to the camera and sat at the desk, unfurling a yellowed question bank. Scanning the QR code on her watch with her phone, the page automatically redirected her to the Anomaly Bureau's database. She then entered her account credentials to access the catalog of strange tales, seeking information on the eerie house. It is rumored that this house is haunted by the sound of a dog barking at precisely 2 o'clock each morning. Despite the fact that no one in the entire building owns a dog, Yuan Qingzhou perused the information directory, and the first entry was a video file. She fetched her headphones, propped her phone against the wall, and began to watch the video. The recording was made in the living room, where a frail elderly woman sat in the center on the sofa, one leg crossed as she munched on sunflower seeds, occasionally casting a sidelong glance at a disheveled woman on the adjacent armchair, cradling a child. Flanking the elderly woman were her partner and his son, suggesting a familial connection, while the woman and child appeared to be mere outsiders. "Uncle Zhao, who would like to begin?" A man's voice resonated from off-screen. The elderly man waved his hand dismissively, and the elderly woman shot a glare at the disheveled woman before nudging her son beside her. Young Zhao wiped his face, his haggard appearance accentuated by deep dark circles under his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I will speak." No sooner had he begun than the woman beside him reddened, tears welling in her eyes. Silently, she turned her head and wiped her tears, gently continuing to pat the sleeping infant. "The truth is, we did not purchase this house. My wife and I originally bought a modest 2-bedroom apartment. But after the birth of our child, my parents came to help us, and there wasn't enough space. Consequently, I rented out our previous home and leased this larger 3-bedroom apartment. At first, everything was quite normal during my wife's confinement, but suddenly one day, Qiuqiu is the golden retriever my wife raised. When our child was about 2.5 months old, Qiuqiu inexplicably began barking around 2 o'clock each morning, directed at my parents' room. It is the kind of fierce calling that cannot be restrained, each time requiring half an hour before it ceases. We have attempted various methods to no avail, including temporarily fostering it at a friend's house, yet Qiuqiu still begins to bark around 2 o'clock each morning, directed at my friend's doorstep, even damaging their door. His wife, overwhelmed, has already covered her mouth in tears. At that moment, the elderly lady tossed aside her sunflower seeds and exclaimed, crying, "All you do is cry. Even without milk, you still cry. It's just a dog. Do you expect me to pay with my life? That is Qiuqiu, who has accompanied me throughout my upbringing. He is my family. How can you consume him?" The woman broke down in tears. The elderly lady scoffed dismissively, "I feast upon this creature. Its flesh is so tough that it cannot be bitten. It is inferior to the local dogs in our village. Day in and day out it barks at me and even attempts to bite. Am I abusing you both, or what? Giving birth to a worthless creature yet treating it as precious, while it consumes better than I do, wasting my son's money." The woman wept inconsolably, her infant squirming in her arms, threatening to awaken. She quickly stifled her sobs and gently soothed the child. "Enough of this clamor," old Zhao interjected, prompting Xiao Zhao to continue. The elderly lady glared fiercely at the woman, who bit her lip, unable to cease her weeping. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhao resumed. Ever since the day Qiu passed away, the strange occurrences in our home have become increasingly frequent. Chapter 29, The Peculiar. During the day at home, we would suddenly feel a jolt against our legs, akin to Qiu passing beneath us as he usually did. In the stillness of the night, sounds often emanate from the living room. Each time I venture out, I find the tennis ball, once cherished by Qiu, bouncing about the floor. At 2 in the morning, we are roused from slumber by the persistent barking of the dog, yet upon awakening, all falls silent once more. Xiao Xiao clenches his fists in anxiety. Since last week, peculiar items have materialized in the kitchen pot each night. Initially, it was an inexplicable chicken bone, followed by the remains of a deceased rat and bird. But yesterday was the decaying corpse of a small dog. Good heavens! How could Mylan, who never leaves her house, be responsible for this? Is that all? The man outside the screen interjects, interrupting the impending quarrel. Xiao Zhao nods, affirming that this is indeed the case. Yet the gravity of the situation seems to escalate. I have already secured another residence and plan to move tomorrow. Yes, relocating temporarily is wise. Furthermore, on the day Qiu began exhibiting these strange behaviors, did any unusual events transpire? Xiao Zhao exchanged glances with the elderly lady and Zhao Laodu before shaking his head. All right, let us proceed with today's discussion then wait. There is something, a woman, who had been weeping quietly, suddenly spoke up, pointing at the elderly lady. That day, she stole someone's mobile phone. The elderly lady sprang from the sofa, exclaiming, Lu Mylan, what nonsense are you spewing? That phone was merely something I found, not stolen. Do not slander me. That is the latest model of a foldable phone. Something so valuable that it cannot simply be discarded. Who would ever lose it willingly? Qiu barked to catch the thief. Who are you calling a thief? It was merely a case of encountering a foolish individual. His phone fell to the ground, and instead of picking it up, he simply ran away. With my aged limbs, I found it impossible to pursue him. Could you kindly show me the phone? The elderly lady hesitated, her hand lingering in her pocket, reluctant to comply. However, upon receiving a stern glare from old Zhao, she reluctantly retrieved a compact black flip phone, reminiscent of Yuan Qingzhou's device. The phone appeared unremarkable. And was there anything else of note? Ms. Lu Mylan, should you have anything inconvenient to disclose, we may converse privately. The implication was unmistakable. There was concern regarding potential mistreatment. Yet, Lu Mylan feebly shook her head and replied, Thank you. Although I took the life of Qiu, she has never treated me poorly, though her words can be quite harsh. The elderly woman cast Lu Mylan a disapproving look, remaining silent. Very well. You are to vacate the premises promptly tomorrow. We will temporarily seal this residence and notify you once the situation is clarified. As the video concluded, Yuan Qingzhou perused additional documents and stumbled upon several neighbor testimonies. Many reported continued sounds of barking throughout the night following this family's departure. And dog toys had been discovered in the hallway. The children from the household mentioned having seen a large dog. However, that was the extent of the findings. Nothing else appeared amiss. Further along were a few photographs. The first captured Qiu alongside Lu Mylan. The golden retriever with its tongue out and eyes squinted in a joyful smile, while Lu Mylan rested her eyes against the dog, appearing content and relaxed. As Yuan Qingzhou swiped on her phone, a second photograph appeared, revealing a large pot of red stew. At that moment, an overwhelming urge to vomit surged within her. Hastily, she flicked to the next image, which displayed various items emerging from the pot. After reviewing all the material, Yuan Qingzhou was left with a singular impression. The eerie tales within this residence could be resolved simply by locating the orb that had transformed into a phantasm. However, if the phantoms chose not to reveal themselves, one would require special talismans to seek them out. Unfortunately, Yuan Qingzhou had none at her disposal, leaving her at a loss. Yet, perhaps Xiaokai possessed such items. She had come specifically to draw out the phantoms in the house for a live broadcast, undoubtedly well prepared. As night deepened, the intermittent sounds of Xiaokai interacting with her audience drifted through the air. Yuan Qingzhou glanced at the camera, then proceeded to the bathroom for her nightly routine. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt and long pants, she nestled with her pet, Xiaoman, and drifted off to sleep. She had long since wrapped her left arm, adorned with tattoos, in bandages to conceal it from view. The exorcising dagger remained secured to her calf, while the 100 refined dagger served as a cushion beneath her head, ensuring she was ready for combat at a moment's notice. That night, Yuan Qingzhou slept reasonably well, aside from a brief interruption when she heard Xiaokai step out. At 5 in the morning, she awoke of her own accord, completed her morning routine, and ventured out for exercise. Since the age of 10, her sleep had gradually diminished, and she now thrived on merely 3 to 4 hours of rest each night. Initially unaware of the reasons behind this phenomenon, she had come to understand, through her martial training, that it was intricately linked to the vigor of one's vital energy. The stronger the vital energy, the more vibrant the spirit, leading to a swifter recovery of both strength and vitality. In a secluded area of the community, Yuan Qingzhou engaged in practice according to the movements outlined in the 3rd edition of Fundamental Cultivation Methods, reminiscent of rhythmic gymnastics. During her practice, she sensed an unusual energy flowing within her, and the dense ambient energy seemed to be drawn towards her movements, permeating her body from various points. Unlike the 5-spirit incantation, which entered solely through the palm of her left hand, however, this influx of raw energy appeared to be unrefined, leading to an inexplicable sense of agitation within Yuan Qingzhou, which was quite uncomfortable for her. Typically, she maintained an extremely subdued emotional state, allowing her to detect even the slightest shifts in her feelings, whereas most individuals would likely need to accumulate such sensations before becoming aware of them. Subsequently, she executed a sequence from the 2nd level of Bagua Palm, during which the energy within her body was compressed and refined, becoming pure. This energy was then directed from various parts of her body into the acupoints in her palms, continuously impacting and expanding these points. The overflowing energy surged towards the next acupoint in a repetitive cycle. After completing her practice, Yuan Qingzhou released a small amount of energy to assess its nature. She couldn't discern if it was merely an illusion, yet it appeared to have deepened from its previous gray hue. And Xiaokai's cousin, Li Xia, a bespectacled woman seemingly in her 20s, sat on a single armchair fiddling with her mobile phone. She acknowledged Yuan Qingzhou with a nod but did not engage in conversation. "You must try this. The pan-fried buns here are absolutely delightful," and Xiaokai urged, pushing a serving towards Yuan Qingzhou. "Thank you," Yuan Qingzhou replied, savoring her meal at a leisurely pace. And Xiaokai rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head to scrutinize Yuan Qingzhou. "How is it that you look so captivating in everything you do? Even yesterday, when you were involved in a scuffle, there was an undeniable charm about you. It's no wonder that the lot in my live stream flocked to watch you sleep last night." Yuan Qingzhou was at a loss for words and merely continued to eat. And Xiaokai sighed and continued, "It is rather strange, though. I usually hear dogs barking every night, but last night, I kept vigil without a single sound. I even surreptitiously used a spirit-detracting talisman, which cost me 20 merit points, yet it proved utterly ineffective. No worries, we shall try again tonight," Yuan Qingzhou offered in a calm tone. And Xiaokai yawned, "I'm utterly exhausted. I must ensure I get a good sleep before class today." Li Xia, not only in Xiaocai's distant cousin, but also her assistant, managed various affairs for her. The live stream room was granted to Xiaokai since she was still a minor, despite her pretenses of being 18. This morning, upon noticing the absence of any anomalies, Yuan Qingzhou pondered whether it was related to her in some way. The invasion of otherworldly beings had persisted for a decade, with many encountering strange tales, yet she had remained unscathed throughout this time, possibly due to the protection of her guardian spirit, Xiaoman. Additionally, there was the parrot, a long-lived pet from her father's past, seemingly capable of perceiving unclean entities. Furthermore, the exorcism dagger she possessed was a talisman of sorts, distinct from inscribed weapons like the forged blade, whereas inscribed weapons merely disrupted the aura of aberrations and nightmare spirits. Exorcism talismans inherently emanated a deterrent aura against such entities. Thus, carrying the exorcism dagger would undoubtedly intimidate weaker wandering nightmares from revealing themselves. Whether there is a connection remains to be seen tonight. In the morning, due to a lack of students, the cultural class merged with the martial arts class. As Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai entered the classroom, they noticed Jia Buchong waving at them, gesturing towards the seats in front. Jia Buck occupied the last row by the window, vacating his front row seat for Yuan Qingzhou and in Shaokai. Shaokai, I watched your live stream last night. How are you so talented? You can sing, dance, and even perform crosstalk. Did you see the super rocket I sent you? Shoo. And Shaokai shot Jia Buck a glare. Do you want everyone to know my true identity? Keep your voice down. And also, since we're on the same side, please refrain from sending me so many super rockets in the future. It feels a bit strange. As in Shaokai spoke, she let out a long yawn, a few tears escaping from the corners of her eyes. Jia Buck asked, didn't you end your stream at 3 last night? Why do you look like you haven't slept at all? And Shaokai glanced at Yuan Qingzhou, who was quietly sitting there, diligently working on her exam papers. The morning light streamed through the window, casting a serene beauty upon her. Indeed, I didn't sleep at all. After the stream, I went to deliver warmth to someone. When the teacher entered to begin the class, Jia Buck ceased his inquiries. Throughout the cultural lesson, both in Shaokai and Jia Buck dozed off, resulting in only Jia Buck being punished to stand. Teacher, this is unfair. Why aren't you punishing in Shaokai? Jia Buck, your classmate Yuan Qingzhou ranked second in the entire Jiuan city for the high school entrance examination, and Shaokai was close behind at 5th place. What about you? Are you perhaps last in the rankings? A sickly cat among a pack of tigers. What are you pretending to be, a king? Teacher, you have struck a nerve. Upon observing the 2 thick eyebrows of Jia Bu forming a distinctive shape, Yuan Qingzhou couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. However, a tinge of curiosity arose within her. Wasn't Zhang Luden in the same class as her? Why had she not attended class today? Chapter 30. Branches of martial arts after the morning cultural classes concluded. Yuan Qingzhou proceeded to the office of the Anomaly Bureau stationed at the 7th Middle School to collect the blood-boiling charm for Jia Bu. The 3 of them then gathered once more at the school gate to share a meal. Yuan Qingzhou remained silent, biting on a milk straw, while Shaokai chattered incessantly, recounting the peculiar events of the previous night at the haunted house to Jia Bu. I exchanged for another spirit-summoning talisman today. If I cannot draw out this nightmarish entity soon, I shall suffer a significant loss. For the sake of those 10 merit points, I have already expended 40, she lamented. And Shaokai waved the rectangular yellow talisman in her hand, piquing Yuan Qingzhou's curiosity. She reached out to take a look, discovering peculiar red patterns that subtly resonated with her spiritual energy. As she traced the red lines with her fingers, she realized they were, surprisingly, printed. Aren't talismans supposed to be hand-drawn? Yuan Qingzhou inquired, with a cheeky grin, and Shaokai replied, what age are we living in? Hand-drawing talismans is so inefficient. This is the latest technology developed by the Anomaly Bureau. Some commonly used basic talismans can now be directly printed onto talisman paper. As talismancers, we merely need to channel the corresponding attributes of spiritual energy from the talisman seed to activate the runes. Yuan Qingzhou nodded in understanding, her curiosity piqued once more. What does the talisman seed look like for you talismancers? Suddenly, Xiaotsai's smile faltered, a hint of awkwardness creeping in. However, upon noticing Yuan Qingzhou's eager thirst for knowledge, she adeptly shifted her explanation to a lighter note. The symbols of a rune master are inscribed in one's mind through the visualization of a specially crafted image, a process that evokes a profound and enigmatic sensation, which even in Shaokai finds difficult to articulate. To the naked eye, the image appears entirely black. Only by closing their eyes and employing mental energy to visualize can they glimpse a small fragment of it. Through continuous mental effort, they can etch it into their consciousness. Among the students of the runes class, Mu Yuan, who ranks 2nd, possesses a mental capacity of 80 with stability at 20. Although he initially seemed inferior to Shaokai in every aspect, he astonishingly managed to inscribe a storm cloud, a rare symbol type, renowned for its exceptional offensive and dispelling qualities due to its lightning attributes. What is your symbol, Shaokai? Jia Bu asked innocently, and Shaokai shot him a glare, warning him not to pry into matters that should remain private. Jia Bu, with a mischievous shake of his thick eyebrows, teased, is it something indescribable? Curse you. Their playful banter escalated into a lively exchange. Meanwhile, Yuan Qingzhou, with a gentle smile, contemplated her own consciousness. If one were to speak of symbols, it seemed she possessed one as well. It manifested as a tattered, grayish human skin scroll, its edges jagged and bound by a decaying red cord. Previously, it contained the 5-spirit incantation, but Yuan Qingzhou had no knowledge of its current contents, as she was unable to unlock it. In the afternoon, the martial arts class and the runes class separated for lessons. The martial arts class embarked on rigorous physical training, with the playground equipped with various training apparatuses. The intensity surpassing even that of military drills, provoking cries of exertion from the students. Onlookers from the other classes watched from a distance, feeling both sympathy and envy. However, Yuan Qingzhou was an exception, as she was personally summoned by Luo Shou to the classroom. Dear Yuan Qingzhou, you have officially entered the second stage of the Meridian Opening Realm. Henceforth, you are exempt from physical training. I noticed that you indicated archery on your preference form, but our archery instructor will not arrive until next month. Therefore, you are free to arrange your training sessions this afternoon, as I have utmost confidence in your self-discipline. Thank you, instructor. Yuan Qingzhou politely nodded. Additionally, the reason I called you today pertains to another matter. I trust you have perused the Martial Artist Handbook and understand that upon reaching the second stage of the Meridian Opening Realm, one must select a specialization. Mastery of fist techniques and weaponry requires the opening of the acupoints in both arms, while the cultivation of leg techniques and body techniques necessitates the opening of the acupoints in both legs. Unlocking the acupoints in the front and back of the torso can enhance physical strength and defensive capabilities. Following this, one can progress into the third stage of the Meridian Unification Realm, wherein the continuous flow of vital energy enables an initial significant leap in personal prowess, allowing one to intimidate entities below the third level solely through their own vitality. Yuan Qingzhou appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, why not open all the acupoints before advancing? Luo Shi, anticipating her question, patiently explained. The human body contains a total of 720 acupoints, and to open these points, one must learn corresponding martial techniques. For instance, the Bagua palm you are studying corresponds to various acupoints in both arms. However, as you are aware, the Bagua palm can only open half of the acupoints in the arms. To unlock the remaining half, you must acquire new corresponding martial skills. The same principle applies to the opening of other acupoints in the body. The challenge lies in the fact that, currently, the Federation has yet to compile martial techniques sufficient to accommodate all 720 acupoints. Moreover, in certain areas, such as the head acupuncture points, only the Iron Head technique is capable of unblocking these points. However, the Iron Head technique is merely rank D, rendering its effectiveness quite limited and requiring considerable time and effort. Additionally, for perilous acupuncture points, such as the critical points of the human body, one must rely on techniques of rank B or even A to ensure precision. Consequently, this process is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also demands an immense amount of resources, making it improbable to unblock all 720 acupuncture points. Therefore, modern martial artists typically opt for a branching path starting from the second tier, focusing only on the necessary acupuncture points to save time and energy. Even if this entails sacrificing defense for the sake of attacking power, there are inscribed equipment to compensate for this loss, alleviating excessive concerns. Yuan Qingzhou nodded. She had noted this aspect while perusing the martial arts introduction in the database. However, for her current self, there was no need to rely on martial techniques to unblock the acupuncture points, as the 5 spirits incantation could directly impact all acupuncture points by absorbing the energy from the nightmare spirit. She inquired further about the potential outcomes should someone manage to unblock all 720 acupuncture points. Luo Shou, observing Yuan Qingzhou's curiosity, expressed without suspicion, in fact, within our Kanwu Federation, there exists an individual who has achieved the unblocking of all points. That person is none other than the head of our Bureau of Extraordinary Events Investigation, the contemporary martial deity, Chu Lingnan. She hails from a reclusive martial arts family, filled with numerous experts and abundant elixirs, thus having been immersed in this environment since childhood. With the assistance of her family's masters to establish a solid foundation, by unblocking all her acupuncture points. In her travels of yesteryears, she single-handedly defeated all the martial arts masters in the Federation, earning the illustrious title of martial deity, a remarkable feat that became a tale of wonder. Though the extraordinary energy within a single acupoint may be scarce, possessing several hundred more acupoints brimming with such energy would instill profound dread in adversaries merely through the suppression of that energy. Not to mention the subsequent realms, how could one not be invincible with such a robust foundation? A glimmer of determination shone in Yuan Qingzhou's eyes as she resolutely committed to diligently practicing the five-spirit incantation, aspiring to traverse all her acupoints before advancing further. If she were to undertake this journey, she vowed to achieve nothing but excellence, a principle instilled in her by her father from a young age. In May of the coming year, the Federation is set to host the Martial Arts Championship, and Minister Long Huan has expressed a desire for you to participate. It would be prudent for you to reach the mid to late stage of the third tier before the competition commences to enhance your chances of success, although it may prove challenging. With your determination and the resources provided by the Anomaly Bureau, there is certainly an opportunity to seize. Will winning boost my college entrance exam scores? Yuan Qingzhou inquired impulsively. As she is set to partake in the exam next year, and every additional point could bolster her chances of gaining admission to the foremost academy. Luo Shou chuckled. If you secure the top position, you will be granted direct admission to the Martial Arts Institute of the prestigious academy, along with a substantial monetary reward. The words direct admission and reward struck a chord within Yuan Qingzhou, causing her bright, dark eyes to widen in excitement. All right, just keep this in mind. You may now organize your training as you see fit. I shall not intrude upon your preparations. Oh, and one more thing I nearly overlooked. You are a key focus of the minister. Let us synchronize our watches, so I can reach you when necessary. Yuan Qingzhou nodded, pairing his watch with Luo Shou. Chapter 31. Fleeing in disarray on the playground of the 7th middle school, all members of the martial arts class were bound with sandbags, running around the track, drenched in sweat. Although they possessed decent physical fitness, many could not endure such intense training. Some fell behind, exhausted, while others simply sat on the ground, crying and declaring their refusal to continue. The instructor, riding on a balance scooter and holding a megaphone, roared beside them. When faced with those who wished to give up, the instructor offered no words of encouragement, merely urging them to consider the benefits the Federation provided to their parents. If one could truly abandon their aspirations, they were welcome to visit the Adjustment Bureau to process their withdrawal. Thus, those contemplating surrender could only rise, tears streaming down their faces, gritting their teeth to resume their run. This was merely the beginning of the grueling training for the martial arts class. Far more terrifying trials lay ahead. With only 8 months remaining until the Xingwu League in May of the following year, as the first batch of martial artists nurtured by the Federation, their inaugural appearance held immense significance, necessitating exceptional achievements. The playground echoed with cries of despair and heavy clouds of gloom, the only bright spot being a solitary figure dancing with a sword beneath the shade of a tree in one corner. The girl, with her ponytail soaring high, moved gracefully like a startled swan, her delicate hands firmly grasping a tang dao, swirling up fallen leaves. A flash of silver glimmered as her expression turned cold and fierce. Her swordsmanship was bold and expansive, slicing through the leaves, her slender figure exuding an indescribable sharpness and allure. She resembled a beam of light, drawing the attention of the young individuals running desperately on the playground, who could not help but chase after her in awe, slowing their pace whenever they drew near to steal a lingering glance. Look at those little rascals over there. Why aren't you hurrying away? The instructor's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, and soon he arrived on his Segway, standing there to mock the group of infatuated youths. Just take a look at yourselves in your current pathetic state. Yuan Qingzhou could easily pin you down with a mere finger. Still watching? Yuan Qingzhou is already a second-tier warrior, while you lot can't even manage 10 laps. How dare you gaze upon her? If you aspire to chase after Yuan Qingzhou, you have a long way to go. At present, you are not even worthy of touching her little toe, a bunch of worthless trash. Let me tell you, if you wish to garner Yuan Qingzhou's attention, you must first be able to defeat her. Women are won through conquest, not mere admiration. As the instructor's words grew increasingly absurd, Yuan Qingzhou, who was practicing her swordplay, furrowed her brow. Suddenly, her left hand jerked the hilt, and a glint of cold light swiftly sliced towards the instructor. "How dare you fantasize about the goddess, you amateurs?" As the instructor spoke, a flash of cold light appeared before him, and in an instant, his loudspeaker was reduced to nothing but the handle he held in his mouth. The rest severed cleanly and falling to the ground. The instructor's face turned pale. "Huh. Instant karma. You deserve it. Well done, Yuan Qingzhou. Yuan Qingzhou, you are simply delightful to watch. You are absolutely stunning." Those who rushed over erupted into cheers, reveling in the misfortune of the instructor. The instructor stiffly turned to look back, while Yuan Qingzhou blushed, unsure if it was from the heat of her training or the teasing. "Did you see that?" Yuan Qingzhou scaled the wall with a perfect three-step technique. "Take note, you amateurs." Beyond the wall, the voice of the instructor resonated, prompting Yuan Qingzhou to rub her face in contemplation. She mused that practicing martial arts on the school playground would no longer be feasible, as both the instructor and her classmates were exceedingly bothersome. After 3 arduous hours of mastering the 5-spirit spell grappling technique in the second level of Bagua Palm, she sought to solidify the anomalous energies within her tin-hand meridians. She had long since abandoned the 3rd edition of basic cultivation methods issued by the martial arts class, as she felt it harbored inherent flaws. Moving forward, she resolved to primarily focus on the 5-spirit spell. Although the anomalous energy she could absorb from the air had diminished, its purification through the 3-yang true fire spell rendered it significantly safer. Furthermore, she did not harbor expectations of advancing through her daily practice. True progression would rely on the absorption of nightmare spirits. She hoped that the eerie abode would yield a formidable nightmare spirit, for the ethereal energies of the wandering spirits were insubstantial and hardly worth the effort to absorb. As night fell at 7 o'clock, Yuan Qingzhou tended to Xiaomon's hair and replenished food and water for her parrot. She then shouldered her 100-refined blade and set off to deliver takeout. Clad in her school uniform and helmet, the young girl transported a strikingly beautiful masked lady, her golden waves flowing elegantly in the wind, creating a stunning spectacle on the streets. Yuan Qingzhou fervently accepted orders and coordinated with her companion, Tail, to retrieve and deliver the meals separately. Through her repeated endeavors, she discovered that her current psychic energy allowed Tail to operate within a radius of approximately 500 meters, sharing Tail's perspective as well. Consequently, she opted for orders that were relatively close, steering clear of those with convoluted navigational routes or requiring stair climbs, which Tail could effortlessly teleport past. This approach significantly enhanced efficiency, albeit occasionally startling onlookers. Until 11 o'clock at night, Yuan Qingzhou had delivered the final order. Arriving at the Jiuan City Central Hospital as directed by the navigation, the main entrance was shrouded in scaffolding for exterior renovations, and a throng of people obstructed the entrance, compelling Yuan Qingzhou to enter through the side door. He ascended to the 7th floor of the inpatient department, locating the single patient room of the individual who had placed the order. As he pushed open the door, a teacup hurtled towards him. Yuan Qingzhou instinctively dodged, and the cup smashed against the wall of the corridor with a resounding crash, shattering into pieces. "Get out. Just leave. It's all your fault that our family has been ruined. What are you doing here, waiting for me to die?" The hysterical roar echoed through the room, and Yuan Qingzhou paused momentarily upon seeing the frail, disheveled old woman in the hospital bed. How could it be the elderly matriarch of the Zhao family from the haunted house? Peering slightly inside, he noticed a well-dressed woman standing by the bedside. It was her daughter-in-law, Lu Milan. The video had been taken 6 months prior, when the old woman had been domineering, while Lu Milan had appeared haggard. Yet now, half a year later, the old woman looked as though she were teetering on the brink of death, while Lu Milan radiated vitality, the dynamics completely inverted. "Mother, although I have divorced Kunrong, we were once family. Now that Kunrong and my father-in-law are gone, who else will care for you if I don't?" Lu Milan spoke earnestly, but the old woman was unyielding. "Leave. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Let me tell you, you shall inherit none of my wealth. You will die soon, tonight." The elderly woman's eyes were bloodshot, her demeanor frenzied. exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Lu Mylan sighed, setting down the lunchbox in her hand. I have prepared some soup for you. Do remember to drink it. As Lu Mylan turned to leave, she caught sight of Yuan Qingzhou at the doorway. Her gaze fell upon the takeout she was carrying, and she shook her head weakly, stepping aside to depart. Yuan Qingzhou entered the room and placed the takeout on the bedside table. At that moment, the elderly woman clutched her salvaged black flip phone. Her eyes fixated on the screen without a blink. As Yuan Qingzhou rose, she glanced over and saw the screen filled with the word death, prominently interspersed with Lu Mylan's name. With a lingering gaze at the phone, Yuan Qingzhou composed herself and quietly exited the ward, hastily catching up with Lu Mylan. As the elevator doors opened, Yuan Qingzhou descended alongside her. Lu Mylan offered a polite smile but refrained from speaking. Yuan Qingzhou leaned against the innermost corner of the elevator, silently observing Lu Mylan's retreating figure. Following her out of the hospital's main entrance, just as Lu Mylan stepped outside, a sudden, resounding crack echoed from above. A broken steel pipe from the scaffolding plummeted directly towards Lu Mylan with such speed that evasion was impossible. In that critical moment, the sound of a blade unsheathing resounded, and a flash of silver sliced downwards abruptly. Yuan Qingzhou felt a faint surge of foreign energy drawn into her left hand, indicating that the falling pipe was the doing of a malevolent spirit. Chapter 32. The manifestation of the nightmare spirit. Several individuals rushed out from the hospital, casting fearful glances at Yuan Qingzhou before diverting their attention to the paralyzed Lu Mylan. She rushed up the staircase to the 7th floor, heading straight for the old lady's hospital room. Upon reaching the doorway, she was met with the alarming sight of the elderly woman being wheeled out. A doctor kneeling beside her bed, performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Quickly, prepare the operating room. Yuan Qingzhou observed the unconscious old lady, her eyes wide open, blood oozing from every orifice. Her skeletal face contorted into a grotesque grin. As the patient was taken into the operating room, Yuan Qingzhou searched the ward but could not locate the black mobile phone. Returning to the lobby on the 1st floor, she noticed Lu Mylan sitting in a chair, cradling a cup of hot water, accompanied by a nurse. Yuan Qingzhou pressed a few buttons on her watch and approached Lu Mylan, presenting the holographic identification of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau before her. I am an intern with the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, and I have several questions regarding the residence you previously occupied. Lu Mylan hesitated for a moment, her gaze fixating on the watch she had seen 6 months prior, before giving a slight nod. The nurse, curious but unable to withstand Yuan Qingzhou's emotionless stare, merely pouted and departed. Yuan Qingzhou settled beside Lu Mylan and activated the recording function on her watch. After moving out of that house, what further misfortunes did you encounter? I don't quite understand it, but my husband suddenly agreed to the divorce and urged me to finalize the paperwork. The children and the 2-bedroom apartment we had purchased both belonged to me. At the time, I assumed it was pressure from her mother, and in my despondency, I did not dwell on it too deeply. It wasn't until 3 months ago, when my father-in-law unexpectedly passed away, that I discovered my mother-in-law had won a substantial sum in the lottery. A mocking smile suddenly appeared on Lu Mylan's face. My father-in-law passed away from a cerebral hemorrhage due to excessive joy after drinking. I attended his funeral, and on that day, both my husband and mother-in-law seemed surprisingly cheerful. It was only later that I heard from my husband's colleague that he had struck a stroke of luck, being promoted to vice president with his capabilities. It would have ordinarily taken him at least a decade to attain such a position. My mother-in-law was exceedingly proud that day, hurling various taunts at me, claiming I was a harbinger of misfortune, asserting that her son's fortune shifted the moment he divorced me. Now, he possesses wealth and a good job, and surely, in the future, he will marry someone 100 times better than I and father a son. But what does it matter? She likely does not realize that when she passes away, all her assets will belong to my daughter. Sometimes I reflect on this, and I truly believe that if Qiu were still here, all of this would be attributed to her. In this world, apart from my parents, only Qiu has ever shown me unconditional kindness. Yuan Qingzhou had not anticipated that the eerie house incident would yield such extensive repercussions. The deaths of old Zhao and Zhao Kuanrong exuded an air of strangeness, Do you remember your mother-in-law's mobile phone? Yuan Qingzhou inquired. Lu Milan gently shook her head, indicating that she knew nothing. Yuan Qingzhou then turned off the recording, informing Lu Milan that her mother-in-law was currently undergoing emergency treatment and left her own contact number, asking to be notified once the treatment concluded. Subsequently, Yuan Qingzhou proceeded directly to the eerie house to seek out Xiaokai. If there were indeed an entity possessing the mobile phone, leading to today's circumstances, then this nightmare spirit must be at least a third-tier level, possibly even higher. She needed to consult with Xiaokai about whether to withdraw from reporting the strange house incident to the Anomaly Bureau. Upon arriving at the strange house, it was still before noon, and Xiaokai was in the bathroom, adjusting a pair of contact lenses. When she saw Yuan Qingzhou, she happily emerged, exclaiming, "Yuan Qingzhou, you've become quite the sensation today, haven't you? I started my broadcast a bit late, so many viewers watched my recording during the day. As soon as I released the recording today, guess what? Let me show you." And Xiaokai retrieved her tablet, displaying footage from last night while Yuan Qingzhou was asleep. In the night vision footage, Yuan Qingzhou lay on her side in bed, cradling a doll in her arms, a light blanket draped over her, accentuating her graceful curves. Her fair skin and prominent nose, with a few strands of dark hair cascading over her face, created an image reminiscent of an ancient oil painting, mysterious and beautiful. I actually watched her sleep for more than 2 hours. I've never seen a girl sleep so peacefully. She didn't move at all. Sleepy beauty of the strange house followed. Did anyone notice the knife under her head? Imagining her sleepily holding a knife while cradling a doll, oh my, both beautiful and fierce. Help, I've fallen for this girl. She asked like a real-life sleeping beauty. The views on your sleeping video are almost rivaling my live broadcast today. Many are discussing your stunning beauty, begging me to have you join my live stream, eager to see you wielding a knife. At 57 minutes and 28 seconds, there was a thrilling moment when the doll in her arms moved. That's misleading. At 57 minutes and 28 seconds, nothing happened. Whoa. As the mesmerizing spectacle unfolded at half speed, and Xiaokai whispered in Yuan Qingzhou's ear, and suddenly, she spotted a barrage of comments that piqued her interest. With deliberate intent, she adjusted the progress bar to that precise moment and activated the 0.5x playback. And Xiaokai, taken aback, exclaimed, "Your doll has been possessed by a nightmare spirit." Yuan Qingzhou shook her head, realizing the presence of the malevolent entity. Setting aside her tablet, Yuan Qingzhou retrieved the audio recording from her watch and recounted the events that transpired at the hospital to Xiaokai. Just as she finished, before Xiaokai could voice her thoughts, the doorbell of the eerie house chimed. Xiaokai cast a wary glance, recalling that she had explicitly instructed them not to disturb her before the broadcast commenced. Opening the door, she was greeted by Jiabu, who stood outside with snacks in hand. "I've come to bring you warmth," he said, beaming as he lifted the cup of milk tea and fried chicken, sidestepping to enter beside Xiaokai. With a swift motion, she closed the door, exclaiming, "At this late hour, you wish to fatten us up, you rascal." Jiabu surveyed the living room, preparing to set down his offerings when Yuan Qingzhou stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiaokai, her gaze fixed on Jiabu. "What is the probability that the sum of 2 thrown dice equals 5? Yuan Qingzhou inquired, her tone chilling. Jiabu was taken aback. "What are you talking about? It's not exam time now." And Xiaokai momentarily froze, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Slowly, Yuan Qingzhou drew the finely crafted sword from her back, mentally calculating 1/16. The sound of the blade sliding from its sheath echoed ominously in the stillness of the room, instilling a profound sense of foreboding. Jiabu swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. All right, I'm scared of you." 1/16, is that acceptable?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Yuan Qingzhou's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, she struck down with her blade. Caught off guard, Jiabu was cleaved in two, his eyes wide with disbelief. And in Xiaotsai's live streaming room, those who had entered early witnessed Yuan Qingzhou's decisive strike, and the barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. "Oh, the lady is so cool. Killer streamer, subscribing now. Does the lady need a warm bed? Shy, please love me tenderly, miss." Yet, none of this fazed Yuan Qingzhou. She watched as Jiabu's form dissipated into a wisp of smoke, drawn into her left palm. In Xiaocai's expression darkened. This nightmarish entity was far too arrogant. If it weren't for my current mental fortitude, never mind. Yuan Qingzhou had deliberately recited the incorrect answer in her mind, and indeed, the entity had fallen for the ruse. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once more, and then Xiaocai paused, recalling some unpleasant experiences, which quickly ignited a surge of anger within her. She grabbed a vase from the cabinet by the door. Is this never-ending? Upon opening the door, she was met once again by the sight of the bald-headed Jiabu, grinning broadly as he held up a cup of milk tea and fried chicken. Xiaocai, I'm here to bring you warmth. The scene was identical to before, and Xiaocai promptly concluded that the nightmarish entity was manipulating her senses. You foul creature, seeking death. Without a second thought, she swung the vase and brought it crashing down upon Jiabu's head. Xiaocai, Yuan Qingzhou called out urgently, but the vase had already shattered upon Jiabu's skull. Jiabu held his belongings with a bewildered expression, a trickle of crimson blood cascading down his forehead. At the very least, one should ascertain the situation before taking action. Yuan Qingzhou let out a gentle sigh. In Chapter 33, A Terrifying Night at the Hospital, within the eerie living room, Jiabu's thick brows knitted in discontent. His forehead adorned with a pink cartoon band-aid, oddly complementing his muscular physique and imparting an air of foolish charm. And Xiaocai busied herself beside him, offering tea and water, bending slightly to express her apologies. I'm truly sorry, Brother Jiabu. I didn't realize you were a person. No, that's not what I meant. Jiabu wore an expression of injury, exclaiming, Please, stop. It's too painful to hear. I genuinely apologize. I was once deceived terribly by a nightmare spirit, and it left me utterly overwhelmed. It was past midnight, and Xiaocai opted not to engage in interactive streaming today. Instead, she allowed the audience to choose which camera to watch, granting them the freedom to roam within the house. As Xiaocai recounted the earlier events to Jiabu, Yuan Qingzhou sat cross-legged on the carpet, diligently writing on his paper, occasionally glancing up at the two, ever ready to prevent Jiabu's left hand from toppling the milk tea. With Jiabu present, Xiaocai found herself less bored. Otherwise, her conversations with Yuan Qingzhou would dwindle, leaving her at the mercy of his incessant chatter. The trio conversed until nearly 2 in the morning, with the milk tea and fried chicken on the table largely consumed by Xiaocai. I'm so full. What were you thinking bringing milk tea and fried chicken so late at night? Now I'm going to gain weight. At this moment, Xiaocai ceased to address him as Brother Jiabu. No worries. Rise and join me for a set of punches. I assure you, you'll remain as slender tomorrow. As he spoke, Jiabu rose to his feet and performed a series of monkey-style punches in the living room, his thick eyebrows mimicking the expressions of a monkey, which caused Xiaocai to burst into hearty laughter. Yuan Qingzhou, too, couldn't help but smirk before returning to his papers. Just then, a cacophony of barking suddenly filled the room, prompting all three to turn their gazes toward the balcony. Under the radiant moonlight, a golden retriever's shadow appeared on the balcony, barking into the house. Qiao, Xiaocai exclaimed with excitement. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of it, Jiabu said, stretching his shoulders as he approached the balcony, retrieving a talisman-engraved finger tiger from his pocket. Wait a moment, Xiaocai called out to him. I sense that Qiao means no harm. It merely wishes to protect its owner. Please hand it over to me. Just yesterday, our instructor taught us how to seal a wandering nightmare within an object using our mental powers. It seemed Xiaocai had anticipated this moment, as she pulled an old tennis ball from a drawer in the living room and approached Qiao. Look, Qiao, this is your favorite tennis ball. Don't be afraid. Your owner is safe now. Shall I take you to her? Woof, woof. Qiao retreated warily, and Xiaocai patiently crouched at a distance, enticing Qiao with the tennis ball. After a while, sensing no malice from her, Qiao slowly inched closer. Yuan Qingzhou observed from afar, realizing that it was likely due to her heightened mental prowess that she could feel Xiaocai's mental energy gradually unfurling, skillfully transforming into a leash attempting to ensnare Qiao. At that moment, Qiao suddenly evaded the ethereal tether of mental energy, slipping away from Shaokai and darting into the room previously occupied by Yuan Qingzhou, barking furiously at the bed. Shaokai and Jiabu followed. Discovering a string of trinkets beneath the bed, resembling those dangling from phones or keys, featuring a grimy little bear, its ears marked with dark crimson stains akin to blood. Woof. The moment the ornament was retrieved, Qiu bared its teeth and barked violently. Shaokai and Jiabu exchanged glances, discreetly reaching for the talismans in their pockets. Sensing imminent danger, a gray shadow suddenly erupted from the bear, darting towards the door with lightning speed. Anticipating this, Jiabu struck with his tiger claw, landing a punch that elicited a piercing shriek from the gray shadow, which promptly disintegrated into ashes. It turned out that 2 wandering nightmares had been concealed within. No wonder Qiu had been barking incessantly at the room, and Shaokai mused, puzzled as to why the previous investigators had overlooked this ornament. Qiu seemed grateful, promptly sitting before Shaokai. Subsequently, she guided Qiu into the tennis ball, enveloping the entire sphere with her mental energy. Drawing a small knife, she pricked her finger and inscribed a rune upon the tennis ball. The entire process was executed with an effortless grace. As the rune settled, the atmosphere of the room quivered slightly, and the eerie, intangible aura dissipated entirely. Well then, the mystery of the haunted house has been resolved. And Shaokai turned around, joyfully holding up the tennis ball. Jiabu, stroking his bald head, remarked, "You seem quite adept at this." And Shaokai tilted her head and smiled. In truth, prior to becoming a talisman master, she had acquired knowledge of several runes from some elders. In the past, she had utilized them without understanding their principles, and she had engaged in spirit sealing on a few occasions. At that moment, Yuan Qingzhou's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Lu Milan. "Come to the hospital quickly. My grandmother is acting very strangely. Please, you must come." Yuan Qingzhou hung up the phone and seized a knife. Addressing Shaokai and Jiabu, who were stepping out of the room, "The issue with the haunted house is not yet resolved. At the Central Hospital of Jiuan City." Yuan Qingzhou and Shaokai and Jiabu hurried to the 7th floor of the inpatient department. To preserve Yuan Qingzhou's exquisite beauty and due to her own short stature, Shaokai had no choice but to sacrifice Jiabu, attaching a camera to his head like a searchlight. The trio raced to the single patient room on the 7th floor, only to find the door firmly shut. Lu Milan was huddled against the wall, her complexion ghastly pale. Yuan Qingzhou had previously advised her to avoid alarming anyone. Upon seeing Yuan Qingzhou arrive, accompanied by 2 children of similar age, Lu Milan couldn't help but question her sanity for not calling the police and instead trusting this group of children. However, the life-saving cut Yuan Qingzhou had administered earlier instilled in her an uncontrollable sense of faith and reliance. She was fine when she was just rescued. But the moment she woke up, everything changed. Lu Milan trembled and whispered, "What should we do now? Should we call the police?" "Rest assured, I have already notified the Anomaly Investigation Bureau before coming here. I believe they will arrive shortly. Do not fear. Andy, for my esteemed companion, is formidable. Even our instructor yields to her, so you need not worry excessively." Indeed, Shaokai is correct. Jiabu, in a silly manner, nodded alongside, prompting Shaokai to subtly signal him with her eyes, reminding him of the camera above, urging him to maintain composure. Yuan Qingzhou cautiously approached the door, but her left hand suddenly restrained the handle, preventing her from opening it. Frowning slightly, she ultimately resolved to take a glimpse inside. As she stepped in, a putrid odor reminiscent of decay assaulted her nostrils, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of rustling and odd chewing. She gripped the hilt of her knife and inched closer, only to behold a gaunt old woman squatting like a monkey on the sofa, her back turned to her. The woman's hair, a patchy white, hung limply, revealing a pallid scalp beneath. The room was a chaotic mess, littered with remnants of food and shredded debris. The old woman incessantly dug into the sofa's sponge with her hands, shoving it into her mouth and chewing with fervor. Her belly bulged alarmingly, akin to that of a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy, straining against her hospital gown, her skin marred with dark, bark-like patterns. Not wishing to disturb the old woman, Yuan Qingzhou quietly retreated, using a mop she had brought with her to secure the door. "What now?" The three onlookers turned their gaze to Yuan Qingzhou. She shook her head and whispered, "It is prudent for us to withdraw for now and await the arrival of the authorities." The trio discerned the gravity in her tone and nodded in unison. "Oh no, there is smoke. It's on fire." Lu Milan suddenly pointed at the white smoke seeping through the crack beneath the hospital room door and shouted, intending to rush in to save someone. Yuan Qingzhou, quick-witted and agile, blocked her with his knife, exclaiming, "That is not smoke, it is mist. We must leave at once." Chapter 34. The mist reappears. No sooner had Yuan Qingzhou spoken than the door to the hospital room was forcefully flung open. A gaunt figure burst forth like a beast, clawing at the wall opposite the corridor and roaring at the three of them. The features of that face had become unrecognizable, leaving only a gaping maw that stretched from forehead to chin, filled with rows of sharp teeth glinting ominously, sending shivers down their spines. After the terrifying roar, the elderly woman lunged directly at Lu Milan. Yuan Qingzhou's eyes narrowed with intensity as he drew his sword and struck. The razor-sharp blade sparked against her body, as if striking solid steel, failing to penetrate even slightly. The elderly woman was knocked to the ground by the force of the blow, hissing in defiance at Yuan Qingzhou before turning to flee towards the nurse's station. A scream echoed as the elderly woman transformed into a veritable smoke bomb, leaving a trail of thick mist in her wake. Within the fog, the lights began to flicker before extinguishing entirely, while the walls and floor aged visibly, with plaster peeling away to reveal dark stains, and the floor cracking to release repugnant sludge, accompanied by a nauseating stench. A potent and terrifying scent of decay assaulted their senses. Yuan Qingzhou made a swift decision, smashing the fire alarm system with his elbow, causing the entire hospital building to erupt in a cacophony of alarms. "Move quickly. We must escape this mist immediately." Yuan Qingzhou, wielding his blade, led the way, instructing Jiabu, "Ensure their safety and stay close to me." "Rest assured," she replied. Jiabu removed the camera from his head and donned the finger tiger, his expression more solemn than ever. And Xiaokai was acutely aware of her diminished strength and combat capability, and she obediently followed Lu Milan, not daring to hinder Yuan Qingzhou. The entire floor had vacated the wards. Some had already begun to flee, while the majority lingered at the ward's entrance, uncertain of the unfolding events. Even with the fire alarm blaring, panic-stricken escape was not their response. Yuan Qingzhou sprinted ahead, and as they passed the nurse's station, they beheld a nurse lying in a pool of blood, her chest savagely torn apart, flanked by two other nurses who lay unconscious. Lu Milan screamed in terror, prompting Xiaokai to swiftly cover her mouth and stay close to Yuan Qingzhou. As they pressed onward, bloody handprints marred the floor and walls, leading them into the stairwell as they descended. Yuan Qingzhou's heart tightened. He released his tail, allowing it to teleport to the first floor of the inpatient department, determined to prevent the elderly woman from escaping the hospital. This was all she could do at this moment. The inpatient lobby was significantly more secure than the upper floors. Amidst the blaring alarms, doctors and nurses worked diligently to evacuate patients. Almost as soon as the tail materialized in the lobby, a group of individuals tumbled down the stairs, shrieking in terror, closely followed by the bloodied elderly woman, who crashed through the crowd, her mouth clamped around an unknown person's arm. Yuan Qingzhou immediately commanded the tail to open the nightmare domain, aiming to ensnare the elderly woman. This domain was the hospital's morgue. While maneuvering the tail for pursuit and containment, Yuan Qingzhou led Jiabu and Xiaokai and Lu Milan out of the stairwell in their escape. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, shrouding signals and extinguishing lights, while the fire alarm fell silent as if stuck in a loop. The staircase grew increasingly crowded, significantly impeding their progress. The ominous presence pursued them to the threshold of the morgue, where a heavy iron door was forcefully shut. Yuan Qingzhou sensed a powerful aura through the tail, repelling its entry. An extraordinarily dense, white mist seeped through the cracks of the morgue door, rapidly filling the entire underground level in a matter of moments. Yet, this time, Yuan Qingzhou did not perceive it as an invasion of otherworldly entities. Rather, the fog emanated from the elderly woman. Thus, had the old lady transformed into something bizarre? Did the mist accompany this strange occurrence? Rushing out of the staircase with her companions, Yuan Qingzhou found the first-floor lobby of the hospital engulfed in mist. Although it was not as thick as before, visibility still fell short of 10 meters. She glanced back at her companions, gripping the 100 refinements blade, cautiously making their way towards the entrance. After about 5 minutes, Yuan Qingzhou parted the fog once more, revealing the rusted, dilapidated door of the staircase. Lu Milan trembled uncontrollably, unable to utter a word, while Xiaokai surprisingly maintained her composure, surveying their surroundings. "Have you noticed how eerily quiet it has become?" Yuan Qingzhou whispered. Jiabu smacked his forehead in realization. "Indeed. I found it odd earlier. When we descended, the lobby was filled with people rushing out, yet after our circuit, it seems as if no one remains." Lu Milan sank to the ground, clutching her arms in a futile attempt to quell her shivering. Yuan Qingzhou raised her left hand to reveal her watch, instructing everyone to activate their locations and intercom features. "Let us find a room to rest for a moment, and then we shall devise a plan." Typically reticent and seemingly indifferent to her surroundings, Yuan Qingzhou transformed into a figure of remarkable rationality and decisiveness in moments of peril, compelling her companions to heed her commands and follow in her wake. And Xiaokai, with her slight frame, struggled to move Lu Milan, while Jiabu intended to assist but was halted by a glance from her. And Xiaokai retrieved the worn tennis ball she had brought along and pressed it into Lu Milan's hand. "Your ball has always been with you. It will safeguard you. So, muster your spirits, will you? Do not forget, you have a daughter waiting for you at home." Lu Milan, her face streaked with tears, gripped the tennis ball and thought of her daughter, suddenly infused with boundless courage. Wiping away her tears, she stood upright. "Yes, my daughter is waiting for me at home. I cannot perish here." A faint, almost ethereal barking echoed in Lu Milan's ears, prompting her to turn in confusion, yet nothing was in sight. Meanwhile, Yuan Qingzhou continued forward, her hand tracing the cracked walls of the stairwell. Before long, she arrived at the infusion room on the first floor of the hospital, where 2 peeling doors stood firmly closed. Approaching the entrance, she discerned disordered breathing emanating from within, accompanied by a slight tremor of the door. Clearly, someone was bracing against it, listening intently to the sounds outside. Yuan Qingzhou raised her hand to knock. "Open the door. Let us enter." "Go away." The news reports warned that one should remain indoors in the fog. Do not open the door for anything. Who knows if you are human or a specter? A trembling male voice resonated from behind the door, accompanied by several agreeing voices. And Xiaokai knocked forcefully once more, exclaiming, "Uncle, Aunt, please open the door. We are not nightmares. We are students from the 7th high school. We are just children. Get lost. We will not open the door," came the brusque retort. "Oh, my temper." Jiabu, counting on his fingers, was about to push the door open when a chilling blade of light sliced through the crack with pinpoint accuracy. The door lock fell, followed by a scream from within. Yuan Qingzhou pushed the door open, his expression indifferent as he strode inside with his weapon drawn. An aura of cold, lethal intent compelling those behind the door to retreat in fear. Yuan Qingzhou paid no mind to them, creating a passageway and beckoning the others outside. "Come in." And Xiaokai supported Lu Milan as they entered, casting a smug glance at the group of men and women inside. Jiabu was the last to enter, shutting the door behind him and barricading it with a row of infusion chairs. The infusion room was less foggy, and the level of decay was notably milder than outside. At that moment, over 20 individuals were present, consisting of men, women, and the elderly, among whom 9 were still connected to 4 drips, while the remainder comprised accompanying family members and infusion nurses. Upon seeing the muscular Jiabu and the menacing Yuan Qingzhou wielding a knife, one suited man displayed a look of surprise as he squeezed through the crowd. "Are you students from the Xingwu Project Martial Arts class? Is it true? Are these students truly so precious?" A middle-aged woman pressed on. "Our entire Jiuan city has a population of nearly 10 million, and only 300 were ultimately selected. Would you not consider them precious?" As soon as the words left her lips, a throng of people surged forward, their eyes gleaming with excitement, no longer intimidated by the knife in Yuan Qingzhou's hand. "Students, do not wander off. Remain here," she commanded. "Who was it that told us to clear out?" adamantly refusing to open the door? And Xiaokai murmured, leaning against Yuan Qingzhou. Jiabu, ever vigilant, whispered. Why do I feel as though we've scarcely escaped the tiger's den only to stumble into the wolf's lair? Not just a wolf's den, Yuan Qingzhou replied, glancing down to press her foot against the ground, for beneath us lies the morgue. Chapter 35. The strange assault. The fog in the infusion room was relatively thin. Upon entering, Yuan Qingzhou immediately sensed the precise location of the tail. It was right beneath her feet. This indicated that the elderly woman who had dashed into the morgue was also below her. While Xiaokai engaged with the crowd, Yuan Qingzhou retreated to a corner, taking a seat, with a few individuals lingering behind her, observing from a distance. Indifferent to their gaze, she noticed on her watch's radar interface a new green dot. Alarmingly close. Having only paired her watch with 3 individuals, 2 of whom were nearby, it was clear that this new signal belonged to Instructor Luo Shou. Lost in thought, her watch vibrated gently, displaying a message. We have arrived outside the central hospital. Where are you? It was Luo Shou. Yuan Qingzhou turned her back to shield herself from the onlookers, discreetly covering her mouth with her sleeve as she replied softly, in the infusion room on the first floor. What is the situation outside? Soon, a response from Luo Shou came through. The fog is confined within the building. I am outside with Ding's team. Remain where you are and do not move. What are you up to? Can your watch connect with the outside? Why are you clandestinely communicating with the outside? Are you perhaps a manifestation of the night spirit? His voice resonated loudly, immediately drawing the attention of others, who swiftly gathered around. And Xiaokai and Jiabu rushed to Yuan Qingzhou's side. What is happening? Yuan Qingzhou glanced at the unfriendly faces surrounding him and replied calmly. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau has arrived and will intervene to rescue you at any moment. That's a lie, the man in the suit exclaimed, agitated. If that were true, why are you hiding? You must be a night spirit. They thrive on deceiving us with illusions. I think you all resemble the night spirits. And Xiaokai retorted without reservation. How can you prove you are human then? Another voice chimed in. Yes, prove you are human. Otherwise, you must be night spirits. Perhaps we should bind them. If they are not night spirits, we will still need to rely on them to lead us out. No, that's too perilous. I believe it would be wiser to expel them, came another suggestion. Everyone was on edge, clamoring for Yuan Qingzhou and his companions to provide proof. At that moment, the man in the suit stepped forward again. Since you cannot prove your identity, leave your watches behind and kindly exit. As soon as he finished speaking, and Xiaokai displayed a mocking smile. So that is your intention. How naive. Yuan Qingzhou, let us depart and leave them to their own devices. At that moment, Yuan Qingzhou's watch vibrated once more. He raised his wrist to glance at it, his pupils slightly trembling. Since you wish to prove. Yuan Qingzhou quietly lowered his hand, his gaze cast down, revealing no discernible emotion. Jiabu and Xiaokai exchanged puzzled glances. Yuan Qingzhou stepped forward half a pace, her gaze imbued with lethal intent, coldly fixated on the man in the suit. The man's complexion turned ashen as he trembled and retreated. What do you intend to do? Do you still wish to commit murder? With so many witnesses, murder is a crime. Yuan Qingzhou slowly raised her knife, asserting that the most definitive way to ascertain whether one is human is to cleave open and inspect, to see if the interior harbors blood or mere mist. What are you planning to do? Someone stop her. She is a night spirit. She intends to slaughter us all one by one. If you do not assist me, you will be next, she cried desperately. Whoever approaches will meet their end. Yuan Qingzhou declared in a tone devoid of emotion. Jiabu attempted to intervene but was restrained by Xiaokai. The man in the suit, terrified beyond measure, collapsed to the floor. Yet none of those who had previously supported him dared to step forward, instead opting to observe with cold indifference. Even those who contemplated intervening were held back by their companions. It was evident to all that the most fearsome presence in the entire infusion room was Yuan Qingzhou. The knife in her possession far surpassed the cleaning implements wielded by the others. Yuan Qingzhou's eyes narrowed fiercely, and without hesitation, the finely honed blade descended. Ah! The man in the suit screamed, losing control of his bladder. And Xiaocai's beautiful head was suddenly severed, soaring into the air. her face bearing an expression of shock and confusion before rolling several times and crashing onto the damp floor. Yuan Qingzhou's knife was formidable, halting just beside Jiabu's neck, exuding a chilling aura that sliced through his skin like ice. He struggled to swallow, too frightened to move. Murder. Murder. Is happening? Everyone fled in panic, gazing from a distance at the headless corpse of Anshaokai as it collapsed. Blood gushing from the wound and pooling into a crimson puddle. The severed head lay some distance away, its wide-open eyes staring blankly at the crowd. Initially, they had never believed that Yuan Qingzhou would actually dare to strike. Yuan Qingzhou gripped the knife firmly, still poised at Jiabu's neck, while the watch on his left wrist glowed, displaying a newly received message. "Boss, I'm lost. Are you with Jiabu?" The message was from Anshaokai. "Yuan Qingzhou." Jiabu stammered, his nerves getting the better of him. "Use your watch to send me a message," Yuan Qingzhou replied coolly. Jiabu's bald head was slick with cold sweat as he tilted his head to avoid the blade and slowly raised his hands, using his watch to send a message to Yuan Qingzhou. I am Jiabu." A tremor coursed through Jiabu's body as he looked in disbelief at the unmistakable corpse on the ground. Being observant and not foolish, he noticed that the watch on the corpse's hand was merely a fake, the identification number not belonging to Anshaokai at all. "This is impossible. Before we entered, Shaokai was right by my side. When could the nightmare spirit have switched her?" he questioned. "Then where is she?" Yuan Qingzhou shook his head, unable to ascertain the truth. But it was likely genuine. That tennis ball still contained the essence. Yuan Qingzhou had probed with his mental energy, sensing the presence of the wandering nightmare within the tennis ball. If Lumilin had been swapped, Chio would have been the first to notice. "Relay any further information to me using the intercom function on your watch." Jia Bumong nodded fervently. Realizing that the watch from the Anomaly Regulation Bureau was essentially a talisman against nightmares, he vowed never to remove it again. At this moment, no one dared to approach or obstruct the formidable Yuan Qingzhou, the harbinger of death. They all stood at a distance, hoping she would depart swiftly. Yuan Qingzhou cast another glance at the radar, observing that the green dots representing their group were nearly touching yet still unable to confirm their precise location. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the floor of the infusion room collapsed, and those gathered precariously at the edge were pulled into the surging mist below, their frantic screams echoing in the air, accompanied by a nauseating stench. In an instant, both Yuan Qingzhou and Jia Bumong retreated to the doorway. Jia Bumong kicked aside a chair that blocked their escape and flung the door open, eager to flee with Yuan Qingzhou. With a deafening crash, the scene shifted to Chapter 36, The Unspeakable Beast. Help! The fortunate few who had previously evaded capture were suddenly pierced by writhing tendrils, yanked into the dense fog below. The remaining appendages, having identified Jia Bumong and Yuan Qingzhou, swiftly lunged toward them. As Yuan Qingzhou summoned her mental energy, her tail transformed within the realm of nightmares into a colossal humanoid spider. 8 razor-sharp legs, reminiscent of scythes, encircled Jia Bumong and Yuan Qingzhou, forming a protective cage around them. Jia Bumong gazed up at the massive abdomen of the spider, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld the thick, scythe-like limbs. At that moment, Yuan Qingzhou's delicate silhouette appeared to him as divine. Tentacles lashed out, and the sharp claws of the forelegs swung, instantly severing several of the appendages. The remaining tentacles that surged through the gaps towards Yuan Qingzhou were also dispatched by her blade. Standing alone beneath the twin forelegs of the tail, she successfully deflected all the tentacles from both sides. Her flowing black hair danced in tandem with the severed tentacles, and despite her slender silhouette, she radiated an unparalleled brilliance with her strikes. Her dark eyes glimmered with unwavering determination as she protected the two behind her with unmatched diligence. At this moment, Jiabu keenly felt the essence of a single hero holding back a multitude. In comparison to Yuan Qingzhou, he perceived himself as utterly inadequate. To put it simply, a father will always be a father. "Jiabu, watch out behind you." With a swift stroke, Yuan Qingzhou severed another tentacle and, retreating 2 steps, suddenly turned her head to address Jiabu. Within the domain of the tail's nightmare, she had seemingly activated a 360-degree surveillance, allowing her to perceive every subtle movement in the surroundings. Upon hearing her warning, Jiabu quickly turned, only to witness numerous pale, cold arms extending from the wall behind Lu Mylan, grasping her shoulders in an attempt to drag her away. "Let go of me. Help! Help!" Lu Mylan struggled fiercely, and Jiabu dashed forward, pulling her out from the corner of the wall, immediately following up with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the wall adjacent to the collapsing area crumbled under the force of Jiabu's blow, crashing down into the thick mist below. Yet, the arms did not vanish. Instead, they reappeared at his feet, gripping his calves with relentless strength. These were all manifestations of the wandering nightmares, although they were not particularly difficult to handle. Their sheer numbers were exceedingly vexing. Lacking any area of effect weaponry, Jiabu could only rely on his tiger claws to smash them down one by one. In the vicinity of Yuan Qingzhou, with each tentacle severed by her and her tail, she could feel a surge of foreign energy being absorbed into her left hand. And even quite a bit was siphoned off from Jiabu. This caused her entire left arm to feel slightly swollen, yet at that moment, she could not afford to refine all this foreign energy. Seeing that they could not harm Yuan Qingzhou and her companions, the tentacles suddenly retreated like a receding tide. Just as Jiabu, whose arm was numb from the impacts, breathed a sigh of relief, the ground beneath his feet was shattered by an immense force. The three individuals on the floor were caught off guard and plunged into the thick mist along with the fractured floor. The shrill screams of Lu Mylan echoed in her ears. Yuan Qingzhou skillfully maneuvered her tail to release a silk thread that coiled around her waist, mitigating the effects of weightlessness. Upon landing, she quickly rolled aside as several tentacles stabbed into the ground along her trajectory, leaving behind frightening holes. Yuan Qingzhou sprang to her feet, drawing her blade to continue her assault. After a few strikes, the tentacles retreated, allowing her a moment to survey her surroundings. The mist was not dense, revealing that the half she occupied was arranged like a morgue, equally decayed and chaotic, damp with an unsettling atmosphere. All the compartments for the corpses along the walls were ajar, and the bodies had mysteriously vanished, the entire underground exuding a chilling aura that froze the breath. Looking upwards, Yuan Qingzhou felt a slight tremor. The thick white mist surged above her head, pressing down like the depths of the ocean, instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. She pondered that perhaps it was due to her tail lacking the strength of the master of this aura that they experienced such a sensation. Without the assistance of her tail, Yuan Qingzhou invoked the five-spirit incantation to envelop the blade of her forged knife with the dark energy from her left hand. Remaining fully alert as she cautiously advanced, raising her hand to glance at the watch, the four green dots remained eerily close, yet she found herself perpetually alone. "Step away. Do not touch me, step away." The voice of Lu Mylan echoed from ahead. As Yuan Qingzhou emerged from a shroud of mist, she caught sight of something lurking in the corner, and despite her inability to feel fear, her pupils instinctively constricted. It was a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and entrails, saturating the entire corner from floor to ceiling, oozing with a viscous substance that clung together. Countless human eyeballs, densely packed, adorned the surface, each appearing to possess a life of its own, swirling and gazing, as if myriad creatures writhed within them. An indescribable dread began to unfurl, sending shivers down her spine. With a buzzing in her ears, as if she could hear low, chaotic murmurs, an insidious pollution of the mind, Lu Mylan, seemingly driven to madness, retreated to the corner, brandishing a stick she had scavenged, flailing at the air, before crouching against the wall, clutching her head and trembling in fear. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the mass of flesh, revealing a familiar claw-like finger. Yuan Qingzhou narrowed her eyes and swung her blade. As she approached, three tentacles shot forth from the mass to intercept her. Unlike her previous strike that severed them cleanly, the blade, now imbued with dark energy, met the tentacles and ignited them into ashes as a fire met oil. Harnessing the power of the darkness, Yuan Qingzhou tore open a gash in the mound of flesh, and instantly a figure was washed out by the torrent of slime. Jiabu, drenched in the repugnant goo, gasped for air upon hitting the ground, violently coughing and retching. Yuan Qingzhou stood before him, and the mass of flesh, wary of the ominous energy emanating from Yuan's blade, refrained from further aggression, resulting in a stagnant atmosphere. "Are you all right?" Yuan Qingzhou inquired softly, addressing Jiabu. Jiabu struggled to suppress his nausea, gesturing with a hand. I vomit. After retching for a while, he cast a fearful glance at the mass of flesh, retreating several steps in alarm, suddenly clutching his head and groaning in agony, incessantly scratching at various parts of his body. Get away. Don't come near. Leave. Exit my body. His skin was torn by his frantic grasp. Yet there was nothing within. Yuan Qingzhou furrowed his brow and approached, delivering a decisive punch to Jiabu's face. Wake up. Jiabu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, shaking his head. After a moment, he regained his composure. What? What is wrong with me? Yuan Qingzhou remained vigilant towards the mass of flesh, urging, Get up. Don't look directly at that corner again. We must leave this place. No sooner had Yuan's words left his lips than a cacophony of hurried footsteps resonated from above. Search the surroundings. See if there are any survivors. It seemed there were still living beings below. Call out to 2 people. Let us go down and investigate. At that moment, the flesh, disturbed by these sounds, suddenly spread outwards with astonishing speed, enveloping the entire morgue in blood and flesh within mere breaths, even covering the ceiling. Yuan Qingzhou. Just as the mass of blood and flesh was about to close in overhead, a petite figure leaped down from above, clad in a black Lolita dress, her hair disheveled, and her body spattered with traces of blood. Upon seeing the familiar face, Jiabu was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Shao Kai, did you come down to keep me company? Where are the others from the Anomaly Bureau? The flesh atop the head melded together, surrounded by watchful eyes from every direction. They were utterly ensnared. Jiabu lamented, but I am not the protagonist. The protagonist is not as cowardly and unseemly as I. At least you possess some self-awareness. And Shao Kai chuckled, her gaze once again resting upon the perpetually serene countenance of Yuan Qingzhou. Wherever she stood, no one could assume the role of the protagonist. Chapter 37. The Enigma of Dreams. And Shao Kai stepped back, preparing to place a small paper figure, crafted from red paper, upon Jiabu's shoulder. Just as she was about to capture this moment for Yuan Qingzhou, her hand froze mid-air, seeking his silent permission with her eyes. What is this? Jiabu inquired with curiosity. Previously, I was careless, unaware that the current fog possesses the capability of concealment. This paper figure was fashioned by my grandmother. Should we encounter a similar situation again, coupled with the presence of a haunting spirit, the figure will ignite. Upon hearing Shao Cai's explanation, Yuan Qingzhou inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. A wave of nervousness washed over Shao Kai. Her hand trembled as she delicately placed the paper figure upon Yuan Qingzhou's shoulder. It felt akin to standing before a deity, where any thought of irreverence or disrespect was utterly unfathomable. Had she truly just touched the shoulder of a formidable figure? Good heavens! The sheer impossibility of surviving such contact with him was astonishing. Yuan Qingzhou, what shall we do now? Jiabu stepped back and inquired. The mortuary was enveloped in flesh, muffling all external sounds, with the signal from the watch dwindling to insignificance. Moreover, the mass of flesh writhed with increasing frequency. It was evident that if they could not wait for those outside to enter, something terrifying would soon emerge. Great One, we can only rely on you now. And Shao Cai's gaze fell upon Yuan Qingzhou's face, then shifted downward to the blade she wielded. Although Yuan Qingzhou did not comprehend Shao Cai's intentions, she felt a deep gratitude for her willingness to assist despite the evident peril. Without hesitation, Yuan Qingzhou stepped forward, adopting a protective stance before the two. And Shao Kai curled her lips into a faint smile, stating that her current mental fortitude was too feeble to do much more than activate a single inscription on the blade. With that, Shao Kai grasped the tip of Yuan Qingzhou's sword, the veins on her forehead gradually becoming pronounced. Yuan Qingzhou sensed a tremendous surge of mental energy flowing from Shao Kai's hand into the Bailuyan sword, and at the tip, an ancient, ice-cone-like inscription began to emanate a frosty blue luminescence. The distinction between inscribed weapons and exorcistic artifacts lies herein. Exorcistic artifacts inherently possess the capability to repel and dispel malevolent forces, whereas inscribed weapons are merely sharp and capable of disrupting the aura of the bizarre and the sinister. To unleash greater power, one must activate the inscriptions with mental energy. This is also the reason the Bureau of Anomalies recommends that martial artists and talismans work in tandem below the 5th tier. Moreover, inscribed weapons vary in the number of inscriptions and their potency according to their tier. Jiabu's claw, classified as a C-tier weapon, can bear 10 inscriptions. In contrast, the blade in Yuan Qingzhou's possession, surpassing the ordinary A-tier, boasts a remarkable 100 distinct inscriptions, hence its appellation, the Bailian sword. However, as the martial arts class had yet to cover inscriptions, Yuan Qingzhou remained only partially informed on the subject, and Xiaocai's complexion gradually paled as she declared that the inscription was named Frost Seal, urging Yuan Qingzhou to unleash her full strength as soon as she released her grip. The blade began to emanate an aura of frigid energy, far colder than anything present, inciting the wrath of the grotesque mass, which unleashed a flurry of tentacles in a frenzied assault against the trio. Jiabu's eyes widened in alarm, though his body trembled. He bravely positioned himself in front of Yuan Qingzhou and in Xiaocai. In this dire moment, he could not cower behind the two young women, lest he carry the burden of shame for all eternity. "Fool, step aside." And Xiaocai shouted in fury. With a bitter smile, she relinquished her grip on the blade, allowing Yuan Qingzhou to channel the dark energy he had amassed in his left hand into the 100 Refinements blade. The confluence of shadowy essence and inscribed runes unleashed a power of unprecedented magnitude. With a single stroke, he severed the frigid air, encapsulating the expanse in ice. The tentacles, now mere moments from Yuan Qingzhou, slowed dramatically, their once menacing aura rapidly crystallizing into a chilling blue, surging forth like a torrent towards the grotesque mass. The tip of Yuan Qingzhou's blade grazed the icy pillar before him, producing a melodious shattering sound that triggered a chain reaction echoing to the distant corner. Accompanied by the unwilling shrieks emanating from the mass, the repulsive behemoth erupted into shards of icy debris. And Xiaocai swayed weakly, unable to maintain her composure, and began to collapse towards Yuan Qingzhou. "Big boss, support me." Upon witnessing Xiaocai's fall, Yuan Qingzhou furrowed his brow and took a step back. And Xiaocai fell heavily to the ground, not in anger but adorned with a dreamy smile. The big boss is indeed a big boss. One cannot merely touch him without consequence. "Look, it's that old woman," Jiabu exclaimed, pointing towards the corner. It was only then that Yuan Qingzhou noticed amidst the shattered ice debris a humanoid figure with abnormally long limbs and gray, desiccated skin. The tattered remnants of clothing clinging to its form unmistakably identified it as the elderly woman. At this moment, the elderly woman lay on the ground in a laboring position, her enormous belly occasionally contorting as a strange face struggled to emerge. Just as several onlookers turned their gaze, a bony, pallid hand suddenly thrust forth from her abdomen, followed swiftly by the rapid emergence of a cyan-hued specter resembling an adult male. When he raised his head and fixed his blood-red, predatory gaze upon the trio, Yuan Qingzhou was taken aback to recognize him as the son of the old woman, Zhao Kuanrong, husband of Lu Mailan. He was a nightmare, a level 4 Qing nightmare, and Xiaocai exerted herself to rise. Yuan Qingzhou realized that no wonder the tale could not enter this realm. The Qing nightmare's rank surpassed that of the Bai nightmare. The Qing nightmare's form began to distort grotesquely, its limbs and facial features elongating and twisting, drool spraying as sharp fangs sprouted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a horrifying, canine-like humanoid. Witnessing this, Yuan Qingzhou's expression hardened as he charged forward with his blade. The Qing nightmare remained stationary, and Yuan Qingzhou cleaved downward from its shoulder to its midsection, its body split in two, yet the dog-like visage wore a malevolent and mocking grin. Before Yuan Qingzhou's eyes, the severed half of its body swiftly rejoined. Even in its nascent state, the Qing nightmare remained tethered to its host. Finding the object of possession would surely lead to its demise. "Jiabu, smash that old woman!" And Xiaocai shouted. Jiabu, feeling the urgency, rushed forward, his bald head gleaming as he swung his fists towards the corner where the gray-skinned, mutated elderly woman lurked. The woman's mouth, now grotesquely elongated, hissed at Jiabu before leaping like a spider, swiftly scaling the roof. Her target was Lu Mailan, who had been overlooked by all. "I shall consume you, exchanging you for my son. Begone!" Lu Mailan screamed in terror, cowering in place, paralyzed by fear. Just as the old woman was about to strike, Jiabu leapt up, seizing the old woman's foot and forcefully slamming it to the ground like a hammer. The old woman emitted a pained hiss, glaring at Jiabu with venomous hatred. "You wretched hack!" Jiabu retaliated with a punch, and after inflicting a horrifying blow, the old woman weakened considerably, no longer possessing the unyielding, steel-like resilience she had displayed when Yuan Qingzhou had encountered her. With a tiger claw on his fist, Jiabu struck her, creating a dark void in her flesh. Meanwhile, Yuan Qingzhou was locked in a relentless struggle with the newborn Qingyan, sustaining several wounds in the process. The energy from her previous strike had exhausted her internal power and energy, and her tail was unable to assist her. She attempted to channel her mental energy to activate the inscriptions on her blade, but to no avail, as it appeared that the symbol type did not correspond correctly. Although she could not vanquish this newly emerged Qingyan directly, Yuan Qingzhou showcased her remarkable agility, successfully keeping the creature at bay with her formidable prowess. Thud, thud, thud. Vibrations echoed from above in the direction of the mortuary door, as if someone were attempting to breach it. The Qingyan let out a furious roar at the old woman. Suddenly becoming berserk, its body swelled dramatically, and it leapt up, brandishing massive claws to strike down upon Yuan Qingzhou. Realizing she was outmatched, Yuan Qingzhou could only throw herself aside with all her might. Bang! The claws smashed into the concrete floor, shattering it into fragments, while the old woman sent Jiabu flying. As the Qingyan and the old woman broke free from their entanglement, they both charged towards Lu Milan. Observing this, and Xiaokai, the closest to Lu Milan, changed her expression dramatically. Yuan Qingzhou and Jiabu may remain unaware, yet she is acutely aware. Lu Milan serves as the very source of Qingyan and the old lady's grievances, akin to a potent restorative elixir that must not be consumed by them under any circumstances. Should this occur, Qingyan would evolve into its complete form, and before rescue could arrive, they would all meet their demise, with no regard for anything else. And Xiaokai gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and lunged towards Qingyan. With a piercing sound, Xiaokai, the claw aimed at Lu Milan, pierced through Xiaocai's body. And witnessing this horrifying scene, Jiabu's eyes widened in agony. Chapter 38. Moths to the Flame. Meanwhile, the old lady, unhindered, brought Lu Milan crashing to the ground. Her gaping maw twisted in a gruesome display as she sank her teeth into Lu Milan's neck. Woof woof. At that moment, a tattered tennis ball tumbled from Lu Milan's pocket, and the spectral figure of the ball bared its teeth ferociously, propelling itself against the old lady with reckless abandon. Just like moss drawn to a flame, heedless of the consequences. Qiuqiu. Lu Milan wept profusely, helplessly watching as Qiuqiu collided with the old lady. Akin to a bursting firework, brilliant yet fleeting, before vanishing entirely. Concurrently, a black mobile phone fell from the old lady's body, landing at Jiabu's feet. And Xiaokai desperately gripped the arm of Qingyan that had pierced through her, determined to destroy the phone. Wiping away her tears, Jiabu raised her fist and struck the phone with all her might. Qingyan withdrew its arm, joining the old lady in an onslaught. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of formidable power erupted from the phone, propelling Jiabu away like a cannonball. At that moment, Yuan Qingzhou appeared before the phone like a specter, raising the finely forged blade in her hand and channeling her entire mental energy into the tip of the weapon, delivering a fierce stab downward. Bang! The phone was cleaved in two by Yuan Qingzhou, unleashing a violent gust of frigid wind from the crack, accompanied by a piercing shrill wail akin to the cries of 100 tormented souls. Yuan Qingzhou stood there, her dark hair billowing, her garments fluttering, her gaze resolute and unwavering. The turbulent air swirled, gathering ashes into a miniature whirlwind, all of which flowed into the palm of her left hand. With a muffled grunt, Yuan Qingzhou pressed her left arm and knelt upon the ground as immense supernatural energy, refined through the Sanyang True Fire incantation, transformed into gentle, pure energy that surged into her body. She felt her arms crackling with energy as one acupoint after another was opened and filled. Yet, the influx of power was overwhelming. Her arms struggled to bear the strain. Acting swiftly, Yuan Qingzhou decided to channel the majority of this energy directly into her tail. Simultaneously, as the energy coursed through her, fragmented images flashed through her mind. The protagonist of these visions was a black folding phone, which, at an unknown time, had inexplicably acquired a wish-granting application. Merely inscribing a desire could bring it to fruition. The phone passed through the hands of numerous individuals, each succumbing to an insatiable greed that led to their ruin, resulting in the destruction of families and ultimately, the forfeiture of their own lives. Each time the last individual perished, the phone would vanish, only to reappear elsewhere, awaiting the next unwitting soul. Among these individuals, not all are driven by avarice. There are also those who are timid. Yet, regardless of their actions, they remain inescapably tethered to their smartphones. Even if they were to shatter or incinerate the devices, they would inevitably re-emerge, bringing with them a persistent misfortune until death intervenes. The last owner of the phone was the elderly matriarch of the Zhao family. When she discovered the device, it was still adorned with a small bear charm, retrieved from beneath the bed of a haunted house. Eventually, she disassembled the charm, inadvertently causing it to fall back under the bed. Perhaps the old woman never anticipated that her pet dog, Qiu, would detect the phone's malevolence, barking incessantly at her daily, and later even resorting to tearing at her during the day. Yuan Qingzhou surmised that Qiu harbored no intentions of harming the old lady. It merely sought to rid her of the cursed phone. Otherwise, the dog could have easily lunged and bitten her. Subsequently, the matriarch conspired with Mr. Zhao, taking advantage of her son and daughter-in-law's absence as they took their child for vaccinations, to lure Qiu into the bathroom with meat. The naive dog eagerly followed Mr. Zhao, tail wagging in anticipation, licking its lips and displaying an innocent demeanor, only to be met with a fatal blow from the axe wielded by the old woman behind it. The dog was ultimately transformed into a pot of crimson stew. With the troublesome Qiu gone, the matriarch then drove away her daughter-in-law and wished for a lottery win through the smartphone. Her desires were fulfilled as she struck the jackpot. Yet this fortune came at the cost of her husband's death from a cerebral hemorrhage. Strangely, she felt a sense of joy, relieved at the prospect of no longer having to attend to the bothersome old man. Shortly thereafter, witnessing her son's distress over promotion issues, she once more turned to the phone to make a wish. At her husband's funeral, her son received a promise of promotion to vice president from his superior. She stood before her daughter-in-law, exuding an air of dominance, feeling that the pinnacle of her existence was encapsulated in that very moment. The devil's bait had been cast, and the time to reap the rewards had arrived. With the tragic demise of her son in a car accident, the elderly woman seemingly lost her sole anchor in life overnight. Although she possessed an inexhaustible fortune, happiness eluded her. Upon witnessing her daughter-in-law's resplendent appearance, the old woman was once again consumed by madness, vowing to exchange her daughter-in-law's life for her son's resurrection. What was initially a mere specter of dreams, having harvested countless souls, finally reached the moment of ascension, prompting this audacious emergence. Otherwise, it would have continued to remain concealed, relentlessly harvesting the souls of the greedy. A final surge of enigmatic energy coursed into Yuan Qingzhou's left palm, beads of perspiration matting the strands of hair on her pale visage. Leaning on her blade, she raised her gaze to Xiaokai, while Jiabu knelt beside her, his expression one of bewilderment as he stared at the gaping wound in her abdomen. There was no gruesome scene of intestines spilling forth, nor even a single droplet of blood. Xiaocai's body resembled an air-filled pouch, punctured yet not deflated. Moreover, the edges of the rupture began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. As the last fissure sealed, the unconscious Xiaokai slowly opened her eyes, meeting Jiabu's astonished gaze, his eyes wide with disbelief. "So you are an inflatable doll," he exclaimed in shock. Xiaokai paused for a moment. Then, her face flushed with fury, leaped up like a cat, and struck Jiabu on the head. "No, you are the inflatable doll, and your entire family is too." Seeing that Xiaokai was unharmed, Yuan Qingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, she had long suspected that Xiaokai was no ordinary person. The last time they were at the school gymnasium, she had noticed that Xiaokai bore a penetrating wound, yet seemed unaffected thereafter. Xiaokai had sustained her injury while diverting a strange entity to protect her, which was why Yuan Qingzhou refrained from inquiring further, pretending to be unaware. The fog within the morgue was gradually dissipating when the heavy door was suddenly flung open. Employees of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau, clad in dark uniforms, emerged as Shaokai had foretold, appearing only after everything had been resolved. Yuan Qingzhou evaded those who sought to assist her and stood unaided. She noticed Lu Milan still kneeling, clutching the tattered tennis ball against her heart, weeping uncontrollably. From the moment she acquired that ball, it had been her protector. Otherwise, upon witnessing that gruesome sight, she would have likely succumbed to fright. Qiao, I'm sorry. Mother is sorry for you. I failed to protect you. Qiao. It was her first realization that even the night spirits had counterparts like Qiao, existing solely for the purpose of guardianship. Unbidden, Yuan Qingzhou's thoughts drifted to her father, but as soon as that notion arose, she forcibly expelled it from her mind. Her father was still alive, of that she was utterly certain. The employees of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau began their cleanup, while the three of them were escorted to an ambulance outside. After tending to their wounds, they remained in the vehicle, awaiting the conclusion of the scene processing and subsequent statements. As dawn broke, the night had passed, ushering in a new day. Yuan Qingzhou turned to gaze at Jiabu, his expression tranquil as he softly implored, "Please keep what you witnessed today regarding me a secret." Jiabu, trembling with fear, raised his hands, exclaiming, "I saw nothing. My lips are sealed, I assure you. Let us converse amicably. Shall we avoid violence?" The dagger shifted, resting ominously against Shaotsai's neck. "Speak. What is your ulterior motive for approaching me?" And Shaokai, terrified, raised her hands in surrender, casting a pleading glance towards Jiabu. Jiabu maintained an expression of ignorance, stating, "It's quite stuffy in here. I shall step outside for some fresh air." He opened the car door and exited, leaving only Yuan Qingzhou and Shaokai within the confines of the vehicle. Chapter 39. I am already dead, please spare me, esteemed one. My feelings for you are as vast as the heavens and as enduring as the sun and moon. I have never contemplated causing you harm. Yuan Qingzhou remained unmoved, his gaze coldly fixed upon Shaokai. This expression suddenly evoked memories of their initial encounter, causing her to bite her lip and take a deep breath. In truth, I have long sought an opportunity to confide in you completely, yet there are many matters I still fail to comprehend. If you do not speak, how can I discern whether I should believe you? Although she could not see Yuan Qingzhou's eyes at that moment, and Shaokai imagined them to be gentle, a sense of relief washed over her, and she suddenly realized that even if that ordinary dagger were to sever her head, she would not perish. So what had she been so afraid of? Stealing a glance at Yuan Qingzhou, she found him quietly seated, eyes closed in serene contemplation. A visage so beautiful it resembled a painting, yet she could still sense a faint aura of menace surrounding him. And Shaokai shook her head vigorously, convinced that the aura surrounding the formidable figure was overly exaggerated. The current Yuan Qingzhou was undeniably an adorable being, devoid of any terrifying attributes. The casualties in the hospital were not as significant as portrayed, aside from the nurse on the 7th floor. The primary losses occurred among those in the infusion room at that time. The others were merely trapped within the mist, without any fatalities reported. Luo Shou was responsible for overseeing the aftermath, and initially, Yuan Qingzhou and the others were required to wait until the cleanup was complete and their statements recorded before they could depart. Luo Shou was reluctant to grant their release, but Shaokai, with a bold demeanor, exclaimed, "Instructor, I'm really in pain due to my menstrual cycle. Do you expect me to bleed profusely right before your eyes to convince you?" Seeing Shaokai reaching for her skirt, Luo Shou was taken aback, his face displaying a mix of fear and embarrassment, and hastily waved them away, leaving only Jiabu to take the statement. Once the two had vanished from sight, Luo Shou realized it was Shaokai who had made that dramatic claim. What had Yuan Qingzhou followed her for? He turned to Jiabu, who was looking despondent, his scalp flushed from anxiety. He pondered how to complete the statement without revealing Yuan Qingzhou's abilities, nor overshadowing his contributions. "Ah, what a challenge. Do you reside here?" Yuan Qingzhou inquired, observing the quaint brick courtyard and the makeshift two-story building within. And Shaokai nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes. I have always lived here with my father and grandmother. I merely deceived them into believing I was boarding at school, while I actually rented a place in a nearby community for the sake of convenience during my live streams. Why do you ask? I rent the courtyard directly behind your home, Yuan Qingzhou stated casually. And Xiaokai was momentarily taken aback, but then joy surged through her. It turned out that we lived so close. Would it be convenient for me to visit your home in the future? Not at all, Yuan Qingzhou declined. And Xiaokai immediately wilted. Oh, then let us step inside. She pushed open the slightly ajar iron gate and invited Yuan Qingzhou in. The moment he entered the courtyard, he noticed an old plaque leaning against the door, Ma's Paper Flower Shop. Ma? Yuan Qingzhou's heart stirred slightly. Could it be such a coincidence? As he ventured further, the air was infused with the fragrances of sandalwood and paper ink. The modest courtyard was filled with both completed and unfinished paper flowers and paper figurines, all funeral offerings. You wouldn't look down on me because of my family's trade, would you? And Xiaokai asked cautiously, her expressive eyes brimming with anticipation, as if Yuan Qingzhou's response held immense significance for her. Yuan Qingzhou cast a bewildered glance her way, wondering why he would disdain her. And Xiaokai let out a sigh of relief, her face brightening with an innocent smile. It's just that because of my family's business, I faced bullying at school. Although she wore a smile, Yuan Qingzhou detected a hint of sadness in her tone. Yet, since he had known in Xiaokai, he had only seen her bully others. How could she have been a victim? Perhaps it was during middle school? Grandmother. And Xiaokai had already stepped inside, searching for her grandmother, an elderly woman. Her hair as white as snow yet full of vitality, emerged from a room on the first floor, scissors in hand. Her apron dusted with paper scraps and traces of glue. And Xiaokai grasped her grandmother's hands, twisting her body playfully as she sought to charm her. Ma Qiuhua gently poked in Xiaokai on the head, saying, You, in the past, never showed such affection towards your grandmother. Over these past few days, it seems as though you've become an entirely different person. Is it the braised pork that has captivated you? Very well. I shall add some quail eggs for you and prepare a pot for your indulgence. As Ma Qiuhua raised her gaze, she locked eyes with Yuan Qingzhou. And in that moment, it felt as though time and space had converged, revealing Yuan Qingzhou and everything behind her with crystal clarity. This intense scrutiny made Yuan Qingzhou furrow her brows uncomfortably, while Ma Qiuhua mirrored her expression, walking towards her with a look of distraction. Whose child are you? Ma Qiuhua inquired. Yuan Qingzhou contemplated for a moment before responding. My ancestors bear the surname Si. Ma Qiuhua's entire being trembled as she took 2 unsteady steps towards Yuan Qingzhou, her lower lip quivering. But, do you possess a token? Yuan Qingzhou nodded, glancing towards the back wall. Please wait a moment. With that, amid Xiaocai's admiration and Ma Qiuhua's startled gaze, she took a running leap and vaulted over the back wall of Xiaocai's home, landing in her own rented courtyard. Thief! Thief! The panicked cries of the parrot echoed from within the house. As Yuan Qingzhou pushed open the door and entered, she discovered that Xiaoman was sprawled on the ground at the entrance, with a pair of scissors lying a short distance away. It's me. At that moment, Ma Qiuhua had composed herself, supported by Xiaokai as she stood in the courtyard. Once Yuan Qingzhou handed her the exorcism dagger, Ma Qiuhua delicately examined it with trembling hands, her eyes glistening with tears. Descendant of the Ma family, Ma Qiuhua, she said, trembling as she knelt down to pay her respects to the family head. Yuan Qingzhou took a step back to avoid Ma Qiuhua's kneeling, feeling slightly uncomfortable. She gazed at Xiaokai, who surprisingly did not reach out to assist her grandmother, instead adopting a posture of reverence, as if she were meant to kneel. Yuan Qingzhou, this is a debt that our exorcist Ma family owes to the descendants of the Si family. You must accept it. Otherwise, my grandmother will be troubled in both sleep and food. Upon hearing Xiaocai's words, Ma Qiuhua was taken aback and straightened up to look over. Xiaokai, you are aware of this? And Xiaokai helped Ma Qiuhua to her feet, replying, Yes, I am fully aware, grandmother, including the fact that I am already deceased. Chapter 40. The wax figure in Xiaokai assisted Ma Qiuhua into the house, with Yuan Qingzhou following closely behind. The interior was adorned with antiquated and simple furnishings, the only aspect that captured her attention being an unnamed ancestral tablet positioned at the center of the main hall. Noticing Yuan Qingzhou's gaze, Ma Qiuhua spoke slowly. That is the ancestral tablet of the C family, but due to the Ma family's transgressions against the C family, we lack the honor to inscribe the names of the C ancestors, thus we can only honor it with an unnamed tablet. And Xiaokai poured tea for Yuan Qingzhou, gesturing for her to sit and share her thoughts at a leisurely pace. Having just experienced a tumultuous emotional upheaval, Ma Qiuhua was slightly out of breath, and Xiaokai gently massaged her chest, helping her to gradually regain her composure. You appear to be entirely in the dark, do you not? Yuan Qingzhou nodded. Indeed. I only know that my ancestors bore the surname Si, and the dagger was given to me by my mother. Ma Qiuhua's eyes brightened. Then where is your mother? She suffers from dissociative identity disorder and is currently in a rehabilitation facility at Lingquan Mountain, Yuan Qingzhou replied in a calm tone. Though a hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes, Ma Qiuhua's expression shifted to one of guilt. Are there any other family members at home? Yuan Qingzhou shook his head, revealing that his father was originally an orphan who had disappeared 10 years ago due to certain circumstances. His mother recounted that even before his birth, his maternal grandmother had succumbed to madness and taken her own life, while his grandfather, overwhelmed by grief, followed suit. His mother, being an only child, had given birth solely to him. What a tragedy, what a tragedy, Ma Qiuhua lamented, leaning against the sofa and striking her heart with fervor. Grandmother, do not despair. Today you may yet meet the descendants of the Si family, which could serve as a form of redemption, and Xiaokai urged gently, wiping away her tears. Ma Qiuhua began to recount the tale of the Sima families. She spoke at length, her words flowing like a river, while Yuan Qingzhou remained seated, listening intently. In essence, the Sima families had gained renown as a formidable lineage of exorcists during the feudal dynasty. However, at that time, the Ma family was merely the Si family's servants. The Si family possessed a lineage imbued with extraordinary abilities, though not every descendant inherited this gift, yet each generation would at least witness one such emergence. The Ma family, being the most loyal servants, steadfastly protected the Si family, accompanying them in their endeavors to vanquish evil. Consequently, whenever people spoke of the exorcist families, the Sima clan was invariably mentioned. Many erroneously believed that the Sima family bore the surname Si, as the Si family, generous and unconcerned with superficial accolades, allowed this notion to persist. Despite the Sima families experiencing several dynastic upheavals and gradually declining, the foundation of their illustrious lineage remained intact, provided the political landscape stabilized. They could once again attain their former glory. However, during the tumultuous era of warlord fragmentation, the Si family faced a catastrophic fate, leading to their near annihilation. At that time, the Ma family was equally perplexed by the unfolding events, resulting in the two families becoming separated amidst the chaos of battle. The treasured heirloom of the Si family remained in the custody of the Ma family, as circumstances did not allow for any arrangements to be made. Thus, the precious artifact stayed within the hands of the Ma family. This incident caused the Si family to experience profound dislocation during the turmoil, resulting in a swift decline that left the Ma family unable to locate any descendants of the Si lineage. Utilizing the secret arts passed down from the Si family along with the treasured relic, the Ma family traversed the land, combating demons and malevolent spirits, inadvertently establishing a reputation that would lead to their eventual identity as the demon-exorcising Ma clan. The ancestors of the Ma family felt immense guilt, believing that their failure to adequately protect the Si family was the root cause of their downfall. As time progressed, the Ma family did not ascend to brilliance or prosperity. Rather, as a form of self-imposed punishment, they instituted a tradition of passing the secret arts only to females, leading to the present day where only Ma Qiuhua remains as the sole descendant. Yet, Ma Qiuhua did not adhere to this ancestral decree, allowing in Xiaokai to adopt the Ma surname and never intending to pass the secret arts on to her. The ancestors of the Ma family consistently claimed that the treasured relic was cursed, a notion I initially dismissed until Ma Qiuhua paused, gazing at Xiaokai, gently stroking her head. It was only after Xiaocai's mother was involved in a car accident alongside her that I began to believe this was fate. Xiaokai held Ma Qiuhua's hand, urging, Grandma, you should share your thoughts. It may bring you some solace. Ma Qiuhua shook her head, replying, "No, Xiaokai. You do not understand. Your grandmother is a sinner. Although I am unaware of how you came to know these events and their consequences, I must convey my sincerest apologies." Ma Qiuhua turned her gaze towards Yuan Qingzhou and continued, "The bloodline's peculiar technique of your family has become somewhat obscure in my generation. I only understand that within the lineage of your family lies an inherent madness, which, as one matures, can lead to a fragmented soul at best, or madness unto death at worst. There exist but two remedies for this affliction: the legendary 3-Yang True Fire Spell and the artifact that the Ma family took from the Si family, reputed to temporarily suppress this madness. However, I regret to inform you that I am currently unable to return that artifact to you." After speaking, Ma Qiuhua once more turned her attention to Xiaokai. When Xiaocai's mother met with misfortune, Xiaokai was merely 3 years old, so very small, lying on the ground, drenched in blood. Ma Qiuhua gestured to illustrate Xiaocai's size at that time, her voice quavering with emotion. "When I arrived, the doctor had already covered Xiaokai. At that moment, her mother still clung to life, begging me, imploring me to use that item to save Xiaokai, saying that she was still so young, yet to truly witness the beauty of this world, yet to savor its delights, yet to call me grandmother in earnest. In my moment of madness, unable to accept the reality of losing both my daughter and granddaughter, and with my daughter's last wish weighing heavily upon me, I resorted to that artifact, allowing Xiaokai to continue living." Yuan Qingzhou glanced at Xiaokai, already surmising the nature of that item. It was a human skin effigy, was it not? Ma Qiuhua nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. The origins of this entity remain shrouded in mystery, yet its formidable power is undeniable. It can imprison malevolent spirits and forge contracts to house souls, granting them a corporeal form. The souls thus contained can experience life as any ordinary individual, capable of joy, sorrow, and all human emotions. They feel pain and savor exquisite flavors, with even the most advanced medical examinations yielding no signs of physical anomalies. There are nearly no discernible flaws. The sole limitation lies in their inability to sustain injuries. Should they be harmed, no blood will flow, and they will heal autonomously. It was during an occasion when I accompanied Xiaokai that I procured a sample of her father's blood through a friend at a clinic, subsequently employing the paper doll technique to deceive the hospital staff, who were merely ordinary individuals and thus not likely to pose a problem. This leads one to ponder, is Xiaokai immortal? Ma Qiuhua shook her head, indicating that the answer is both yes and no. As long as her soul persists, she can continually rely on the healing abilities of the doll to restore herself to her original state. However, should the doll be utterly destroyed, recovery would be impossible, and the process of healing would necessitate the expenditure of spiritual energy. Regarding the cost, the doll itself is an accursed object. Every individual from the Ma family who has utilized this doll has. Ma Qiuhua bit her lip, finding herself unable to continue. And Xiaokai, with her carefree laughter, interjected, "Oh, what is the big deal? It's just that my soul will be consumed by the doll when I turn 20. It's nothing to worry about." The more carefree and cheerful Xiaokai appeared, the more it pained Ma Qiuhua. "Xiaokai, it is your grandmother who has wronged you." Yuan Qingzhou gazed quietly at the pair of grandmother and granddaughter before her, unperturbed by their profound affection for one another. Rather, her expression grew increasingly frigid. "So, this skin puppet can temporarily suppress my mother's dissociative identity disorder, correct?" Ma Qiuhua, unable to meet Yuan Qingzhou's probing gaze, nodded and replied, "Yes. I've heard my mother mention that the people of the Si family know how to truly master skin puppets." After saying this, Ma Qiuhua looked at Yuan Qingzhou with hope in her eyes. Without giving Xiaokai any chance to plead, Yuan Qingzhou turned and walked away. "Wait. Things aren't tea as you think." Xiaokai exclaimed in frustration, glancing between Ma Qiuhua and the doorway, realizing she might have committed a foolish act. Chapter 41. Friends? Yuan Qingzhou felt a wave of restlessness, an emotion that bewildered her, leaving her uncertain about the sudden shift within her. It became evident that making friends did not bring her joy. Friends? No, and Xiaokai was certainly not her friend. She had never had friends, nor did she require them. She sought to stabilize her emotions through practice, striving to clarify her thoughts. Previously, she had absorbed an entire essence of the Qingyan, and although most of it had been allocated to her tail, the remainder surged through the 60 acupoints of her arms. The human arm comprises 6 meridians, hosting a total of 134 acupoints. By this, she had nearly completed half of them. Indeed, absorbing the essence of the nightmare spirit was remarkably swift. However, even with her recent elevation to Qingyan, the vastness of the energy was such that she could not absorb it all at once. Without her tail, much of it would go to waste. However, she could not constantly allocate the foreign energy to her tail, as it was becoming excessively powerful and posed a threat to her. Thus, how should this predicament be resolved? After meticulously organizing her acupoints, Yuan Qingzhou released her tail, allowing it to revert to its original form of a swirling white mist. To her delight, she discovered a fist-sized core of azure mist emerging from the center of the white fog. This indicated that the tail had laid the foundation for becoming a Qingyan. And with continued absorption of foreign energy, it could indeed transform into one. Initially, the tail possessed only the capabilities of a level 3 buy-in in its nascent stage, but it had now progressed to a later stage, suggesting that its ascension to Qingyan was not far off. With her current strength combined with the tail, Yuan Qingzhou could potentially contend with a level 4 Qingyan single-handedly. However, at this juncture, Qingyan was too extravagant for her needs. Buy-in was more suitable for direct absorption without excessive waste. Unfortunately, their misfortune had led them to encounter a nascent Qingyan. The catalog of strange tales predominantly featured Yuan, with only the suspicious internet celebrity spicy hot pot resembling a buy-in. Reflecting on this, Yuan Qingzhou shook her head, realizing her own greed. She ought to focus on solidifying her foundation rather than yearning for rapid advancement. Although she was indeed a second-tier martial artist with 60 acupoints, the quality of the foreign energy within her acupoints fell short of standards. Henceforth, her primary focus should be on the second stage of Bagua Palm, aiming to refine the foreign energy to a pure black. Yuan Qingzhou practiced relentlessly in the courtyard, feeling her mind gradually calm, continuing from morning until noon before finally pausing. Rubbing her growling stomach, she once again entered the kitchen, only to be met with the sight of pots, pans, and jars, prompting her to sigh and lock the kitchen door once more. With the exorcism dagger and the tempered blade in hand, Yuan Qingzhou resolved to venture out for a meal before visiting the sanatorium to see her mother. She hoped to awaken her mother's true persona and glean some insights regarding that peculiar skin puppet. After all, she had no physical training class that afternoon. At 3 o'clock, at Lingquan Mountain Sanatorium, Yuan Qingzhou set down her backpack and the blade. The moment she laid eyes on the tempered blade, Qi Jinshu transformed once more into her father, Yuan Jigua. What an exquisite weapon! How did you come to possess such a magnificent blade, Zhou? Yuan Qingzhou gazed deeply into Qi Jinshu's eyes and implored, "Dad, I wish to see Mom. Do you have a way for me to meet her? I need to ask her about the skin puppet." The mere mention of skin puppet seemed to trigger something within Qi Jinshu, her expression momentarily void before clarity returned. At long last, Yuan Qingzhou beheld her true mother. "Zhou, it's been so long." Indeed, it was her mother without a doubt. A wave of emotion surged through Yuan Qingzhou, and she rushed forward to embrace her mother tightly. No words were exchanged. She simply buried her head in her mother's shoulder, inhaling the comforting scent that brought her solace. Qi Jinshu gently patted Yuan Qingzhou's back and said tenderly, "My Zhuzhou has grown so tall. At just 16, you've surpassed your mother. If only your father could see this, how proud he would be. Mom, I miss you so much." In that moment, Yuan Qingzhou realized that even though she saw her mother every week, her subconscious was aware that those encounters were not genuine. Only the present moment with her mother allowed the deep-seated longing within her to surface. Therefore, she was determined to restore her mother, willing to pay any price to achieve that goal. Mother and daughter sat on the sofa, and Yuan Qingzhou noticed that her mother's dominant personality had stabilized considerably, unlike before when it would vanish at times. Sensing Yuan Qingzhou's confusion, Qi Jinshu smiled and said, "Dr. Gu visits every day, bringing numerous photographs, awards, and assignments of yours. She talks to me at length about your accomplishments, and her pride makes your mother quite envious." Yuan Qingzhou lowered her head in silence. "Zhou, you have endured much hardship over the years. I am truly sorry for that." Qi Jinshu suddenly apologized. Yuan Qingzhou shook her head. "It hasn't been difficult. With you, Mother, I have a home. Compared to that, nothing else matters." "I'm sorry, Zhou. I truly..." Qi Jishu turned her head to wipe away her tears. "By the way, I have good news to share. I have recently begun attempting to write online for income. Please give me a little time. I assure you I will not become a burden." Yuan Qingzhou intended to decline, but, upon seeing her mother's remorseful gaze, nodded in agreement. "All right. Let us not waste time. You may ask me anything, and I will tell you." Yuan Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "I have met a descendant of the Ma family." At this, Qi Jinshu suddenly froze, her eyes reflecting not only surprise, but also a trace of subtle fear. Was she afraid of the Ma family? Yuan Qingzhou noticed her strange reaction and could not help but ask, "Mother, do you not wish to meet the Ma family? Last time you told me to inform them that the Si family holds no grudges against them. Why the change?" "Ahem. No, I am just a bit taken aback." Qi Jishu maintained a calm demeanor as she grasped Yuan Qingzhou's hand and said, "Please, tell me about your encounters with the Ma family." Yuan Qingzhou chose not to dwell on Qi Jinshu's earlier peculiar reaction and gradually recounted the events involving in Shaokai and Ma Qiuhua. Upon hearing her story, Qi Jinshu couldn't help but reflect on the whims of fate. After years of upheaval, it was astonishing that both families found themselves in the same city. And even more surprising that, like the Si family, the Ma family had dwindled to its last descendant. Furthermore, Yuan Qingzhou from the Si family and In Shaokai from the Ma family were now classmates. It seemed as though destiny had intervened, allowing these two families to reunite in their final generation, rekindling the brilliance of their past. "Mom, can that figurine truly free you from your dissociative identity?" Qi Jinshu bit her lip, pondering for a moment before her gaze sharpened, and she fixed her serene eyes on Yuan Qingzhou. "If your mother insists, what will you do? Would you take in Xiaocai's life?" Yuan Qingzhou lowered her gaze, clenching her fists, acknowledging the grim reality that she had already become a ghost of her former self. "But she is your friend, Zhou." Yuan Qingzhou gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting an inner struggle. "I do not need friends." Over the years, she had borne the weight of her family's burdens alone, enduring countless trials outside, and coupled with her emotional detachment, it had become exceedingly difficult for anyone to penetrate her heart. Sighing, Qi Jishu remarked, "Oh, foolish child, do you not realize why you are hesitating? Do not torment yourself over this matter. Even if you were to act upon it, your mother would never consent. But it could lead to your restoration," Yuan Qingzhou replied. Her eyes filled with confusion. "Not restoration, merely a temporary suppression. Mother's illness is not as grave as it seems. The madness that has plagued the Si family lineage has diminished significantly over generations. Why can you not place your faith in medicine, in Dr. Gu, and in Mother's resilience? Even if it merely offers temporary relief, it is preferable to the fog of despair that envelopes you each day," Yuan Qingzhou remarked. Qi Jinshu smiled wryly. "Yet have you considered the cost of such actions? Is that cost something Mother can bear at this moment?" "Zhou, human nature is inherently selfish. Ma Qiuhua seeks the lower part of the five-spirit incantation to ensure in Xiaocai's survival, while Mother, in her desire for your well-being, wishes for you to keep in Xiaocai close. You do not grasp that the clay doll must be wielded by the Ma family to unleash its full potential. Within Shaokai by your side, you are better protected and supported." "Why?" Qi Jishu explained patiently. "Firstly, as you can see, Mother is on the path to recovery and will certainly regain her former self. Thus, she does not require the clay doll to divide the tainted soul, which carries its own risks and costs. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, the repercussions would be dire. Secondly, having studied the five-spirit incantation, you should recognize its limitations, which the clay doll can address. Unlike the incantation, the clay doll can confine malevolent spirits, transforming them into energy through a unique method of storage. Consequently, if you cannot absorb all this foreign energy at once, You may initially take in half and reserve the remainder for subsequent absorption, an advantage that the 5-spirit incantation cannot provide. Moreover, with the indomitable characteristics of the puppet, one can readily send it forth in perilous situations, significantly ensuring one's own safety. Furthermore, you may be unaware that the puppet also serves as a storage vessel, akin to those found in novels. Possessing it allows for the concealment of items one wishes to keep private, thus alleviating the burden of carrying a weapon everywhere. My dear Jojo ought to be donning beautiful dresses and reveling in her youth, rather than constantly toting a weapon and fighting for survival. Having articulated all this, do you not feel even a hint of persuasion? Yuan Qingzhou shook her head, expressing her disinterest. Qi Jinshu sighed in resignation, gently ruffling Yuan Qingzhou's hair. There is one crucial point. You truly need a companion to keep you company in place of your mother. Your solitude is profound, and in Xiaokai is the most fitting choice. Yuan Qingzhou struggled to comprehend why her mother insisted on her friendship with Xiaokai. Surely, there must be alternative solutions to mitigate the drawbacks of the 5 spirits curse. Is her mother's health not of paramount importance? Mother, why not allow the Ma family to visit you? Grandma Ma is eager to see you. No need. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qingzhou's words were abruptly met with Qi Jinshu's anxious refusal. It appeared as though she harbored a genuine fear of the Ma family. But why? A wave of questions surged within Yuan Qingzhou. Sensing her own outburst, Qi Jinshu hastily clarified, "There is no need. My illness has not yet fully abated, and I am quite apprehensive about meeting strangers. Moreover, should I unexpectedly fall ill and frighten them, it would be quite impolite. Let us postpone until I have fully recovered." Yuan Qingzhou furrowed her brow. However, recognizing her mother as a patient, she resolved to respect her mother's wishes, prioritizing her health above all else. Chapter 42. The live broadcast team, although her mother's stance and reasoning appeared peculiar, leaving her with the impression that there was more to the matter than met the eye, and that her mother was concealing something from her. Once these thoughts dissipated, she felt as though a heavy fog had lifted, granting her a sense of relief. The puppet required a soul to function, thus Xiaokai could serve as her assistant and companion, reminiscent of the way the Ma family once safeguarded the Si family. Her mother, in light of this, had been encouraging her to adopt a broader perspective and to let go of trivial grievances. Perhaps she could extend an opportunity to Xiaokai. As evening fell and she prepared to accompany her tail to deliver takeout, Yuan Qingzhou's phone rang. It was Luo Shou, requesting her presence at the Division of Anomalous Affairs in Jiuan City. The division, located at the very heart of Jiuan City, offered convenient access to all areas, allowing for effective oversight of the entire region. Resembling a small school, the division was equipped with a training ground, a cafeteria, and dormitories capable of accommodating 500 individuals. Facing the main thoroughfare stood the division's office, which had long displayed the sign reading City Lord's Office until its recent official transformation to Division of Anomalous Events Investigation. Jiuan City. Upon entering, Yuan Qingzhou was promptly escorted to Long Huan's office, where she was surprisingly asked to don shoe covers before entering. Once inside, she was struck by the astonishing tidiness and cleanliness of Long Huan's office. The colors of the furniture and the patterns of the curtains and carpets were all remarkably soothing. Even the arrangement of books on the shelves seemed meticulously measured, presenting an aesthetically pleasing symmetry. This is clearly organized by Shiman Shou, a person so meticulous that he has a distinct ensemble for each occasion, never repeating an outfit. The only one who seems out of place is Long Huan, currently slumped over her desk, yawning with a disheveled hairstyle. As mucus drips down, she finds a tissue beneath the chaotic pile of documents, blows her nose, and carelessly tosses it behind her, landing outside the trash bin. Standing behind her, Shiman Shou squints his eyes, his body taut as if struggling to contain himself, yet unable to resist glancing at the crumpled paper. In the office, besides the two of them, are Jiabu and Xiaokai. Jiabu stands rigidly, like a soldier at attention, scarcely daring to turn his head, casting sidelong glances at Yuan Qingzhou, his face twitching. Xiaokai hangs her head like a wilted bean sprout, radiating an aura of sorrow and despair. Upon spotting Yuan Qingzhou, she suddenly lifts her head to smile, but just as she opens her mouth to speak, Yuan Qingzhou halts beside Jiabu. What do you need from me? Yuan Qingzhou's words cause Xiaokai to wilt once more, pouting in grievance as she sniffs. Realizing the big shot indeed dislikes her, Long Huan, seated in her chair, stretches her arms in a languid yawn, lacking the authority and grandeur expected of a departmental head. Resembling more of a child of their age. You three are impressive. A mere Qingyin and a ghoul could be easily overwhelmed. Truly remarkable. Do tell me about that time. Coughing vigorously, Shimin Shou interrupts her. Long Huan's expression shifts, and she slams her hands on the desk. Are you all out of your minds? A mere novice, utterly ignorant, along with two fledgling amateurs, dares to confront a level 4 nightmare. Are they courting disaster? Before the others could utter a word, and Xiaokai stepped forth. Bowing in apology. I sincerely apologize, Minister. This predicament arose because of me, endangering Yuan Qingzhou and Jiabuxi. If punishment is due, let it be directed at me. I am willing to be sent off to toil and labor. After all, the higher-ups have grown weary of me. Xiaokai, you truly are a hidden gem. Had it not been for this incident, I would have been oblivious to your identity as a streamer. You, ahem. And Xiaokai, you have illicitly exploited the privileges of your internship at the Bureau of Anomalous Adjustments for personal gain without authorization. Do you comprehend the gravity of this offense? Do you believe I would execute you? Suddenly, and Xiaokai burst into tears. Then let it be execution. After all, death will come eventually, whether early or late. It is still death. Dying now might bring some satisfaction, sparing me from being despised further down the line. Hey, please do not cry. Your tears do not suit you. No one intends to execute you. It was merely a jest to frighten you, Long Huan hastily reassured her. Ahem. Shimin Shou calmly interjected. You are the minister. Long Huan rolled her eyes, aware that Shimin Shou was concerned about her potentially losing her authority, but she had no desire to feign seriousness. There was nothing of great consequence here. Why frighten these children? Just like her cantankerous old man. So pedantic. Ignoring Shimin Shou, Long Huan continued, All right, I shall cease the intimidation. To be candid, your performance in this endeavor was indeed commendable. Although it involved a degree of luck, you have undeniably eradicated a nightmare from Jiuan City. Thus, commendations will indeed be awarded, distributed based on your respective merits. However, prior to claiming your accolades, I must impart a crucial piece of wisdom. Fortune does not always favor the brave. Should you encounter a similar situation in the future, even if merely suspecting something amiss, refrain from personal investigation and report it to the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau, understood? Jiabu nodded vigorously, while Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai gently acknowledged their understanding. Furthermore, Xiaokai, I must address you specifically. Your streaming channel has been suspended by the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau. Why? Xiaokai gasped at this revelation. It was the sole source of her income. Without it, and with her unreliable father, relying on her grandmother to craft paper flowers, she could scarcely afford her tuition. Long Huan regarded her with a stoic expression, though silent, an undeniable pressure emanated from him, causing Xiaokai to shrink back involuntarily. I apologize. I should not have interjected. Your channel is temporarily suspended. The Anomaly Adjustment Bureau will engage with your platform regarding this matter. Subsequently, your streaming channel will be taken over by the Public Relations Department of the Bureau's Jiuan Division. You may continue to broadcast, but it must bear the official insignia of the Bureau. By addressing cases listed in the catalog of supernatural tales, you will provide the public with a more tangible understanding of the nightmares. Xiaotsai's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that permissible? Won't it incite public panic? Long Huan smiled. The most ancient and potent of human emotions is fear, and the most profound fear of all is that of the unknown. This is a profound truth articulated by a great author, is it not? Therefore, rather than conceal it, it is better to expose it. Long Huan withheld a statement, indicating that the revelations she referred to only scratched the surface, merely satisfying the public's curiosity while stifling deeper inquiries. This also allowed the group of students to engage in the straightforward process of confronting simple nightmarish entities, instilling confidence in the masses. The true horror, however, was not yet theirs to comprehend. What she herself understood was merely a fragment of that terror. Undoubtedly, this live-streaming room was a coveted asset, a means to generate revenue from various platforms, thereby improving the children's meals, a splendid endeavor. Thus, I declare that, beginning today, the three of you shall form a live streaming task force. You may set your own streaming schedule, but please report to the Bureau of Anomalous Adjustments prior to each session. Do you understand? Received. Jia Bu's voice distinctly overpowered those of Yuan Qingzhou and in Shaokai. Very well, Yuan Qingzhou. Remain for a moment. You two may leave. With only 3 individuals left in the office, Long Huan opened a drawer and retrieved a leather pouch adorned with crimson runes, placing it on the desk and sliding it towards Yuan Qingzhou. This item was damaged by you, and according to the regulations of the Bureau of Anomalous Adjustments, it rightfully belongs to you as a trophy. Yuan Qingzhou glanced at it, deducing that it was the broken phone. Despite its damaged state, it still possessed a certain spiritual essence, proving beneficial for those who study anomalies. You could list it on the trading platform in exchange for merit points or other items. Long Huan elaborated that anomalies are objects possessing nightmarish spirits that can be utilized by humans, provided a contract is established with the spirit within the anomaly, thus allowing the user to harness its abilities. For instance, Yuan Qingzhou's little man belonged to this category. However, they are distinct. They completely assimilate foreign entities into their being, forming the highest covenant with at the cost of their souls, thereby acquiring the most formidable powers of them. For instance, consider I retained you primarily to inquire about your cultivation progress, as you are undoubtedly my most formidable contender for securing the first place in the briefly shared her advancement with, mentioning that she had unblocked 12 acupoints and decided to focus on her limbs. Subsequently, offered some essential advice regarding her training and recommended a few martial arts manuals pertaining to the acupoints of the limbs before allowing her to depart. Once left, eagerly banged on the table, demanding her dinner with impatience, who had been standing silently behind her, turned to the office pantry and fetched evening meal, a bowl of plain porridge and a small dish of pickled vegetables, nothing more. Upon seeing this, S face turned a shade of green. Are you serious? I have been subsisting on this meager fare for days. I am so malnourished that I can barely lift an axe. Unmoved, adjusted his glasses with a handkerchief, stating, You shall need to endure another year and 3 months to repay the debt for the— Ah, you miser. Fumed, overturning her coffee cup in a fit of rage, splattering coffee across the table, the floor, and even onto himself. With a triumphant raise of her eyebrow, she watched as trembled, his complexion gradually paling. Chapter 43, Exposed. Upon exiting office, checked her merit points, totaling 200. Thus, she had accrued 100 merit points from the recent Eerie House incident. The night breeze was gentle as Yuan Qingzhou emerged from the building of the Anomaly Bureau, spotting in Shaokai standing beneath the dim glow of a street lamp, repeatedly kicking the lamp post. Upon noticing Yuan Qingzhou, and Shaokai hurried over, exclaiming, Yuan Qingzhou, please let me explain. I truly had no idea that your family had a solution for the skin puppet issue. I didn't intend to lead you into a trap by taking you to my home today. And as for your family's plight, I was completely unaware. And Shaokai bit her lip, resolutely declaring, if you grant me 6 months, no, 3 months, I will certainly return the skin puppet to you. This is something I owe you. I genuinely know nothing. My grandmother passed away too early and never had the chance to tell me. Your grandmother passed away early? Yuan Qingzhou raised an eyebrow in surprise, catching the significance of Xiaocai's words. And Shaokai gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes darting in panic. Have I revealed something? Indeed, you have, Yuan Qingzhou replied earnestly. And Xiaocai's face fell. Can we not discuss this for now? I promise that once I find a safe place, I will certainly tell you. I intended to inform you all along. It is essential that I do. Yuan Qingzhou nodded. And in Shaokai felt a great weight lift from her shoulders. In fact, I already have a solution regarding the issue of being devoured by the skin puppet at the age of 20. So you must trust me, I have no ulterior motives. What solution? Yuan Qingzhou inquired directly about the crux of the matter. It's not as complicated as it seems. Simply enhance your mental strength. Consider the skin puppet as an exceptionally peculiar nightmare spirit, and the situation becomes significantly simpler. The royal-level nightmare spirits manage to control numerous lesser spirits through absolute mental suppression. In the same vein, If my mental fortitude were formidable enough to instill fear in the puppet, how could it possibly consume me? Although the threshold for such strength is exceedingly high, it is not devoid of hope. I have achieved it before, and I can accomplish it again. By this juncture, and Xiaokai was unconcerned, as the essence of her words became increasingly evident. Yuan Qingzhou nodded slightly. Indeed, and Xiaokai was articulating pivotal points. However, the challenge lies in the arduous task of enhancing the limits of one's mental prowess. Even in the present, the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau offers only a limited selection of mental cultivation techniques, with results that often fall short of expectations. Only through repeated breakthroughs of the human limits can one hope to transcend the precipice of life and death. Yet, the inherently frail physique of a talisman master cannot withstand such tribulations. Hence, during the initial assessments, the Bureau placed great emphasis on the limits of mental strength. The meditation method in the latter part of the Five Spirits incantation that purportedly enhances mental power is still beyond Yuan Qingzhou's grasp. However, since the ancestors of the Sea family were able to subdue the puppet using it, it indicates that its efficacy is likely superior to that of the Bureau's mental techniques. There exists, in fact, a permanent solution to this dilemma: the Three-Yang True Fire incantation. At one point, I was but a step away from mastering the complete Three-Yang True Fire incantation. Had I possessed it, I could have directly purged the negative emotions of the dream spirit and absorbed its core mental energy. Professor Tang Bowen had previously expounded in his grand lecture that dream spirits are collections of anomalous energy centered around mental strength. Albeit their core mental energy is tainted with overwhelming negative emotions and dark matter, rendering direct absorption impossible. Upon reflection, the power of the Three-Yang True Fire curse is indeed formidable. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it could spell disaster. Moreover, the secrets intertwined within it pertain to her memories from the past month, and until these are unraveled, she will not entrust the Three-Yang True Fire curse to anyone. Return the clay figurine to me. What will you do? Yuan Qingzhou inquired once more. It's not a matter of great concern. I possess a method to transform myself into a nightmare spirit and subsequently inhabit an object. At that juncture, I hope you will forge a pact with me, allowing me to remain as an otherworldly presence by your side. This is my final wish, replied In Xiaokai. Observing the sincerity in Xiaocai's gaze, Yuan Qingzhou nodded, suddenly reminded of Xiaoman. And Xiaokai blinked earnestly, her eyes glistening with a misty sheen as she implored Yuan Qingzhou. Very well, but I must first procure some bread for tomorrow's breakfast. With that, Yuan Qingzhou proceeded ahead. Upon hearing his consent, And Xiaokai was overjoyed, her exuberance rendering her reckless as she leapt toward Yuan Qingzhou's retreating figure. Master, you are simply the best, she exclaimed, only to be abruptly interrupted as she grazed Yuan Qingzhou's shoulder. Instinctively, he executed a swift throw, sending In Xiaokai crashing to the ground, wincing in both pain and indignation. She lay there cradling her waist, alternating between laughter and tears. Ha ha, indeed, the master is truly exceptional. Ouch. Yuan Qingzhou navigated a small electric scooter, while In Xiaokai huddled closely behind, careful not to make contact with him, nearly toppling off several times as Yuan Qingzhou deftly maneuvered around obstacles. After much effort, Yuan Qingzhou finally arrived at the bakery she was seeking, only to find it closed. The roller shutter was raised halfway, and the employees inside were busy tidying up the unsold bread. It's closed. We shall return tomorrow, In Xiaokai suggested. Yuan Qingzhou shook her head, declaring, the timing is just right. With that, she approached the alley where the side entrance of the bakery was located, standing quietly in wait. At first, In Xiaokai was puzzled, but after a moment of realization, she exclaimed, are you intending to retrieve the leftover bread from today? Yuan Qingzhou nodded, resembling a beast poised for the hunt, her gaze fixed intently on the side door, emanating an aura of danger. Understanding Yuan Qingzhou's background, And Xiaokai felt a pang of sympathy for her, observing her practiced demeanor. You rest. I'll help you get it in a moment, And Xiaokai offered, ready to step into action. Yuan Qingzhou shook her head, firmly stating no. It's too perilous. And Xiaokai, bewildered, questioned, what danger could there be in merely grabbing a loaf of bread? Yuan Qingzhou cast a glance at her before steering her attention toward the gathering crowd in the alley, composed entirely of elderly men and women, who were stretching and preparing for a sprint. And Xiaocai's face turned pale. The alley was narrow, and if someone were to be knocked over, "You carry on. I'll leave you to it," she swiftly conceded. The creaking sound of the door echoed as Yuan Qingzhou sprang into action, deftly leaping against the side wall, executing a flawless aerial somersault that elegantly avoided the elderly below, her movements so skilled they evoked both admiration and concern. As the bakery employee emerged carrying a box, Yuan Qingzhou descended gracefully from above, gently landing before her and taking one portion before departing. And Xiaocai fell silent, daunted by the thought of how Yuan Qingzhou had endured these years. That evening at Xiaocai's home, Ma Qiuhua appeared apologetic, continually serving Yuan Qingzhou more dishes. Yuan Qingzhou, however, remained composed, quietly consuming her meal, barely accepting any additional food, appearing both awkward and shy. "Xiao Shou," Ma Qiuhua said, her eyes reddening, "my approach earlier was inappropriate. I overlooked your feelings and neglected the suffering your mother is currently enduring. I wish to extend my apologies for that. Xiaocai has clarified everything to me, and since she has made her decision, I must respect it. This is all I can do." With tears brimming in her eyes, Ma Qiuhua placed an antique Wangwali box on the table and opened it to reveal a faded, yellowed blue book scroll. "The secret techniques passed down from the C family have dwindled to this relic in my generation. This technique, devoid of a name, has been referred to by me as the Paperman technique, and I now return it to your family." Yuan Qingzhou glanced at the scroll while holding her bowl. Her mother had spoken of it as well, recognizing it as one of the core techniques of the C family, rich in varied functionalities that were too numerous to detail. Yet, she knew she could not learn it. Due to the implications of the Five Spirits curse, she was unable to engage with anything involving spiritual energy, as it would heighten the risk of losing control over the spirit binding. This was one of the reasons the C family had been inclined to nurture the Ma family, imparting numerous secret techniques. Setting her bowl down, Yuan Qingzhou closed the box and slid it towards Xiaocai, saying, "You should learn it." And Xiaocai was taken aback. If such a secret technique were to be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly drive many into a frenzy. Yet, Yuan Qingzhou handed it over to her without a moment's hesitation. Ma Qiuhua was equally astonished. "Have you all finished eating?" Yuan Qingzhou suddenly inquired without providing any explanation. And Xiaocai and Ma Qiuhua exchanged puzzled glances at their bowls, then nodded absent-mindedly. "That's good," Yuan Qingzhou said with a slight smile, as she pushed her bowl aside and reached for the rice pot nearby. "Waste is undesirable, and leftover dishes are not healthy." With that, she devoured all the remaining food on the table. Chapter 44. Labor Contract. After satisfying their hunger, Yuan Qingzhou savored the tea brewed for her by Xiaocai. She retrieved a contract from her backpack and placed it on the tea table of the family. Yuan Qingzhou resolved to trust her mother and Dr. Gu. And with the 3 young true fire spell now in her possession, she would no longer require the clay figurines. And Xiaocai and Ma Qiuhua gazed at Yuan Qingzhou in astonishment as she relayed her mother's words to them. Ma Qiuhua turned her head to wipe away tears, understanding that Qi Jinshu's words did not necessarily reflect her true feelings. She was undoubtedly acting in Yuan Qingzhou's best interest, aiming to dissolve the barriers in her heart, allowing for a closer collaboration with Xiaocai in the future. They owed Yuan Qingzhou and her family an immeasurable debt, which they could only repay with their utmost efforts in the times to come. "Thank you, Yuan Qingzhou. Thank you." And Xiaocai felt deeply moved. To be able to protect such an esteemed individual in her current state was indeed the best outcome, even if it were only for a year or 2. She felt fortunate and grateful. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she shifted the conversation away from the heavy topic and picked up the items on the table. "Labor contract?" Yuan Qingzhou retrieved a pen from her pencil case, indicating the necessity of signing a contract to solidify our friendship. "If you decline," she proclaimed, "we shall never interact again." And Xiaocai was taken aback, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a fist. It was her first revelation that friendship necessitated a formal agreement. However, she questioned the rationale behind a labor contract. Yuan Qingzhou, with a look that suggested the answer was self-evident, replied that alternative contracts were unsuitable. And Xiaokai responded, "It seems we have a fundamental misunderstanding. Labor contract. Pursuant to the general principles of civil law of the Kangwu Free Federation and the contract law of the Kangwu Free Federation, the parties, based on the principles of equality, voluntariness, fairness, and good faith, willingly enter into this labor contract and commit to adhering to the stipulations herein. Article 1. Duration of the contract effective immediately, until. Article 2. Rights and obligations 1. Party A shall employ Party B to undertake the duties of a friend, with Party B completing the assigned tasks as per Party A's specifications and achieving the prescribed standards of quality. 2. Party B is obliged to assist Party A in daily life, which includes, but is not limited to, cooking, hairstyling, and caring for pets, among other essential needs. 3. Party B must provide gratuitous items and services for the storage of nightmares and confidentiality, ensuring that Party A's possessions are neither discarded nor damaged. 4. Party B is required to exert utmost effort to safeguard Party A's safety, provided it does not endanger their own life, and may not evade responsibility under any pretext. 5. During leisure periods, Party B must cooperate with Party A in fulfilling routine training, adhering strictly to the training schedule established by Party A, and shall not procrastinate for any reason. The contract spanned 5 pages, with 4 pages detailing the rigorous expectations placed upon Xiaokai, the severity of which could only be likened to a modern-day indenture. Once signed, she would be irrevocably relegated to the status of a mere tool. Yet, before she could peruse the final page, Ma Qiuhua, who had been watching the two with a smile, reached for the contract and, donning her reading glasses, scanned its contents. Xiaokai is still a minor. Her guardian must sign this, correct? Yuan Qingzhou nodded in affirmation. Pass me the pen. Ma Qiuhua took the pen and was poised to sign. And Xiaokai, taken aback, exclaimed, Grandma, I haven't finished reading it yet. Ma Qiuhua halted, turning to the last page to reveal the singular obligation of the first party. The first party shall, to the best of their ability, ensure the survival of the second party until the cessation of their own life. And Xiaokai felt as though her heart had been struck with immense force, a lump rising in her throat. In comparison to this stark declaration, the preceding 4 pages of stipulations seemed trivial, for only she understood the daunting challenge of surviving in such a world. She instinctively lifted her gaze to Yuan Qingzhou's calm and composed visage, her mind flashing to another face, more mature yet marred with blood. Live, fight to survive. That was the first, and ultimately the last, time she would witness that smile. Suddenly, and Xiaokai collapsed into tears, her face buried in her hands. I'm so sorry. I'm utterly useless. Forgive me. Yuan Qingzhou looked at Ma Qiuhua with confusion, who mirrored the sentiment. If you find the contract too harsh, I can know it is I who lack self-awareness. You have been so kind to me, even lending me the skin puppet. I am the one who is ungrateful. Grandma, please pass me the pen. And Xiaokai wiped away her tears and turned to the first page of the contract, inscribing in the blank space of the duration, until the end of life. Contract duration, from this day forward, until the end of life. Once completed, she elegantly signed her name in a flourish and handed it to Ma Qiuhua for her signature. After the signing, Yuan Qingzhou displayed a faint smile and extended her hand to Xiaokai. Excellent. Our friendship is now legally protected, not easily dissolved. Nor can we betray one another. I hope for a pleasant collaboration in the future. However, Yuan Qingzhou grasped her hand and gently shook it twice, neither throwing her away nor breaking her hand. The contract is in duplicate. Once I have my mother's signature, I shall provide you with a copy. As this is my first friendship, I hope you will be forgiving of any shortcomings. No, esteemed one, you are too gracious. It is I who should ask for your understanding. You are truly remarkable, simply remarkable, praised the parrot, who was lauding Yuan Qingzhou. Yuan Qingzhou stood up and tapped her cage, taking a deep breath to compose herself before stepping out to practice. The daily training sessions could not be neglected. Morning and night. After completing her practice and freshening up, just as she was preparing for bed, she suddenly heard a thump sound coming from the back wall. She approached swiftly and climbed atop the wall, only to see Xiaokai sneaking about, wielding a heavy hammer to knock on the wall. What are you doing? Yuan Qingzhou's voice startled in Xiaokai, causing her to nearly jump, and the hammer slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. As she tilted her head back, she beheld Yuan Qingzhou standing atop the wall, hands tucked into the pockets of her athletic attire, silhouetted against the moonlight. Her figure was upright, with a few strands of hair dancing in the night breeze, and her pair of strikingly bright, dark eyes shone exceptionally. And Xiaokai could not help but pull out her phone and snap a picture of Yuan Qingzhou, with the phone's wallpaper set to the image of the formidable presence. She thought, with the great one here, let the shadows retreat. Yuan Qingzhou frowned, questioning, why did you take my picture? You look great, and Xiaokai replied candidly. I want to create a small opening here to facilitate our interactions. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Qingzhou instructed, step back. With that, she leaped down from the wall to join in Xiaokai and nonchalantly kicked the wall. Boom. The back wall crumbled to reveal an opening just wide enough for a person to pass through, the force applied with precision, leaving the overall structure unscathed. And Xiaokai, astonished, shook her head in disbelief and applauded vigorously. Indeed, the Great One is extraordinary. Even kicking a wall is done with finesse, leaving us mere mortals in the dust. Chapter 45. Candor in the deep of night. With the moon shining brightly and stars sparse, the silvery light filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Yuan Qingzhou's bed. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders as she cradled a small figure against the bed. And Xiaokai sat on the floor, leaning against the bed, gazing out at the moon, ready to confess the final part she had kept hidden. I don't believe it, she said, turning to Yuan Qingzhou. After signing the contract, it seemed her courage had grown, and she confronted her directly. Do you realize your way of conversing has issues? You keep ending the topics. How can we continue our discussions? You shouldn't just blurt out whatever comes to mind. Think before you speak. Yuan Qingzhou tilted her head, and after a brief pause, responded, I have thought it through. There is no scientific basis for the concept of reincarnation. And Xiaokai was on the verge of exploding. So, pray tell, what scientific basis underpins the concept of nightmare spirits? Such absurdity should require no scientific justification. Yet, Yuan Qingzhou maintained a serious demeanor. Nightmare spirits are a fusion of negative emotions and otherworldly energies, as elucidated in Professor Tang Bowen's lectures. This notion has undergone scientific validation. So make sure to pay attention in class next time. And Xiaokai was rendered speechless. This topic was utterly unresolvable. She turned away, gazing out the window. But the melancholy and artistic sentiments she had cultivated moments before dissipated. This conversation is futile, she lamented, tugging at her hair in distress. To put it simply, it seems I have been reborn. Let's refer to the past as my previous life. In that life, when we were both 16, the invasion of otherworldly beings led to an apocalypse, and I barely survived for a decade amid the ruins of my family. At the age of 26, you alone defended Jiuan City until the very last moment. Yet, the reinforcements never arrived, and Jiuan City was engulfed by the fog tide. I nearly perished there. But it was you who saved my life in that dire hour. And Xiaokai nodded, recalling how the fog tide was teeming with all manner of bizarre creatures mingling with the nightmare spirits, akin to a swarm of locusts, leaving not even a skeleton in their wake. I shall never forget that day. Even the fog was stained crimson, thick and reeking of blood. I thought you had long forgotten who I was, yet you called my name the moment you laid eyes on me. Subsequently, you bestowed upon me an item, urging me to escape Jiuan City while you resolved to remain and continue the fight. You presented to me a piece of human skin, claiming it bore the incantation of the three yang true fire, urging me to remember it and subsequently destroy it. Although you never had the opportunity to explain your reasoning, I sensed that you were already aware of my identity as a descendant of the Ma family, which is why you entrusted this task to me. Yuan Qingzhou instinctively pressed her left arm. This secret was known only to her mother, and she had confided it to no one else. If what Xiaokai said was indeed true, then, but do you know? And Xiaokai suddenly smiled with a hint of triumph, asserting that she would obliterate that piece of human skin with her last breath. The treasures I and Zaimuang cannot possess shall remain unattainable by anyone else, ha ha ha. Ultimately, when I awoke from the abyss of darkness, it was on that day during morning reading class, which explained my fervent rush towards you. What became of the previous life of Yuan Qingzhou? Though she had already surmised the answer, she still yearned to inquire. And Xiaokai abruptly lowered her head, embracing her knees, as hot tears streamed down incessantly. That day was the same as the day 10 years prior when you saved me at number 7 high school. Your final words to me were, "Go, live with all your might." And Xiaokai could never forget that moment with Yuan Qingzhou. Even when bloodied and reduced to a single arm, her gaze remained so pure, so resilient, calmly wielding a blade amidst the fog, as if nothing could instill fear within her. As she pushed me into the tunnel, she smiled and uttered that phrase. It was then that Xiaokai first realized how breathtakingly beautiful she remained, even with her face stained by blood. That Yuan Qingzhou was truly foolish, for she possessed the ability to escape. Yuan Qingzhou spoke softly, and Xiaokai wiped away her tears. No, she was not foolish, merely engulfed by a profound loneliness that rendered her indifferent to the world. Why? Yuan Qingzhou felt a sudden pang in his heart, because in her previous life, her family had perished, leaving her devoid of all emotional attachments, with only the thrill of slaughter stirring her soul. Yuan Qingzhou clenched his fists, increasingly repulsed by the notion of that previous life. Yet, it seemed that she truly was that version of herself, afflicted by an emotional detachment. Sensing the weight of the conversation, and Xiaokai hastily interjected, "But you know, Yuan Qingzhou, everything is different since my rebirth. This world feels both familiar and foreign." The apocalypse that was supposed to erupt in September never came to pass. Moreover, this place had already established departments to counter the invasion of otherworldly beings a decade ago, and had preemptively developed 2 powerful systems, warriors and talismancers. The entire Kangwu Federation, or rather, the world at large, remains astonishingly stable. It is essential to remember that in my previous life, the sudden onset of the apocalypse nearly obliterated the planet, plunging it into chaos for 8 long years before order was restored. It was through the blood and fire of those 8 years that people awakened and emerged as warriors and talismancers, as well as extraordinary individuals. Had it not been for my doll-like body and the paper doll secrets left by my grandmother, I would not have survived at all. As the night deepened, and Xiaokai continued to speak, while Yuan Qingzhou listened intently. He was skeptical, perceiving it merely as a tale. And Xiaokai recounted the chaos and horror of that previous life, narrating her harrowing struggle for survival. In the end, even Xiaokai began to feel an uncanny sense of unreality, as if trapped in a ghastly nightmare. Now, awakening from this dream, the world around her felt palpably real. Her memories were somewhat muddled, her own experiences altered, and there were numerous things she had never encountered in her previous life, rendering her devoid of any advantage of rebirth. Dear one, I hope you shall no longer be lonely in this lifetime. And Xiaokai stood up and reached out to cover Yuan Qingzhou with a blanket. But as her hand brushed against the corner of the quilt, Yuan Qingzhou's left hand suddenly drew a dagger from beneath his pillow, pressing it forcefully against her neck, all while he remained fast asleep. And Xiaokai found herself retreating in bewilderment. Indeed, a true master remains vigilant even in slumber. Faced with this, she quietly tiptoed away, gently closing the door behind her. From this moment forward, she vowed to exert every effort to protect the finest Yuan Qingzhou, ensuring that the tragedies of the past would never be replayed. Despite her limited knowledge, she would certainly uncover who sought to bring about Yuan Qingzhou's demise, willing to obliterate the entirety of Jiuan City to achieve their nefarious ends. Chapter 46, Epilogue. In Xiaocai's tale in her lifetime, and Xiaokai had only encountered Yuan Qingzhou thrice. The first time was when she was 16. She found herself cornered by 3 nefarious individuals demanding money. At that moment, Yuan Qingzhou appeared at the alley's entrance, her school uniform stained with grease and wielding a wrench. Her fair and beautiful face was marred by streaks of black oil, yet her bright, shining eyes imbued her with a vibrant spirit. When those strikingly beautiful eyes, capable of inciting envy, fell upon the cowering Xiaokai, the sense of humiliation she felt was more intense than ever before. The 3 women turned their heads, glaring fiercely and ordering Yuan Qingzhou to leave. However, Yuan Qingzhou paid them no heed and instead strolled in leisurely. The leader of the women cursed as she approached, brandishing a fruit knife at Yuan Qingzhou. only to have her hand seized firmly by him. And Xiaokai couldn't quite grasp what had transpired in the blink of an eye. She heard a series of anguished cries and dull thuds as two girls collapsed, curled up on the ground, wailing in despair. The leader was pinned against the wall by Yuan Qingzhou, the fruit knife now in his grasp, its tip pressed against her eye. Her pupils constricted to the utmost. She dared not blink. It was the first time in Xiaokai witnessed someone so terrified that they wet themselves. Yuan Qingzhou, his gaze filled with lethal intent, stared at the leader for 3 seconds before releasing her limp form, discarding the knife, and tossing his school uniform to Xiaokai. When you are bullied for the first time, you must resist with all your might. Do you understand? With an impassive expression, Yuan Qingzhou left, not sparing a single glance at Xiaokai. It was then that Xiaokai first remembered the name Yuan Qingzhou. As if illuminated by a beam of light piercing through the darkness within her, an overwhelming desire to chase that light igniting within her. The apocalypse erupted without warning. A surging tide of fog, grotesque monsters, and terrifying specters appeared abruptly, leaving no room for reaction. Her father and grandmother concealed her in the basement, lined with talismans, where the helpless and timid Xiaokai could only cower, trembling as she listened to the seemingly unending sounds of horror from outside. Once the tumult outside finally subsided, she emerged from the cellar, clutching the box left to her by her grandmother. Before her lay a landscape drenched in a blinding crimson, littered with the remnants of shattered walls, bearing the scars of fire and blood. Enormous cobwebs and nests of creatures enveloped the ruins, rendering her akin to a diminutive figure lost in a realm of monstrous horrors. The sky hung heavy with a pallid gloom, perpetually scattered with unknown ashes, stifling and oppressive. Amidst the twisted and grotesque debris were sudden ambushes by lurking monsters awaited. Upon witnessing the vast pools of blood in her own courtyard, Xiaokai comprehended that she was now the sole survivor in this world. Within the box her grandmother had entrusted to her were paper effigies and arcane techniques for self-defense, which constituted her only hope for survival. Thus began her solitary wanderings amidst the ruins of the city, evading threats like a rat scurrying through the sewers, scavenging for sustenance. She encountered other survivors, nearly falling victim to their bullying. Yet in that moment, she recalled the words of Yuan Qingzhou, and under the weight of despair, she found the courage to resist with her life on the line. To her astonishment, the once ferocious aggressors were reduced to trembling wretches, begging for mercy. That marked Xiaokai's first act of taking a life, devoid of excessive emotion, merely a sense of revulsion. Subsequently, she distanced herself from that group of survivors and embarked on her journey of solitude. Year after year, 1, 2, 3, she traversed the entirety of the Kangwu Federation, uncovering the secrets of her fragile existence amidst countless perils. Her mastery of the paper effigy techniques grew increasingly adept, and the timidity and cowardice of her past faded away. Through the crucible of suffering, Xiaokai gradually transformed into a young woman capable of standing on her own. Yet it was still insufficient. She remained far from the light she sought. The reason she journeyed alone, the reason she pressed forward incessantly, was to follow in the footsteps of Yuan Qingzhou. Wherever she went, she invariably heard tales of Yuan Qingzhou's exploits, how she single-handedly vanquished the evildoers of an entire prison, how she ventured into towns plagued by peculiarities, emerging with a cart full of supplies. However, Xiaokai discovered that Yuan Qingzhou seemed perpetually solitary. Even though she was accompanied by numerous supporters and followers, she was always accustomed to charging ahead alone. After nearly 2 years of traversing mountains and rivers, Xiaokai finally beheld the towering gate of Jiuan City, inscribed with runes and reaching towards the heavens. That day, the sunset was resplendent, casting golden rays upon the scarred earth, heralding the hope of rebirth. It was then that Xiaokai saw Yuan Qingzhou for the second time. She sat alone atop the city gate, one leg bent, her flowing black hair dancing in the wind, leaning on her sword, quietly gazing into the distance. The immense red sun was slowly descending behind her, its golden light enveloping her in a sacred aura, as if she were a goddess gracing the world, safeguarding the land and rivers. Standing beneath the city wall, Xiaokai looked up at her, her heart swelling with emotion, though she could not discern her expression. The formidable mental energy of Yuan Qingzhou conveyed a profound sense of solitude, Even the scorching sun could not offer her warmth. Reflecting on the absence of family in Yuan Qingzhou's life, and Xiaokai was reminded of her grandmother and father, sharing in the sense of loneliness that enveloped Yuan Qingzhou. Little did Xiaokai anticipate that just as she entered the city, a surging tide of fog would descend upon them that very night. At that moment, she even questioned whether she was a harbinger of misfortune, inherently destined to bring calamity. The current mist surge was unprecedentedly ferocious. Yuan Qingzhou stood at the forefront, valiantly defending. Yet she was but one, the others lacked her indomitable spirit. A monstrous entity, as colossal as a mountain, crushed a corner of Jiuan City with a single step, breaching 3 city gates. The otherworldly beings once again invaded the freshly reconstructed haven of humanity, commencing their slaughter. Panic spread like wildfire, and despair descended. Even though Yuan Qingzhou assured them that reinforcements would soon arrive, the residents of Jiuan City resolved to flee. Chaos ensued within the city, and Xiaokai found herself unable to approach Yuan Qingzhou. Thus she followed the throng escaping the city. It was during her perilous detour around the city gates that Xiaokai stumbled upon a staggering secret. There were no reinforcements. Jiuan City had been forsaken. Frantic with this revelation, Xiaokai desperately searched for Yuan Qingzhou, intent on urging her to cease resistance and prioritize survival. Yet before she could convey this vital information, she found herself ensnared by aberrations and nightmarish spirits. This mist surge was the most formidable she had encountered in a decade. Despite exhausting her final reserves, she could not withstand it and was captured by a kingly nightmare. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a dazzling blade of light cleaved through the kingly nightmare that sought to devour her soul. From the fissures of the kingly nightmare's form, Xiaokai beheld Yuan Qingzhou for the 3rd time. She wielded a blade marred with gaping wounds, her left arm severed, her body drenched in blood and gore. Even her dark hair matted against her cheek in crimson. Xiaokai? For the first time, Yuan Qingzhou called out her name, and in that instant, Xiaokai was overwhelmed with emotion, covering her mouth as she could not suppress her tears. She recalled her own struggles over the past decade, and at this moment, it all seemed worthwhile. There was no time for pleasantries or reminiscing. The instant her name was called, Yuan Qingzhou appeared to resolve herself to a certain determination, suddenly producing a bloodied piece of human skin from her pocket and tossing it onto her. This is the 3-Yang True Fire Curse. Remember it, then destroy it. Come with me. Without any further explanation or hesitation, Yuan Qingzhou seized her and dashed into an alley. Outside, grotesque and distorted creatures jostled to enter, while a massive shadow loomed in the distance, drawing nearer and encircling them. Xiaokai was thrust into the sewer by Yuan Qingzhou. Go, fight to survive. It felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted. For the first time, Xiaokai beheld Yuan Qingzhou's radiant smile and sensed the resolve behind it. No. Don't go. Yuan Qingzhou vanished at the mouth of the tunnel, as the air filled with the eerie and chilling shrieks of the grotesque entities. Clutching the piece of human skin, Xiaokai wept. As the sounds of battle began to diminish, the nightmare spirits surged into the tunnel. Xiaokai bit her lip to wipe away her tears and turned toward the depths of the tunnel, carrying the skin given to her by Yuan Qingzhou. Intent on fulfilling her task, she resolved to live with all her might, to carry forward Yuan Qingzhou's legacy. Yet, she ultimately failed. In the wilderness outside Jiuan City, after arduous searching, she finally discovered a hollow and set up paper figures and talismans for defense, just as she opened a piece of human skin. Before she could even cast a glance at it, her feet ignited with an extraordinary flame. No matter how hard she tried, the fire could not be extinguished, and she felt an excruciating pain emanating from her very soul. Unable to detect any traces of enemies, Xiaokai was inexplicably ambushed. As despair enveloped her, she clutched the human skin in her hand, realizing that her only recourse was to incinerate it, using her very soul as fuel. In doing so, she fulfilled half of Yuan Qingzhou's request. As the human skin was consumed by flames, darkness finally descended, and Xiaokai felt herself sinking deeper and deeper, a flicker of joy igniting within her. Perhaps it was for the best. If death led to another realm, she could continue to pursue her light. Gradually losing consciousness, she sank into the abyss, the duration of her descent unknown, until a sudden thud jolted her awake. Startled, she sprang up, scanning her surroundings, prepared for battle. Yet, as her eyes adjusted to the bright light, the first figure she beheld was none other than Yuan Qingzhou. Yuan Qingzhou, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to. Her gaze drifted to the classroom from distant memories, where familiar faces came into view, leaving in Xiaokai in a state of shock, confusion, and disbelief. Ultimately, all these emotions coalesced into profound relief. Whether a dream or a rebirth, to see her light once more was a stroke of fortune. My dear. Tears streamed down in Xiaocai's face as she unhesitatingly lunged towards her light. In this life, she swore to follow her to the ends of the earth. However, before she could even touch Yuan Qingzhou, she was struck down by a single punch. An intense wave of pain rushed through her, and just before losing consciousness, and Xiaokai smiled blissfully. The pain was a welcome sensation. Chapter 47. Navigation in the dead of night. Torrential rain poured down. A black SUV sped along the pitch-black mountain road. The windshield wipers worked tirelessly to clear the rain, while the interior was filled with the monotonous hum of white noise. Ying, what roads are in your vicinity? There isn't even a single streetlight. Please refrain from conversing with me and focus on the road. Exercise caution as we approach the intersection, especially in this rain. Rest assured, I have navigation, so there is no chance of error. Ahead, please continue straight. Be cautious of vehicles merging from the right. Indeed, navigation is a true blessing. In the past, when my father drove a large truck, he relied on maps and often took wrong turns. It's nearly midnight. Perhaps you should call your parents. Ying. I fear they might be waiting for you. Ahead, there is a continuous downhill slope. Please reduce speed. I've already texted them. They're surely asleep by now. Drive slowly. We're in no rush. It's all right. There are no cars on this road, and as for me, I'm a seasoned driver. How annoying. Be serious. If you continue like this, I'll ignore you. Ahead, please take the left downhill road. All right, my dear aunt, is it not sufficient that I drive carefully? Tap, tap, tap. Why is it getting darker? The navigation appears to be accurate. Ahead, please descend. A cliff. Oh, sizzle. Boom. Bang. Crash. Ahead, please descend. Sizzle. Hiss. Hiss. On a Saturday evening, Yuan Qingzhou, wearing a black mask and clad in a delivery outfit, hurriedly entered a restaurant nestled in an alley, only to find it filled with delivery personnel awaiting their orders. A sign at the entrance indicated that dine-in service was not available. After inquiring at the cashier, she learned that it would be a while before her number was called. So Yuan Qingzhou reluctantly positioned herself at a distance at the entrance. The phone rang. It was in Xiaokai. Hello. Yuan Qingzhou, Jiabu has finally advanced. He is now a second-tier warrior, and Xiaokai exclaimed with palpable excitement. Oh, you're so indifferent. Jiabu will feel disappointed. He said he wants to treat us both to karaoke tonight to celebrate. Are you going? I have to deliver takeout. Don't be like that. It will dampen Jiabu's spirits. The three of us are a stellar team. Team building is essential. After a moment of silence, all right, send me the address. Sure. By the way, I've sent a new navigation for you. It's more accurate. Remember to use it this time. We don't want a repeat of last time when I almost guided you into the river. After hanging up, Yuan Qingzhou immediately received a text from Jiabu, indicating he was indeed within Xiaokai, with the official endorsement from the Anomaly Bureau. And Xiaokai had swiftly transformed from a mediocre paranormal broadcaster to the most popular female streamer on the Shuyu platform. Even when not live, she enjoyed a dedicated promotional space on the homepage. And Xiaokai possessed a keen understanding of audience psychology, and coupled with Yuan Qingzhou's newfound fame from the previous incident, their 3 live streams had garnered explosive success, leading to Yuan Qingzhou becoming a social media sensation, necessitating a mask when stepping outside. Although her previously low-key life was now disrupted, the profits from streaming were undeniably substantial. Thus, aside from her work at the circus every Saturday afternoon and the occasional delivery job in her spare time, she had ceased all other part-time endeavors, focusing solely on her training and studies. Following the Eerie House incident, the 3 of them had ample merit points, and add in shout-size suggestion. They each determined their future paths of cultivation, and Xiaokai professed her proficiency in support roles, asserting that her abilities in the paper figurine secret arts were unparalleled in this regard. Coupled with the elusive talisman type, she remained reluctant to disclose. It became evident that she had devoted her efforts entirely to the study of support-oriented talismans. Furthermore, with the lower section of the Five Spirits incantation provided by Yuan Qingzhou, her mental acuity surged dramatically. During 3 consecutive live broadcasts, Yuan Qingzhou managed to frighten the nightmare into calling him daddy, while she ultimately intervened to seal it, subsequently exchanging her efforts at the Otherworldly Research Institute for nearly 200 merit points, which were then shared among the group. The inherent alien energy within the nightmare was minimal, rendering it less effective than potions. Thus, the exchange for merit points proved more advantageous than direct absorption. Jiabutian, recognizing his inherent lack of agility, resolved to pursue a defensive strategy. He exchanged for a set of D-grade shield axes and the Iron Triathlon on the Otherworldly Adjustment Bureau platform. In its ordinary state, the shield axe resembled a colossal axe. But once fully activated, it transformed into a massive shield, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities. The Iron Triathlon comprised the Iron Cloth Shirt, Iron Sand Palm, and Iron Head Technique, 3 martial skills that were quite common, and each merely rated D. However, after years of research and refinement at the First Academy's Martial Arts Institute, practicing them in conjunction yielded mutual enhancements, particularly in defensive prowess. Moreover, a bundled exchange offered a generous discount of 20%. For over a month, Yuan Qingzhou diligently practiced the second tier of Bagua Palm, refining the alien energy within her body, which she subsequently transformed into pure Yin energy via the Five Spirits incantation. 3 days prior, she successfully condensed the alien energy from all 60 acupoints in her arms into a pitch-black Yin energy, now merely seeking a formidable nightmare to test her newfound power. In addition, she has thoroughly mastered both the Bagua Palm and the Family Blade technique, which are deeply etched into her muscle memory, leaving no room for further enhancement. Thus, it is time for her to exchange for new martial skills to elevate her abilities. Currently, she possesses 270 merit points, sufficient to redeem a C-grade martial technique costing around 200 points. Yuan Qingzhou intends to select a sword technique, although she has yet to finalize her choice. She overheard Luo Shou mention that on Monday, 5 experts proficient in various martial arts would serve as chief instructors for the martial arts class, while a master skilled in talismans would also be present for the talisman class. Therefore, Yuan Qingzhou plans to wait until she meets the sword technique instructor on Monday to seek guidance before making her decision. Regarding the remaining 70 merit points, Yuan Qingzhou exchanged them for a D-grade movement technique, Wandering Steps. While this D-grade technique stands on its own with moderate effectiveness, it is part of a set with the C-grade Bagua Palm, allowing them to mutually enhance each other, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of C-grade martial skills, a most fitting choice. With no high-level nightmare spirits appearing, her only option to continue advancing is to exchange for potions. However, her merit points are dwindling, which troubles Yuan Qingzhou. Recently, while delivering takeout, she remains vigilant, hoping to encounter formidable nightmares. The catalog of strange tales is predominantly filled with elusive spirits, most of which are mere shadows, hardly worthy of her blade. With the income from her live streaming, the earnings from delivering food have become negligible. Yet, Yuan Qingzhou continues this endeavor to gather information throughout the city. Ah, what a coincidence, old Zhang. Today, I run into you again. An incoming delivery worker recognizes one of the familiar faces among the group of couriers inside. Indeed, the duck blood vermicelli soup and blood sausage at this establishment have recently gained tremendous popularity. This marks my 10th visit today. By the way, has anyone seen that fellow Wang Ming? He asked me to help him familiarize himself with the surrounding neighborhoods, yet I cannot locate him. You are not aware? Wang Ming fell into a pit while delivering takeout this morning. Fortunately, he only sustained a fracture. He mentioned that it was the navigation system that misled him. Alas, today's youth seem to have lost their sense of direction, relying solely on navigation. There is a massive pit right in front of them. and when the navigation instructs them to proceed forward, they obediently comply. Is that not foolish? As they discussed the navigation mishap, Yuan Qingzhou recalled a recent incident where she, too, was led astray by her navigation system, nearly driving into a river. Thankfully, she reacted swiftly and managed to stop the car, avoiding disaster. For this, and Xiaokai did not miss the opportunity to tease her, collapsing onto her bed in fits of laughter, emitting pig-like squeals. The 2 orders for the residential community have been completed. Upon hearing her order called out, Yuan Qingzhou approached to collect it, and instantly, all eyes turned towards her. Do you not think she resembles that girl from the Indescribable Bureau live stream? Her physique certainly matches, and her hairstyle is identical. Surely, she was not in the store the entire time, was she? How could no one have noticed? I shall inquire. Excuse me, young lady. Sensing that she had been recognized, Yuan Qingzhou barely had time to glance towards the kitchen. She grabbed her belongings and swiftly made her exit. The next day, a video of her jumping from a building circulated online, and she briefly trended on social media. Shock. A renowned streamer driven to jump by her fans. Ultimately, if it were not for Long Huan seizing the opportunity to promote the remarkable achievements of the Jiuan City Xingwu plan, she would have been at a loss for how to navigate the situation. She desires both wealth and discretion. Perhaps next time, she should consider accepting an Xiaocai's suggestion for a wardrobe change. Chapter 48. Do you read novels? After downloading the new navigation system recommended by Xiaocai, it wasn't long before she found a shortcut through a narrow alley to reach the construction community, with approximately 10 minutes remaining until the scheduled delivery time. Yuan Qingzhou emerged from the shadows, instructing her to deliver to the 6th floor of Building 3, while he proceeded to the 2nd floor of Building 2. The construction community is one of the oldest and most dilapidated neighborhoods in the old town of Jiuan City, characterized by towering, dense French parasol trees that obscure much of the light. Even at night, with streetlights illuminating the area, it appears exceedingly dim. The stairwells are coated with grease and dust, and the already unclean walls are plastered with various advertisements, particularly in Building 2, upon entering. One can see that the door of a unit on the 1st floor has been splashed with paint, bearing the words "Repay your debts." The cobwebs on the door suggest that this residence has likely been unoccupied for quite some time. Knock, knock, knock. Yuan Qingzhou stepped back slightly, awaiting a response at the door of the west unit on the 2nd floor. Soon, faint sounds emanated from within, as if a man were muttering to himself. It's all the fault of the pirated copies. Damn pirated copies. With a creak, the old iron door opened a crack, revealing a disheveled man of considerable girth, his face adorned with stubble. He appeared pallid, as though deprived of sunlight for years, and the dark circles under his eyes gave him a weary, lifeless look that made Yuan Qingzhou feel somewhat uneasy. Your delivery. Yuan Qingzhou extended his hands to pass the bag, and through the crack of the door, he glimpsed an interior shrouded in darkness, littered with refuse, accompanied by an unpleasant odor of spoiled food wafting out. The sole source of illumination was the glow emanating from the computer screen in the living room. Meow. Yuan Qingzhou paused momentarily, then shook his head, realizing he had no time to linger. The man's gaze turned icy as he forcefully slammed the door shut. What is the point of living if one does not read novels? It is all the fault of piracy. Damn piracy. Yuan Qingzhou appeared perplexed. However, after spending considerable time delivering food, she had encountered an increasing number of eccentric individuals. She had seen men dressed in women's clothing several times before, so this was hardly shocking. After knocking for an extended period without a response, she instructed her companion to hang the delivery on the doorknob to prevent it from being misplaced. Once this was accomplished, Yuan Qingzhou decided to conclude her deliveries. She shed her delivery uniform in favor of a sports jacket and a cap, then copied the address provided by Jia Bufan into her navigation system and set off on her electric scooter. At the Yedong KTV, Yuan Qingzhou arrived half an hour earlier than scheduled. After reporting Jia Bufan's name, she was escorted to a private room by a staff member. Your friend has yet to arrive. Would you like me to assist you in selecting a few songs to warm up your voice? The male attendant inquired enthusiastically. Yuan Qingzhou nodded sullenly. The attendant picked up a tablet. Well, would you like to choose? News. Yuan Qingzhou looked over in confusion. Is that not permissible? The attendant's lips twitched as he felt his dignity as a premier service staff member being challenged by Yuan Qingzhou's questioning and disappointed gaze. Certainly. You wish to witness my revelry, however, mere news holds no allure for me. I harbor no interest in your festivities. Yuan Qingzhou remarked with a sense of tranquility. As the leading figure of the dance scene, he found himself unexpectedly scorned. The male attendant departed the private room, laden with profound resentment, while Yuan Qingzhou sat alone, quietly savoring a fruit platter and perusing the news. The Gaokao frequently encompasses current affairs, thus maintaining an awareness of the news is of utmost importance. The preceding segments comprised various international reports, as Yuan Qingzhou, expressionless, bit into an apple, jotting down key points in his notebook. Once the international news concluded, the broadcaster suddenly introduced the Xingwu plan. Yuan Qingzhou's pen halted, and he lifted his gaze. A series of images flashed by, showcasing interviews within martial arts and talisman classes across the Kangwu Federation. The Xingwu plan has been comprehensively implemented throughout the Kangwu Federation, permeating all cities. The first cohort of students has been selected from high schoolers aged 16 to 18, organized into classes according to their individual capabilities. In another report, in accordance with the latest federal directives, a comprehensive national fitness promotion plan has been disseminated, further expanding martial arts classes to encompass middle and even elementary schools. Additionally, avenues for physical fitness testing and the acquisition of martial arts and talisman knowledge have been opened to the public. Certain resources, intended for common citizens to combat supernatural entities, are now available on the treasure hunting platform. Citizens are urged to purchase judiciously. The Federation will subsequently increase supply to ensure that everyone can acquire safe and reliable resources. The release of the 13th set of radio calisthenics aims to solidify the foundation for federal residents starting from kindergarten, while concurrently implementing a trial version of the strengthening square dance. As the door to the private room swung open, and Xiaokai entered to find Yuan Qingzhou engrossed in reading the news, a true mogul indeed. Catching up on current events in a KTV setting while taking notes, an impressive feat beyond the reach of mere novices like herself. Yuan Qingzhou glanced at her, a remark that had become all too familiar to Xiaokai, who had grown weary of hearing it. "Where's Jiabu?" she inquired. "On a phone call outside." And Xiaokai hurriedly took a seat, slipping her hand beneath her clothing to discreetly retrieve a stash of beers, concealing them under the table. "Underage drinking is prohibited," Yuan Qingzhou remarked, closing her notebook with a hint of disapproval. And Xiaocai's unique physique allowed her to store items within, often hiding things that should not be exposed, including Yuan Qingzhou's blade. With a mischievous grin, and Xiaokai celebrated their recent achievements, Jiabu had ascended to the second tier of martial artists, and her own mental prowess was nearing the third tier, signifying a significant enhancement in their collective strength. Yuan Qingzhou remained silent, aware that Xiaokai had more to share. "Isn't it rather dull lately without any thrilling tales? Wouldn't you be interested in tackling something more challenging?" Yuan Qingzhou's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What challenge do you have in mind?" And Xiaokai leaned closer to her, whispering conspiratorially, "I've been frequently visiting the Paranormal Research Institute, and I've just learned they have introduced the latest equipment from Emperor Wu City, the Dream Inducer, capable of transporting a person's consciousness into the realm of dreams. Do you have any idea how many patients remain trapped in slumber due to nightmares, still unable to awaken? Last week, I observed over 1,000 individuals eagerly awaiting their awakening. The Spirit Research Institute has decided to offer substantial merit points as a reward for sending people into dreams to hunt nightmares. Nightmares hold a unique position within the realm of spirits. Their essence in the waking world is merely of the second tier, yet in the dreams they weave, fueled by the souls of the slumbering, their power becomes formidable. Furthermore, this device is specifically designed to enhance one's mental capacity, stimulating latent potential through continuous engagement in the dream realm, which proves beneficial for all of us. Most importantly, safety is paramount. If we encounter danger within the dream, the device will sound an alarm and rouse us from our slumber. In fact, this technology had emerged in my previous life without any notable hazards. The fact that the Imperial Martial City has distributed the equipment to our Yuan City attests to its tested safety. Upon further contemplation, Yuan Qingzhou likened this device to a game, wherein players are immersed to slay monsters and accrue experience. It is indeed a commendable invention. The device requires martial artists to be at least of the second tier, while talismans can participate if their mental power exceeds 30. However, solo endeavors are discouraged. As the dreamscape is rife with numerous monsters crafted by nightmares, a team of no less than 2 is essential for success. I have already registered us for the first batch, as seizing such a fortunate opportunity early on guarantees greater rewards. Once the nightmares have been largely eradicated, the benefits will diminish significantly. Yuan Qingzhou nodded in agreement, eager to participate. When shall we embark on this venture? Do not rush, do not rush. The instruments still require calibration, and the earliest we can proceed is next weekend. So let us indulge in merriment tonight. Chapter 49. Chop, Chop, Chop. Yuan Qingzhou's inaugural KTV experience was far from delightful. Her memories of singing were rooted in her elementary school days, where the music teacher sat by the window playing the piano while the children sang cheerful songs in their innocent voices. However, she was utterly bewildered by Xiaokai and Jiabu, who, with microphones in hand, twisted and turned, emitting incomprehensible wails that resembled the cries of a tormented soul. Yuan Qingzhou felt that even the death cries of a specter she had vanquished were 1,000 times more melodious than this cacophony. Yuan Qingzhou refrained from touching the beer. She adhered to her principles and exercised self-control. In stark contrast, both Jia Bu and Xiaokai possessed a feeble tolerance for alcohol, and after merely 1 can, they began to babble nonsensically. Jia Bu repeatedly addressed Xiaokai as brother and insisted on forming a brotherhood with her. Xiaokai, exuding the fierce aura of her little demon king persona, boasted about her formidable exploits with a watermelon knife, claiming to have fought her way from one end of the street to the other. She then chose the song Glorious Years, belting it out so passionately that Yuan Qingzhou nearly kicked her off the table. Ultimately, Xiaokai and Jiabu, in a fit of sentimentality, leaned on each other, reminiscing about their missed first loves from kindergarten. They continued their raucous revelry until the early hours of the morning, while Yuan Qingzhou silently memorized an entire set of vocabulary cards beside them. As the esteemed service staff bid her farewell, Yuan Qingzhou, with her backpack slung over her shoulder and hands tucked into the pockets of her athletic attire, walked ahead with an air of nonchalance. Behind her, the 2 of them supported each other, swaying unsteadily, stumbling every few steps, only to rise again and continue their unsteady journey. The distinguished figure remained unfazed, making a direct exit. The night breeze of late October carried with it a chilling touch. As Yuan Qingzhou prepared to hail a cab, a taxi fortuitously halted before her, from which emerged a young gentleman who courteously opened the door, and Xiaokai and Jiabu, inebriated, climbed into the back seat, leaning against each other and soon enveloped in loud snores. Yuan Qingzhou took her seat in the front, uncertain of Jiabu's residence, and thus provided her own address instead. She could not abandon them carelessly on the bustling street, so it seemed prudent to drop them off at her own abode. I apologize, but my wife and I have just relocated from the countryside to Yuan City, and I am not well acquainted with the roads here. Allow me to use the navigation. The affable young man skillfully activated the navigation system, inputting Yuan Qingzhou's address. The route has been mapped out for you, covering a distance of 3.7 kilometers. Please use the left lane at the upcoming intersection. You see, using navigation, I could not possibly take a detour. The distance indicated is precise. Throughout the journey, the overly enthusiastic young man engaged Yuan Qingzhou in incessant conversation. Even though she remained utterly silent, her gaze vacantly fixed ahead. Yuan City is indeed superior to our countryside, so much safer. You wouldn't believe it. Ever since the news reported on that peculiar invasion, strange occurrences have been on the rise. Do you know why I chose to leave the countryside and sell my orchard to come to the city? The young man glanced at Yuan Qingzhou, who remained expressionless, her eyes glazed over as she stared into the distance. I was merely asking, why did you buy ribs today? Would you like some assistance with chopping them? Then my wife turned to glance at me, her face as pale as a sheet. I inquired if she was feeling unwell, but she remained silent, returning to her chopping. Do you know what happened next? The enthusiastic young man cast another glance at Yuan Qingzhou. Yuan Qingzhou. The woman who had just been chopping meat at the stove had vanished. I searched high and low, inside and outside, yet she was nowhere to be found. Do you know what she had been chopping? Yuan Qingzhou. It was the cat from across the street. When I shared this with my wife, neither of us dared to stay in the house that day. We called upon the village matron for guidance, who ominously urged us to leave without delay. Thus, I hastily relocated my wife and daughter to the city. Are you certain the person who accompanied you to the city is your wife? Yuan Qingzhou finally spoke. And as soon as he finished, the young man abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the two individuals in the back seat to tumble to the floor. A cold sweat broke out on the young man's forehead as he looked at Yuan Qingzhou with terror in his eyes, his face ashen as he swallowed hard. I apologize. I need to make a call. The young man quickly retrieved his phone from the front and dialed his wife's number. Moments later, a drowsy female voice answered, her tone gentle and concerned, devoid of irritation despite the late hour. The young man inquired about the children and exchanged some caring words. Finally feeling reassured, the car resumed its journey, the young man wiping the sweat from his brow. You, as a student, must have indulged in many eerie tales. You certainly know how to evoke fear. The young man ceased his incessant chatter with Yuan Qingzhou, focusing intently on driving. Yuan Qingzhou discreetly took out his phone and captured a snapshot of the driver's license resting on the dashboard, composing a message to send through the internal network of the Anomaly Bureau. After completing this task, he reclined in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. The crisp night breeze wafted through the open window, and the mechanical voice of the navigation system echoed eerily in the stillness of the night. Perhaps due to the chill, and Xiaokai and Jiabu groggily emerged from beneath their seats. Where are we? I'm so hungry. I crave a midnight snack, and Xiaokai inquired while rubbing her stomach. You have arrived near your destination. Navigation has concluded. We look forward to serving you again, the navigation system announced. Yuan Qingzhou opened his eyes, realizing they were not in Lijia village, though the surroundings felt somewhat familiar. The two in the back had already exited the vehicle, calling for late-night snacks as they strolled into an alleyway. Yuan Qingzhou furrowed his brow, scanned the payment code, and hurriedly followed them. Oh, there's actually an open restaurant here. It smells delightful, and Xiaokai remarked, her eyes glazing over as she gazed into the eatery. Jiabu swayed slightly, steadying herself as she looked up at the sign, duck blood, vermicelli soup. This is perfect. It's both warming and a remedy for drunkenness. Listen to you. With your health-conscious rhetoric, one might mistake you for an elderly person, Yuan Qingzhou teased. Let us go in and indulge in some late-night fare. Stop. Yuan Qingzhou's authoritative shout from afar startled in Xiaokai, causing her to stumble and fall awkwardly. Jiabu, too, was jolted awake by the sudden command. As soon as she entered the alleyway, a memory struck her. This was indeed the very restaurant she had visited earlier that afternoon. Yuan Qingzhou dashed forward in a swift motion, seizing in Xiaokai and, with one hand, delving into her bosom to retrieve her treasured blade, the 100 refinements knife. And Xiaokai had left an invisible glyph on her, allowing her to access items at will. Upon witnessing this, and Xiaocai's face flushed a deep crimson, and in a tipsy, bashful manner, she exclaimed, "Oh dear. I've been ambushed by the big shot." I was utterly unprepared. Suddenly, Jiabu turned his head and retched, attempting to clarify, "I'm not nauseated because of you. Please don't misunderstand." And Xiaokai, still dazed, was met with a sharp smack on the head from Yuan Qingzhou, jolting her senses and awakening her from her stupor. The previously queasy Jiabu also regained a clearer state of mind. In the dimly lit alley, the flickering sign of an old restaurant emitted an eerie buzz, while the wind howled through the passage. Footsteps echoed ominously from both ends of the alley, growing ever closer. As they reached the illuminated section, the trio was startled to behold 6 somnambulists, their eyes tightly shut and moving like the undead. They stumbled into the restaurant, pulled out chairs, and sat silently at the dining table, awaiting something unknown. Suddenly, the once tranquil restaurant erupted with the unsettling sound of bones being chopped, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 50. The midnight Taoist Yuan Qingzhou extended her arms protectively, guiding in Xiaokai and Jiabu to retreat against the wall, distancing themselves from the restaurant. Simultaneously, she pressed the emergency reporting button on her watch. Ever since the incident at the hospital, Yuan Qingzhou had become increasingly cautious. As Longhorn had advised, they were still too weak. In the face of any suspicious occurrences, they must report immediately, no matter how trivial it might seem. Moreover, the events of this evening exuded an air of the uncanny. First, there was the eerie tale within the confines of the taxi, followed by the misdirection to an incorrect location. Undoubtedly, there was a connection between these occurrences. "Let us proceed," Yuan Qingzhou declared, leading the way out of the alley. With Shaokai closely trailing behind her, Jiabu cast a glance at the 6 individuals in the restaurant, who appeared like lambs awaiting slaughter, and hurriedly inquired, "What shall we do about those 6? Yuan Qingzhou was determined not to find herself ensnared here as she had previously, should that occur. Not only would her attempts to rescue others be in vain, but she might also lose her own life. The alley, shrouded in darkness save for the light emanating from the restaurant, was notably narrow, revealing the walls on either side, with no forks in the path. They had only walked for a mere few seconds upon entering. Yet, paradoxically, as they endeavored to exit, it felt as though the path had no end. After traversing for approximately a minute, they found themselves once more confronting the glow of the restaurant, accompanied by the unsettling sound of bones being cleaved. Furthermore, the alley appeared to have deteriorated even further. The ground oozed with mossy green water, the walls were enshrouded in cobwebs, and inexplicable remains lay concealed within the shadows. "Allow me," and Shaokai offered, patting her face. When she brought her palms together and then parted them, 2 diminutive red paper figures, each the size of a hand, appeared in her palms. A gentle breath from her lips caused the flat paper figures to spring to life, in a playful manner. And Shaokai even sketched an expression on the faces of the paper figures. "Discern the path of shadows, onward." With that, the 2 paper figures leaped from Shaokai's hands, scaling the walls with the agility of martial arts masters, swiftly darting ahead as the 3 of them promptly followed. This time, in less than 20 seconds, the 3 of them successfully emerged from the alley, while the 2 paper figures disintegrated into ashes the moment they departed. And Shaokai plopped down on the curb, exclaiming in frustration that usually it was as if one needed a lantern to locate those vexatious nightmare spirits, yet today they had conveniently come knocking at their door just as she sought a moment of indulgence and respite. Jiabu, beside her, burped and remarked that it was indeed unfortunate they were not entirely sober, otherwise they could have stormed in and obliterated it. And Shaokai looked up at Yuan Qingzhou and asked what they should do now. Yuan Qingzhou glanced at his watch. The Anomaly Adjustment Bureau had sent word for them to wait here while ensuring their own safety, as personnel would be dispatched to assist them. They were to wait, as someone would arrive within 10 minutes. "Yuan Qingzhou, what do you think the thing inside is?" And Shaokai inquired, sensing it might be rather formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Qingzhou responded, "A viral hot pot." Her answer was affirmative, recalling that she had visited that particular restaurant earlier in the day. Although she had not noticed anything amiss at the time, the menu was entirely comprised of dishes related to the hot pot. Moreover, she had carefully observed the 6 somnambulists, noting that one older individual bore traces of a small piece of dried noodle and soup on his chest. If her deductions were accurate, these individuals had undoubtedly consumed food from that establishment, which explained their nocturnal wandering to this location. The restaurant had recently gained immense popularity, with patrons likely numbering in the tens of thousands. If it truly was a matter of human blood hot pot, Jiabu, let us hasten to take on this case. Perhaps we can leverage the benefits from the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau and, who knows, even garner some merit. And Shaokai gently nudged Jiabu's arm, and the 2 promptly immersed themselves in manipulating the watch. Yuan Qingzhou had long since taken on that case, for it bore the singular distinction of being marked as suspected nightmare on the list of strange tales. At that moment, a figure approached from a distance, coming into their line of sight. Upon seeing the 3 of them, the person's eyes brightened, and he hastened toward them. He appeared as though he had traversed time from the Republic of China, looking to be around 26 or 7 years old, clad in a blue cloth Taoist robe, with a topknot atop his head and black cloth boots on his feet. He bore an antiquated yellow oil paper umbrella and a peachwood sword on his back. while holding a woven rattan box in his hand. His fair complexion was pleasing to behold, naturally evoking a fondness within. "Comrades, may I inquire?" Before he could finish, Xiaokai burst into laughter, exclaiming how amusing it was that someone still referred to others as comrades in this day and age. The man appeared slightly embarrassed by Xiaocai's reaction, scratching the back of his head and chuckling awkwardly. "I have lived on the mountain with my master since childhood, and have not seen much of the world. Please do not take offense." "No worries, it's my fault, haha." And Xiaokai endeavored to suppress her laughter. "I am Ron Han. May I ask, what did you say your name was?" And Xiaokai suddenly stood up, her face alight with astonishment as she gazed at Ron Han. Unfazed by yet another interruption, Ron Han maintained his amiable demeanor, patiently responding, "I am Ron Han." With the character Wan from Double Ears and Han from Cold Frost. "Ah, it's you. The Taoist from Dakingshan, isn't it? You must be here to be our chief instructor for the talisman class." And Xiaokai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yuan Qingzhou discerned from Xiaocai's reaction that the individual before him was undoubtedly a renowned figure familiar to Xiaokai from her previous life, much like Jiabu. And Xiaokai had once remarked that despite Jiabu's current demeanor as a simpleton, he later became a formidable warrior within the Federation, especially noted for his unparalleled iron-headed prowess, capable of crumbling a city wall with a single charge. Ron Han chuckled inexplicably, his demeanor becoming even more amiable. "Indeed. Could it be that you all are students of the runes class?" "She is, while the two of us belong to the martial arts class," Jiabu interjected. "Ron, you ought to become acquainted with me. I am Xiaokai, the most formidable student of the runes class." Ron Han laughed heartily. "Very well, I shall remember you." And Xiaokai, however, what brings you three here at such a late hour? Could it be that a nightmare spirit is causing trouble nearby? Ron Han, displaying keen observation, had merely exchanged a few words with them and scanned the surroundings before pinpointing the alley behind. At that moment, and Xiaokai extended an invitation to Ron Han. "Indeed, Ron, there is a wicked nightmare within. Why not lead us to vanquish it? It would be an opportunity to witness the might of your Daqing mountain. I have not rested since my descent from the mountain and have already engaged in a battle with a nightmare along the way. I fear that a moment's inattention could lead to..." Before she could finish her sentence, seeing the eager expression in Xiaocai's eyes, Wan Han sighed. "Very well. But you must remain behind me and refrain from taking unnecessary risks, understood?" "Yes." And Xiaokai responded excitedly, raising an eyebrow at Yuan Qingzhou and Jiabu. Wan Han reached into his sleeve for some time, ultimately producing only 2 talismans. With an apologetic smile, he remarked, "There are just 2 exorcism talismans left. You 3 may share them. Keeping them on your person will ward off malevolent spirits and ensure your safety." Yuan Qingzhou took a glance at the talismans, noting that, unlike the printed ones from the Anomaly Bureau, these bore the essence of fine craftsmanship, evident in the quality of the yellow paper and the intricate vermilion symbols painted upon them. She then handed the talismans to Jiabu and Xiaokai, whispering, "I only need a knife. Let us proceed." Wan Han unfurled the antique paper umbrella from his back, grasping the rattan box, and strolled into the dimly lit alley, his posture upright and his pace unhurried. "Come, this time we shall seize a bargain," and Xiaokai exclaimed excitedly as she and Jiabu followed closely behind. Yuan Qingzhou contemplated in silence, discerning that Wan Han did not strike her as one prone to overconfidence. His willingness to agree suggested he possessed a certain assurance. With this thought in mind, she grasped her knife and trailed after them. Chapter 51. The Eerie Statue in the Pitch-Black Alley. Wan Han's aged umbrella emitted a gentle yellow glow, illuminating his surroundings and revealing the true nature of the decaying alleyway, which faded beneath the warm radiance. Before long, they arrived once more at the entrance of the restaurant, only to find that the 6 individuals who had previously occupied it had vanished without a trace. The sounds of bubbling and boiling emanated from within, filling the air outside the restaurant with an enticing aroma, despite knowing it was likely unwholesome. And Xiaokai and Jiabu could not help but swallow hard, their appetites stirred. The restaurant lay desolate, and as Wan Han entered the kitchen with 3 companions, they encountered 3 large barrels filled with prepared blood stew in the corner, while a large pot simmered, bubbling with a creamy broth. Yuan Han set down the wicker basket he carried and approached the pot, stirring the milky liquid with a ladle, retrieving half a duck. The aroma was intoxicating. Jiabu instinctively leaned closer, inhaling deeply. Meanwhile, and Xiaokai, her complexion paling, retreated to Yuan Qingzhou's side, who also frowned, covering his nose. Tai Tu. Take a closer look at what that really is, and Xiaokai cautioned. Exorcising evil, dispelling illusions. Yuan Han traced the air with his fingers, and immediately, an invisible ripple spread through the atmosphere. When Jiabu focused again, his face drained of color. What had appeared to be half a duck was, in reality, half a human face, boiled to a state of mushiness, with flesh falling away at a mere tremor, revealing the nasal bone and dental ridge. Gagging, Jiabu, still recovering from the effects of alcohol, turned away to retch once more, only to suddenly notice something unusual beneath his feet. There was a door, seemingly leading to a basement. He used a nearby shovel to pry up the floorboards, unveiling a dark abyss below, from which a potent stench of blood mingled with decay surged upward. Yuan Qingzhou drew his blade, while Xiaokai discreetly clutched several talismans in her hand. The exorcism charms that Yuan Han had previously provided began to heat up, releasing an intangible current that pushed back the foul odor. From a short distance, Yuan Han skillfully opened the box, retrieving the remaining yellow talismans. I will descend to investigate. Regardless of who emerges from below, do not trust them readily. Exercise utmost caution. Having spoken, Yuan Han gracefully lifted the hem of his robe and leaped down with an air of composure. Within less than half a minute after his descent, the three above were met with the cacophony of battle intertwined with the monstrous, deep-throated growls that pierced the air. A gust of fierce wind, carrying the acrid scent of burning, surged forth from the basement entrance, rendering the atmosphere increasingly intolerable. Who is this Yuan Han? How do you know him? Jiabu couldn't help but inquire, finding Yuan Han's youth perplexing, as he hardly resembled a seasoned master. And Xiaokai smiled enigmatically. How shall I put it? Our current talismanic system amalgamates the strengths of various traditions, gradually diverging from conventional schools while integrating modern technology, surpassing the old ways. However, it is essential to note that talismans originated from Taoist esoteric practices, and Yuan Han, along with his master, remained steadfast in the traditional path. Hailing from the eminent lineage of the Great Qing Mountain, casting a discreet glance at Yuan Qingzhou, she felt it inappropriate to elaborate further in his presence. In truth, in her past life, the talisman system of the Kangwu Federation was handed down by Yuan Han's master, with Yuan Han himself gaining renown as the eldest senior among all talismans, respected for his integrity and kindness. However, his excessive benevolence ultimately rendered him a victim of the political machinations of the Federation, leading to a tragic demise that evoked deep sorrow. Reminiscent of Yuan Qingzhou's own fate in her previous life, leaving in Xiaokai with a profound sense of regret and heartache. Yet, this time around, circumstances had shifted, and she never anticipated that Yuan Han would ascend to the position of chief instructor of their talisman class. At this moment, she sincerely wished for the safety of this ethereal master of talismans, hoping that he would find peace in this life. The sounds of combat from the basement abruptly ceased, followed by the swift approach of footsteps towards the entrance. However, the interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Jiabu touched his bald head, pondering how it could have transpired in less than 3 minutes. Such efficiency. Soon after, 3 individuals glimpsed Yuan Han beneath the entrance, his sleeve torn and looking somewhat disheveled. Fatigue etched across his face. He had indeed fulfilled expectations, having dealt with the situation, and beckoned for assistance to be pulled up. All right, Jiabu approached, ready to extend a hand, only to be suddenly restrained by Xiaokai. Fool, how can you reach out without discerning whether he is human or ghost? Xiaokai scolded. Jiabu appeared bewildered, yet upon witnessing Yuan Qingzhou brandishing a knife towards Yuan Han, he realized his earlier impulsiveness. The signal, Yuan Qingzhou spoke in an indifferent tone. Yuan Han paused. Did we not just agree that we hadn't established a signal? Yuan Qingzhou exchanged a glance with Xiaokai, who nodded in response. Thank you. Yuan Han smiled, gripping the hilt of the knife. With a gentle pull, Yuan Qingzhou hoisted him upwards, just as Yuan Han landed and had yet to regain his balance. An unforeseen turn of events unfolded, and Xiaokai suddenly brandished a small paper figure with a red, bewildered face, striking it against Yuan Han's forehead. His pupils constricted as he raised a hand to defend himself. At that moment, a cold blade descended from behind him. Yuan Han was caught off guard as Yuan Qingzhou cleaved him in two. "Come here, darling, let Mama give you a hug," and Xiaokai said with a mischievous grin, extending her arms wide as she embraced Yuan Han. In a surreal twist, before he could fully separate, he was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, and then entirely absorbed into Xiaokai's being. With a slight burp, and Xiaokai, feeling a bit full, chuckled while rubbing her belly. "Not bad. It's a third-level white nightmare, heavily injured without resistance." Yuan Qingzhou nodded indifferently, while Jiabu remained perplexed by the sudden camaraderie between the two. Reminiscent of their previous 3 live broadcasts, where he felt as though his intelligence was being thoroughly trampled by their combined wit. What on earth had transpired? He was utterly bewildered. And Xiaokai, noticing Jiabu's silly expression, couldn't help but laugh. "It's all right. You've traded your intellect for muscle. That's commendable." "Huh?" Jiabu still appeared lost. "Forget it. You don't recall what Yuan Han just said? No matter who it is, don't trust them." "But what if he truly resolved the issue himself?" And Xiaokai replied, "Are we still going to confront him?" With a sigh. And Xiaokai picked up the talisman paper handed to her by Yuan Han. "Did you notice the changes in the talisman?" "Enough," Yuan Qingzhou interjected, glancing at his watch. "If Yuan Han appears, the talisman won't heat up. The personnel from the Anomaly Regulation Bureau have entered the alley. Let us go down and take a look." With that, Yuan Qingzhou leaped down from the entrance, followed closely by Xiaokai. As they descended, footsteps echoed from the entrance, and Jiabu turned to see 2 employees from the Anomaly Regulation Bureau, clad in black uniforms and armed, entering. This way," he called, before following them down. To his surprise, the basement was unexpectedly spacious. From the outside, it appeared pitch black, but visibility below was unhindered. As soon as Yuan Qingzhou landed, he heard the sounds of combat and spotted Yuan Han wielding a peachwood sword in one hand and a talisman in the other, engaged in a fierce struggle with a butcher clad in rubber attire, brandishing a bone-crushing knife. The butcher, drenched in blood, bore a head as large as a basin, adorned with sharp teeth and a grotesque visage, his limbs twisted and distorted, revealing sinewy muscles and veins, exuding a terrifying ferocity. Moreover, a vast crimson mark lay upon the ground, reminiscent of a ritualistic totem, at the center of which rested an obsidian sculpture. The 6 individuals had previously been suspended upside down around the stone effigy, their heads positioned above enormous iron basins, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter. Upon beholding this sculpture, Yuan Qingzhou felt his mind struck with a profound blow. As the surrounding scene began to whirl and blur, ancient, somber murmurs echoed within his consciousness, seemingly emanating from the abyss. The apocalypse had arrived, the master reclaimed his throne, and terror would reign supreme. Chapter 52. A corner of fear. A surge of warmth radiated from the tattoo on his left arm, enveloping Yuan Qingzhou entirely, prompting him to shake his head as the hallucinations and whispers dissipated. In contrast, Xiaokai and Jiabu, who followed closely behind, appeared unfazed, seemingly untouched by the statue's influence. This left Yuan Qingzhou in a state of confusion, though he recognized that this was not the moment for contemplation. Meanwhile, Yuan Han, upon noticing the arrival of several individuals, expressed mild surprise and immediately intensified his assault. Wielding a peachwood sword, he executed intricate sword forms, deftly lifting the talisman he had thrown. Universal deity's salutation, command the thunder, urgent as a law, command. As the incantation resonated, Yuan Han's robe billowed, his hair danced wildly, and he thrust his sword towards the butcher. A thunderous roar erupted, and at the very moment the peachwood sword struck the butcher, blinding lightning materialized, striking the butcher as he swung his weapon. With a resounding crash, the butcher's body erupted in a shower of blood and flesh. Yuan Han retreated at a leisurely pace, his arms gesturing in front of him, creating an invisible ripple that warded off the flesh and blood, leaving him impeccably clean and tidy. However, it seemed he had exerted himself a bit too forcefully moments ago, as evidenced by the dark bruises under his eyes, revealing a palpable weariness. Simultaneously, the statue at the center of the blood-red totem emitted a sharp crack, splitting in twain. The eerie, sinister atmosphere in the basement abruptly dissipated, leaving only the stale, rotten scent of blood. Just as two employees from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau leapt down from above, everything had come to an end. They were once again relegated to the role of cleanup crew. Did the malevolent specter that I severely injured manage to harm you? Yuan Han inquired with concern. He had been left with no choice. Had he pursued the specter, these individuals would likely have fallen victim to the butcher's wrath. Thus he had opted to confront the butcher first. Yuan Qingzhou, lost in thought, shook her head absent-mindedly and stepped past Yuan Han to the center of the totem, where she used her knife to turn the broken statue to face her. She found herself at a loss for words to describe the statue. It depicted a myriad of reptiles and insects intertwined in a grotesque feast, their bodies entangled in a dense, chaotic embrace. The craftsmanship was so exquisite that one could discern the scales on each serpent and centipede, as well as the antennae of every insect. Astonishingly, these disconcerting forms coalesced to form a visage strikingly reminiscent of a human face, adorned with a faintly compassionate smile that evoked an overwhelming sense of horror. This is the statue of Grafner, she realized. And Xiao Kai approached Yuan Qingzhou, softly explaining that Grafner was the attendant of the Lord of the Abyss, expressing her astonishment at encountering it here. Grafner, exclaimed the two employees from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, their expressions a mix of surprise and terror upon witnessing the statue. The fearful origin of the statue was evident from the retreating footsteps and the rolling of their throats. I must report this matter to the minister. It would be prudent for you to accompany me outside first, an employee from the Anomaly Investigation Bureau suggested. Over there, Jiabu had already assisted Yuan Han in lowering the suspended individuals. Yuan Qingzhou cast one last glance at the statue before following the others out. Once outside, the Bureau's staff completed a record with Yuan Han and inquired about the incident involving the three of them in the fleeing nightmare. Yuan Qingzhou leaned against the wall, resting with his eyes closed while Xiaokai and Jiabu animatedly recounted how Yuan Qingzhou had slain the nightmare with a single stroke of his blade. After the record was finished, Yuan Qingzhou felt a gentle tug on his sleeve from Xiaokai. Upon opening his eyes, he found her wearing a triumphant expression, compelling him to respond with a subtle thumbs up, devoid of any emotion. The nightmare had not perished. It was confined within a wax figure by Xiaokai, allowing her to absorb its essence for her cultivation. The long-awaited nightmare had arrived, yet the ominous presence of the statue cast a shadow over Yuan Qingzhou's heart. Jiabu, having completed the record, let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his brow. Having boarded this treacherous vessel, he realized there was no turning back. Whatever Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai said would be accepted as is. His mind had been traded for muscle. He was oblivious to everything, merely his soulless shield. The shop had been sealed by the Bureau's personnel with a special rune, and since the butcher had been obliterated by Yuan Han, there was no way to confirm whether he was the infamous owner of the hot pot restaurant currently evading capture. Thus, the case could not be closed for the time being, and the events of the night would be recorded separately, with merit points to be allocated upon review. Originally, it was Yuan Han who vanquished the butcher, yet he insisted on not taking credit for the feat, claiming that the nightmare and the butcher were discoveries of Yuan Qingzhou and her companions. Consequently, he stayed up late, asserting that the accolades rightfully belonged to them. Yuan Qingzhou surveyed her bedroom. Over the course of a month, it had unwittingly accumulated numerous possessions belonging to Xiaokai. The cosmetics scattered chaotically atop the dresser, the plush pink pig pillow lounging on the sofa, and the curling iron resting on the desk all contributed to a delightful disorder. Although the room was quite messy, it possessed an inexplicable warmth, breathing life into its previously stagnant atmosphere. On one occasion, Xiaokai observed Yuan Qingzhou attempting to style Xiaoman's hair. Unable to bear the sight of her technique, she rolled up her sleeves and crafted an intricate, yet beautiful hairstyle for Xiaoman. The following day, she utilized Yuan Qingzhou's old sewing machine to create a new dress that perfectly complemented the hairstyle. From that day forth, whenever Yuan Qingzhou intended to style Xiaoman's hair, she would find Xiaoman missing. However, upon Xiaocai's arrival, Xiao Man would promptly appear by her side, clutching a comb. As Xiaocai settled back onto her bed, preparing to turn off the light, the lamp flickered twice before extinguishing itself. Not another power outage, she thought. This month had witnessed several interruptions. A testament to the shoddy electrical infrastructure of the old district. If not for the spacious courtyard, she would be reluctant to reside there. After switching off the bedside lamp, Xiaocai lay down and initiated their customary heart-to-heart conversation. Yuan Qingzhou, what are your thoughts on tonight's events? That taxi driver may be suspicious, deliberately leading us to that place, but what could his intentions be? I cannot fathom. Xiaocai gazed at the ceiling, pondering the possibility that he might be a devotee of Gratner, treating them as mere commodities to be delivered to the apostles of Gratner for consumption. What exactly is Gratner? Asked Yuan Qingzhou. Xiaocai took a deep breath before responding slowly. In my previous life, the advent of the apocalypse shattered the beliefs of many. During this tumultuous time, a group emerged, engaging in bizarre worship, venerating these anomalies as true deities in hopes of salvation. Various cults of a similar nature proliferated, yet they gradually faded with the passage of time. Among them, the Xianming Society has existed the longest and remains the most enigmatic. Even until my death in that lifetime, I had never encountered a member of the Xianming Society. I had only glimpsed their totem once, and merely gazing upon it sent my mental faculties into disarray. Subsequently, I began to observe this Xianming Society, becoming aware of the existence of the Lord of Xianming and their attendants. By the time of my demise, I had only discerned that one of them was Gratner. He embodies greed and the sanguinary nature of carrion eaters. All such aberrant beings among the strange races are apostles of Gratner. Do you remember that murmured phrase? Yuan Qingzhou inquired. Is it suicide? Xiaocai's breathing gradually steadied. The combination of intoxication and fatigue had lulled her to sleep. Yuan Qingzhou cast a glance at her before silently closing his eyes, gradually expelling the bewildering thoughts that plagued him, breathing in accordance with meditative practice, tightening his focus. He felt as though she had inadvertently breached a corner of this terrifying world, a corner that would slowly unveil itself to her, allowing her to once again experience a paralyzing dread. Chapter 53. The situation is grave. The following day, as was customary, Yuan Qingzhou prepared to visit Qi Jinshu at the sanatorium. Upon exiting his room, he noticed Xiaocai once more engaged in the craft of papermaking in the small courtyard. In the courtyard of Yuan Qingzhou, several training apparatuses had been dismantled, leaving only the plum blossom stakes and the knife formation for her practice of the flowing body steps. The remaining space was entirely occupied by Xiaocai's papermaking tools. Yuan Qingzhou approached Xiaocai, who was using scissors to snip her own hair into the paper pulp. Yuan Qingzhou extended a hand before Xiaocai, inquiring about the rent. Xiaocai paused, her eyes wide with surprise. I considered you a close friend, yet you dare to ask me for rent? Unmoved, Yuan Qingzhou stated, the rent for this courtyard is 500 a month. I require 250 from you. Xiaocai pouted, I have no 250, but I possess a well-captured nightmare. Would that suffice for the rent? With that, she placed a card-sized token into Yuan Qingzhou's hand. The red card was crafted from her own handmade paper, inscribed with golden runes on the back, while the front depicted a silhouette of a butcher, representing the nightmare she had captured the previous night. By merely infusing a fragment of her mental energy into the card, Yuan Qingzhou could unleash the sealed supernatural energy and mental force contained within, ceasing the process upon severing her connection. Once the silhouette on the card vanished entirely, the energy and mental force would be depleted. This method of confinement was a result of Xiaocai's decade-long experimentation in her previous life, and the nightmare could be released, serving as a distraction in critical moments, despite the lack of distinction between friend and foe. Additionally, Xiaocai had embedded a small mechanism within, capable of detonating the nightmare spirit at a pivotal moment, yielding formidable power. Yuan Qingzhou tucked away the card, no longer pursuing the matter of rent, and departed on her small electric scooter. As Xiaocai stirred the pulp, she chuckled. It seems that even the formidable are easily satisfied. After sharing a midday meal with her mother at the sanatorium and exchanging a few words with Guyu, She noted that her mother's dominant personality was emerging for longer periods, signaling a positive trajectory. Furthermore, her mother's online novel had begun to generate income, albeit modest. Yet Yuan Qingzhou felt a sense of joy for her. Upon leaving the sanatorium, Yuan Qingzhou found herself preoccupied with the events surrounding the taxi driver from the previous day, prompting her to revisit the branch of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Upon her arrival, a female staff member responsible for managing the Bureau's internal network was already preparing to seek her out. It turned out that after dropping them off the previous night, the taxi driver had tragically collided with a dump truck at a secluded intersection, resulting in his immediate demise. Subsequently, the Bureau's personnel visited his home, only to discover that there was no wife or children as he had claimed. This morning, they dispatched agents to his hometown for inquiries, revealing that the driver's wife and children had been missing for over a month. Upon learning this news, he had set fire to his orchard and home, vanishing without a trace. Although Yuan Qingzhou felt no fear, the breeze wafting through the window seemed to carry a chill. It was as though an invisible hand had propelled them to that restaurant, only to later silence the witnesses. Yet, something felt amiss. She sensed that she had overlooked a critical detail. Unfamiliar with the route, she hadn't paid attention to the places they passed, only aware that he had been following the navigation system. Navigation? Yuan Qingzhou's pupils widened in realization. Yes, it was the navigation. She turned back to the female employee at the computer and requested, "Could you please assist me in investigating how many recent accidents have occurred due to navigation systems?" The female employee adjusted her glasses, displaying no sign of impatience. The minister had previously emphasized that for the safety of Jiuan City, even the most trivial matters must be treated as life-threatening issues, leaving no clue overlooked. After a brief pause, she commenced her operations on the computer. The Special Investigation Bureau's network was equipped with a dedicated information retrieval and analysis program. In less than 10 minutes, Yuan Qingzhou obtained the information she sought. The female employee continued to operate the computer, utilizing multiple navigation systems. Recently, the complaint rates for almost all navigation software had surged dramatically, and these wretched individuals had failed to report it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the female employee apologized to Yuan Qingzhou and hurried off to report to her superiors. The remaining matters were beyond Yuan Qingzhou's immediate involvement. All she could do was delete the navigation app from her phone and call in Xiaokai. "Hello, what do you need? Come pick me up at the Special Investigation Bureau branch. Don't use navigation and don't call a taxi." After speaking, Yuan Qingzhou abruptly hung up, denying in Xiaokai the opportunity to tease her. The thought of the last time she nearly fell into the river, with Xiaokai laughing uproariously, ignited a flicker of annoyance within her. Ride-hailing services would undoubtedly employ navigation, and some taxis also relied on it, while she now found herself unable to locate the nearest bus station. Regarding her poor sense of direction, Guyu had suggested that it might be a series of chain reactions stemming from a brain injury, potentially linked to emotional detachment syndrome and crossed hand syndrome. Yes, it all pertained to mental afflictions. With a well-founded rationale, Yuan Qingzhou felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the lounge of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's branch, he found an empty table and settled down, retrieving a mock examination paper for the college entrance examination to continue his practice. After only a few multiple-choice questions, he noticed Long Huan hastily emerging from the elevator, accompanied by Shimin Shou and 2 senior employees of the Bureau, making their way directly to the waiting vehicle. It was likely they were heading out to personally address the navigational issues at hand. Yuan Qingzhou's curiosity piqued. Unlike the previous urban legend regarding the wish-granting app, which at least had a phone as its corporeal form to contend with, this navigation dilemma seemed to extend far beyond a single application. What, then, was its essence? Just as he had scribbled down a few more answers, the television in the lobby abruptly switched to urgent local news. The female anchor appeared flustered, hastily donning her earpiece while reading from her notes. An emergency notification announced that today, the internet servers had suffered a substantial virus attack, resulting in numerous mobile applications malfunctioning, with navigation software being the most severely affected. Citizens were thus urged to refrain from using all navigation applications to avert potential threats to their safety. The announcer repeatedly conveyed this critical message. What should have instilled a sense of dread associated with navigation was swiftly dispelled, simultaneously stirring a wave of patriotic sentiment amongst the populace. As evening approached, and Xiaokai finally arrived on a shared bicycle to fetch Yuan Qingzhou. Upon seeing him standing there with his backpack, looking both obedient and helpless, she couldn't suppress her laughter. Huh. If those who idolized you in your past life knew their goddess was directionally challenged, they would surely burst into laughter. Yuan Qingzhou's expression grew increasingly somber as she resolved to expel Xiaokai from her presence that very night, denying her the comfort of a makeshift bed. Only by resting beside Yuan Qingzhou could she find solace, indulging in the depths of her slumber. After all, mocking the powerful may bring momentary delight. Yet seeking forgiveness often leads to a metaphorical funeral pyre. Chapter 54. The Frenzied Woman. On Monday, the absence of navigation led to a significant traffic jam in Jiuan City. What should have been a 10-minute journey from home to school took Yuan Qingzhou half an hour, nearly causing her to be late. Upon arriving in the classroom, she found many classmates still absent, likely ensnared in the same congestion. And Xiaokai, relegated to sit beside Jiabu, sported dark circles under her eyes, incessantly sneezing and wiping her nose. In contrast, Yuan Qingzhou sat upright in the front row, quietly beginning her exercises. Achoo! Achoo! Have you caught a cold? Jiabu inquired with concern, offering Xiaokai a tissue. Xiaokai dabbed at her reddened nose, mumbling an affirmative response, casting a pitiful glance at Yuan Qingzhou in front. The aloofness of the latter was palpable. When she forbade entry, she meant it. Xiaokai felt trapped, unable to leave or even knock, fearing it would further irritate Yuan Qingzhou. Thus, she resigned herself to her punishment, enduring a night outside the formidable door. To her dismay, this fragile figure, despite being nothing more than a mere puppet, seemed to succumb to illness with such astonishing authenticity, leaving Xiaokai dizzy and tearful. They say it's emotional detachment. How can one be so temperamental? Xiaokai murmured under her breath. Suspected, came Yuan Qingzhou's low voice from the front. Startled, Xiaokai chuckled nervously. Being angry is good. If you can still be angry, it means your condition is improving. That's a very positive sign. Sensing the contemptuous gaze of Jiabu, Xiaokai seized the tissue she had used to wipe her nose and tossed it in his direction. What are you staring at? Have you completed your weekend assignments? Have you memorized the text the teacher assigned? How many of the words for the dictation did you manage to remember? Jiabu clutched his chest, his thick eyebrows forming a distinct shape. Xiaokai, let us not discuss homework. We're still friends. Xiaokai shot him a glance and retrieved her workbook from her desk, tossing it over. Hurry and copy it down. Remember, don't get everything right. Be aware of your own capabilities. Jiabu broke into a grin. Xiaokai, you truly are an angel. Yuan Qingzhou and Jiabu had both trained in martial arts since childhood, their foundation solid. Yet they needed to exert even more effort to catch up. The 19 students from the talisman class, who had recently joined, were also languidly slumped over their desks. They were currently practicing the manipulation of feathers with their mental energy, a crucial threshold from level 20 to 30. Xiaokai had already surpassed this stage. Thus she did not join their specialized training. With no teacher present and no morning reading to attend to, most students were simply resting their heads on their desks, drifting into slumber. Previously, they had found classes to be an ordeal. Now, they regarded sitting in the classroom, listening to lectures, as the most blissful of moments. Xiaokai, with the emergence of such unscientific entities as the nightmare spirits in this world, what is the purpose of continuing our studies in physics and chemistry? Jiabu inquired while copying the assignments. Xiaokai was secretly tugging at Yuan Qingzhou's hair and chose not to respond to him. Are we to confront the bazaar and inquire whether it knows the immense force my fist is capable of delivering? When faced with a nightmare spirit, are we to analyze its composition to determine whether it is a colored gas element or a colorless gas compound? Xiaokai was amused by Jiabu's antics. Why not ask the teacher about it? Jiabu shook his head. I dare not. Regardless, I simply do not comprehend. Am I expected to greet the nightmare spirit with a casual "How are you?" It would be far more straightforward to shout "Take a punch" from Dad instead. In the front row, Yuan Qingzhou's pencil tips suddenly snapped, and he frowned. Jiabu, please keep your mouth shut. Ha ha ha, Xiaokai laughed. Jiabu, you are impressive. You have even made Yuan Qingzhou unable to contain his laughter. At that moment, the front door of the classroom swung open, and a girl with disheveled hair. Her head bowed, staggered in, struggling to carry a gasoline canister. A putrid stench instantly filled the air. What is that smell? It's horrendous. Thud. She placed the gasoline canister on the podium and abruptly lifted her head. Jiang Luden. Xiaoai sprang to her feet, knocking over her chair, her expression tense. The loud noise roused those in the classroom who had yet to fully awaken, directing their gazes toward the podium. Before them stood Jiang Luden. Her face twisted in a grotesque manner, eyes alight with a frenzied glee. A grotesque swelling, the size of a child's head, protruded from her neck, emanating an unsettling aura. As if numerous living creatures writhed within. Gripping the swollen mass, she tore at the nearly translucent skin, and black, wriggling larvae spilled forth, squirming across the podium. Her hands, as well as all exposed skin, were torn and battered, blood and scabs matted together, with small insects occasionally forcing their way out, inducing a sense of revulsion. Those students nearest the podium, upon witnessing this ghastly sight, recoiled in terror, hastily distancing themselves from Jiang Luden. Although they had yet to truly encounter the bizarre and the nightmare spirits, after a month of rigorous training, their psychological resilience had significantly improved, at the very least. There were no frantic screams. Yuan Qingzhou, it has been over a month since we last met, and you remain as radiant as ever. Jiang Luden sneered, fixating her gaze on Yuan Qingzhou. However, how did she end up in this distorted and twisted state? Quickly, call the teacher. A student near the back door rushed out to summon the teacher, and Jiang Luden cast a glance, but did not intervene. What do you intend to do? Yuan Qingzhou inquired in a voice devoid of emotion. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Luden laughed maniacally, unscrewing the cap of a gasoline can, suddenly pouring it over herself. Before producing a lighter, what do I intend to do? I want everyone to witness how you drove me to my demise, to let all know that you, Yuan Qingzhou, are nothing but a hypocritical and vile woman. Jiang Luden, silence yourself. And Xiaokai angrily retorted, ready to confront her. Stop. Jiang Luden, flicking the lighter open, glared with contempt at Xiaokai, and you, Yuan Qingzhou's dog. Yuan Qingzhou, you feign indifference on the surface, yet behind the scenes. You summon your dogs to torment me with nightmares. It is you who has reduced me to this wretched state, neither human nor ghost. As her words fell, and Xiaokai glanced at Yuan Qingzhou in a flurry. Yuan Qingzhou, allow me to explain. We shall discuss this later. Yuan Qingzhou did not express any resentment. Her tone and gaze remained calm. Regardless of what Xiaokai had done to Jiang Luden, engaging in a dispute with Xiaokai at this moment would be ill-advised. Jiang Luden, Yuan Qingzhou softly uttered, if you wish to die, please do so far away. Do not tarnish the classroom. Having spoken, Yuan Qingzhou disregarded her completely and turned to exit through the back door. As she brushed past Xiaokai, their eyes met, and Xiaokai instantly comprehended Yuan Qingzhou's intent. Stop. Yuan Qingzhou, halt. Jiang Luden's utter disregard from Yuan Qingzhou drove her into a frenzied scream, her hand trembling violently with the lighter, while the swollen lump on her neck continuously oozed a dark liquid, corroding the desk and floor. Yet, her screams had no effect on Yuan Qingzhou, and in response, 2 streams of black tears traced down Jiang Luden's face. Very well, you have forced my hand. Your father caused my father's demise. And now you wish to drive me to death. Once I am gone and become a specter, I shall ensure your family faces ruin, so you may taste my suffering. With that declaration, a fierce determination flickered in Jiang Luden's eyes as she released the ignited lighter. Ah, someone finally could not contain a cry. However, she failed to notice a small, red paper figure with a comical expression swiftly approaching the ground, ready to embrace the lighter just before it struck the floor. Simultaneously, a chilling silver light cleaved through the front door of the classroom. Under the astonished gazes of all present, that silver beam, like an arrow released from a bow, swept past Jiang Luden with a frigidness capable of freezing the very air. Jiang Luden's eyes widened in horror as she lowered her gaze stiffly to her waist, a chilling sensation swiftly enveloping her, creeping like frost. Her upper body slid down at an angle without a single drop of blood spilling forth, all of it frozen in place. Jiang Luden was cleaved in two, her eyes unblinking in death. The classmates in the classroom were rendered speechless in shock. A small paper figure shifted to move the lighter that had been consumed by flames. Yuan Qingzhou fixed his gaze unblinkingly on the woman with a buzz cut who appeared at the doorway of the classroom. This woman appeared to be no older than 30. Clad in a fitted white t-shirt and overalls, her combat boots polished to perfection, and a short blade tucked menacingly at her waist. Her oval face was strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an icy allure, a blend of coolness and lethal intent, while the glinting blade in her hand sent shivers down the spines of those present. Such a being, a manifestation of mental collapse and aberration. To spare her would be folly. Chapter 55, Examination of Swordsmanship. 1. Aberration. The very word struck the hearts of the onlookers with fierce intensity. They had only heard of such phenomena from Professor Tangboen, who had explained that exposure to dark matter could engender negative emotions, leading the weak-willed to undergo mutation. They had assumed such cases were exceedingly rare. Yet today, a living, breathing example stood before them, igniting a wave of panic and dread. Moreover, considering the woman's merciless attitude towards aberrations, it felt as though a knife was poised at their throats, threatening their very lives and instilling profound insecurity. Instructor Gu, is it not a bit excessive to kill before the students so soon after your appointment? Luo Shou stepped forward from behind Gu Ji, his eyes flashing with a momentary flicker of compassion upon seeing the lifeless Jiang Luden, before hastily summoning others to remove her corpse. During this period, the employees of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau displayed little surprise at Jiang Luden's distortion and demise. It seemed they had long grown accustomed to such occurrences, never having disclosed this reality to the students. Furthermore, it was indeed a folly to replace the gatekeeper and security personnel at No. 7 High School. They were utterly incompetent. 2 employees carried the corpse away, and Luo Shou, witnessing Gu Ji's cold demeanor and lack of desire for conversation, shook his head and entered the classroom. Do not be afraid, everyone, he reassured. Classmate Jiang Luden was previously afflicted by a nightmare. After awakening, her mental collapse led to this state. Not everyone will suffer a distortion. Rest assured, this is an exceedingly rare case. As long as you follow the methods of the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau for training and emotional guidance, you will encounter no issues. With a sardonic laugh, Gu Ji entered, exuding an air of chill. Is this how the martial arts class in Jiuan City cultivates its students? No wonder you all appear so inexperienced, like weaned infants. Turning to the class, he continued, the world has changed. Every breath you take is laden with dark matter that can lead to your distortion. If you have chosen the path of martial arts, you must possess unwavering resolve. Otherwise, her fate will become yours. The students involuntarily swallowed hard, feeling a cloud of foreboding settle over them as they recalled the death of a classmate, even if they had little connection. Which one is Yuan Qingzhou? Gu Ji suddenly inquired. Yuan Qingzhou, standing at the back of the crowd, slowly raised a hand, and the students parted to make way. Gu Ji's discerning gaze swept over Yuan Qingzhou, particularly fixating on her unkempt long hair and her eyes devoid of any commanding presence, which elicited a frown of dissatisfaction. She appeared rather unimpressive, leaving one to wonder why Minister Long Huan held her in such high regard. Luo Shou dared not voice his thoughts, merely chuckling awkwardly. You, follow me to the gymnasium. Yuan Qingzhou replied with a soft "oh," silently trailing behind Gu Ji towards the gym, observing the faces in the classroom still etched with fear. Luo Shou couldn't help but chuckle. Since we are not attending class this morning, I will introduce you to the instructors. Everyone is to gather in the gymnasium. And Xiaokai exchanged a glance with Jiabu, promptly following suit. In her previous life, due to the apocalypse and the ensuing isolation of information, the only individuals in Xiaokai had known and remembered were the elite, the renowned figures of the Federation. This Gu Ji was unfamiliar to her. And although Yuan Qingzhou had a master in swordsmanship in her past life, he bore no relation to the surname Gu. Upon arriving at the gymnasium and encountering the other chief instructors, and Xiaokai recognized only one, Wan Han. The others were strangers to her. The Symbolic Path class had only Yuan Han as its chief instructor, whereas the Martial Arts class encompassed various fighting techniques, represented by 5 chief instructors. In addition to the formidable ice-cold sword instructor Guji, there was another instructor, Tang Rong, adorned in a flowery dress with thick lenses, reputed to teach archery. Among the remaining 3, 2 were middle-aged men. One, named Lu Chong, is a muscular, bald man clad in a black tank top, exuding an aura reminiscent of a more robust version of Jiabu. His impressively tattooed arm adds a certain edginess, suggesting an intimidating presence akin to a member of an underground society, indicating he is there to teach martial arts. The other, named Xiao Chong, instructs swordsmanship. With disheveled hair and a black headband adorning his forehead, he sports a scruffy beard while cradling a sword, his eyes reflecting a profound melancholy, embodying a sense of despondency. The final instructor, responsible for teaching agility, raises doubts in Xiao Cai's mind regarding the selection of personnel. He is an elderly gentleman with white hair who walks with a cane, moving at a pace akin to that of a snail. His name is Feng Shanxue, reportedly nearing 70 years of age, who conducts himself with a leisurely demeanor. His cane, a foldable one equipped with a small seat, bears a cup of goji berry water, presenting an image of a health-conscious elder. And Xiao Cai is perplexed about how Minister Long Huan procured these seemingly unreliable instructors. After the martial arts and talisman classes convened, Luo Shou briefly introduced the various instructors. The students of the talisman class followed Yuan Han to one side of the gymnasium to foster camaraderie. Since only those in the martial arts class who have reached the second rank are qualified to select instructors for private training, Luo Shou allowed the others to disperse, retaining only Yuan Qingzhou and Jiabu. Jiabu had already chosen the branch of martial arts, naturally opting to learn from Lu Chong. Standing side by side in matching bald heads and black tank tops, they resembled a father-son duo, instantly endearing Jiabu to Lu Chong, who promptly took him aside to assess his skills. Yuan Qingzhou is rather exceptional, apart from her lack of interest in swordsmanship. She has dabbled in various martial arts including boxing, knife techniques, and footwork, and later expressed a desire to learn archery. Thus, aside from Xiao Chong, she must sequentially pass the tests of the remaining instructors. The wind howls, and the waters of the Yi River freeze. Who can truly comprehend the solitude of a swordsman? My dear girl, our fates are ultimately intertwined by misfortune. Xiao Chong, with a sigh reminiscent of a literary youth, shook his head and, cradling his sword, turned away, leaving behind a solitary, desolate silhouette. Ahem, the elderly man Feng Shanxue cleared his throat twice, his voice hoarse as he remarked. One can discern the level of one's footwork even amidst sparring. As an old man with weary legs, I shall merely observe from the sidelines. Upon finishing his words, Feng Shanxue cast aside his folding cane and settled down, sipping on goji berry water with a hearty gusto. Remaining were Tang Rong and Guji. Tang Rong adjusted her heavy glasses, momentarily daunted by Guji's chilling aura, and with a forced smile, she graciously conceded, "Please, go ahead. My archery requires no examination." Guji, undeterred, had been eager to engage earlier, yet had been delayed by Luo Shou's insistence on gathering for an announcement. "Come here," he beckoned. Leading Yuan Qingzhou to the fighting platform in the gymnasium, he removed the 2 knives from her, one long and one short, and retrieved 2 wooden swords from the practice weapon rack, tossing one to Yuan Qingzhou. "I am a 5th-tier martial artist. I shall not employ any extraordinary powers or blood energy during our bout. It will be a contest of skill alone. You must give it your all. Should you fail to pass my assessment, I will not instruct you in knife techniques." Yuan Qingzhou gripped the wooden sword, flexing her wrist, and nodded silently in agreement. As Yuan Qingzhou stepped onto the combat platform, she had scarcely settled when Guji swung her wooden sword with formidable force, executing her strikes with a fierce and domineering intensity. Yuan Qingzhou furrowed her brow, instinctively employing the Yushinbu technique to deflect the oncoming assault. Below the platform, Feng Shanxue observed this scene, murmuring with approval, "The use of Yushinbu is commendable." On the platform, Guji wielded a chilling presence, launching a relentless barrage of swift and lethal strikes against Yuan Qingzhou, each move executed with ruthless precision, reminiscent of a life-or-death struggle rather than a mere test of skill. This spectacle drew repeated nods of admiration from Feng Shanshui, who praised it as brilliant. In this intense exchange, Gu Ji's onslaught was unyielding, causing Yuan Qingzhou to feel a surge of frustration. Suddenly, she sidestepped Gu Ji's blade and struck out with her left hand, delivering a powerful palm strike. Gu Ji was hit on her arm, instantly feeling a dull ache, forcing her to momentarily retreat. Surprisingly, rather than showing anger, she wore a rare smile, acknowledging that in battle, one must seize opportunities to turn the tide. Any move capable of altering the course of a fight is indeed a good move. Yuan Qingzhou took a deep breath, her wooden sword moving leisurely towards Gu Ji, reflecting her typically subdued demeanor, devoid of any semblance of fervor or strength. Gu Ji frowned, her dissatisfaction apparent, instinctively reluctant to engage. However, recalling Long Huan's instructions, she raised her sword, executing a sweeping crosscut that generated a formidable wave of energy. At that very moment, Yuan Qingzhou's demeanor shifted drastically. Her seemingly weak strike landed with astonishing precision at the heart of Gu Ji's crosscut, dissipating the energy with an incredible force and propelling her attack directly towards Gu Ji's face. A flicker of cold light flashed in Gu Ji's eyes as he wielded his blade to parry, stepping back after deflecting Yuan Qingzhou's wooden sword. I must admit, I underestimated you. At such a tender age, you possess an impressive mastery over your swordplay, having already grasped the essence of overcoming strength with finesse. Quite intriguing, indeed. In the face of an aura potent enough to freeze one in their tracks, Yuan Qingzhou remained composed, exhibiting no signs of distress. With steady hands, she executed her family's ancestral technique to counterattack. The intensity of the duel drew the attention of several martial arts students still present in the gymnasium, including in Shaokai, who called out to cheer on Yuan Qingzhou. This instructor must be at the 5th tier. How formidable! I can feel the chilling winds slicing through the air as if they were blades. Yuan Qingzhou is even more impressive. Look how she has held her ground for so long without faltering, remaining utterly unperturbed and calm. Here I stand, a devoted admirer of Yuan Qingzhou. She is unparalleled, and I will entertain no dissent. When might I attain such prowess? I'm filled with envy. Perhaps if I start training from birth in my next life, I might catch up. Everyone chimed in, expressing their admiration and envy for Yuan Qingzhou, recognizing the vast chasm between their abilities and that of the goddess before them. On the stage, Gu Ji, who was relying solely on his sword skills to contend with Yuan Qingzhou, realized that although she appeared delicate and fragile, she was, in fact, exceedingly formidable. Her technique was characterized by grace and agility, coupled with her remarkable control over her swordplay and commendable footwork, making her as elusive as an eel when on the defense. When on the offense, she struck with the ferocity of a lone wolf, targeting vital points with every move. Moreover, Gu Ji made a remarkable discovery. The girl possessed an extraordinary ability to act independently with both hands, each unaffected by the other. At times, she wielded a knife in her right hand for defense while launching an offensive with her left palm, or she would feint with her left hand as her right swiftly delivered a lethal strike, leaving her opponents utterly unprepared. Several times, Gu Ji found himself at a disadvantage against Yuan Qingzhou's palm techniques, nearly struck by her blade. Upon realizing this, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Gu Ji. He wondered how far she could take the sword manual if she were to master it. The single-handed Bagua palm was indeed intriguing. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over in Shaokai. As she turned, she first beheld a muscular arm adorned with tattoos. Lifting her gaze, she recognized the rugged visage of a man. Shaokai, I suffered a crushing defeat. Jiabu lamented, pressing his hand to his chest as he appeared beside Shaokai, visibly despondent. Lu Chong, however, remained unfazed, his attention fixed on the fighting platform. You performed admirably, Jiabu. If you train diligently under my guidance, in no more than 3 months, I assure you, you will undergo a remarkable transformation. Jiabu's eyes sparkled with hope. Lu Chong's training path mirrored his own aspirations, focusing primarily on the Ironman triathlon. To be mentored by such an instructor was indeed fortuitous. I look forward to your guidance, Instructor Lu. Yuan Qingzhou is truly formidable. When I sparred with Instructor Liu, they hadn't even begun, yet I had finished my match long ago, and she still perseveres on the stage, Jiabu marveled. Of course. My esteemed leader is the strongest. If they were of equal cultivation, she would undoubtedly send Gu instructor packing, and Xiaokai exclaimed, unabashedly praising her companion. Lu Chong chuckled softly, shaking his head. Enough of that. It is time to determine a victor. On the combat stage, after being forced back by Yuan Qingzhou's blade, Guji suddenly smiled. This smile, unlike her previous cold and unfeeling demeanor, conveyed an unmistakable sense of acknowledgement. Immediately, an intense wave of frigid energy emanated from Guji, reminiscent of a roaring ice serpent, fiercely charging towards Yuan Qingzhou. Yuan Qingzhou's pupils dilated in disbelief. She could not comprehend why Guji, who had previously claimed she would refrain from utilizing her fifth-tier power, suddenly unleashed her unique elemental force. The situation left no room for contemplation. She swiftly leaned backward, evading the icy onslaught, and instinctively swept her left hand over her calf. Before she could rise, she caught sight of Guji, who was gripping her blade with both hands, poised to strike down upon her. Yuan Qingzhou's expression hardened as she flipped over, summoning all her strength to counter the attack. The collision of their wooden blades produced a sound akin to metal clashing. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Guji's wooden sword severed Yuan Qingzhou's, heavily pressing down on her shoulder. While half kneeling on the ground, Yuan Qingzhou's right-hand blade lay shattered, yet her left hand held a dagger firmly against Guji's abdomen, already tearing through fabric and leaving a faint trail of blood along the elegant line of Guji's torso. After a brief moment of silence in the gymnasium, thunderous applause erupted, heralding Yuan Qingzhou's prowess. Yuan Qingzhou is the best. A second-tier warrior managing to inflict harm upon a fifth-tier instructor in such a fierce display was nothing short of extraordinary. In an instant, Yuan Qingzhou garnered a plethora of enthusiastic admirers. See, I told you my champion was the mightiest. And Xiao Kai puffed out her chest with pride, resembling a triumphant rooster, drawing disdainful glances from Jiabu. On the combat stage, Yuan Qingzhou was drenched in cold sweat, her breath somewhat labored. She could distinctly sense the chilling aura at her shoulder, potent enough to fracture her, yet it remained restrained by Guji, preventing its intrusion into her body. Otherwise, even a wooden sword could cleave her asunder. Moments ago, she had been driven to contemplate lethal intent. But this ordinary dagger proved insufficient to penetrate Guji's unique ice elemental power. Had it been the exorcism dagger, Guji sheathed his sword. Casting a glance at the bloodstain on his abdomen, a smile of mild surprise gracing his lips. I underestimated you. You are not as feeble as you appear. Long Huan was correct. You are a rare talent, and your swordsmanship is impressive. What style do you practice? Yuan Qingzhou stood, rubbing her shoulder, and replied nonchalantly. A family heirloom technique. Guji nodded, acknowledging the depth of her lineage. Indeed, what is the name of this technique? Yuan Qingzhou hesitated momentarily before slowly responding. Family. Technique. Guji. Chapter 57. Dual sword technique upon descending from the combat stage, and Xiaokai, Jiabu, and several classmates gathered around to congratulate Yuan Qingzhou. She appeared perplexed, uncertain about the reason for their congratulations, as she had clearly lost. Guji was on the phone with Long Huan, instructing Yuan Qingzhou to wait a moment, mentioning he had something to discuss. Make way, otherwise, I might just collapse. An elderly voice resonated, prompting the crowd to part with astonishing swiftness, even faster than they would evade a specter. Feng Shanxue, grinning and leaning on his cane, leisurely approached Yuan Qingzhou, making a concerted effort to straighten his hunched back, visibly displeased with her height. My dear daughter, he remarked, I have just observed your practice. Your footwork is commendable, yet it lacks a certain fluidity. Continue honing your skills, for I have little further guidance to offer. Thank you, grandfather, Yuan Qingzhou replied politely. Feng Shanxue nodded. Since you have no further lessons to impart, and that burly lad is not suited for the art of footwork, my involvement here is concluded. Please inform your instructor, Luo Shou, to summon me when there are students to teach. I must now procure a chocolate cake from that shop in the eastern part of the city for my granddaughter. I shall take my leave. With that, Feng Shanshui leaned on his cane and departed at a leisurely pace. Observing his slow movement, and Xiaokai felt an urge to fast-forward time. Are you certain he can genuinely teach footwork? I worry he might only impart his own sluggishness, and Xiaokai expressed her doubts. Yuan Qingzhou shook his head, uncertain. Lu Cheng approached Yuan Qingzhou, conveying sentiments similar to those of Feng Shanshui. Yuan Qingzhou had already mastered the intricacies of Baguazhang and required no further instruction. Moreover, Lu Cheng's approach was more vigorous, ill-suited to guide someone like Yuan Qingzhou. Thus, Lu Cheng would temporarily focus on instructing Jiabu, promising to assist Yuan Qingzhou with any queries regarding punches and strikes. Meanwhile, Gu Ji was still on the phone. Yuan Qingzhou glanced around and spotted instructor Tang, who taught archery, seated in the stands. A somber gleam reflected off his glasses as he typed rapidly on his phone. Yuan Qingzhou approached him, bowed respectfully, and said, "Hello, Instructor Tang. I am Yuan Qingzhou, and I wish to learn archery from you. Please wait a moment." Tang Rong remained fixated on her screen, her lips moving as she muttered, "My Qi Mu is the most handsome in the universe. How dare you, a mere third-tier nobody, belittle him? Just watch as I rally all the Mu fans to take you down." After her tirade, she tapped her phone screen twice with force, adjusted her glasses, and lifted her gaze. "Aren't you studying swordsmanship with Gu Ji? I am learning swordsmanship, but what I truly wish to master now is archery, as it will address my shortcomings in ranged combat." Tang Rong huffed lightly. "You certainly have considered this thoroughly. Do you have your phone with you?" Yuan Qingzhou nodded, then patted his pocket only to recall that his phone was within Xiaokai. "Please wait a moment, Instructor Tang, I'll go fetch it. Make sure to bring your friend's phone as well. The more, the better," Tang Rong called out, craning her neck toward him. Once Yuan Qingzhou was seated, Tang Rong tightened the cap on her bottled water and, without a glance, tossed the empty bottle into the air. It spun gracefully before landing precisely in the trash can at the corner of the wall opposite the gym. "Quickly, open Weibo and follow my Qi Mu and the related discussions. You must check in and leave a comment every day, understood?" Under Tang Rong's insistence, Yuan Qingzhou operated his phone, puzzled by the connection between learning archery and following this Qi Mu. Yet, seeing Tang Rong's earnest expression, he nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Learning archery is quite straightforward. You just need to practice the shooting techniques once you understand the methods. I won't engage with compound bows, as they lack challenge. I excel in various traditional bows. To learn from me, you must not only master the art of archery, but also the craft of bow making. Do you comprehend?" Yuan Qingzhou nodded, having already prepared herself for the arduous task of mastering archery. "Add me on WeChat, and I will send you a list of materials. Everything is available in the database of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Once you have memorized it all, let me know on WeChat, and I will take you to the archery range. The facilities at your school are quite inadequate for practice." "All right. Thank you, Instructor Tang. Well, that's all. You may leave now. Remember to check in and leave a message every day." After dismissing Yuan Qingzhou, Tang Rong resumed typing on her phone, repeatedly murmuring the name Qi Mu. On Gu Ji's desk lay a cardboard box she had not yet had time to tidy up, and as Yuan Qingzhou entered, she immediately noticed a comic book resting atop the box. The cover of Why Is My Best Friend So Adorable featured an intimate illustration of two cartoon girls, surrounded by fluttering pink peach blossoms. Sensing Yuan Qingzhou's gaze, Gu Ji's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as she hastily moved the box beneath the table. Yuan Qingzhou lifted her left hand for a moment, slowly shaking her head. "I don't know. Sometimes it acts on its own to protect me, but most of the time, it poses no issues." Gu Ji nodded. "Then, under your own control, can your left and right hands operate independently?" Yuan Qingzhou glanced at the desk, picking up a pen with each hand, her left hand inscribing Yuan Qingzhou on the paper, while her right hand wrote in Xiaokai. The two hands moved in unison, without interference. This remarkable skill was the result of her subconscious practice since discovering her ambidextrous condition at the age of 6. As long as she cleared her mind and did not overly focus on her left hand's movements, her subconscious could guide it to move freely. "Indeed, I have practiced diligently since childhood, and after more than 20 years, I have only reached this level." Guji is not stingy with his compliments. I possess a copy of the twin blade technique, which my father fortuitously acquired years ago. This manual, though centered on blade techniques, encompasses two sections, the short blade technique and the long blade technique. My father and my uncle each mastered one part and, in their time, gained a notable reputation in the martial arts community. However, the twin blade technique is ideally meant to be unified, allowing one to wield both short and long blades simultaneously, or to employ dual short blades or dual long blades. This approach diverges from the traditional dual blade style, as it requires the two hands to operate as distinct entities, akin to two individuals in harmonious coordination. The techniques are versatile, permitting a myriad of combinations. If practiced separately, each section would be rated at AB level according to the standards of the Odd Tuning Bureau. Yet, should one achieve the perfect integration of the two, it would elevate to an A level. What do you think? Would you like to learn? Yuan Qingzhou then understood why Guji carried both a long and a short blade. Although the name twin blade technique may seem unremarkable, it certainly sounds like a formidable manual. However, Yuan Qingzhou, feeling the emptiness of his pockets, inquired, "Instructor Gu, I only have 220 merit points. Is it possible to pay in installments?" The 200 points are what I had left, and the remaining 20 points are from the reward for the internet celebrity Spicy Hot Pot Tail. Despite his icy demeanor, Guji could not help but smile at Yuan Qingzhou's pitiable yet earnest expression of desire. "Very well. The twin blade technique is my private possession and does not belong to the Odd Tuning Bureau, so you need not exchange merit points for it. In recent years, I have encountered significant obstacles while practicing the twin blade technique. Thus, I have been in search of someone who can surpass my mastery of it. I see hope in you. You are the only individual I currently believe in. Therefore, I am willing to directly impart the sword manual to you, on the condition that you promise never to disclose it and refrain from pursuing other sword manuals until you have perfected this one. Once you have achieved mastery, we shall engage in a proper duel." Unlike those reclusive families who stubbornly hoard their secrets, Guji seeks a breakthrough. If it aids her in her progress, what does it matter if knowledge is shared? As long as she is strong enough, even those who learn the same technique will be unable to defeat her. Furthermore, encountering a worthy opponent in life is indeed a delightful prospect. Yuan Qingzhou blinked in surprise, rising to bow in gratitude. "Thank you, Instructor Gu. I will certainly strive to learn diligently." Guji nodded, adding another matter. "Minister Long Huan has asked me to inform you that registration for the Xingwu League has commenced. In addition to participating in the individual competition, you will also need to lead a team in the 4-person group event." "For persons?" Yuan Qingzhou queried, realizing that including Jia Bu and the others, there were only 3. She mentioned that she would find a formidable teammate for you and requested that you wait a few days. Moreover, there are 2 reclusive families nearby, the Heidi Jin family and the Qiang Wangbai family, who will also send representatives to compete. However, only one group may represent the city, with a maximum of 1 alternate team. Who competes and who serves as an alternate will depend on which of your 2 groups demonstrates greater strength. You have 6 months to prepare for this competition before May of next year. Specific details have already been sent to your email. You should be mentally prepared for this undertaking." Guji stood and approached Yuan Qingzhou, his gaze softening slightly, as if observing a promising younger counterpart. "Like Long Huan, I too have ascended from the very depths, solitary in my struggle, and I hold a deep disdain for those reclusive families. They possess the capability to safeguard the nation, yet choose to retreat behind the guise of familial legacy. Now, when fortune smiles upon them, they eagerly emerge. Thus we all hope that you few can prevail, denying them the opportunity to bask in glory and seize benefits. Do you understand?" Yuan Qingzhou nodded earnestly, though her thoughts were not as profound. She simply knew that whoever dared to contest her for the coveted spot in the prestigious martial arts academy, she would fiercely oppose, with unwavering determination. Chapter 58. Explanation. In the office of the minister at the branch of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau, Long Huan stood before a map of Jiuan City, clutching a stack of electricity bills and occasionally marking the map with a highlighter. Her hair was in disarray, and her face bore smudges of ink. After reviewing one document, she tore it up and crumpled it into a ball, tossing it behind her, leaving her feet surrounded by similar paper balls. As Shimon-Shou entered, clutching a folder, he felt his temples twitching, and with immense willpower, he navigated through the litter to reach Long Huan's side. The funds have been transferred, he stated stiffly. Long Huan marked another circle on the map and replied with a smile. The developers of the navigation software have shown a surprising sense of propriety. If it weren't for my press release absolving them of responsibility, their stocks would have plummeted, leading to bankruptcy. Meanwhile, I have only requested a modest sum from them. I could weep for my own kindness. Shimon-Shou adjusted his glasses and inquired, "What do you intend to do with this money?" "Allocate 10% of the funds as subsidies for the brothers in the Special Operations Bureau, for they endure perilous tasks, and life is not easy for anyone. Dedicate another 10% to the families of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, and invest the remaining entirety into the 7th Middle School. I have already negotiated for the land adjacent to the 7th Middle School. It is untenable to persist in this makeshift arrangement within someone else's institution. We must construct a dedicated martial arts academy. Without adequate facilities, how can we cultivate our reserve forces? Do not hesitate to spend. Let everything conform to the standards set by the Imperial Martial City. Should funds fall short, inform me, for there are plenty of unscrupulous individuals in Jiuan City ripe for the taking." Shimon-Shou nodded, his gaze towards Long Huan imbued with trust and an inexplicable warmth. Long Huan often lamented about her superior's blindness in appointing her to lead the branch, insisting that she was born for combat, not management. Yet, in this position, Shimon-Shou could assure that no one could perform better than Long Huan. This conviction was also the reason he willingly relinquished his position as Deputy Secretary General of the headquarters to follow Long Huan to the field. "How goes the navigation matter?" Long Huan inquired. "We are maintaining surveillance. For now, we must remain vigilant. Let me check. This time, we should finally catch you." Long Huan flashed a cunning smile, marking Li Family Village emphatically on the map of Jiuan City with a marker. "Gather my team. This time, we shall not let this damned electricity thief escape." With a cheerful toss, she discarded the marker and dashed outside, inadvertently smudging a striking black mark across Shimon-Shou's pristine gray suit. His fists clenched tightly, veins protruding. As evening descended and the meal was laid out, Yuan Qingzhou continued his practice amidst the clatter of kitchen knives. The so-called knife array refers to the framework that Yuan Qingzhou set up in the small courtyard, adorned with an assortment of sharp kitchen knives of varying lengths and spacings. Each time Yuan practiced, she would set all the knives swinging chaotically, and then she would navigate through them with agility. "Big shot, it's time for dinner," and Xiaokai called out timidly, feeling somewhat guilty. Yuan Qingzhou spun elegantly from the knife array, accepted the warm towel that Xiaokai offered, and wiped her hands and face before taking a seat at the dining table. Upon discovering that there was braised pork for dinner, her eyes gleamed with delight, and Xiaokai, with great perceptiveness, presented Yuan Qingzhou with a generous bowl of rice and added a piece of meat onto her plate, sweetly remarking, "This is what I had Grandma prepare specially for lunch. Isn't it fragrant?" Yuan Qingzhou nodded as she devoured her meal, too engrossed to respond. Since Xiaokai had moved in, Yuan's meals had become extraordinarily sumptuous, to the point that she had gained a bit of weight recently. Observing Yuan Qingzhou's contented expression, and Xiaokai sighed with relief and seized the moment to explain. "Regarding Jiang Luden, I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have gone to see her without telling you. Please don't be mad at me, all right? I'm not angry," Yuan Qingzhou replied flatly, and Xiaokai appeared quite pitiful, her nose red from a day of sniffles due to a cold. Yuan Qingzhou paused her meal to look at Xiaokai, biting her lip, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "I need to use the restroom." "Huh?" And Xiaokai was taken aback, leaving her with a runny nose. She had always assumed that the big shot was upset, but in reality, she was merely feeling an urgent call of nature. "Oh." And Xiaokai grabbed a tissue to wipe her nose, feeling that her efforts had been in vain. "I swear, I did not threaten her nor did I harm her. She was like a rabid dog, intent on attacking me, and I merely pushed her away." Who would have known that she encountered nightmares that night? After finally waking up, she transformed into that state, which was truly unfortunate. Yuan Qingzhou offered in Xiaokai a piece of meat. In my previous life, did Jiangliden bully me as well? And Xiaokai vigorously shook her head, insisting that she did not possess the qualifications to contend with you given her expendable fate. In fact, she was quite similar to her former self, and her demise today was, in comparison, far less arduous than in her previous life. You see, in that life, she was consumed by jealousy to the point of madness, incessantly claiming that you owed her. Ultimately, she suffered a mental breakdown, morphing into a grotesque being and wreaking havoc, killing many. It was you who ultimately intervened, granting her a form of release. Of course, these are merely tales I have heard. The specifics remain unclear to me. Yuan Qingzhou nodded, choosing not to delve further into that topic. Achoo! And Xiaokai turned her head to sneeze, while simultaneously eating and projecting a catalog of eerie tales on her watch. What case should we pursue for our next ghost story live stream? Anything will do. You may not be aware, but after our modest success, other cities in the Kangwu Federation have followed suit, establishing their own live streams. And they have dedicated personnel broadcasting daily. Our live stream's foot traffic has diminished by half, and our income will undoubtedly fall short of last month's bounty. No matter, I can still take on a part-time job, Yuan Qingzhou replied with indifference. And Xiaokai took a bite of her dish, and I glanced at the screen. This mirror maze appears to be a new urban legend, seemingly set in the amusement park where you work. Never mind, the merit points are rather meager, only 10 points. It seems to be merely a playful specter. However, this one has recently gained considerable traction, with the merit points rising from 30 to 50. A sneeze escaped Yuan Qingzhou as he noticed that in Xiaokai had opened a tale titled Thoughtful Delivery Person. Upon seeing this name, Yuan Qingzhou's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Chapter 59. The Chosen One. This one seems to present a bit of a challenge, and its scope is roughly within our area. I had previously taken note of this case. There are numerous witnesses who claim that the delivery person left the food inside their doors without them having to open it. Leaving it outside would result in theft, followed by negative reviews and pay deductions. Yuan Qingzhou whispered. The most outrageous incident involved an elderly man with mobility issues. His order was placed directly on his dining table, and the delivery person even took away the accumulated trash that the old man had saved for quite some time to sell. Is that not excessive? Yuan Qingzhou's pace of eating slowed down. He did not mention it, and I am unaware as well. Some individuals, frightened, checked their surveillance footage, only to find nothing recorded. The elevator and stairwell showed no signs of anyone emerging, yet the delivery was made. Isn't that impressive? The most crucial aspect is that this issue has escalated to the delivery platform, which is equally perplexed, claiming they have no means to discern whether the person accepting the order is human or a specter. They even offered a reward of 50,000 yuan to capture this phantom. Yuan Qingzhou set down his bowl with a sigh. Let us proceed with this, with merit points. We can also earn money from the delivery platform, achieving 2 objectives at once. He glanced at the description, a white strapless mini dress, flowing golden waves of hair, an enticing figure, all concealed behind a mask. Just as he spoke, and Xiaokai noticed the presence of an additional person beside her. Biting into a piece of lettuce, she looked up to find that it was indeed the golden waves she had just mentioned, now gazing at her with hollow eyes from behind a large mask. Clatter, and Xiaocai's bowl clattered onto the table, a half-chewed piece of lettuce still hanging from her mouth, while an unbidden tear trickled down her nose. Allow me to introduce, she is Tail, and also a considerate delivery person, Yuan Qingzhou stated in a calm tone. And Xiaokai was left speechless. The master is truly remarkable, delivering the dream spirit. No, I mean, using the dream spirit for deliveries. Impressive, indeed. And Xiaokai was aware of Yuan Qingzhou's extraordinary skills, yet the specifics eluded her. Fearing that he might take offense, she refrained from inquiring. And Yuan Qingzhou had never divulged the details. During the few live broadcasts, Tail had not been needed, and gradually, the memory faded. Little did they know, such a colossal misunderstanding would arise. After dinner, while Xiaokai washed the dishes at home, Yuan Qingzhou donned a tracksuit and stepped out, offering no explanation of his destination. The night in the city village was always bustling, vibrant with lights and sounds, as people flowed in and out. particularly in the small eateries. They were filled with the city's workers returning home, surrounded by the mingling aromas of smoke and food, while some elderly villagers sat by the roadside, chatting, smoking, and playing chess amidst the lively commotion. In her childhood, whenever she caught a cold, her father and mother would mix cold medicine with ginger and brown sugar water, then tuck her under the covers for a restful sleep, after which she would feel better. Suddenly, as Yuan Qingzhou stepped into a narrow alley, she was startled by the sound of an explosion not far off. Almost immediately, the old street lamp in the alley shattered with a crack, plunging the entire urban village into darkness. Instinctively, Yuan Qingzhou seized an abandoned wooden stick from the alley and held it behind her. She noticed a flash of lightning flickering in the night, resembling a swift serpent darting towards her. Surround from that direction, quickly. A shadow leapt down from the wall ahead, illuminated intermittently by electric sparks, revealing a youth of about 16 or 17 with a wild hairstyle. Get out of the way. The boy rushed towards Yuan Qingzhou with great speed. She stood frozen in place, for she recognized the voice as that of Luo Shou. The boy, possessing an almost animalistic intuition, sensed the stick concealed behind her and charged forward, shouting dramatically, "Lightning King, strike down." A brilliant surge of electricity erupted from his hand, the arcs crackling with a sound akin to a chorus of birds in flight. The boy leaped into the air, aiming to strike Yuan Qingzhou with his electric force. Just as the lightning was about to make contact, it suddenly flickered twice and vanished. Damn, no power left. Yuan Qingzhou swiftly sidestepped and swung the wooden stick forcefully against the boy's back. With a thud, he grunted as he hit the ground. Infuriated, he shouted, "If you have the guts, let me recharge for 5 minutes before we continue." Yuan Qingzhou furrowed her brow and swung the stick again. Wait. A wooden stick was abruptly intercepted by a battle axe, and Yuan Qingzhou looked up to see Long Huan, clad in a sleek black combat uniform, standing beside her, wielding another axe with an air of gallantry. Yuan Qingzhou had not even sensed her approach, which was utterly terrifying. She kicked the boy on the ground, urging him, "Why aren't you running?" The boy sat there, his face flushed with anger, retorting, "Even if you capture me this time, I will never fall for you, old woman. She resembles a heroine far more than you do. Beautiful lady, would you be interested in joining my harem?" Yuan Qingzhou frowned, her grip on the wooden stick tightening. Long Huan chuckled, "Little one, perhaps you should refrain from indulging in too much anime and web literature and focus on your studies instead. Old woman, you're finished. I warn you, crossing me, the destined child, will not end well for you," the boy declared. Long Huan shook her head. "Get up. It's time for you to meet your future captain." "Captain?" Yuan Qingzhou asked, bewildered. "Captain?" The boy echoed, astonished. Long Huan smiled. "Indeed. I personally brought you this recruit. With him, your group of 4 can finally be complete." Yuan Qingzhou made a face of disdain. "I don't want a useless person. Don't be so quick to judge. Although he appears inept now, give him 5 minutes to recharge, and his combat prowess will be remarkable," Long Huan jested. "Ah, so you are aware of my capabilities. Apologizing now would be wise. Otherwise, in the future, you'll find it hard to keep up," the boy boasted. Long Huan ignored him and continued to explain to Yuan Qingzhou. He was a recently awakened extraordinary individual. It is rather amusing to recount that this fellow was once a youth ensnared by the internet, sent by his parents to the Thunder King for rehabilitation. Perhaps due to the frequent shocks he endured, he unexpectedly awakened to the remarkable ability to control lightning. After escaping from the rehabilitation, he proclaimed himself the destined child, stealing electricity wherever he could, until I eventually discovered him. In the earlier encounters, I did not personally intervene, resulting in my subordinates suffering considerable losses at his hands. This afternoon, I spent hours testing him. With some cultivation, he might prove useful. As he spoke, Luo Shou led his team into the alley, using a massive rubber sheet to bind the young man like a rice dumpling. "Let me go. I am the destined child. You executioners. 30 years of the East and 30 years of the West. Do not bully the youth." Before the boy could finish his words, he was swiftly rendered unconscious by Luo Shou's swift hand strike. When challenges arise, one must confront them head-on. If at that moment, Xiao Kai and Jiabu consented to that individual joining their ranks. Then she would acquiesce. If they refused, then it would be a matter of life and death. Chapter 60. My Years as a Taoist Priest on Dakingshan. Author. Jiangyu. I am Jiangyu. I know that upon hearing my name, you may think of soy sauce. And indeed, my name was inspired by that very notion. I was born on an exceptionally cold winter's night. That evening, my mother was chatting with my grandmother at home when she suddenly craved steamed eggs. To prepare them, one simply breaks an egg into a bowl, adds a touch of warm water, stirs it well, and steams it until cooked. Once ready, a drizzle of soy sauce and sesame oil adds a delectable salty and fragrant flavor that is simply irresistible. Wait a moment, I shall first steam an egg, and then return to write. The egg is steaming, splendid. Let us continue. It was on that day when my mother had just placed the egg in the steamer, only to discover that we were out of soy sauce. This simply would not do. Steamed eggs devoid of soy sauce lack soul. My mother, with the stubbornness characteristic of a pregnant woman, insisted on having that taste, commanding my father to fetch some soy sauce. Reluctantly, my father donned his thick winter clothing, put on his fur hat, and ventured out with a flashlight and a bottle of soy sauce. However, upon stepping outside, he was met with a veritable snow blockade at our doorstep. That evening, quite inexplicably, my father seemed to be led astray, ultimately shoveling his way to the doorstep of Widow Rin. Please, do not misunderstand. My father is not of that ilk. He and my mother have weathered many storms together. Their bond profound. Widow Rin's husband had once fallen victim to a gambling debt, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of debt collectors. Upon discovering his lifeless body, Widow Rin succumbed to madness, thereafter wandering the village clad in a red dress, dancing. Within this narrative lies a peculiar tale. 6 months after the death of her husband, a widow's belly unexpectedly swelled, and the village women, upon discovering this, confirmed she was over 4 months pregnant. However, with her husband deceased for half a year, the possibility of a posthumous child seemed implausible. Although the widow was deemed mad, she was still regarded as a beauty within the vicinity. Upon learning of this situation, the village chief was incensed and conducted a thorough investigation, only to find that no one had approached the widow. Thus, the paternity of the child remained a mystery. But this was not the most astonishing aspect of the tale. What is truly remarkable is that the widow and my mother were pregnant around the same time. My grandmother, upon hearing the news, was restless for several nights and even approached the village chief, offering to pay for the widow's abortion. Yet, the chief refused, arguing that the widow had her struggles and perhaps the child might restore her sanity. In truth, after her pregnancy, she seemed more lucid than before, no longer parading through the village in a red dress dancing. Instead, she became cautious, often seeking food from others while protectively cradling her belly. My grandmother harbored unease regarding this matter. Had it not been for my father and mother's intervention, she might have resorted to administering drugs to the widow. It appears I have digressed. Let us return to the matter at hand. When my father, while clearing snow, found himself at the widow's doorstep, he felt an unsettling discomfort, akin to having his throat constricted, rendering him breathless. Just as he contemplated leaving, the widow's door creaked open, revealing her clad in a thin garment, her pant legs stained crimson with blood. It was a moment of desperation for Widow Rin, who was on the verge of giving birth. Uncertain of what to do, she rushed out in search of assistance. Upon seeing my father, her eyes sparkled with hope as she anxiously called out to him for help. Help me! Help me! But at that very moment, my father heard my grandmother's piercing wail, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Zhang Dahai, your wife is in labor and in grave danger. Upon hearing this, my father immediately panicked, leaving everything behind as he ran home. Though he heard a thud behind him, likely the sound of Widow Rin falling, her plight paled in comparison to my mother's significance in his heart. Fortunately, my father, strong from years of labor, swiftly enveloped my mother in a quilt and carried her outside. That night was indeed perilous. Thanks to the villagers' assistance, my mother safely reached the county hospital and, at 2 in the morning, gave birth to the sole heir of the Jiang family. My grandmother and grandfather were overjoyed, distributing cigarettes to those who had helped and proclaiming that a feast would be held for 3 days and nights upon the child's first month. The villagers who had come to assist were equally delighted, exchanging numerous well wishes. My father, consumed by joy, completely forgot an important matter. The following day, the entire village learned that Widow Run had died, frozen in the snow at her doorstep. It was said that she had curled up tightly, desperately protecting her unborn child. But her home was too isolated. At that time, the villagers had all rushed to my house in response to my grandmother's cries, and it wasn't until the following afternoon that someone discovered her fate. Moreover, the most peculiar aspect was that although the widow's body had become completely rigid from the cold, her abdomen remained astonishingly soft and warm. If it weren't for the absence of fetal movement, one might genuinely suspect that the child within her still lived. Upon hearing this news, my grandmother fainted. When my grandfather revived her with a pinch, she hurriedly grabbed her shoes and began to strike at my father, who stood there, bewildered and unsure of how to evade her wrath. After a couple of blows, my grandmother hastily unwrapped my swaddling to examine my body, and to her astonishment, she discovered a red birthmark on my back. It had been a mere hint of red at my birth, but the doctor had assured us it was due to my not crying upon arrival, and that it would fade after a while. My grandmother had believed that was the case, but upon closer inspection the next day, it became evident that the red mark was, in fact, the imprint of a tiny foot. Such a calamity! My grandmother collapsed onto the hospital floor, weeping, "Oh, my dear grandson, what shall we do?" My mother was equally taken aback, recognizing that my father bore some responsibility in this matter, as he was a man of indecision. At that moment, my grandfather remained composed and said, "Everyone, do not panic. Xiaoying, do you not still possess the talisman from the Taoist priest? Remove it and place it on my grandson." It was then that my mother recalled the talisman, hurriedly untying the red string from around her neck and passing it to my grandmother. However, as soon as my grandmother approached me with the talisman, it spontaneously ignited, despite being untouched by water. Astonishingly, I, just a day old, giggled at my grandmother. This incident caused not only my grandmother, but also my mother to faint. It was this tiny footprint on my back that nearly led to the extinction of our entire village. "Jiabu, what are you doing?" The voice of Xiaokai startled Jiabu, causing his phone to nearly slip from his grasp. He hastily tucked it away and chuckled, "Are you done with your novel?" Yuan Qingzhou, sheathing his blade, approached and nodded at Jiabu. It was the dead of night, and they were live streaming in a shopping mall. Just last time, they had resolved the mystery of the phantom in the fitting room in this very establishment, prompting the property manager to express immense gratitude and even exchange contact information. Remarkably, within a fortnight, the property manager called again, reporting that the mannequin figures in the mall had mysteriously come to life at night. Chapter 61. The Dream Investigator. Each morning, upon opening the doors of the mall, a crowd of mannequins could be seen at the entrance, as though they were clamoring to exit. A peculiar occurrence that persisted for 3 consecutive days. The property manager promised a reward of 30,000 should they resolve this matter swiftly. Yuan Qingzhou would never decline a reasonable opportunity for extra income. Thus he instructed in Xiaokai to organize everything, and that very evening, they arrived at the mall to broadcast live. Upon investigation, Yuan Qingzhou initially suspected a formidable nightmare spirit, only to discover it was merely a wandering shade. The reason behind the odd behavior of the mannequins moving about remained a mystery to him. For the sake of their live stream's effectiveness, they refrained from disturbing the wandering shade immediately upon their arrival. Instead, they utilized and shout-sized paper figures to conceal their presence, each guarding a passage, waiting for the shade to initiate its peculiar movements with the mannequins. They waited until the early hours, and finally, at 4 in the morning, the mannequins within the various shops awoke, emerging one by one like automatons, descending the stairs and gathering at the entrance. Yuan Qingzhou led the way with his blade drawn, while Xiaokai followed closely behind, capturing the scene with her phone. As they arrived at the entrance, Yuan Qingzhou, disinterested in discerning which mannequin concealed the phantom, effortlessly swung her blade, cleaving through all the figures in one sweeping motion. On this particular night, her ebony locks, meticulously styled by Xiaokai, danced elegantly behind her. complementing her delicate visage and the boredom reflected in her eyes as she wielded the sword. And in Xiaocai's words, it exuded a strikingly melancholic allure. Just as in Xiaocai had anticipated, with the swift arc of Yuan Qingzhou's strike, the live stream was inundated with a torrent of comments and virtual gifts. New screensaver. Let us go. Experience 10086. Gold 6666. Trash phantoms. Not worth a single strike. Brothers, unleash the super rockets. Let us celebrate the goddess's breathtaking beauty. While the live stream on Yuan Qingzhou and in Xiaocai's side flourished, Jiabu found himself exceedingly bored, as he was stationed at the rear entrance where the phantom showed no inclination to approach. In his ennui, he resorted to opening a reading app on his phone, randomly selecting an obscure supernatural tale for some self-education and fortitude. By the time they finished their work, dawn was fast approaching, and the trio sought out a local eatery for breakfast. As they were enjoying their meal, and Xiaocai's phone chimed. After reading the message, she bit into her bun and inquired of Yuan Qingzhou, "Have you ever skipped class?" Yuan Qingzhou shook her head, stating firmly that it was written in the student handbook that class skipping was not permitted. And Xiaocai, accustomed to Yuan Qingzhou's rigid adherence to rules, smirked mischievously and asked, "How about you try the experience of skipping class with me today?" Yuan Qingzhou tilted her head in curiosity. "Why?" "Regarding the dream apparatus from the Anomalous Research Institute that I mentioned last time, they have completed the testing and calibration. And we can try it today?" Yuan Qingzhou took a small bite of his bun, pondered for a moment, and ultimately, unable to suppress his curiosity, nodded and said, "All right. But I need to request leave first. How about you, Jiabu?" Jiabu, with half a bun in his mouth, nodded and replied, "Let's go. After all, I would just be standing in punishment at school anyway." After the trio swiftly finished their breakfast, and Xiaocai packed over 10 portions of the local specialty pan-fried buns and hailed a cab to the Anomalous Research Institute. Upon arriving, they were guided to the Dream Research Lab by the amiable researcher Lin Jing. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Jing carried the pan-fried buns brought by Xiaocai and said, "Xiaocai, you are truly something. Every time you visit, you bring us delicious food. Look at us. We've all gotten a bit plump thanks to you." And Xiaocai, grinning, sweetly replied, "Of course. You all work so hard, often burning the midnight oil without time to eat. I can't be of much help, so I can only bring you some food." A regular at the institute, and Xiaocai knew that sealing wandering nightmares was a task achievable by first-tier talismans after practice. The Anomaly creators often purchased large quantities of various nightmares to exchange for merit points. The institute required them as well, yet supply fell short of demand, particularly in a small city like Jiuan, where the allocated quotas were insufficient. Thus, Xiaocai willingly sold nightmares to the institute at prices lower than those on trading platforms. And with her charming demeanor, she quickly became well acquainted with the staff. Regarding the dream instrument, the Research Institute had originally planned to commence the selection of candidates for testing in the martial arts and talismans classes next week, having already obtained approval from Long Huan. And Xiaocai merely traded 10 servings of pan-fried buns for an opportunity to participate in the preliminary tests. And the trio are currently the most formidable students in both classes, making them highly sought after by the Institute. Upon entering the Dream Research Laboratory, one is immediately greeted by an enormous control console adorned with various numerical displays. A middle-aged professor, his hair touched with gray, reclines in a chair, arms crossed, wearing a helmet, while 5 young male and female staff members in white lab coats busily attend to a myriad of instruments. And Xiaocai nudges Yuan Qingzhou's arm and gestures towards the right side of the laboratory, where 10 futuristic capsule sleep chambers are arranged, reminiscent of those seen in science fiction films, with a uniformed security personnel lying within. At that moment, the sleep chamber suddenly blares an alarm, and a surge of cold water floods the interior, causing the slumbering security guard to awaken abruptly, gasping for breath. Yuan Qingzhou then shifts his gaze to the left side of the laboratory, where rows of beds are occupied by patients afflicted with somnolence, each adorned with specialized apparatuses and connected to the control console by numerous cables. The middle-aged professor rouses himself, removes his helmet with a sigh, and personally approaches the sleep chamber to open the door, assisting the security personnel to his feet. You were simply too weak. You were slain without even glimpsing the shadow of a nightmare. The security guard bows his head in shame, still trembling from the terror experienced in his recent dream. The professor gently pats his shoulder, encouraging him, "Go take a rest." "Professor Chen, I have brought them here." Lin Jing led the three individuals over and introduced. "This is Professor Chen Qixian, the head of our dream laboratory. These three are the second-tier martial artists I previously mentioned, Yuan Qingzhou, Jia Bu, and the second-tier talisman master." In Shaokai, Professor Chen nodded, foregoing any pleasantries, and stated directly, "Since you are here, let us make the most of our time and commence the dream guidance." With that, Professor Chen turned and proceeded to the main control console to begin his work. Lin Jing offered an apologetic smile and whispered to the three, "Our professor can be somewhat difficult to approach and rather rigid in demeanor. However, his efficiency in work is commendable. He is fair in his rewards and punishments, never bureaucratic. As you spend more time with him, you will come to appreciate his merits." She guided the three to the sleep pods, instructing them to lie down. "Shaokai, your mental fortitude should be the strongest among us. Shortly, I will enter your dream along with the other two to impart some foundational knowledge and basic operations. Once you are well adjusted, we shall delve into the patient dreams, as they can be perilously treacherous." As they settled into the sleep pods, two probes extended from the apparatus, positioning themselves gently against Yuan Qingzhou's temples. Almost immediately, she felt a slight tingling sensation at her temples, and before her body could react, the environment around her transformed abruptly. She found herself in an art exhibition hall, where the walls were adorned with portraits, the LCD screens displayed moving images, and sculptures positioned throughout the corridor, all depicting none other than Yuan Qingzhou herself. Not far away, a shrill scream from Shaokai pierced the air. Yuan Qingzhou turned to look, only to see Shaokai's face flushed crimson as she forcefully covered the painting on the wall, her anger and embarrassment palpable. "Get out, all of you. You are not allowed to be here," she exclaimed. When was this taken? I have never seen such a version of Yuan Qingzhou before. She appears much older than now." Jia Bu was thoughtfully stroking his chin in front of a painting. That particular artwork was the largest in the entire exhibition hall, occupying a whole wall. In the painting, Yuan Qingzhou sat atop the city wall, leaning against the setting sun, gazing into the distance with a lonely and sorrowful expression. Lin Jing, noticing how Shaotsai's face resembled a monkey's rear, could not help but stifle a laugh. "Who would have thought you harbored such affection for Yuan Qingzhou? It seems your subconscious is entirely consumed by her. Could it be that you too?" Upon hearing this, Shaokai hurriedly glanced at Yuan Qingzhou, mortified and furious. "Nonsense. My relationship with Yuan Qingzhou is innocent. I admire her greatly. In her previous life, Shaokai had never encountered such an advanced dream machine, and thus was unaware of the experience of being drawn into someone else's dream. Now, however, it was too late for regrets." "Ahem," Lin Jing remarked. Observing Shaotsai's desperate demeanor, she composed her expression and said, "This is the drawback of entering a dream without training. It inadvertently exposes the most significant aspects of your subconscious, which can indeed become weapons for nightmares to attack you." Chapter 62. Dream Guidance. "Then please tell me how to lock away my subconscious quickly. This is utterly dreadful." Shaokai observed Yuan Qingzhou, who was intently scrutinizing an image of her own imagination, a portrayal of him smiling at her with trust. Yuan Qingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly, evidently skeptical of the authenticity of the scene, and Shaokai felt as though she might burst from embarrassment. It was overwhelmingly mortifying, rendering her despondent. Lin Jing continued, "It is quite simple. This is your dream realm. You are the sovereign here, endowed with supreme power. Anyone whose mental fortitude pales in comparison to yours cannot resist your command. You merely need to envision locking this room or burying it deep within." As her words fell, a formidable force of attraction enveloped them, and the surroundings swiftly receded. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on the bustling streets of Jiuan City. Observing the throngs of people around them, identical to reality, Lin Jing remarked with a smile, "Shaokai, you are a quick learner, truly perceptive. Remember to periodically secure your subconscious gallery. With prolonged practice, the depths of your subconscious will become immensely resilient. Should you encounter nightmares or those attempting to infiltrate your subconscious in the future, you will possess a measure of resistance. However, as she turned, she was astonished to see that Yuan Qingzhou held the very image in his hand, still gazing at it with a look of skepticism. Lin Jing's expression shifted to one of surprise. How could this child possess a greater mental acuity than in Xiaokai, effortlessly grasping her subconscious? As in Xiaokai lunged to seize the painting, Yuan Qingzhou seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, stepping back just in time, causing in Xiaokai to tumble to the ground. Mouthful of dirt. In desperation, she clutched Yuan Qingzhou's pant leg, pleading, "Esteemed one, must we continue? It is all fabricated, mere illusions." And Xiaocai's heart ached painfully. Yuan Qingzhou nodded and set the painting aside, remarking, "I maintain that this individual bears no resemblance to me." In a swift motion, and Xiaokai snatched the painting and tossed it behind her, causing it to vanish into thin air. Yuan Qingzhou gazed toward that direction, pondering whether the dream device could penetrate her subconscious and retrieve her lost memories. Lin Jing led the trio along the street, elaborating, "Dreams are an intricate phenomenon. The dream device is a product of modern talismanic literature, hypnosis, and technology. I shall refrain from delving into the principles for now. Should you be interested, you may peruse the archives of the Anomaly Regulation Bureau at your leisure. I wish to emphasize a few points. Firstly, supposing Xiaokai is indeed a nightmare, drawing us into a dreamscape of her own creation. Here, she possesses the power to manipulate us at will, guiding our actions unbeknownst to us. Is it truly that remarkable?" Jiabu inquired, simultaneously removing his shirt and preparing to shed his trousers, entirely oblivious to the impropriety of his actions. "That's enough, Xiaokai," Lin Jing chuckled, grasping Jiabu's hand to direct his attention to her wrist. In the place where Jiabu had once worn his watch, there now rested a coin-sized red emblem, inscribed with the character for dream in a small seal script. At the sight of that character, a resounding buzz echoed in Jiabu's mind. "Ah, who has removed my clothing?" Jiabuman instinctively shielded his chest. "Ha ha," and Xiaokai laughed uncontrollably. Jiabu's mental fortitude was rather weak, making him easily manageable, yet in Xiaokai could not influence Yuan Qingzhou. Yuan Qingzhou also noticed the same pattern adorning both her and in Xiaocai's wrists, subtly emanating an aura of mental energy. She recalled that within the sleep pod, something had indeed encircled her wrist. Speaking of which, Jiabu attempted to bite his finger slightly, wincing in pain. Was this not a dream? How could he feel pain? Lin Jing chuckled, and this brings me to my second point. Pain is governed by consciousness. The suffering endured here, when you awaken, will be rendered inconsequential. However, as long as you remain within the dream, the pain persists, and nightmares can even amplify that agony. Furthermore, my third point is this. For those of us who delve into dreams, if one's mental power is sufficiently robust, it is possible to dismantle the entire dreamscape using sheer mental force, thereby awakening all who slumber within. Yet, under normal circumstances, such an occurrence is implausible. Nightmares can replenish their mental energy by absorbing human souls, and a violent breach of the dream might not only fail to awaken anyone, but could also lead to catastrophic brain death for all involved. Therefore, unless there is an imperative reason to do so, even if one possesses such capability, forcibly shattering the dream is strictly forbidden. Doing so might result in accusations of murder upon awakening. So, how can we awaken those trapped in the dream? And Xiaokai inquired. In the dreamscape of Xiaokai, as long as she refuses to release us, no matter how many times we perish, it is futile. We will unconsciously be reborn and continue to exist in accordance with the patterns set by Xiaokai until our soul energy is completely drained. The only means of escape lies in locating the concealed source of the nightmare, such as in Xiaokai herself, and eliminating it. In doing so, everyone will awaken naturally, enduring minimal harm. However, the challenge resides in discovering the essence of the nightmare. Lin Jing gazed at Xiaokai, understanding the implications of the words spoken, and her form contorted before transforming into that of Jiabu. "Who are you?" Jiabu asked, astonished. "Who are you?" And Xiaokai replied, her expression mirroring his. I am Jiabu. I am Jiabu. You are but a counterfeit. It is crucial to emphasize that while the nightmare is merely a secondary spirit in reality, within the realm of dreams, it draws upon human souls to replenish its spiritual power. The more individuals it ensnares, the stronger it becomes in the world of nightmares, potentially reaching the level of a king nightmare. Therefore, if one finds themselves outmatched, it is imperative to retreat immediately. The others nodded, and Lin Jing continued. The fourth point I wish to convey pertains to the capabilities you possess within the dreamscape of nightmares. Lin Jing extended her hand, and under the influence of her will, a dagger materialized from thin air, which then transformed into a cleaver. By harnessing your own spiritual power, you can manifest various objects. The greater your spiritual strength, the more potent and numerous the manifestations. However, now, take a look around you. Lin Jing furrowed her brow as she materialized a gun in her hand, though it appeared to be merely a shell. At that moment, the passers-by around her contorted their faces in disgust, charging at Lin Jing with furious shouts, intent on tearing her apart. And Xiaokai sensed the anomaly as well. With a mere thought, they found themselves once again in the expansive playground of the 7th high school. And the gun in Lin Jing's hand vanished without a trace. Did you feel that, Xiaokai? Lin Jing inquired. And Xiaokai nodded, affirming, yes, I sensed your mental energy fluctuations, which instinctively triggered a sense of repulsion. Indeed, in the realm of nightmares, excessive use of mental energy inevitably attracts the attention of the nightmares themselves, which is exceedingly perilous. Your mental energy poses a substantial threat to them, far more so than that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, since you have voluntarily entered the dream, you can extricate yourselves at will. Thus, it is imperative that you do not draw the nightmare's attention until you are confident in your ability to eliminate them, for they will seek to eradicate you at the first opportunity. Furthermore, the precision with which one can materialize objects is contingent upon the mastery of mental energy control. The more adept one becomes, the closer the manifested items will resemble reality, thereby increasing their potency. In fact, those who achieve a level of mental energy mastery termed intricate can even conjure extraordinary entities with unique abilities within the dreamscape. Martial artists can wield their inherent martial skills within the dream realm, a fact we have already substantiated. However, it remains unclear whether nightmares are concerned with the authenticity of the dream or if they lack the capability to influence martial artists and talismancers. Yuan Qingzhou had been silently listening from the side, and seizing an opportune moment when Lin Jing was distracted, she discreetly released her tail and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaokai. This time, Xiaokai took a moment to sense her surroundings and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As the presence of dark energy intensified, Yuan Qingzhou noticed the gradual furrowing of Xiaocai's brow, and he understood. In other words, within the dreamscape, she could not reveal her tail, as it would alert the nightmare. However, she could wield the dark energy, provided she maintained careful control over its quantity. Lin Jing had little more to say, allowing the three of them to experiment within the dream for a while. Yuan Qingzhou engaged in a spar with Jiabu, discovering that it was indeed comparable to their encounters in reality. And Xiaokai attempted to manifest a paper figure, but the ones not crafted by her own hands proved ineffective. She could only rely on her knowledge of talismans within the dream. After nearly 2 hours of various attempts, Lin Jing instructed them to bite into the totem on their wrists to initiate the awakening protocol. Upon waking, Yuan Qingzhou instinctively glanced at his watch. Realizing that only 6 minutes had elapsed, Lin Jing emerged from the sleep pod and addressed them. One last point, time flows differently between dreams and reality. The dream world operates approximately 20 times faster than the real world. Of course, this is an average. In the presence of particularly potent nightmares, time may accelerate even further, subjecting you to prolonged torment. Now, are you prepared to venture into the realm of nightmares? Chapter 63. The Nightmare Realm. Yuan Qingzhou and his companions did not rush into the nightmare realm. Instead, they took a moment to acclimate to the transition between dreams and reality. During this period, I heard Professor Chen mention to his students that the Imperial Martial City is preparing to apply this technology to the training of talismans masters and martial artists. After all, Time in dreams is considerably extended, and the sleep pods have resolved the issue of muscle memory. However, slaying nightmares in dreams only serves to enhance the proficiency of martial skills and talismans. It cannot absorb foreign energy to elevate one's cultivation. Thus, there remain numerous obstacles to overcome. Professor Chen has contemplated capturing a nightmare for research. The last nightmare encountered at the 7th high school was a fledgling that was subsequently slain by Yuan Qingzhou. Once a nightmare has lulled enough humans into sleep, it will inhabit the nightmare realm, gradually absorbing souls for enhancement, never to reappear in the real world. To capture a nightmare, one must venture into the nightmare realm. Even though a talisman's master with formidable mental strength could confine a nightmare there, no method currently exists to bring a nightmare back from the dream. Lin Jing conducted a morning of training and education for Yuan Qingzhou and the other two. Aside from Jiabu, who is somewhat simple-minded, both Yuan Qingzhou and An Shaokai exhibited remarkable insight and strong adaptability. After lunch in the laboratory, the three underwent preliminary physical examinations, officially preparing to embark on their first attempt in the nightmare realm. Upon receiving new patients from the affiliated hospital, Professor Chen exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are there yet another batch of newcomers?" The staff member delivering the patients replied with a pained expression, "Indeed, it's baffling. The number of individuals ensnared by nightmares has surged inexplicably in recent days, and their ages, occupations, and social circles are completely unrelated, making it difficult to discern any pattern. This batch has just arrived this morning. Perhaps in dreams, they may uncover the clues to their slumbering state." Professor Chen nodded, retaining these 17 individuals. The laboratory has a long-standing policy of prioritizing the treatment of patients who have recently succumbed to sleep. When one has just entered this state, their soul remains robust. Thus, the likelihood of recovery upon awakening is significantly higher. Conversely, those who have lingered in slumber for too long either succumb to brain death or emerge as fractured beings. Much like Jiang Luden. Before commencing, Professor Chen personally addressed them, outlining the precautions they must observe. It is possible that they may not share the same dreamscape. Hence, should they discover a fragmented world upon entry, where one side is modern and the other steeped in antiquity, it is entirely normal. They carry the totem inscribed with the character for dream, enabling them to traverse diverse dream realms. However, it is imperative to safeguard this totem from the gaze of dream denizens, as it may attract the attention of nightmares, who could pursue them relentlessly. While nightmares do relish the accumulation of nourishment to absorb gradually should they sense peril, they might exceptionally drain their souls in one fell swoop. There exists the possibility of encountering other employees of the Anomalous Adjustment Bureau bearing totems. It is advisable to refrain from interfering or disturbing them. If the occasion arises where assistance is both feasible and warranted, they should endeavor to provide it. For these individuals are valiant warriors laboring on the front lines to rescue those in distress. Professor Chen raised a finger, adding that the nature of nightmares compels them to infiltrate the realm of terrifying dreams, drawing closer to absorb the souls and emotions of fear from individuals. It is imperative that you remember one crucial aspect. Endeavor to embody the personas within your dreams, behaving in accordance with your established characters. This will diminish the vigilance of nightmares and enhance the likelihood of locating them. Yuan Qingzhou silently committed this phrase to memory, resolving to maintain her FAOD at all costs. In this initial attempt, I do not expect you to accomplish the task. I have allocated an hour for your awakening, which translates to approximately 20 hours within the dreamscape. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, you are permitted to awaken autonomously. Your safety is paramount. Understood? All necessary instructions have been conveyed. Yuan Qingzhou and her companions reclined into their sleep pods, while Professor Chen personally manned the control station. With the press of a button, the trio instantly succumbed to slumber. Professor Chen and the 5 researchers responsible for observation also lay down, donning the dream observation helmets inscribed with intricate runes to monitor the dream from an external perspective. Yuan Qingzhou awoke amidst a jarring turbulence, surrounded by utter darkness, confined within an exceedingly narrow space. It felt as if she were in a coffin. Initially disoriented, her mind was plagued by the fragmented memories of another person. Recalling that her surname was Yuan, that she was a widow, and that she perhaps had a child, vague and muddled memories, not entirely clear. However, her innate mental fortitude was formidable. Even without the aid of the totem in her possession, she could sense that something was amiss. The turbulence persisted, and the air within the coffin grew increasingly thin. Yuan Qingzhou steadied her chaotic thoughts and assessed her current levels of cultivation. She had absorbed a significant portion of the injured by yin from the previous hotel incident, causing her arm's meridian points to rise from 60 to 86. This time, as she focused on channeling her energy, she simultaneously refined her yin qi. Although her pace was not swift, it was characterized by a steady and methodical approach, resulting in a profound cultivation of her dark energy, as deep as ink. Having sparred with Gu Ji to their utmost, Gu Ji remarked that her current prowess could contend with an average practitioner at the early stages of the third level. Mobilizing a modicum of yin qi, Yuan Qingzhou executed a powerful upward strike, causing the coffin lid, which had been firmly affixed above her, to fly off with a resounding bang. Ah! The dead have risen. Amidst the piercing screams, the coffin was hurled to the ground, and Yuan Qingzhou emerged from within, swiftly flipping over and rising to her feet. Her disheveled black hair cascaded over her face as she warily scanned her surroundings. It was the dead of night, with heavy snow blanketing the mountains, rendering the landscape a stark white. The bright moon was obscured by thick clouds, and the chilling wind in the deep forest howled like a banshee. For villagers, tasked with carrying the coffin, were dressed in tattered, antiquated garments, far removed from modern attire, and their faces were etched with terror as they beheld her. "Help! Help me!" 3 of them, upon witnessing her rise, were so frightened that they stumbled and fled in a frantic panic. The remaining villager, clutching a hunting rifle, although pale with fear and trembling, managed to swiftly aim and fire at Yuan Qingzhou. Yet, like a specter, she had already evaded the trajectory of the bullet and was upon him in an instant. Bang! The gunshot echoed as the hunter fell, rendered unconscious by Yuan Qingzhou's decisive strike. The icy wind swept through, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She was clad only in a thin floral coat and long trousers, with the accumulated snow already reaching her calves, offering little respite against the biting cold. Surrounded by solitude, Yuan Qingzhou approached the hunter, stripping him of his garments and hat. Although slightly oversized, they provided some measure of warmth. She seized the hunting rifle and ammunition, discovering a skinning knife and a few fur notes on him, all of which she tucked away. Confusion clouded her mind. Her consciousness had nearly obliterated the nightmares imposed upon her memories, leaving her uncertain of her own identity. Thus, she found herself squatting before the stripped hunter, idly inscribing words in the snow with a twig, waiting for him to awaken and inquire. The frigid air of midwinter pierced her skin, and the hunter, bereft of his warm clothing, soon succumbed to the cold and awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Yuan Qingzhou, her disheveled black hair cascading over her face, her pallid complexion devoid of color. The snow around her was inscribed with incomprehensible runes, reminiscent of some nefarious ritual, sending a jolt of terror through him as he trembled uncontrollably. "Ah, you're awake?" Yuan Qingzhou remarked, lifting her hair with a casual grace. The hunter's eyes widened, his pupils constricted in fear as he stammered, "Please, spare me. I once harbored ill thoughts towards you, but I have never wronged you. The one who has doomed you is Jiang Dahai. It was he who abandoned you in your time of need. You should seek vengeance upon the Jiang family, not me. I beg you, spare my life." As the hunter recounted his tale, Yuan Qingzhou was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of resentment, fleeting images flashing through her mind. She lay bloodied and pregnant, yearning for the man to lend her aid. Yet that very man had turned and fled, leaving her to collapse into the snow. She desperately protected the child within her, crying for help, yet no one paid her any heed. Even those who passed by her doorstep did not cast a glance in her direction, all hastening towards the home of the man known as Jiang Dahai. Why was it that, despite the shared experience of childbirth, Jiang Dahai's wife was regarded as so precious, drawing the entire village to assist her, while she was left to endure the bitter cold of the snow, feeling the gradual fading of her child's movements within her, experiencing the heart-wrenching despair and helplessness. They should all be punished. They all deserve death. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Yuan Qingzhou slowly rose to her feet. Her once dull black eyes suddenly ablaze with intensity. It appeared that her persona had transformed into a vengeful spirit bent on annihilating the entire village. With this revelation, she felt a sense of relief. Yuan Qingzhou cast her gaze upon the hunter, a faint smile on her lips that conveyed an indescribable and terrifying ferocity in the hunter's eyes. After all, taking a life was not an insurmountable task. With a swift motion, she snapped the hunter's neck with a single hand. To eradicate everyone was indeed the most expedient way to confront her nightmares. Given this newfound justification for her actions, she intended to seize the next 20 hours with fervor. A sudden wave of joy washed over Yuan Qingzhou as she slung the hunter's rifle over her shoulder, humming a quaint village tune that had inexplicably surfaced in her mind. As she stepped purposefully towards the mountain village. Chapter 64. Spare my life. As Yuan Qingzhou made her way towards the small village, Professor Chen removed his helmet. His brow furrowed with concern. His worries stemmed from two matters, the first being the content of this dream, yet again centering around the massacre of the village amidst the snow. Since the previous week, 70% of the patients afflicted with somnolence had found themselves trapped in the same nightmarish dream of this snowy mountain village, subjected to repeated slaughters. The staff member who previously attended to the patient was not mistaken. These individuals have no intersections in their waking lives, yet their dreams are eerily similar, suggesting an underlying cause. Lin Jing, upon being summoned by Professor Chen, was instructed to report the recent cases of narcolepsy to the Anomaly Adjustment Bureau, and subsequently to procure a copy of Yuan Qingzhou's psychological evaluation report. Lin Jing paused momentarily, questioning what had transpired with Yuan Qingzhou. This was precisely Professor Chen's second concern. Even within dreams, individuals typically harbor an aversion to murder, necessitating psychological conditioning and specific circumstances to commit such acts. However, Yuan Qingzhou appeared utterly indifferent, taking lives with a blank expression, showing no signs of discomfort afterward, treating human life as though it were mere chaff. This led Professor Chen to worry that she might possess antisocial tendencies. Upon hearing Professor Chen's concerns, Lin Jing murmured, "But those are merely dreams. No one actually dies." She understands this, which is why she behaves that way. Isn't this beneficial for tracking down the nightmares? Moreover, you have repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining her character. Isn't her current persona that of a vengeful spirit bent on annihilating an entire village? Professor Chen's expression stiffened slightly. "I instructed you to go, so go without further ado." Lin Jing stuck out her tongue before departing, while Professor Chen donned the helmet once more to observe the dreamscape. This represents one of the most significant drawbacks of the somnolent dream device, once one becomes enmeshed in the all-encompassing sensation of dominion within the dream. It becomes increasingly difficult to confront the rules of the real world, potentially giving rise to numerous negative emotions and heightening the risk of becoming a distorted entity. Once an individual who possesses power becomes a distorted being, the consequences can be exceedingly dire. As the head of the laboratory, he bears the responsibility for the safety of everyone within. During the 3 minutes that Professor Chen spent issuing commands, an hour elapsed in the dream realm. Yuan Qingzhou, after enduring numerous trials, finally emerged from the forest and located the village. He stormed into the village, sparing not even a single dog. As Professor Chen had predicted, Yuan Qingzhou remained utterly devoid of emotion, unresponsive to any pleas for mercy or lamentations. His sole act of compassion was to grant a swift demise to his adversaries. However, Professor Chen failed to comprehend Yuan Qingzhou. Had Guyu been present, she would have discerned that he was not of an antisocial disposition, but rather possessed an extreme rationality. Aware that this was merely a dream, a fabrication, he refused to squander any fragment of his emotions. For Yuan Qingzhou understood deeply that the woman who pleaded and wept before him might very well be the embodiment of his nightmares. Even the slightest display of mercy could lead to his own undoing, wiping away the blood that felt somewhat tangible from his visage. Yuan Qingzhou directed his gaze towards the last household in the small village where life still lingered, his final target in this guise, the home of Jiang Dahai. Discarding the now dull skinning knife, he sensed the chilling power coursing through his veins. With each life he extinguished, he absorbed a fragment of energy, initially too scarce to perceive. He had only now begun to truly recognize its existence. This energy contained extraordinary power and mental force, yet since he existed solely as a projection of consciousness, this energy merely lingered within him, unabsorbed. As for the source of this energy, Yuan Qingzhou harbored two conjectures. Either it originated from the fragments of nightmares, or it was the energy that the nightmares stored within these individuals to exert control over them. Yet, it mattered little. Exterminating this last family might unveil the essence of the nightmare. Yuan Qingzhou grasped his shotgun, loaded it with precision, and made his way to Jiang Dahai's residence. Jiang Dahai's father had already succumbed in the village chief's home, leaving only his mother, wife, newborn son, and himself. With a forceful kick, he shattered the courtyard door. But as he stepped into the yard, a basin of black dog's blood splattered across his face, prompting him to swiftly retreat. The blood missed its mark, and he looked up to see Jiang Dahai, eyes ablaze with fury and tears streaming down his cheeks, charging out with a hatchet in hand. "I will kill you." A gunshot rang out, and a crimson blossom erupted from Jiang Dahai's forehead as he collapsed at Yuan Qingzhou's feet. "Ah, my son." An elderly woman surged forth from within, her heart shattered, as she knelt beside Jiang Dahai in despair. Yuan Qingzhou stood there, devoid of expression, his hat long gone, his dark hair billowing in the wind. He loaded another shell, pulled the bolt back, and aimed. "Why use a gun to kill? Aren't you the vengeful spirit?" A voice echoed from within the house, laced with confusion. Bang! Yuan Qingzhou appeared to heed nothing, firing without hesitation. The old woman fell. Yet she was still not a nightmare. Only 2 living souls remained in the entire village. As Yuan Qingzhou reloaded, he raised his gaze and beheld a woman clad in a floral cotton coat, her complexion pale and devoid of vitality, cradling a swaddled child, quietly scrutinizing him. In her eyes, he discerned a glimmer of familiarity. Yuan Qingzhou once again pulled back the gun's bolt, raised the firearm, and took aim. The woman exhibited no trace of fear. Her gaze flickered to Yuan Qingzhou's left wrist, although she merely observed the fabric tightly wrapped around it. A glimmer of surprise ignited in her eyes. "Great one, spare my life." Yuan Qingzhou's finger hesitated on the trigger as she tilted her head. "Shao Kai?" And Shao Kai casually tossed the child she was holding into the snow, swiftly lunging in front of Yuan Qingzhou, nodding fervently. Yes, it's me. How could you have changed so much? Who is responsible for your condition?" And Shao Kai's blunt words caused Yuan Qingzhou to furrow her brow as she glanced down at her abdomen, which appeared not particularly large. Had she truly indulged a bit too much lately? "Why are you not your former self?" Yuan Qingzhou inquired, and Shao Kai paused. And then both women grasped the reality. In their own eyes, they remained unchanged, yet to each other, they appeared as manifestations woven from nightmares. And Shao Kai had become Jiang Dahai's wife, while Yuan Qingzhou had transformed into the lifeless body of a widow. "Come inside, it's cold outside," and Shao Kai urged, pulling Yuan Qingzhou into the room, both deliberately overlooking the corpse outside, showing no reaction whatsoever. Just as she was about to close the door, and Shao Kai suddenly noticed the child she had discarded in the snow, struggling earnestly within the swaddling cloth. Forgive me, I almost forgot you." With a single hand, she roughly seized a corner of the swaddling and dragged the child into the room. "Where's Jiabu?" Yuan Qingzhou surveyed the room, noting numerous folk talismans meant to ward off evil, though they held no effect on her. "Isn't this something?" And Shao Kai lifted the swaddled infant in her hands to show Yuan Qingzhou. The child, tightly bound, bore an expression strikingly similar to that of Jiabu, radiating a bashful smile. Unable to articulate, he could only emit the sounds of a babe, yet it was evident that he yearned to communicate. Straining against his bindings in earnest, his spiritual strength was too feeble to break free from the confines of the nightmare that ensnared him, and thus, he was of no concern to them. And Shao Kai unceremoniously tossed Jiabu onto the bed, and turned her attention to pouring a bowl of hot water for Yuan Qingzhou. As they began to deliberate on the nature of this dreamscape, the narrative backdrop of the dream was rather straightforward. Jiang Dahai, in a desperate bid to save his wife during a difficult labor, had disregarded the pleas for help from Widow Ren, who was similarly suffering. This negligence indirectly led to Widow Ren's demise, taking with her the life of her unborn child, thus entwining her spirit in a web of resentment that transformed her into a vengeful specter seeking retribution. On her journey to the village, and Xiaokai had discerned the presence of a barrier of air surrounding them, suggesting that this dream was confined within the village's periphery. She would never admit to Yuan Qingzhou that it was through her repeated misdirection that she had stumbled upon this air wall. Absolutely not. Where could the nightmare possibly be? Yuan Qingzhou pondered aloud, and Xiaokai fell into contemplation herself. Logically, since the entire village had been obliterated by him, only she and Jiabu remained, both possessing independent consciousness, making it improbable for them to be the nightmare. So where could the nightmare reside? Unfortunately, Yuan Qingzhou's spiritual strength was currently insufficient. Otherwise, he could have unfurled his mental energy to penetrate this illusory realm and uncover the location of the nightmare. Even if such an action would inevitably alert the nightmare, it would be preferable to their current state of ignorance regarding its whereabouts. After a long night of toil, Yuan Qingzhou felt a twinge of hunger. As she instinctively pressed her hand against her abdomen, a sudden spark of realization flashed through her mind. So, who has caused my belly to swell? No. I should be asking, who has caused Widow Ren's belly to swell? And Xiaokai remarked with a displeased expression. The only thing that can expand the belly of a big shot is delicious food. Chapter 65. An unexpected discovery. Lin Jing had mentioned that as long as one bore that totem on their wrist, they would be shielded from the clutches of nightmares. This was a guarantee from the Research Institute. The totem on Jiabu's wrist had long been verified by Xiaokai. Had it not been so, she would have ended Jiabu's life when the old lady clung to him, demanding to be fed. Thus, the three of them were confident that there was no issue. The identity of the father of Widow Ren's child remained an enigma. Never mind, we are merely testing the machine this time. We shall depart around tomorrow evening, so do not dwell too much on it. And Xiaokai consoled Yuan Qingzhou, concerned that she might become overly fixated on the matter of slaying nightmares. Yuan Qingzhou nodded, feeling the pangs of hunger, and Xiaocai's lips twitched before she resignedly set about preparing food. Even in her dreams, she could not escape the fate of being at the beck and call of the big shot. However, being needed was a testament to her worth, which was certainly preferable to the big shot managing everything on his own without requiring her assistance. After washing away the stains of blood and donning clean clothes, Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai sat on the warm kong, gazing at the swirling snow outside while savoring the chicken stew with mushrooms that Xiaokai had lovingly prepared. It was simply a marvel. Meanwhile, Jiabu on the kong could only silently endure his hunger, occasionally receiving pinches to the face from Yuan Qingzhou's disobedient left hand. Yuan Qingzhou found himself at the mercy of fate, unable to escape the grip of the phantom limb syndrome even in his dreams, and nearly upended a bowl while dining. As the horizon gradually brightened with the pale glow of dawn, Jiabu was cast aside on the windowsill, keeping vigil, while Xiaokai and Yuan Qingzhou leaned against one another for a brief respite. None among them noticed the subtle transformations occurring within the once blood-soaked village. Vivid crimson stains slowly seeped into the ground, leaving behind pristine white snow, while the corpses inexplicably vanished, and the village began to revert to its former state. Yet this time, there was no tumult. Faint whispers could still be heard from outside the coffins. Village chief, it is not that I am heartless. Having traversed the realm of the dead for many years, I have witnessed much. The widow Ren met a tragic fate while bearing a child, who perished before birth. Coupled with the widow's lingering resentment, this is a portent of maternal malevolence. If we do not address this quickly, it will surely bring calamity upon the entire village. A chill gripped Yuan Qingzhou's heart. That voice possessed a distinctive quality he could recall even after a single hearing. It belonged to the mother of Jiang Dahai, whom he had previously slain. She had returned to life, indicating a shift in the dreamscape or perhaps a rebirth. Are you certain casting her into the enchanting gully will suffice? The ancient voice echoed, presumably that of the village chief. It will indeed work. Village Chief, do you recall the Taoist from Dakingshan who visited our village previously? Yes, I remember. You mentioned that your golden grandson was safely born thanks to the talismans he provided. Indeed, that Taoist possesses genuine skills. His prior visit to our village was specifically to address the enchanting gully. He foretold of a great tomb within, predicting that the contents would emerge to wreak havoc upon the living, which is why he came here. On that day, he shared a few drinks with my elder and inadvertently revealed that he had set up a formation in the enchanting gorge, capable of suppressing malevolent spirits and preventing anything from the grave from emerging. Villager, what do you think could possibly be lurking in a grave? Perhaps a 1,000-year-old zombie king or something equally dreadful. So what do you imply? Consider this, villager. If the ancient entities within the grave are held at bay by the Taoist formation, then surely a mere widow cannot rival the power of what lies buried. Burying her in the enchanting gorge would activate the formation, and I could send my son to the Great Green Mountain to consult that Taoist, thereby resolving this issue once and for all. Wouldn't you agree? After a moment of silence, the villager replied, "Very well. After lunch, I shall gather 4 brave souls, and we shall hasten to bury the widow to prevent any further complications." Excellent, excellent. Once this matter is settled, I shall certainly have my son, Y, come to the villager to offer his apologies. At that point, you may handle the situation as you see fit. I shall not intervene. After a flurry of whispers, silence enveloped the outside once more. Yuan Qingzhou did not rush to emerge. She lay quietly within the coffin, deep in contemplation. The individuals she had slain should have all regained their lives, and today she would undoubtedly endure a repetition of last night's events. The method she employed to annihilate the entire village would surely be ineffective this time. However, she had only explored toward the village yesterday and had not ventured toward the enchanting gorge. It appeared that today would require a change of direction. A visit to the enchanting gorge was in order. Having made her decision, Yuan Qingzhou wasted no more time. With a decisive strike, she sent the coffin lid flying and climbed out from within. With no one around, she seemed to be in the home of a widow, clad in a single set of clothing. Yuan Qingzhou had no choice but to rummage through the evidently impoverished abode in search of warm garments. After a considerable search, he found no thick clothing, but at the very bottom of a box on the Kong, he discovered an object wrapped in red cloth. Upon unwrapping it, he revealed a black strip of fabric, 3 fingers wide, made from exquisite material, adorned with a delicately embroidered dragon pattern in gold thread. It resembled a belt from an ancient ceremonial robe, entirely incongruous with the era and the circumstances of a destitute widow. Instinctively, Yuan Qingzhou tightened his grip on the belt. The widow, the enchanting ravine, and the grand tomb, these threads were interwoven. Suddenly, the dilapidated door swung open with a crash, and Yuan Qingzhou turned to see Xiaokai, clad in a thick fur coat, carrying a child in a backpack, burst in, covered in snow. "Ah, I can only greet you like this," she exclaimed. And Xiaokai clutched another fur coat in her arms, urging Yuan Qingzhou to change quickly. Revealing that she had sneaked out and was certain the old lady had already noticed and was searching everywhere, she had discovered a new clue. As Yuan Qingzhou donned his clothes, he listened attentively to Xiaokai recount her findings, which involved the old lady of the Jiang family speaking with the village chief. And Xiaokai believed that there might be something to uncover in the enchanting ravine. Once prepared, Yuan Qingzhou discreetly visited the home of a hunter in the village to acquire 2 machetes, a hunting rifle, and some ammunition before setting off with Xiaokai through the woods towards the enchanting ravine. The heavy snow seemed relentless, and by the time they struggled their way to the ravine, the snow had risen to knee level. The so-called charming gully is merely a small ravine blanketed in deep snow, devoid of trees and littered with various chaotic stones, subtly unsettling. Compared to the surrounding dense pine forest, this gully indeed appears peculiar, as if a giant had cleaved a fissure in the woods. The vast expanse makes it quite challenging to locate, and even Yuan Qingzhou has attempted to extend her spiritual energy to attract the attention of the nightmare. Yet to no avail. Perhaps her spiritual force is simply too feeble in comparison. As twilight descends, less than 3 hours remain before they are roused. and the arduous journey has left Xiaokai breathless, sprawled on the snow, reluctant to move. Nevertheless, Yuan Qingzhou perseveres, trudging forward with determination. She will not yield until the very last moment. Manifesting a rudimentary wooden board with her spiritual energy, Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai clamber atop it, sliding down the snow-laden slope to the gully's bottom. The tremendous momentum renders them unable to halt, and just as they are about to collide with a protruding rock, both Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai desperately roll aside. Thud. The board crashes against the stone, splintering into fragments, while Xiaocai's companion, Jiabu, is flung out, his mouth filled with snow. Rising from the snow, Yuan Qingzhou suddenly notices a glimmering light beneath the stone that was struck by the board. Had it not been for her exceptional vision, she might have overlooked it. She approaches, using her knife to clear away the surrounding snow, revealing the full form of the object. It resembles a fist-sized cauliflower, nestled among vibrant red leaves, with a completely transparent center that resembles a brain. The intricate patterns above are remarkably delicate, revealing strands of silvery veins within that appear almost lifelike. Yuan Qingzhou gently prodded it with a machete, causing the object to sway slightly. She sensed that if she were to pierce the outer skin, the contents would undoubtedly spill forth like water. How could this place? Wait, could it be that it originated from the realm of nightmares? And Xiaokai suddenly tensed, her body rigid with apprehension, even hesitant to speak fully. Instead, she tremblingly grasped Yuan Qingzhou's hand, inscribing a few words in her palm before gripping it tightly. The spirit power's sacred fruit. From Xiaokai's reaction, it was evident that this item was exceedingly rare and precious. Aware that someone was observing the dream, she refrained from disclosing any information. Chapter 66. Breakthrough of Spirit Power. Yuan Qingzhou sat down discreetly, casting a glance at the dimming sky, feeling fatigued and in need of rest. And Xiaokai quietly explained to Yuan Qingzhou that this item was extraordinarily valuable in her previous life. Its every appearance incited bloodshed and competition among various factions, with no fixed price available in the market. Moreover, it was sold by the drop, making the sight of such a complete specimen exceedingly rare. This fruit could enhance one's spirit power directly, without side effects, and if one's spirit power reached the critical threshold, it could even facilitate a breakthrough of that limit. Hence its designation as a sacred object. In her past life, and Xiaokai had only glimpsed a sketch of this item in a scientist's research notes and heard rumors about it, but had never witnessed the actual object, as it had always been held firmly within the grasp of official factions across the federations, rarely making its way into the outside world. Upon witnessing the spirit fruit of mental power, and Xiaokai finally comprehended the reason behind the Federation's swift consolidation of various factions and the restoration of order in the previous life. From that moment, the proficiency of the talismans within the Federation's framework surged remarkably in a short span, laying the groundwork for reclaiming lost territories, undoubtedly linked to the spirit fruit of mental power. This remarkable entity would surely draw the attention of higher authorities in the future, rendering it beyond our reach. Indeed, entering this realm has its advantages, and Xiaokai mused while feigning to consume something. Can it be brought into the real world? Yuan Qingzhou inquired softly, and Xiaokai shook his head, indicating that it was not yet feasible. Yuan Qingzhou understood, implying that in the future, higher authorities would undoubtedly devise a means to transport unique products from the nightmare world into reality. Yuan Qingzhou, you should consume this spirit fruit of mental power. Simply bite through the skin and absorb it, and Xiaokai suggested. You possess the strongest mental power among us. The closer your mental strength aligns with the nightmare, the greater the chance to directly pinpoint its descent. Perhaps in this initial attempt, we might achieve remarkable results. We are a team and should share equally. Yuan Qingzhou replied softly. I shall forego it. It's uncertain whether my body can even absorb this essence, so it would be unwise to waste it. Please allocate 1/3 to Jiabu. His currently feeble mental power is indeed a burden. With this portion, he may at least elevate to the foundational level of a talisman master with 20 points. Jiabu was among those who loyally followed Yuan Qingzhou in the previous life, which is why Shaokai regarded him with special consideration and diligently nurtured his potential. She yearned for Yuan Qingzhou to no longer fight alone in this lifetime, desiring a formidable group of companions to accompany him. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Qingzhou nodded, and Shaokai, having perused the scientist's notes, understood how to handle the substance. She discreetly manifested 2 small glass vials, carefully peeling away the exterior of the spiritual fruit, dividing the viscous, transparent liquid into 2 portions, one larger and one smaller. The larger portion was given to Yuan Qingzhou, while the smaller was brought to Jiabu's lips. "Come here, Jiabu baby, you finally have something to eat," she said, prompting him to open his mouth. Without further ado, she poured the entire small vial of liquid into Jiabu's mouth. Beside them, Yuan Qingzhou, discreetly shielding himself with his sleeve, consumed the larger vial. Witnessing this, and Shaokai felt a surge of emotion. Her esteemed leader truly trusted her. She vowed never to betray this trust and to accompany him on the journey to greatness. The honey-like liquid spread across their palates, and Yuan Qingzhou felt a refreshing sensation surge through her mind, as if she had applied a generous amount of cooling oil to her temples, instantly clarifying her thoughts. This sensation continued to pulse within her mind, causing her surroundings to flicker like a distorted television screen. In a blink, the 3 of them returned to their original forms, standing in darkness. In another blink, they found themselves seated in the snowy expanse of the enchanting ravine. Thus, the interplay of black and white persisted, and Yuan Qingzhou began to experience a dull ache in her head, a throbbing sensation that felt as if it might burst. She sensed that her spiritual power had reached a certain limit, akin to the breakthrough of soul strength described in the 5-spirit incantation. According to the records in the latter part of the 5-spirit incantation, we can convert the current mental energy values. A mental energy cap of 50. 100 denotes the first tier, while 100, 150 signifies the second tier. Previously, during her assessment in the gymnasium, she had already surpassed the threshold of 100, achieving approximately 110 to 120, placing her in the second tier. Now, with the sensation of a breakthrough, it signifies her mental energy cap has surged to around 150, as she is on the verge of transcending this threshold and entering the 3rd tier. When translated into the standards of a talisman master, after reaching the 5th tier, one must enhance their capabilities by increments of 50 points to ascend to the next tier. Thus, her mental energy cap has undoubtedly positioned her at the 6th tier of talisman mastery. However, it is imperative to note that a higher cap does not equate to a higher amount of mental energy. The cap solely dictates the stability of energy storage. For instance, although Xiaotsai's cap is 100, she can currently stabilize nearly 60 points of mental energy through meditation. Any attempt to exceed this limit leads to rapid dissipation, necessitating prolonged training for stability. Many potent talismans and incantations demand an extensive amount of mental energy for activation. Thus, a higher cap correlates with greater future achievements and capabilities. The enhancement of the mental energy cap has always been increasingly arduous, particularly after surpassing the 5th tier, where many individuals may never manage to make even the slightest advancement throughout their lives. Yet now, a mere small mental energy sacred fruit can elevate Yuan Qingzhou's mental energy cap by approximately 30 points. An effect that is indeed extraordinary and worthy of fierce competition among various factions. Yuan Qingzhou steadied her mind, closing her eyes and breathing in accordance with the meditative techniques of the 5-spirit mantra. After a brief moment, as the pressure within her reached its zenith, she felt something deep within her mind fracture and rupture. It was as if a surging flood had suddenly found an outlet. Her mental energy burst forth uncontrollably, rapidly expanding in all directions. She perceived a realm of darkness, a void of spiritual energy, where a mass of gray mist hovered in midair, resembling a grotesque creature with tentacles, each appendage stretching endlessly into the distance, transforming into fine threads. Each thread originated from the soul of a slumbering individual, flickering with tiny sparks of energy, akin to electromagnetic pulses incessantly fueling the gray mist. She had found it. The vision flickered and vanished as Yuan Qingzhou, harnessing the tumult of her mental energy, located the source of the nightmare. She opened her eyes, rose to her feet, and gripped her machete. Directing her gaze towards the ground, the nightmare lay within the tomb beneath their feet. The earth trembled beneath her, and an avalanche cascaded from all sides, burying everything into the ravine. It was evident that the nightmare had also sensed their presence. And Xiaocai's embrace around Jiabuchen faltered under the surging mental energy, rendering him unconscious. She swiftly bit into the totem on her wrist, releasing him from its confines. Then, leaning against Yuan Qingzhou, she assumed a defensive stance. Glancing at the dimming sky, "We had approximately an hour to confront this nightmare. If we failed, we would retreat." With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath them suddenly crumbled, and the snow surged like a torrent, sweeping them along with the debris into the underground tomb. As Yuan Qingzhou emerged from the snow, dragging Xiaocai along, he beheld a colossal, decaying bronze coffin firmly anchored in the center of the main tomb chamber by several dragon-headed iron chains. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid was forcefully cast aside, revealing a figure enveloped in a putrid stench, clad in bronze armor, who sat up with a chilling rasp emanating from its throat. Who dares disturb this general? Chapter 67. The Great Battle with the White-Haired Zombie. Brother Xiaoyao, that line sounds oddly familiar, and Xiaocai remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yuan Qingzhou, on high alert, pondered, "Are there others here? Why can't I see anyone?" And Xiaocai, half amused and half exasperated, replied, "There's no one else. Just the two of us and this zombie. So it refers to you as Brother Xiaoyao?" Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted their exchange as the bronze coffin shattered into fragments. The armored zombie leaped forth, wielding a formidable broadsword, and swung it menacingly at them. In a split second, Yuan Qingzhou shoved Xiaocai aside and dove in the opposite direction. With a deafening impact, the sword struck the tomb floor, splintering the bluestone tiles. Manifesting a firearm necessitates a detailed understanding of each component for it to function properly, a task currently too daunting for Yuan Qingzhou. However, conjuring a bullet proved significantly simpler. Bang! The gun fired, and the spectral projectile exploded into a charred gash upon the zombie's torso, eliciting a piercing roar of agony. Yuan Qingzhou did not aim for the creature's forehead out of negligence. Rather, she anticipated its evasive maneuver. The dim light in the tomb afforded her little time to take careful aim, compelling her to target a broader area of the body instead. Upon witnessing the efficacy of the bullet, a flicker of delight crossed Yuan Qingzhou's eyes. She swiftly employed her agile footwork to alter her position, pulling the gun's bolt to reload another spectral bullet, raising her arm to take aim. Over the past decade, under the tutelage of her mother, who embodied her father's persona, Yuan Qingzhou had accumulated a wealth of knowledge regarding firearms, including this antiquated shotgun. Following last night's experimentation, her familiarity with the weapon rivaled that of seasoned hunters. With a ferocious roar, the white figure lunged, leaping into the air to wield a broadsword, aiming a downward strike at Yuan Qingzhou. Bang! She fired another shot. Although the bullet exploded upon impact with the white figure, the broadsword descended with tremendous force, leaving Yuan Qingzhou no choice but to raise her gun in defense. The razor-sharp blade cleaved through the shotgun effortlessly. Just as it was about to sever Yuan Qingzhou's body, a voice resonated from the other side. "Xin Tianjin Wu. Guard my body, swift as the law commands." At the moment the white figure leapt, and Xiaocai had already manifested a Xuan Wu talisman, conjuring it with her mental prowess. The manifestation of talismans is inherently challenging, as they require meticulous precision. Even in the tangible world, crafting an effective talisman is no simple feat, however. With a decade of experience from her previous life as a foundation, and Xiaocai's familiarity with talismans was unparalleled, allowing her to succeed in the manifestation on her first attempt and activate it in the critical moment. As the Xuanwu talisman was cast forth by Xiaocai, two ethereal images of Xuanwu turtles flashed simultaneously past Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaocai. Bai fiercely struck the sharp war knife upon the illusory figure. Yet the tremendous force could not penetrate the apparition, rebounding upon Bai, sending him hurtling backward and crashing through an entire wall of the tomb. Yuan Qingzhou steadied her stance, observing as Xiaocai swiftly approached her side, conjuring a new talisman in her hand. Humph. The nightmare spirits encountered previously were woefully inadequate, failing to reveal the true prowess of Mayan Xiaowang. In this realm of nightmares, it is most convenient. The talismans can be directly manifested without the need for crafting. Prepare to witness the formidable might of In Xiaowang. Meanwhile, Bai roared as he emerged from the rubble. Yuan Qingzhou exchanged a glance with In Xiaokai and silently stepped back. In Xiaokai was taken aback, turning in haste. Why are you retreating? Go on. Aren't you supposed to showcase your true abilities? A long blade gradually materialized in Yuan Qingzhou's grasp. And Xiaokai, exasperated yet amused, shrank beside her. I am the support, not the main damage dealer. You are the powerhouse. Oh. Yuan Qingzhou's gaze hardened as she swung her blade to confront Bai. The two blades clashed midair, sparking a shower of flames. Bai possessed immense strength, and Yuan Qingzhou found herself momentarily overwhelmed, forced to retreat repeatedly, nearly losing her balance. Northern Rin and Gui water, swift as the decree. And Xiaokai urged the talisman in her hand once more, and a torrent of water surged forth, transforming into a colossal wave that surged towards Bai. Roar! Just as Bai prepared to strike, the massive wave engulfed him, twisting his form in a futile attempt to shake it off, causing his overall speed to plummet. The debuff for reduced speed and force has been applied. The powerhouse must act swiftly, and Xiaokai found herself slightly breathless, her complexion turning pallid. Both the Xuanwu talisman and the Gui water talisman were 5th-tier talismans, and with her current quasi-3rd-tier mental strength, it was indeed a struggle to activate them. Managing to invoke 2 was already her utmost limit. Yuan Qingzhou nodded, once again wielding his blade to launch an attack. The speed of the white beast noticeably slowed, its movements hindered by the persistent flow of water that enveloped it, allowing Yuan Qingzhou to evade with ease. However, the skin of the white beast remained as resilient as tempered steel, impervious to the 100 refinements blade. With a roar, the white beast swung its blade downward. But under the resistance of the water flow, Yuan Qingzhou effortlessly parried its strike, promptly channeling the Yin energy within his body. The dense black Yin energy swiftly enveloped the 100 refinements blade, as Yuan Qingzhou dashed forward, bending low to evade the horizontal sweep of the white beast's cleaver, simultaneously wielding his blade with forceful precision. The white beast stood motionless, its grotesque bloodshot eyes wide with fury, as Yuan Qingzhou's long black hair cascaded down behind him. The creature's body split into 4 pieces, crashing to the ground and shattering into a pile of black ashes. Concurrently, a surge of pure energy emanated from the ashes, fully absorbed by Yuan Qingzhou's left hand, temporarily accumulating within his body. At that moment, the entire tomb chamber began to tremble, collapsing inward from all sides, while a restless energy subtly emerged in the surroundings. Kill them! Kill them! Villagers from the settlement suddenly appeared at the gaping maw of the tomb, surging in like frenzied zombies, rushing towards Yuan Qingzhou and In Xiaokai. Yet, before they could reach the two, both felt an abrupt sensation akin to plummeting from a great height. Splash! The phenomenon of passive awakening is such that had one initiated the awakening program autonomously, they would not have been submerged in water. Yuan Qingzhou, unable to activate the sleep capsule in time, felt the energy accumulated within her from the nightmare realm begin to be purified by the 3 Yang True Fire spell, transforming into mental energy and otherworldly power that permeated her brain and body. The mental energy was exceedingly scarce, constituting less than half, while the remainder was entirely otherworldly energy. Within the nightmare realm, the 5 elements spell and the 3 Yang True Fire spell could directly purify and absorb mental energy. However, the otherworldly energy could only be assimilated by her physical form upon her emergence from that realm. In just a few breaths, this surge of otherworldly energy successfully unblocked 6 acupoints in both her arms, culminating in a total of 92 unblocked acupoints, bringing her one step closer to fully opening all acupoints in her arms. Meanwhile, at the control console, Professor Chen set aside his helmet and picked up the files of Yuan Qingzhou and In Xiaokai, along with the heart and brainwave data recently monitored within the sleep capsule, scrutinizing them with a countenance shrouded in ambiguity. These 2 children are rather extraordinary. Chapter 68. The novel world in Shaokai had emerged from the sleep capsule. Drying herself with the large towel Lin Jing had provided, her gaze anxiously directed at Yuan Qingzhou. Upon witnessing Yuan Qingzhou take a deep breath and open her eyes, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, prompting her to seek out Jiabu. Jiabu had already awakened, seated on the couch in the laboratory's lounge, engrossed in his phone with an earnest expression, completely oblivious to their awakening. Turning her head, and Shaokai noticed that the patients across from them remained in deep slumber, which piqued her curiosity. Hadn't Yuan Qingzhou vanquished that nightmare? Why were they still not awake? It is not so, Bai is merely a manifestation of the nightmare. Were it otherwise, when Bai perished, the entire dreamscape should have collapsed, and how then could the villagers have appeared? Moreover, a nightmare capable of ensnaring so many souls, yet only managing to breach 6 of her acupoints, seems rather ineffective. Lin Jing nodded in agreement, affirming that we witnessed the final scene of the dream, which clearly indicated that it was your actions that drew the nightmare's attention, thus summoning those villagers. However, to speak candidly, your performances were astonishingly unexpected. Particularly the seamless cooperation during the final battle with Bai that left me utterly impressed. Lin Jing did not hold back her praise, and the researchers nearby chimed in. Indeed, we had previously traversed the nightmare realm, each of us terror-stricken, and yet you 2 young ladies exhibited far greater fortitude. Thus, it is no wonder you are capable of undertaking the task of saving the world while we are left here to languish in solitude like aging programmers. Young lady, you are Yuan Qingzhou, correct? How is it that your skills are so formidable? Your wielding of the blade is both striking and elegant, truly remarkable. And Shaokai, are you a disciple of the Xianmen? Your adeptness with talismans is impressive. Might you impart a few techniques to me? A cacophony of voices erupted as they chatted animatedly. And although Yuan Qingzhou maintained a stoic expression, a faint blush graced her cheeks. And Shaokai, delighted by Yuan Qingzhou's commendation, puffed out her chest proudly, more elated than if she had received praise herself. Yuan Qingzhou is indeed the most formidable in the martial arts class, and will undoubtedly become the most powerful in the Kangwu Federation and even the world. As an ardent admirer of the great, and Shaokai has fully embraced the essence of mindless adulation for her idol. Very well, you may take a moment to rest over there and have something to eat, although only an hour has passed in the real world. The toll on one's mental faculties and cognitive functions is quite significant. Once Professor Chen finishes reviewing the previous report, he will seek a discussion with you. So please be patient for a while. Yuan Qingzhou nodded. Having experienced the nightmare realm, she too had matters to discuss with Professor Chen. The dream machine allows individuals to exist within the dream world at a time dilation of 20 times, and while it does not facilitate cultivation or advancement, it still offers ample opportunities for various activities, such as memorization, examination practice, and honing martial skills alongside mental manipulation, especially in terms of mental control. It directly influences what one can materialize in the nightmare realm. If she could manifest a formidable firearm, complemented by her spectral bullets, many challenges would become manageable. Moreover, the method of refining weapons using spectral energy in the 5-spirit incantation also tests one's mental control. Currently, she could only refine the dagger and the refined blade, the 2 weapons she was most familiar with. Additionally, due to limitations in mental strength, the refined blade could not reach the level of an A-grade renowned weapon, and the inscriptions upon it could not be replicated. If Professor Chen were to agree to allow her 2 hours of daily use of the dream machine, she would willingly forego any compensation in exchange for assisting the Research Institute in hunting nightmares within the nightmare realm and awakening comatose patients. Why are you reading novels again? Ironhead? And Shaokai sat beside Jiabu and peeked at his phone. Jiabu, taken by surprise and not having noticed in Shaokai, stammered while pointing at his phone, what were we just doing? In the book, Jiabu finally articulates the crux of the matter. Previously, in the nightmare world, he was confined by the limitations of mental power, trapped in the body of an infant. Although he sensed something amiss, each time he attempted to think, a wave of drowsiness and fatigue washed over him, compounded by a hunger that had persisted for an entire day and night. leaving him devoid of energy to ponder those names that were somewhat familiar. After consuming the juice of the holy fruit of mental power provided by Xiaokai, Jiabu experienced a surge in mental acuity, his mind awakening significantly, however. And Xiaokai subsequently expelled him from that realm. "What book are you referring to?" Yuan Qingzhou inquired as he took a seat. Jiabu placed his phone on the table, sliding it toward Yuan Qingzhou. "Take a look at this plot. Does it not mirror our recent experiences in the nightmare world?" Jiang Dehai indirectly caused the demise of Widow Ren, who, along with her unborn child, met a tragic end, transforming into vengeful spirits seeking retribution against the villagers. It's identical. Even the names of the villagers mentioned are the same. Does this imply that this nightmare is woven from the narrative of this novel? Or perhaps, and Xiaokai turned to Yuan Qingzhou, who slowly articulated, the creator of this narrative might very well be the nightmare itself. Jiabu, can you ascertain who they are and where they reside? Meanwhile, Professor Chen, having reviewed the reports from Yuan Qingzhou and Xiaokai, and having made a phone call to someone, was now approaching the rest area. "I have secured the consent of your minister Long Huan. Henceforth, every afternoon after school, you shall report to the laboratory to participate in 2 hours of dream experimentation." Before Yuan Qingzhou and the others could relay the details of the novel to Professor Chen, he preemptively addressed the matter that had been on Yuan Qingzhou's mind. "Experimentation?" Yuan Qingzhou expressed his confusion. Professor Chen nodded, stating, "Both your mental fortitude and emotional stability are remarkably suited for participation in the dream experiment. This endeavor will not only allow you to venture into the nightmare realm to hunt down phantoms, but also provide a secure environment for various practices that will assist us in data collection." Yuan Qingzhou's eyes sparkled, and Xiaokai beamed with joy, while Jiabu wore a worried expression, fearing he might regress to an infant state, a terrifying prospect of being unable to control oneself and being at the mercy of others. "Of course, there is compensation for your efforts," calculated per session. "Shortly, someone will provide you with today's remuneration and merit points, so be sure to check," Professor Chen continued. She refrained from discussing Yuan Qingzhou's mental health issues further, having reviewed his detailed medical reports from childhood to the present. It appeared that his mental state was not severe, remaining stable and progressively improving. However, to ensure the forthcoming experiments proceed without incident, Professor Chen had instructed her team to submit a report to temporarily assign his primary physician, Gu Yu, to oversee him, ensuring that significant complications would be unlikely. As for Xiaokai's remarkably adept abilities in talisman manifestation and activation, Professor Chen chose to overlook them for the time being, knowing that those with exceptional skills often harbor harmless secrets, as long as they contribute positively to the experiment. Yuan Qingzhou maintained a stoic expression, revealing little, while Jiabu had already buried himself in his phone. Suddenly, Xiaotsai's eyes darted, and she shouted aloud, "Professor Chen, we were just about to discuss this with you." It was during that time that Yuan Qingzhou discovered that the realm of nightmares was intricately woven from a particular novel, which Jiabu had also perused previously. "A novel?" Professor Chen exclaimed in astonishment, directing his gaze towards Yuan Qingzhou, who affirmed with a nod. Chapter 69. Aberrant Species and Xiaokai conveyed their findings to Professor Chen, who immediately instructed his team to project the novel titled The Years I Spent as a Taoist Priest on Mount Daqing onto the laboratory's large screen. After extensive research on nightmares, they had always believed that the terrifying world conjured by these nightmares was a concoction of the most feared elements lurking within the subconscious of sleep-deprived individuals. This was the first revelation that such horrors could also be crafted from the fabric of horror fiction. Furthermore, compared to the chaotic amalgamation of nightmarish visions, the dreamscapes derived from horror novels exhibited greater coherence and immersion, evoking a level of terror far more potent than that of ordinary nightmares. "Investigate this author," commanded Professor Chen. Instantly, Cheng Yi, an 18-year-old tasked with information retrieval in the laboratory, began to operate the computer with rapid keystrokes. Within 5 minutes, the author's detailed profile along with a recent photograph appeared on the laboratory's large screen. Zhang Yu, male, 34 years old, currently residing at Building 2, Apartment 202. Jiuan City Construction Community. A contracted writer with 5 years of experience. He has penned 4 works totaling nearly 20 million words. The Years I Spent as a Taoist Priest on Mount Daqing is his ongoing project, comprising 470,000 words, recently launched as a paid work. Yet it has garnered modest success and readership. Below was a photograph captured last month by the facial recognition system while he was conducting business at the bank. Upon seeing that photograph, Yuan Qingzhou was instantly reminded of the overweight and disheveled man he encountered while delivering food last weekend, who had inquired whether he read novels. He decided to verify the authentic information of the readers on his fan list and cross-reference it with the recent cases of sleeping sickness. Narrowing the search down to Jiuan City, Cheng Yi nodded and continued to operate the computer, promptly dividing the large screen into 2 sections. One displayed the genuine information of the sleeping patients, while the other showcased the real identities of the readers from Jiang Yu's novel fan list. "I have been to his home," Yuan Qingzhou whispered, her words only audible to Xiaokai. "What? When did you go?" And Xiaokai asked, astonished. "Last weekend, I delivered food to his house." And Xiaokai was taken aback. "So, when you saw him last weekend, was he normal? I mean, did he exhibit any signs of distortion?" Yuan Qingzhou shook her head. "No. Apart from being a bit greasy and unkempt, and talking to himself, he appeared to be otherwise normal." "What kind of things did he say to himself?" And Xiaokai inquired, noting that those afflicted with distortion often mutter incoherently, and self-talk could indeed signify the onset of such a condition. "How peculiar. There seems to be no overlap at all," Cheng Yi remarked, gazing at the comparison results. They had swiftly analyzed over 50 individuals, all residents of Jiuan City listed among the fans, and none exhibited any signs of the sleeping sickness. "Then how do we account for these patients appearing in the novel's dreamscape?" Yuan Qingzhou, observing the results on the large screen, spoke slowly. At that time, Jiang Yu was incessantly murmuring, "It's all the fault of the pirated versions. Damn those pirated copies." Cheng Yi nodded, and soon the browsing history of the first patient, Li Qing, appeared on the large screen, revealing a pirated webpage of that novel. Following this were the records of the second, third, and fourth patients. All had visited the pirated webpage of that novel or downloaded the pirated resources from the cloud. The researchers, having finally discovered the connection, displayed expressions of delight, while Professor Chun had already donned his coat. "Cheng Yi, continue your investigation. Lin Jing, please notify the Anomaly Regulation Bureau to dispatch 2 individuals. Dulei, accompany me. Bring along these 3 young ones. We shall head to Jiang Yu's residence." Dulei was the individual who had been in the sleep capsule when Yuan Qingzhou first arrived at the laboratory. He was responsible for security within the facility. A retired soldier who had passed the Anomaly Regulation Bureau's scrutiny and was authorized to wield special firearms issued by them. Dulei promptly prepared his weapon and led the group out to the vehicle, driving swiftly yet steadily. They arrived at the aging residential complex in less than half an hour. This time, the Anomaly Regulation Bureau was not tardy. They had already arrived and silently cordoned off Building 2, evacuating the few remaining residents inside. Yuan Qingzhou swiftly ascended a French parasol tree. The windows and curtains of Jiang Yu's apartment were tightly closed, and the windowsill was damp and covered in moss, with a dead gecko lying on it, infested with maggots. Yuan Qingzhou wrinkled his nose, catching a faint whiff of decay. The 2 individuals from the Anomaly Regulation Bureau consisted of a talisman practitioner and a sword-wielding martial artist. They led the way, with Dulei guarding Professor Chen in the middle, while Yuan Qingzhou and his 2 companions brought up the rear. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the talisman master cast a glance at the gathered crowd, then retrieved a piece of yellow paper talisman, clutching it between his fingers as he recited an incantation. Once fully activated, he gently struck the sealed iron door with it. The moment the talisman made contact, it ignited, swiftly burning a large hole into the door, from which flames erupted and spread rapidly outward. A nauseating stench immediately permeated the air, so dense that it cloaked the atmosphere in a grimy haze. A sharp, piercing sound echoed, akin to an intensified form of tinnitus, causing the onlookers to wince. Yuan Qingzhou, peering through the crowd. Noticed slender black tendrils writhing and retreating near the door, not attacking anyone, but hastily withdrawing into the room. The swordsman was the first to charge inside. Contrary to the expected cacophony of conflict, he emerged after approximately half a minute, his expression peculiar. "Come in. This aberration seems to lack any desire to attack." The Talisman Master and Du-Lei shielded Professor Chun as they entered, and when Yuan Qingzhou and the others approached the door, the swordsman slightly obstructed their path. The creature within appears somewhat fearsome. If you cannot bear it, retreat swiftly to avoid any psychological trauma that may linger. Qian Shaokai brushed aside his arm, declaring, "I have encountered far more repulsive entities. How terrifying could this possibly be?" After a decade of struggling through apocalyptic horrors, she had witnessed far worse monstrosities, having scavenged meals from the decaying remains of colossal aberrations on numerous occasions. As for Yuan Qingzhou, she was a figure devoid of emotion and fear, impervious to being daunted by such trifles. As Yuan Qingzhou and Shaokai entered, Jiabu hesitated outside for a moment. Finally, he rubbed his bald head and, gritting his teeth, followed them inside. Upon stepping in, he took a glance and rushed back to the door to vomit. And Shaokai, witnessing this, shook his head, resolving that during the next dream experiment, he would throw Jiabu into a pile of even more horrifying and repugnant decay. Only when he could calmly enjoy hot pot within would he be released. Yuan Qingzhou slowly approached the colossal figure at the center of the living room, the only sanctuary in the room being the corner where a cat's nest lay. However, the orange cat had long since succumbed to decay. Yet, nothing compared to the entity seated before the computer, which could only be loosely referred to as a human. Its hands rested upon a keyboard, marred by age. As it struck the keys with a sluggish rhythm, the fractured screen before it remained illuminated, displaying words that materialized with each keystroke. Jiang Yu extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said to Cheng Shen, "Let us pause today's tale here." Even in such a state, it persisted in its relentless pursuit of writing, determined to continue the serialization. But this could only last until today, until this very moment. Beside the keyboard, Yuan Qingzhou noticed the bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup she had sent. Jiang Yu's misshapen face bore eyes that drooped unevenly, slowly turning in a daze. Piracy. Damn it. Watching pirated content. All must be punished. Punished. Chapter 70. Citywide alarm. Having ventured into a dream woven from the fabric of a novel, Professor Chen had brought them to witness it. As for the subsequent handling of the situation, the trio was deemed unhelpful and promptly dismissed. 3 individuals ventured to a hot pot restaurant for dinner. Upon witnessing the vibrant display of red and white lamb slices piled together, as well as the brain matter, which Shaokai had deliberately ordered, Jiabu instinctively covered his mouth and rushed towards the restroom. Yuan Qingzhou maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed, noting that 2 servings of brain matter had been consumed for cognitive enhancement. After satisfying their appetites, the trio sought out a dessert shop to indulge in milk tea. As the affluent Jiabu graciously covered the entire bill, he sought to express his remorse for any shortcomings in the nightmarish realm. This generosity might require him to repay it with his very soul. Thus, even pledging to treat his 2 esteemed companions to meals for a lifetime seemed a trivial matter. While placing the order, Yuan Qingzhou observed a missing person notice affixed to each table within the dessert shop. The girl depicted was merely 18 years old, strikingly beautiful, with a small red mole on the back of her hand as she rested her chin. And Shaokai glanced at it and sighed, remarking on the increasing number of missing persons since the invasion of otherworldly beings. Yuan Qingzhou captured a photograph of the notice with her phone, contemplating the possibility of discovering something useful while delivering meals in the future. After all, she was only 18, with a promising life ahead. Jiabu returned to the table with a chocolate cake for both Yuan Qingzhou and Shaokai, sitting down to announce, "The merit points from the laboratory have been credited. Have you both checked?" Yuan Qingzhou nodded, having activated her notifications just in time to see a credit of 30 points. The same applied to all 3. It appeared that every collaboration with the laboratory for dream experiments would yield this compensation going forward, Yet Yuan Qingzhou couldn't shake the feeling that they were somehow benefiting disproportionately. Lin Jing sent me a message, informing me that in addition to the merit points, the laboratory provides each of us with a potion during every session. I received the potion that enhances mental fortitude, while the two of you receive potions that aid in stimulating acupoints. This is quite a lucrative opportunity. Meanwhile, Yuan Qingzhou was glancing at his watch, having received a text from Minister Long Huan. It stated that the Xianshi League has officially decided to include the Nightmare Hunt as a competition event, urging us to train diligently in the laboratory. And Xiao Kai smiled. Although it was for the competition, Minister Long truly treats us well. Furthermore, Yuan Qingzhou set down his arm and took a bite of chocolate cake. Our competitors and new teammates will arrive next Monday. New teammates? And Xiao Kai's eyes widened. Competitors? Jiabu's face displayed concern. Yuan Qingzhou likely recounted the charging boy we encountered that day and the aristocratic youths mentioned by Guji. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Kai and Jiabu fell into contemplation. Jiabu, filled with anxiety and pressure, worried about the formidable competitors hailing from hidden families, realizing that they might drag everyone down to the depths of despair. For a moment, both Xiao Kai and Jiabu lost their appetites, while Yuan Qingzhou remained unperturbed, calmly sipping milk and devouring 2 servings of chocolate cake, ultimately rubbing his belly in satisfaction and revealing a faint smile. On the streets, everyone within the shops paused, looking up towards the source of the air raid sirens. The mist has reappeared. Everyone, hurry indoors to take cover. An otherworldly invasion is upon us. Run. Mother. Over here, forget about those things. Quickly hide. The street erupted into chaos, forcing Yuan Qingzhou and her 2 companions to retreat to the side, clearing the entrance to the dessert shop. Simultaneously, 3 helicopters roared overhead, racing towards the southern part of the city. The sounds of police sirens, fire trucks, and ambulances echoed from all directions, ultimately converging in the south. This cacophony cast an immediate shadow over the entire city. Yuan Qingzhou stood motionless outside the dessert shop, her calm gaze sweeping across the various storefronts and the anxious faces pressed against the windows, all reflecting expressions of tension and fear. It had been less than 2 months since the last crisis, and now the fog had returned. Jiabu sighed, and Xiao Kai nodded, remarking that the world was becoming increasingly chaotic, uncertain of when the apocalypse might truly unfold. After speaking, she glanced at Yuan Qingzhou, her meaning implied. Yuan Qingzhou understood that Xiao Kai firmly believed that the cataclysm she experienced in her previous life would inevitably arrive, albeit delayed due to certain reasons and the butterfly effect in this lifetime. At that moment, the blaring sirens stirred a restless anticipation within Yuan Qingzhou for the end of days, causing her blood to boil and her palms to sweat, making it difficult to contain her excitement. If only it were truly the apocalypse. As interns at the Anomaly Regulation Bureau, they were acutely aware that the safety manual was merely intended for the general populace, since the fog had not manifested in their vicinity. There was no need for such excessive alarm. The directive for all civilians to remain indoors was primarily to ensure that rescue routes could be cleared swiftly, preventing the uninformed populace from engaging in irrational behaviors that could endanger themselves and others in a state of panic. Behind the curtains, a pair of curious eyes peered out, astonished to see 2 girls in uniforms leisurely cycling by below. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yuan Qingzhou set her belongings aside and began her training. She commenced with the floating steps, followed by bagua palm, and ultimately practiced the dual sword technique with a pair of blades, one a finely crafted sword and the other a makeshift short knife fashioned from a cleaver. And Xiao Kai had grown accustomed to Yuan Qingzhou's diligent dedication, as if she wished to split every minute in half to enhance her own abilities. Thus, the 2 engaged in their pursuits, undisturbed yet in each other's company. And Xiao Kai sat beside her, with Xiaoman resting before her, while Yuan Qingzhou, after a symbolic grooming of her hair, entrusted the remainder to Xiao Kai. Additionally, the task of feeding the magpie had long since fallen to Xiao Kai. At 2 in the morning, Yuan Qingzhou closed her book and stretched her limbs, noticing Xiao Kai seated in meditation beneath her bed. Xiaoman, whether by coincidence or imitation of an Xiaokai, mirrored her posture. Together, the large and small figures sat side by side, both adorned with identical Neza hairstyles and white lace bubble skirts, creating a scene both amusing and harmonious. The magpie, too, slumbered in its cage. Yuan Qingzhou stepped outside to ensure the courtyard gate was securely closed and observed that the red light had returned to a warm yellow, indicating that the crisis had passed. The situation concerning that online writer seemed rather complicated. Raising an eyebrow, Yuan Qingzhou entered and shut the door. What has transpired? And Xiaokai suddenly chuckled with a hint of mockery, finding it somewhat humorous that Jiang Yu had spent 5 years writing, yet had garnered fewer than 30,000 fans. However, one must wonder how many across the entire Federation had browsed his pirated novels. Over 1 million individuals have been affected, with more than 50,000 already ensnared in slumber, perhaps having reached the limits of their nightmares. Currently, some with only a mild exposure to the pirated content have managed to escape unscathed, though the momentum of this phenomenon is gradually waning. The Bureau of Anomalous Regulation has shut down all websites hosting his pirated novels, retaining only legitimate channels. Furthermore, it remains unclear how this information was leaked, yet the incident has become widely known across the internet. All of Jiang Yu's novels have surged in popularity, with netizens flocking to read and offer tributes, leaving comments such as familiarizing themselves with the script in advance and seeking mercy, akin to begging for their lives, a true irony. Yuan Qingzhou, seated at the edge of her bed, also found it deeply ironic. Indeed, Jiang Yu had awaited this day for a long time, though regrettably, he would not witness it himself. And Xiaokai handed Yuan Qingzhou her phone, informing her that Jiang Yu's novel remained unfinished, yet she had subscribed to it entirely. When you have the time, take a look. I have a feeling we shall revisit Jiang Yu's nightmarish world once more, familiarizing ourselves with the script ahead of time. Yuan Qingzhou glanced at her phone. The novel had already made it to the homepage recommendation, dominating the major charts, marked with the label most popular on the internet. How amusing.